The young man was the top humanities student at Luocheng No. 1 High School. Yet 2 days before the college entrance exams, he decided to forego a special admission offer from Qingbei Research Institute, insisting on taking the martial arts exam instead. The entire Class 12 was in shock. All eyes were on Lu Yuan. Had this academic genius lost his mind? After all, Qingbei Research Institute is one of the world's most prestigious research institutions. Most people could only dream of going there, and yet Lu Yuan was giving up his special admission. However, no one dared to mock Lu Yuan's choice because he had the credentials to make such a decision. Whether in Xia country or globally, research institutes would welcome him with open arms. The homeroom teacher, Wu Yun, looked at Lu Yuan with concern in her large, expressive eyes. Are you considering other research institutions? I can help you apply before the exams start. But Lu Yuan shook his head and said, Thank you, teacher, but I want to take the martial arts exam. This statement was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the classroom. A humanities student who had never trained suddenly choosing the martial arts exam right before the college entrance exams was akin to asking a bookworm who never exercised to take a physical fitness test. It was madness. Wu Yun leaned on Lu Yuan's desk, her tone serious. Lu Yuan, you've been awakened for 10 years, and your blood energy is barely at 10 points. The martial arts exam involves fighting fierce beasts, and any carelessness could cost you your life. The other students began whispering to each other. Lu Yuan, once out of their reach, was now opting for the martial arts exam, which they found easy. It seemed like he was asking for humiliation. With only 10 points of blood energy, he couldn't even handle the weakest beast. Yet, Lu Yuan felt secretly delighted. Yesterday, he wouldn't have been so reckless, but everything changed after he transmigrated into this body, which had died from exhaustion the night before. He had acquired a game-changing system, Daily Settlement System Class Edition. With this system, all his classmates would become his training tools. Every day, he could reap the rewards of their training, and the first settlement would unlock a super settlement mode. In this post-2025 world, where spiritual energy had revived, martial arts were the foundation of survival. Faced with beasts towering thousands of meters high and the invasion of starry sky insect tribes, only powerful martial artists could survive. Ordinary people would become fodder in a beast tide, but martial artists could stand against the beasts. The college entrance exams in this world were divided into humanities and martial arts. Humanities were relatively safe, but the martial arts exam required facing fierce beasts directly. The class already had 5 prospective martial artists, 2 of whom were gifted with special abilities. As long as they took the martial arts exam, they were sure to enter top martial arts schools. After school, Wu Yun looked at Lu Yuan's name on the martial arts exam registration form and reminded him solemnly. Candidates with a blood energy level below 30 points are at high risk of death. If you reconsider, you can come to me anytime. Lu Yuan heard her, but was unfazed. He eagerly packed his things, ready to leave school, only wanting to see what surprises the system would bring. He was determined to redeem himself and become the strongest martial artist in this dangerous world, tearing apart fierce beasts with his hands and kicking insect tribes with his feet. The salesperson nervously eyed the large customer in front of him and cautiously introduced, These are all about a month-old elves. They've been assessed by experts and are all rated as excellent quality. Which one would you like to choose? Wang Chong glanced over the lively little elves in front of him. With his knowledge from the Encyclopedia of Elves, he could determine their evolution paths and training directions, but he couldn't directly assess their quality. To accurately evaluate them, he needed special tools. How much for one? Any discounts? Wang Chong asked, his gaze piercing. Intimidated by Wang Chong's stare, the salesperson mustered up the courage to respond. Because of their excellent quality and species factors, each one is priced at 6 million. However, we can offer you a discount of 10,000. Wang Chong nodded. All right, I'll take that one. He pointed to a small Charmander that was running around joyfully, its energy immediately catching his attention. The salesperson quickly brought the Charmander to Wang Chong. The little creature curiously examined the tall figure that was about to become its owner, while Wang Chong carefully observed it. An orange body with a cream-colored belly and underside of its tail, resembling a theropod dinosaur, standing on 2 legs with a flame flickering at the tip of its tail. It was said that the extinction of the flame meant the end of the Charmander's life, while its sudden increase indicated it was angry. Are you satisfied, sir? The salesperson asked cautiously. Yes, Wang Chong replied briefly. Next, we'll assist you in signing a contract with the Charmander. Wang Chong nodded. Thank you. Soon, they arrived at the contract room. Wang Chong picked up the provided knife and attempted to cut his finger, only to find the blade couldn't pierce his skin. The salesperson stood dumbfounded, wondering if this customer was a muscular mosquito disguised as a human. Having no other choice, Wang Chong bit the tip of his tongue, squeezing out a drop of blood. When the blood fell on the Charmander's forehead, a large, crimson contract formation instantly appeared. After the contract was successfully formed, Wang Chong experienced the wondrous sensation of being bathed in spiritual energy for the first time. A warm current flowed through his body, carrying a hint of heat. Suddenly, a flicker of flame leapt from his palm. The salesperson, witnessing this scene, was left utterly speechless. Unexpectedly, Wang Chong's luck was astonishing as he acquired the power of attributes. The salesperson exclaimed with envy, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. As an ordinary trainer, Wang Chong's strongest spirit was only at the growth level, and his financial situation allowed him to contract only 2 ordinary quality spirits. Wang Chong smiled calmly. It's all right, I should be able to light a fire. He extended his hand, and a faint flame appeared in his palm. Although it was too weak to cause harm, it was a newly born power of attributes. His gaze fell on the small Charmander in front of him, and Wang Chong pondered over a name for it. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Huang. The Charmander was momentarily stunned, with a hint of displeasure in its eyes. Seeing this, Wang Chong quickly suggested, or how about Xiao Huamiao? The Charmander's eyes showed obvious disdain. Wang Chong then said, then how about Fire Lizard? Brother, my species' name has dragon in it. The Charmander roared internally, unable to voice its objection. Forget it, let's stick with Xiao Huang. A humble name is easier to raise. Wang Chong finally decided. The Charmander reluctantly accepted, only able to lament its fate internally. After checking out, Wang Chong headed to the Elf League branch to register Xiao Huang with his real name. The journey was uneventful, with no challengers daring to approach. Wang Chong's towering height of 2.3 meters and muscles comparable to a Buzzwole's were enough to make passers-by keep their distance. The registration process was simple and quick, and soon Wang Chong had his rookie trainer certification. He looked at the handsome face on the certificate and quietly put it away. Just then, Wang Chong's communication wristwatch chimed. Upon checking, he found out that the results for the second-year final exams had been released. Thanks to the support of the Elf Encyclopedia, the exams were a breeze for Wang Chong. Unsurprisingly, he claimed the top spot in the school and also secured the first place citywide. In the class group chat, the teacher sent a notification reminding students who had turned 18 to form spirit contracts, as the spirit strength test would account for half of the total grade in the 3rd year. Wang Chong simply replied, contracted, and then turned off his communication wristwatch, ready to start training Xiao Huang. But before that, he needed to purchase berries and meat. Berries were akin to fruits from his past life, but could be made into energy cubes to provide spirits with the necessary daily energy. Fire-type berries of common grade were not expensive, costing just $10 for 10 pieces. Wang Chong hurried home and eagerly took out the fruit machine to start making energy cubes. With the knowledge from the Pokemon Encyclopedia and his master-level culinary skills, this task was a breeze for him. Before long, a batch of freshly made energy cubes lay before him. Xiao Huang, come here. Wang Chong called out to the Charmander, who was curiously exploring its unfamiliar surroundings. Upon hearing him, Xiao Huang came running, its nose twitching as it caught the enticing aroma of the energy cubes. Excitedly, it devoured a large bowl of them in just a few minutes. Satisfied and full, Xiao Huang sprawled out on the sofa, resembling a couch potato, rubbing its round belly and purring contentedly. Watching this, Wang Chong spoke seriously. Xiao Huang, as a Pokemon, we can't just live in comfort. We need to train diligently. A strong body is the key to getting stronger. You want to become stronger, don't you? These words seemed to ignite a fire within Xiao Huang, and it immediately perked up, its eyes shining with determination. Wang Chong nodded to himself, realizing that this Charmander had a deep desire to become stronger, which explained why it never stopped running and training among the other Pokemon. As your trainer, I promise to give you the best guidance. Wang Chong declared solemnly. Xiao Huang responded with excited chirps. Great, follow me to the training room. Wang Chong led Xiao Huang to the specially built training room at his home. He first demonstrated sit-ups, push-ups, and pull-ups, then flexed his solid muscles. See that? This is the mark of strength. With persistence, you can achieve a physique like this. Xiao Huang looked at its own 70-centimeter frame, which was 10 centimeters taller than an average Charmander due to its constant running. Yet, compared to Wang Chong's towering Tumtor 3 stature, it seemed like a mere toy. It recalled the teachings of an old Charizard at the Pokemon breeding shop. Trust your trainer, and you will grow stronger. Great spirit, Wang Chong praised. Since it's your first day of training, let's start with 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 pull-ups. Then, we'll run 10 kilometers together. Remember, a strong one must persevere. Xiao Huang chirped enthusiastically, ready to start the training. However, 20 minutes later, it lay on the ground like a defeated fish, its arms too weak to move. It had thought that 100 push-ups would be easy, but the reality was much tougher. Under Wang Chong's strict guidance, it barely managed to complete 30 standard push-ups in 20 minutes, leaving its arms unresponsive. Xiao Huang, what's this? Already giving up? Where's your earlier enthusiasm? Wang Chong said while doing one-handed push-ups. As a man, you can't quit halfway. Get up. Do it with me. Despite being drenched in sweat, this level of exercise was nothing for Wang Chong. His arms moved like machines, completing 2 thumb push-ups in a second. After 20 minutes, he had effortlessly finished 240 of them. Little Huang, watching his owner with wide eyes, was supposed to be working out alongside him. However, Wang Chong had opted for the more challenging one-finger push-ups and managed to keep going. Little Huang had long lost count of how many he'd done, his arms aching to the point of numbness. Seeing his owner's astonishing performance, a fire of determination ignited within Little Huang. His tail suddenly blazed with flames, and a resolute glint appeared in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to continue exercising. However, just a minute later, Little Huang collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. He felt like a small dragon who had lost its dreams, with the goal of becoming stronger seeming far out of reach. Noticing this, Wang Chong immediately encouraged him, "Little Huang, get up, hang in there, picture your future. If you persevere, you'll be punching mythical beasts and kicking exotic creatures in no time. Don't forget the promise you made to me." These words seemed to inject new strength into Little Huang. His tail reignited, and he remembered his dream of becoming a powerful fire-breathing dragon. With renewed determination, he continued his efforts. The entire afternoon, under Wang Chong's guidance and encouragement, Little Huang managed to complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, and a 10-kilometer run. However, this intense training was too much for a little fire dragon only a month old, and eventually, Little Huang had to be taken to the Pokemon hospital. In the hospital, a petite nurse stood on a stool, pointing at Wang Chong's head and scolding him sternly. "What kind of trainer are you? If it weren't for the strong constitution of Pokemon, it would have been immobile by now." Wang Chong sheepishly scratched his head. "Huh. Well, I figured with the Pokemon hospital around, it would be fine. Besides, isn't a muscle strain just a minor issue for you guys?" The nurse sighed helplessly. As a regular visitor, Wang Chong had been frequenting the hospital for over 3 years due to overexercising, and almost every staff member with more than 3 years of service knew this muscular giant. Soon, another nurse came out holding a pokeball. Wang Chong took the ball and immediately released Little Huang. With a flash of white light, Little Huang chirped energetically. After the treatment, he felt revitalized, as if he could do another 100 push-ups. Woohoo! Little Yellow cheered excitedly as it was released from its pokeball. The presence of the Pokemon Center was undoubtedly a blessing. Even severe injuries could heal quickly, let alone Little Yellow's minor muscle strain. 3 days flew by. Wang Chong completed 10,000 pull-ups, with sweat soaking his entire body. Beside him, Little Yellow had undergone a noticeable transformation. Its height had surged from an ordinary Charmander's 60 centimeters to 80 centimeters, with the beginnings of muscle definition. This progress was thanks to the Pokemon Center's care and Little Yellow's own efforts. A system notification chimed. Daily task completed. Physical attributes slightly improved. Although no new skills were acquired, Wang Chong was undeterred. After all, over the past 3 years, he'd only gained a few skills, as skill rewards were inherently rare. After finishing his training, the clock pointed to 10 a.m. With only 2 weeks of summer vacation gone, there were still 6 weeks left to make the most of. Wang Chong decided to take Little Yellow into battle to enhance its strength. "Let's go, Little Yellow. Today, we're going into battle to boost your power," Wang Chong said excitedly. A Pokemon's strength is closely tied to combat. Battles not only increase practical experience, but also unlock potential. In simple terms, it's like leveling up by defeating opponents. The quality of a Pokemon determines how efficiently it can learn skills during battles or regular training. The number and strength of skills directly impact a Pokemon's power. Wang Chong had previously assessed Little Yellow's quality, confirming it was indeed of excellent caliber, as the Pokemon breeding shop had claimed. Upon hearing they were going into battle, Little Yellow immediately cried out in excitement. It had been working out in the training room these past few days, according to Wang Chong's philosophy. A strong body is the foundation of invincibility. The Pokemon Encyclopedia also noted that the strength of Charmander species is closely linked to power and vitality. With Wang Chong's rigorous training, ample energy cube supply, and the Pokemon Center's treatment, Little Yellow's physical condition had greatly improved. But a robust physique wasn't enough. Battle experience was equally important. So, Wang Chong took Little Yellow to the ancient forest on the outskirts of Sitya training ground for novice trainers. The strongest Pokemon in the forest were only at the growth stage, making it ideal for beginners. As soon as they reached the edge of the ancient forest, Little Yellow was so thrilled that it danced with joy. Finally, it could battle with other Pokemon. For Pokemon, what joy is there in life without battles? Stepping out of the self-driving rideshare car, Wang Chong, with the eager Little Yellow, ventured into the depths of the ancient forest, embarking on their first real combat training. As Wang Chong entered the ancient forest with his Charmander, a nervous park ranger approached him cautiously. "Excuse me, trainer, please be careful not to start a fire," he stammered, his voice trembling as if he feared disturbing the imposing figure before him. Despite Wang Chong's handsome appearance, his muscular build and imposing presence, combined with an inexplicable aura of menace, made him seem like a formidable force. Bystanders instinctively stepped back, wary of provoking the seemingly fierce trainer. Charmander, affectionately called Xiao Huang, watched in admiration. Is this the strength of my master? It mused, wondering if it too could become as formidable with enough effort. Ignoring the fearful glances around him, Wang Chong led Xiao Huang deeper into the forest. After half an hour, both felt a bit frustrated. No wild Pokemon dared to attack them. Even the bravest Caterpie fled in a panic upon seeing Wang Chong, its speed astonishing. This won't help you gain battle experience. Wang Chong pondered for a moment. How about you lead the way and I'll follow? Xiao Huang reluctantly agreed. With Wang Chong present, no Pokemon dared approach, fearing a crushing defeat. Soon, Xiao Huang encountered its first opponent, a newly hatched Oddish. This Oddish, barely a month old, was still in its most basic stage of strength. Char, Xiao Huang called out defiantly. Let's battle. Oddish, noticing that Xiao Huang was a trainer-bonded Pokemon, scoffed. Oddish, just a rookie, and so cocky. Confident from recent training, Xiao Huang had mastered moves like Tackle, Claw, and Bite. It charged forward, claws aimed to strike. However, the seasoned Oddish easily dodged and released a cloud of stun spore. The powder settled on Xiao Huang, leaving it momentarily paralyzed. Oddish seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful tackle. Thud! Xiao Huang was knocked back several meters, but remained standing. Oddish was surprised, not expecting the Charmander to withstand its full-force attack so resiliently. Charmander's lack of combat experience was evident. It didn't even know how to feint properly, making it quite an amateur. Seeing this, the Oddish decided to continue using Stun Spore. This ordinary grass-type Pokemon, despite living so long, hadn't evolved into a Gloom due to its lack of talent, and hadn't even mastered a decent move. Just as Pikachu managed to get up, it was hit by the Stun Spore again, causing its entire body to stiffen instantly. It growled angrily. Damn it! You little trash. Too weak to face me, Heaton. Oddish sneered. Kid, you're too naive. With that, it used Tackle again, slamming into Pikachu. Charmander was knocked back once more, this time crashing into a tree trunk with a thud. Although Oddish suffered some damage from the recoil, Pikachu's injuries were much worse. At this rate, the outcome of the battle seemed obvious. At that moment, Wang Chong arrived at the scene. Oddish was about to release more Stun Spore when it suddenly noticed a gigantic figure from its perspective. What the heck? Is that a human? How can they be so big? Oddish thought in terror. Clearly, it had never encountered a human as robust as Wang Chong. Instinctively, it wanted to flee, releasing Stun Spore toward Wang Chong to buy some time. Wang Chong was hit by the Stun Spore, his body momentarily stiffening. However, this state was dispelled in a split second. He quickly grabbed the fleeing Oddish, flashing a seemingly kind, yet eerily sinister smile. Don't run, keep going. Oddish struggled desperately, screaming in fright. What kind of demon is this? Stay away from me. Wang Chong, slightly exasperated, eased his grip and flicked Oddish's forehead lightly. With a pop, Oddish settled down, groaning in pain. Ouch! How can a human be this strong? Aren't they supposed to be weak? Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction. That's better. Come on, you two, keep battling. I'll just watch from the side, won't interfere. I just want you to have a duel. Win or lose, you can leave afterward. Despite Wang Chong's seemingly kind smile, to Oddish, it was terrifying like a demon's grin. Its spirit was crushed. It was just a weak Oddish. How did it encounter such a force? But faced with such overwhelming power, it had no choice but to submit. Trembling, Oddish said, All right, I'm ready. If I must die, so be it. Resigned to its fate, it accepted the harsh reality. Wang Chong's strength was too formidable to resist. Wang Chong gently put down the walking grass and turned to Little Yellow by his side. He leaned down and softly instructed, Little Yellow, listen to my command later, okay? Little Yellow nodded firmly, letting out a low growl in response. After two previous defeats, it had come to realize its lack of real combat experience. A new round of battle was about to begin. Despite suffering from the walking grass's paralysis powder and tackles earlier, Little Yellow's fighting spirit remained undiminished. With an unspoken signal, the battle suddenly commenced. Walking Grass launched the first attack, leaning forward to deliver a tackle. Wang Chong keenly observed Walking Grass's movement and immediately shouted, Dodge at the last moment, and then use your claws. Little Yellow focused intently, waiting for the perfect timing. Just as Walking Grass was about to strike, it deftly sidestepped the attack. Swiftly, its sharp claws slashed towards Walking Grass. Swish! The claws hit their mark, causing Walking Grass to cry out in pain as it was sent flying. Walking Grass! You scoundrel! Walking Grass shouted in anger. Little Yellow smugly replied, Didn't expect that, did you? I have my master guiding me. Enraged and embarrassed, Walking Grass yelled, Just you wait, and unleashed its paralysis powder. Seeing this, Wang Chong immediately ordered, Little Yellow use Ember. Little Yellow reacted instantly, releasing its innate Ember skill. The fiery sparks collided with the incoming paralysis powder, exploding in midair. The blast sent Walking Grass flying, while Little Yellow remained unharmed. Charge! Use Tackle! Wang Chong seized the opportunity and commanded decisively. Little Yellow responded excitedly. Got it, Master. It was finally time to redeem itself. Boom! Little Yellow, standing 70 centimeters tall, launched itself like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the half-meter-tall walking grass. Walking grass was sent flying once more, slamming into a tree trunk, leaves fluttering down. This blow completely shattered walking grasses will the fight. We did it. Little Yellow cheered triumphantly, standing proudly with its hands on its hips. Seeing this, Wang Chong stepped forward and gently patted Little Yellow's head, with a hint of exasperation in his voice. What's there to be proud of? Defeating such a weak Pokemon like Walking Grass isn't something to boast about. Our goal is to become a Charizard. Little Yellow immediately toned down its pride and sincerely said, You're right, Master. Wang Chong continued. Besides, you were pretty lousy at the start, weren't you? Getting knocked down by Walking Grass was embarrassing for me. Little Yellow hung its head in shame. I'm sorry, Master, for embarrassing you. Wang Chong's tone softened. It's okay, just train hard when we get back. You must have felt the benefits of being strong just now, right? Reflecting on the battle, Little Yellow realized. Despite being paralyzed and tackled twice, it hadn't lost its ability to fight. In contrast, Walking Grass was rendered helpless after a single tackle. This stark difference was the advantage of having a strong physique. I love it. I love it. Little Yellow exclaimed excitedly. Master, please train me well when we return. I want to become the strongest Charizard in the world. Seeing Little Yellow's enthusiasm, Wang Chong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In a spuro-themid decision, Wang Chong ordered Xiao Huang to do 300 push-ups for entertainment. Xiao Huang, upon hearing this, humbly began the exercise on the spot. Thanks to his improved physique, these 300 push-ups were not much of a challenge for him. After completing the task, Wang Chong urged Xiao Huang to keep moving forward to gain practical combat experience. After all, battling a newly emerged Weedle was just an appetizer, offering little substantial experience. This encounter mostly served to make Xiao Huang aware that deceit exists even among Pokemon. Soon after, Xiao Huang encountered his second Pokemon Caterpie with peak beginner strength. Although it showed signs of evolution, it was still small, only 30 centimeters long and weighing about 3 kilograms. In contrast, Xiao Huang's 15-kilogram weight was a significant advantage. Despite his lack of battle experience, Xiao Huang could easily handle the situation due to his size advantage. The Caterpie's string shot move was indeed troublesome, as getting entangled would make it difficult to break free. However, as a fire-type Pokemon, Xiao Huang could manage this situation with ease. The ancient forest, being a training ground for novice trainers, had generally low-level Pokemon. Along the way, Xiao Huang encountered more than a dozen Pokemon with beginner-level strength, but not a single opponent with ordinary strength. This left Wang Chong feeling somewhat helpless, as these beginner-level Pokemon no longer posed a threat to Xiao Huang. Just then, a sudden commotion came from the bushes ahead. Out emerged a massive Onix. Even more surprising was that this Onix possessed peak ordinary strength. Wang Chong was immediately puzzled. Normally, the ancient forest should be dominated by grass-type Pokemon, so why was there an Onix? Moreover, this Onix seemed to be in a frenzied state. Xiao Huang, come back quickly. Wang Chong immediately called out to his partner. Although Xiao Huang could easily handle beginner-level Pokemon, he was no match for an opponent of ordinary strength, let alone an Onix at the peak of ordinary strength. At that moment, the Onix noticed Xiao Huang. Its 10-meter-long, over 500-pound body rumbled towards Xiao Huang, seemingly intent on taking him out with a single blow. Xiao Huang had never encountered such a situation before and was terrified, immediately taking off in a run. The size difference alone was enough to overwhelm him, and a direct hit would likely be fatal. It's crucial to remember that this world is not like the virtual Pokemon world. Death is a real possibility here. In battle, a single misstep and being hit by a Pokemon's move can be deadly. Seeing Xiao Huang fleeing in panic, the Onix seemed to become even more frenzied, relentlessly pursuing him. In that moment, the Onix suddenly unleashed its earthquake move, causing the ground to shake violently within a kilometer radius. As cracks spread across the land, the Onix quickly burrowed underground, heading rapidly towards Xiao Huang's location. A sense of foreboding surged in Xiao Huang's heart, and the next second, the ground beneath him split open with a thunderous crack. The massive body of the Onix burst from the earth, its gaping maw poised to swallow Xiao Huang whole. In the nick of time, a figure appeared like a flash of lightning, pulling Xiao Huang to safety. It was Wang Chong, arriving just in time to rescue him. After landing, Wang Chong turned to look at the enraged Onix, which was roaring in frustration at its missed target, his brow furrowed. The Onix's behavior was unusually bizarre, not only appearing in unexpected places, but also with blood-red eyes that hinted at being controlled by some force. Meanwhile, in a dark cave several kilometers away, a shadowy figure exuding a sinister aura muttered to himself. I didn't expect humans to appear nearby. Perfect, let's start the carnage here. Before he finished speaking, he conjured a ball of light in his hand, and hurled it towards the direction of the onyx. The mysterious figure displayed an evil smile, murmuring to himself, "Driving the onyx mad is just an appetizer. My real target is to control the legendary creature of the ancient forest Mew." It is said that the ancient forest has existed since prehistoric times, with a world tree that connected heaven and earth. The spirit that coexisted with the world tree is Mew, possessing the genes of all spirits, able to transform into any spirit, even legendary beasts. The mysterious man continued his monologue. "Humans, you couldn't even dream that I've already infiltrated your world. Once I control Mew, you will all bow at my feet." With a few eerie chuckles, he delved deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, at the J-City branch of the Alliance, Director Zhang Lan was examining a top-secret document. The document indicated that an alien demon had infiltrated J-City with unknown purpose and intentions. The alien demon appeared indistinguishable from humans and was nearly undetectable when not using its abilities. Zhang Lan fell into deep thought. "Wang Dong," Zhang Lan said sternly, "we have an urgent mission. An alien demon has infiltrated J-City, and we must capture it before it takes any action." 100 years ago, the sudden appearance of the secret realm disrupted the world's order. The alien demons within the secret realm attempted to invade the human world, leading to a century-long war as humans fought back. The secret realm's emergence was both a crisis and an opportunity, containing new spirits and abundant resources. Though alien demons only wielded primitive weapons, their formidable physical strength allowed them to engage in close combat with spirits. For a century, both sides have been evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. Now, the situation awaits a catalyst to break the balance. The onyx let out a thunderous roar, its eyes, controlled by the evil force, gleaming with a fierce red glow. Clearly, Wang Chong's act of saving Xiao Huang had enraged it. The massive creature angrily swung its rocky tail, slamming it into the ground repeatedly, each strike creating deep craters in the hard surface, as if trying to vent all its fury on this land. Wang Chong calmly assessed the frenzied onyx. A decision forming in his mind had to subdue this rampaging beast first. Just then, the onyx abruptly stopped its pointless outburst, its bloodshot eyes fixating on Wang Chong and Xiao Huang, and it charged at them with astonishing speed. The massive body combined with a full-force charge could easily crush an ordinary creature into pulp. However, in the face of the charging onyx, Wang Chong remained motionless, seemingly waiting for something. Held tightly in Wang Chong's hand, Xiao Huang panicked, whimpering, "Woo-woo. Master, what's wrong? Are you scared stiff? Run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late." Yet Wang Chong remained composed, reassuring in a light-hearted tone. "Calm down. Don't panic. It's no big deal." This nonchalant attitude only further infuriated the onyx, and it roared, accelerating its charge. Boom! A deafening crash echoed all around. Xiao Huang shut its eyes tight, unable to imagine the impending disaster. However, the expected pain never arrived. Curiously, it opened its eyes, and the scene before it left it completely dumbfounded. Wang Chong was holding Xiao Huang in one arm, while his other hand was firmly pressed against the onyx's forehead. On the ground, a deep groove extended to Wang Chong's feet, clearly indicating where the onyx had been forcibly dragged. Wang Chong had actually stopped the onyx's full-force charge with just one hand. This scene completely overturned Xiao Huang's understanding of humans. It couldn't help but exclaim in its mind, "Is the master really this powerful? Is he even human? Can humans truly reach such a level?" In reality, ordinary humans indeed couldn't achieve this. But over the past 3 years, Wang Chong's physique had been continuously enhanced by a system. Although each enhancement was small, they accumulated over time, making him so powerful that even he wasn't sure of his own limits. At least, so far, he hadn't encountered anything that could break through his defenses. Seeing the astonished Xiao Huang, Wang Chong smiled and said, "Xiao Huang, did you see that? This is the benefit of physical training." Xiao Huang immediately became excited. "Woo-woo, really? Can I reach this level too?" In its mind, it envisioned a future where it was a muscular Charizard, invincible. Even Wang Chong couldn't rival it. Watching Xiao Huang lost in its fantasies, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle, thinking it was probably imagining some strange scenarios. Meanwhile, the onyx was utterly bewildered. Its eyes, once filled with rage, now showed confusion, as if it couldn't comprehend what had just occurred. A strong human managed to withstand the impact of the onyx, which is truly unbelievable. However, the vast difference in strength determined the outcome. The onyx quickly used harden and heavy slam, its massive body rising into the air and crashing down towards Wang Chong. Facing the incoming threat, Wang Chong showed no fear. He clenched his fist with his free hand, gathering strength for a powerful strike. Boom! His fist collided with the rock, and the onyx's steel-like body cracked. It's worth noting that harden significantly boosts defense, yet Wang Chong's punch still caused it to crack. Without this defensive layer, the onyx might have shattered completely. Even though the onyx is made of rock and lacks flesh and blood, it shouldn't feel pain. Yet, at this moment, it experienced unprecedented fear. Controlled by the demon, the Onyx actually felt intimidated by the human in front of it. Meanwhile, the demon deep in the tunnel sensed something was amiss. The Onyx he controlled seemed to be out of control. In his understanding, this was impossible. The demon's magic could always forcibly enslave Pokemon, and there had never been a case of rebellion. However, now, the connection between him and the Onyx was becoming unusually weak. Wang Chong looked at the Onyx curled up not far away, a slight smile playing on his lips as he taunted. It's rude not to return the favor. Come on, let's have a go. The Onyx retreated in fear, as if saying, don't come any closer. At that moment, the demon in the tunnel suddenly coughed up blue blood. The Onyx's rebellion caused his magic to backfire. The demon fell into self-doubt, unable to comprehend why the Pokemon enslaved by his magic would betray him. Nevertheless, he decided to continue deeper. According to ancient texts, Mew and the World Tree are hidden in the ancient forests of the human world. If he could control Mew, he could manipulate the World Tree, gaining endless power and potentially becoming a demon god. Wang Chong scratched his head in confusion as he watched the Onyx flee. He didn't understand why the Onyx was so terrified. After all, he had only landed a few punches, causing some cracks, but not endangering its life. At this point, the Onyx's eyes seemed to have returned to normal. Just then, a Pidgeot, strong enough to be at the elite level, flew over with a man in an Alliance Guard uniform standing on its back. Hello, I'm an Alliance Guard, codename 9527. You can call me Officer Zhang, the man said. We just received a report of a level 4 earthquake in this area, suspected to be caused by a Pokemon using the earthquake move. Do you know anything about this? Zhang Ran navigated through the dense, ancient forest, arriving near the epicenter of the earthquake. The area was eerily silent, with only Wang Chong standing there. As Zhang Ran caught sight of Wang Chong's physique, he couldn't help but gasp. Even in long sleeves and pants, Wang Chong's impressive muscular build was unmistakable, resembling a human sculpture. Reporting to Officer Zhang, Wang Chong began. A large rock snake just used an earthquake move. Zhang Ran was taken aback, quickly processing the information. The ancient forest was predominantly home to grass and water-type creatures. So how did a rock snake appear here? Could it be an abandoned pet? He weighed the possibilities, realizing he couldn't be complacent. Although not native, a rock snake's evolutionary potential was significant. If it evolved into a Steelix, it could at least reach elite status, with some even becoming masters. Moreover, this rock snake had mastered the earthquake move, and leaving it unchecked could lead to disaster. Thanks for the intel, Zhang Ran said. Can you tell me which direction it went? Wang Chong pointed. This way. Zhang Ran nodded in appreciation, about to remind Wang Chong not to linger in the forest. However, upon seeing Wang Chong's robust physique, comparable to a Buzzwole, he held his tongue. With such a build, the forest creatures would struggle to pose a threat. As Zhang Ran rode away on a Pidgeot, Wang Chong felt a twinge of envy. Flying-type creatures were indeed convenient. Standing with arms crossed on a creature's back looked truly commanding. He turned to his Charmander and said, Xiao Huang, you need to hurry and evolve. I hope you become a Charizard so I can ride you. Xiao Huang responded with a puzzled coo. It thought, a typical Charizard is only about 1.7 meters tall, but its owner is already 2.3 meters tall. How could he possibly ride? With the departure of the rock snake and Zhang Ran, Wang Chong continued his training journey. Along the way, he encountered only novice-level wild creatures, which Xiao Huang easily defeated. These creatures were all puzzled by the Charmander's fighting style moves. You're a fire type. Why not use fire instead of punches and kicks? By the end of the day, Xiao Huang's battle experience had grown significantly, with stamina being its only shortcoming. After battling over 30 creatures, it was exhausted. Seeing this, Wang Chong sighed. All right, today's training ends here. When we get back, review today's battle experiences and think about where you can improve. Got it, Master, Xiao Huang replied, having already grasped the important lessons from today's battles. To have a strong physique is the foundation of everything. Xiao Huang recalled the words of the old Charizard from his childhood, echoing in his ears. Back then, they were told that a powerful Charizard could breathe fire hot enough to melt steel. However, at this moment, Xiao Huang couldn't help but scoff. Breathing fire? How could that compare to the thrill of a physical fight? Breathing fire consumed too much energy and was far less practical than honing one's body to its peak. Xiao Huang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He pondered, if he continued to train tirelessly, how astonishing could his future capabilities become? Surely, no one would be able to stand against him. Just as Wang Chong was about to retrace his steps, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. This unusual tremor made Wang Chong instantly alert. Could it be an earthquake? The shaking intensified, as if the sky was falling and the ground was collapsing, causing the hidden creatures around to scatter in a frenzy. Several kilometers away, Zhang Ran, who had just captured an Onyx with a universal contract Pokeball, also felt the sudden earthquake. He frowned, filled with questions. Why was there an earthquake out of the blue? The monitoring bureau hadn't issued any warnings. Could something unforeseen have happened? Zhang Ran immediately reported via his communication device. This is Unit 9527, Zhang Ran. A sudden earthquake has occurred in the ancient forest. The situation is unusual, requesting support and a lockdown of the area. The Alliance Division Police Bureau quickly responded. Request received, Comrade Zhang Ran. Maintain order on site. Support is on the way. Zhang Ran acted decisively. Let's go. Adam, let's patrol the surrounding area. His Pidgeot, Adam, responded with a call, spreading its wings and taking flight to survey the vicinity. The earthquake persisted with no sign of stopping. The ground began to split open, countless cracks spreading like a web, threatening to swallow the entire ancient forest. Yet Wang Chong stood calmly, waiting for the earthquake to end. For ordinary people and even creatures, this level of disaster would be terrifying, but to Wang Chong, it was nothing. Suddenly, the ground beneath Wang Chong began to crumble, on the verge of collapse. At the critical moment, he grabbed Xiao Huang, and with a slight exertion of his legs, sprang into the air like a spring. The spot where they had stood turned to dust, while Wang Chong landed securely in a relatively safe area several meters away. Xiao Huang was stunned by the scene. Was this really his master? A seemingly ordinary human capable of such incredible feats. Xiao Huang became obsessed with the idea of training. He thought to himself, if he trained as diligently as his master, wouldn't he easily surpass him in the future? Wang Chong keenly sensed the unusual nature of this earthquake. His sharp eyes caught sight of a beam of light suddenly shooting into the sky not far away. Then, without warning, the ground beneath Wang Chong began to sink rapidly. It wasn't just his immediate area. Within a 5-kilometer radius, nearly the entire ancient forest was collapsing in an instant. Fortunately, as evening approached, most people had already left, with only a few unlucky ones unable to evacuate in time, falling into the ground as it collapsed. Among them was Wang Chong, who, despite his strong physique, was not capable of flying. A thunderous noise, akin to an explosion, echoed for kilometers, marking the collapse of the ground. Dust rose from the enormous crater, spreading everywhere. Zhang Ran hovered above the ancient forest, his expression serious as he realized that something significant was unfolding. Suddenly, Zhang Ran noticed a dazzling beam of light emerging from the center of the crater. Something's off. Arceus, go, he murmured. Responding to his command, Pidgeot spread its wings and flew towards the beam's location. Upon reaching the site, Zhang Ran was stunned. In the center of the light stood a massive tree stump, hundreds of meters wide. Even more shocking was the figure at its center, shrouded in dark Energia demon. As a member of the Alliance, Zhang Ran was all too familiar with this formidable enemy of humanity. He immediately realized that this earthquake was likely the demon's doing. Report to the division. A demon has been spotted here. I repeat, a demon has been spotted here, requesting backup. Zhang Ran urgently called out, while instructing Pidgeot to approach the central tree stump. At the stump, the demon was fixated on the pure energy particles in front of it, a sinister smile spreading across its face. Finally found it. The essence of dreams, it whispered. Once I obtain it, I can summon the dream. Then, I shall become the demon god of this world. I wonder what kind of authority this world tree can grant me. The demon estimated it would take a few more minutes to fully summon the dream. Just then, it heard the sound of something cutting through the air and turned to see Zhang Ran riding Pidgeot approaching. Didn't expect the alliance to arrive so quickly, the demon thought. But it doesn't matter. The essence of dreams has appeared, and the dream is being awakened. Even if it's powerful, how much strength can it muster after such a long slumber? I can't let you disrupt my plans, the demon whispered, releasing a surge of dark energy that spread towards the spirits that had fallen due to the collapse. The elves were not completely wiped out. Most were merely injured. After all, elves have a much stronger constitution than humans and can save themselves even when falling. However, at this critical moment, a wave of sinister energy swept in, instantly enslaving the wild elves who had not formed any contracts. The source of this malevolent energy was a master-level demon. According to the Alliance's standards, he should only be able to control up to 3 elves of the same level. But the elves here were mostly at the newborn or common level, making them easy prey for him. The demon didn't expect these weak elves to fight. He just needed them to hold off Zhang Ran at all costs. Demon, prepare to die. Zhang Ran sprang into action the moment he arrived, throwing out 5 Pokeballs. His Charmeleon, Poliwhirl, and Geodude were at the common level, while his Blastoise and Beedrill had reached the elite level. Along with the Pidgeot at his feet, 6 elves launched an attack on the demon simultaneously. The demon sneered dismissively. I thought you might be a real threat, but you're just an elite trainer. Do you really think you can take me down? With that, he unleashed the aura of a master, instantly suppressing Zhang Ran and all his elves. Zhang Ran felt a sense of foreboding. He hadn't expected a master-level demon to infiltrate J City. He realized he had been careless, but at this point, He could only brace himself and hope for reinforcements. He endured the pressure while reporting the situation and directing his elves to attack. The demon smirked as the malevolent energy formed a barrier, effortlessly blocking the attacks from the 6 elves. Meanwhile, the controlled elves began to climb the massive tree stumps, their eyes glowing crimson like onyx, clearly under the demon's complete control. As expected, Zhang Ran was defeated. The demon stepped on his chest, sneering. "You thought you could handle me?" He then slapped Zhang Ran hard. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. My ascension to godhood needs an audience." Nearby, all of Zhang Ran's elves lay on the ground, having lost their fighting strength. The enslaved elves stood guard over them, preventing any escape. Just then, a clear bell rang out. The slumbering Mew was awakened. It emerged from the essence of dreams, looking around in confusion. It should still be asleep, so why had it suddenly awoken? The demon saw Mew and went into a frenzy. Finally, success. He spread his arms, advancing toward the newly awakened Mew. "Next, you will witness the birth of a great deity." Mew squinted, making a curious sound. Suddenly, it sensed something and fixed its gaze on the figure radiating sinister energy. With its ability to discern good and evil, Mew immediately realized this creature had ill intentions towards it. Mijo. Menghuan attempted to intimidate the demon to make him back off. However, the demon was not one to give up easily. "Come on, Menghuan, fall into my embrace. Help me become a god." The demon laughed maniacally, as waves of dark energy surged towards Menghuan. Having just awakened, Menghuan's powers were not fully restored, leaving him unprepared for the sudden attack. Fortunately, he quickly used teleportation to flash several hundred meters away. The demon sneered. As expected of the spirit of illusions, a being with dominion. But newly awakened, where can you possibly hide? Using the dark energy entwined around Menghuan, the demon swiftly locked onto his target. "Surrender to my servitude." The demon descended into madness, as the dark energy grew even more intense. Despite Menghuan's fierce resistance, he was nearly overpowered, on the verge of being controlled. In a desperate moment, Menghuan released his last bit of mental energy. "Help me." At that moment, Wang Chong was nearby doing one-handed push-ups, waiting for rescue. Suddenly, an ethereal female voice echoed in his mind. "Help me." Why does this voice sound so familiar? Wang Chong suddenly remembered hearing a similar cry for help in a shooting game he played in his past life. He decided to investigate. "Xiao Huang, let's go." Meanwhile, the enslaved Menghuan had already returned to the tree stump. The demon boasted. "Come, Menghuan, connect with the world tree, awaken it, and grant me dominion over heaven and earth. Only with such power and divine office can one become a god." Menghuan was forced to begin awakening the world tree. In an instant, the ground trembled, and spiritual energy surged forth. The surrounding space distorted as the smooth tree stump rapidly grew into a towering tree that reached the sky. The demon, Zhang Ran, and the other spirits were instantly transferred inside the world tree. "Ha! It's done. Finally, it's done. Soon, I will obtain dominion over heaven and earth and become a god," the demon exclaimed in ecstasy. Zhang Ran, who was subdued by the spirits, roared in anger. "Damn it! You will never succeed." The demon dismissed him with disdain. "Heh, you can witness the birth of a god from here." He turned to Menghuan. "Come on, begin." However, Menghuan remained motionless. The next second, a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in the demon's heart. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Wang Chong. He looked around and realized he was inside the world tree. Suddenly, his voice shattered the silence. "Who's there?" The demon turned sharply at the sound, almost startled by the unexpected human presence. It frowned, scrutinizing Wang Chong, puzzled as to how this formidable-looking human had appeared here. The moment Zhang Ran saw Wang Chong, he was overwhelmed with excitement. However, he quickly remembered the power of the demon before them and became worried. "Leave now," he shouted urgently. "This one's a master-level demon." The mention of demon immediately piqued Wang Chong's interest. From his parents' stories and school textbooks, he was well aware of this enemy of humanity. Calmly, he said, "Since I'm here, there's no need to run." The demon sneered, releasing dark energy to try and suppress Wang Chong. However, the energy surrounding Wang Chong seemed to have no effect. Confounded, the demon intensified its power, attempting to overwhelm Wang Chong. To the demon's shock, Wang Chong ignored the restraints of the dark energy and strode right up to it. The demon looked up at Wang Chong's towering figure, involuntarily swallowing hard, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure. With disdain, Wang Chong remarked, "Is this what a demon is? Not impressive at all." With that, he exerted a bit of force and punched the demon in the chest. Despite the demon's nearly 6'3" stature, it seemed small before Wang Chong. The punch sent the demon flying, crashing heavily against the tree wall, blue blood spilling from its mouth, eyes filled with disbelief. The demon was incredulous. Was this truly a human? It realized that in physical combat, it was no match for Wang Chong. Even the surrounding spirits posed no threat to him. In desperation, the demon shouted, "Dreamweaver, quickly, let the world tree grant me the power of heaven and earth." It knew that only by becoming a god could it hope to defeat Wang Chong. Otherwise, all would be lost. It was then that Wang Chong noticed Dreamweaver nearby, its eyes flickering with a red light identical to that of the giant rock snake from before. He suddenly understood that the earlier rock snake had also been controlled by this demon. However, despite the demon's command, something happened that filled it with despair. Dream, the mythical spirit with divine powers, could not be controlled by a master-level demon for long. Although it had just awakened from a deep slumber and was weakened, temporarily enslaved by the demon, it managed to break free as its strength gradually returned. The demon was already wounded by the backlash from the onyx, and now, with Dream's retaliation, it could no longer endure the searing pain within. It fell heavily to the ground, convulsing wildly as blue blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. Freed from the demon's control, the enslaved spirits returned to their true selves. Zhang Ran finally found relief and let out a deep sigh. Surprisingly, the demon was already overwhelmed without anyone needing to intervene. "Thank you, human, for saving me," Dream chirped as it flew around Wang Chong joyfully. Clearly, Wang Chong's unexpected punch had temporarily incapacitated the demon, giving Dream the chance to break free. Without this opportunity, the demon might have succeeded in exploiting Dream's symbiotic relationship with the world tree to gain the power of the world. "No problem, just a small gesture," Wang Chong replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Zhang Ran, now free, approached Wang Chong with gratitude. "We meet again, trainer. Thanks to you." The demon was subdued. If it had succeeded, the consequences would have been disastrous. Just summoning the world tree could have caused the entire ancient forest to collapse, resulting in countless innocent lives lost. It's only natural to harbor hatred for the demon. Though severely injured, the demon was still alive. It roared with resentment. "Cursed human, you've ruined my plan to become a god." Clearly, it wished to tear Wang Chong apart and devour him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ran's expression turned icy. He strode over to the demon and delivered a resounding slap. Admittedly, the demon's body was remarkably tough, which made Zhang Ran marvel at Wang Chong's strength in managing to knock it away with a single punch. He wondered if such power required the strength of an elite-level spirit. As he looked at Wang Chong, he was filled with awe and curiosity about how this young man had developed such a formidable physique. Zhang Ran retrieved anti-demon handcuffs from his space bag, securely restraining the demon. He then began to report the current situation. Before long, reinforcements arrived. Wang Chong boarded the rescue helicopter, gazing down at the now-collapsed ancient forest below, feeling a sense of regret. At the center of the world tree, chaos reigned. Meng Huan stood on the shattered ground, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. "This is all my fault. Let me make it right," she whispered softly. Meng Huan closed her eyes, her entire being emitting a gentle glow. A unique power surged from within her, rippling outward. The broken earth began to heal, and the dead humans and elves were revived. The trees of the ancient forest stood tall once more, their branches lush and green. Under Meng Huan's control, the world tree gradually faded into the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, everything was restored as if the disaster had never occurred. Meng Huan opened her eyes, and a wave of exhaustion hit her. She swayed slightly, drifting into the arms of Wang Chong not far away, gently landing in his embrace. Meng Huan had a unique ability to perceive the hearts of others. She could clearly sense Wang Chong's goodwill, which made her feel at ease. In the warmth of Wang Chong's arms, Meng Huan fell asleep again, though this rest would not be long. Wang Chong looked down at the sleeping Meng Huan, a bit stunned. "Is this dream spirit going to stick with me?" he murmured to himself. "Master, have we got a new companion?" Xiao Huang asked curiously, sensing the immense energy contained within Meng Huan. Wang Chong thought for a moment and shrugged. "I guess so. Oh well, one more or one less doesn't matter." He considered his parents, who were master trainers, knowing his family wasn't short on resources. Another pair of chopsticks at home won't make a difference. Just then, Zhang Ran approached, having finished his report. He boarded the rescue helicopter because his 6 Pokémon were too injured from the battle to fly him. "Hello, trainer. Thank you for your help in subduing the strange demon," Zhang Ran said sincerely. Wang Chong responded humbly. "It was nothing." Zhang Ran shook his head. "It was far from nothing. We've all seen the havoc the demon caused." His gaze fell on Meng Huan in Wang Chong's arms, recalling the astonishing scene earlier. "If I'm not mistaken, it's this little one that restored everything, right? Such a power to turn back time and reverse death." Zhang Ran was lost in thought. As an elite trainer and member of the Alliance Police Bureau, he knew secrets most people didn't. Champion level? No, even champion-level Pokémon can't achieve this. It must be something beyond a championed deity. He remembered the legends of mythical creatures, those that held dominion over the world with divine authority. Looking at Wang Chong, Zhang Ran couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. In legend, the sky-guarding Rayquaza, and the auspicious Ho-Oh are both enigmatic creatures. Even in the satellite era, their whereabouts remain elusive. Yet, what lay before Zhang Ran now was a truly extraordinary being. This creature was small, about 40 centimeters tall, covered in soft pink fur, resembling an adorable little cat at first glance. However, its ability to reverse life and death undeniably elevated it to a godlike status. Zhang Ran cautiously observed this creature, known as Mew, refraining from accepting it rashly. Even in today's nuclear-armed world, a being of this caliber was not something humans could easily provoke. I'm planning to make this public, Zhang Ran told Wang Chong. Are you willing to have your name disclosed? Wang Chong shook his head. It's better not to. It's just a minor thing. I'm already quite noticeable, and this would only draw more attention wherever I go. Zhang Ran nodded in understanding. All right. However, you did contribute to subduing the otherworldly creature, so we'll be awarding you a bonus. Wang Chong immediately provided his account number. After chatting for a bit, Wang Chong was sent back to City J. Upon exiting the police bureau of the City J Alliance branch, Wang Chong knew the bonus would take some time to arrive. Nevertheless, he wasn't concerned, as he still had several million he hadn't touched. He called for a driverless rideshare and returned home. Carefully, he prepared a cozy little nest for Mew, wondering when it might awaken. As a former anime enthusiast and now with a Pokemon encyclopedia at his disposal, Wang Chong knew all about Mew's abilities and origins. Mew was not only a species name, but the one before him was a special being, coexisting with the tree of beginning and possessing divine duties. Is this like having a deity residing in my home? Wang Chong mused to himself, shaking off distracting thoughts as he turned and entered the training room. Upon entering, he saw Xiao Huang diligently training. Ever since tasting the fire-type energy cubes, Xiao Huang had embarked on a disciplined training regimen. Witnessing the advantages of a strong physique and especially seeing his master easily subdue a terrifying otherworldly creature, Xiao Huang's enthusiasm for training had soared. Seeing his Pokemon so dedicated, Wang Chong wasn't about to be outdone and immediately joined in the training. As night fell, a significant figure arrived from Alliance headquarters, a champion-level powerhouse. In a third-tier city like City J, his presence was enough to cause a seismic stir. The purpose of this visit was to judge the captured master-level otherworldly creature. With this powerhouse's arrival, the night in City J seemed to grow heavier and more tense. The news of a master-level demon infiltrating the human stronghold hit like a bombshell, causing a massive upheaval among the Alliance's top ranks. This wasn't just a dangerous signal, it was a troubling mystery. It's well known that the stronger a demon is, the more hidden magic power it possesses, making it easier for detection systems to identify. While lower-level demons might slip through the cracks, a master-level demon with raging magical energy couldn't possibly evade such stringent checks. This leaves only one chilling possibility: a traitor among humans. After numerous approvals, a heavenly king finally stood before the imprisoned demon. The sight was pitiful. This once powerful being was now tightly restrained, looking haggard. The heavenly king knocked on the table and said coldly, "Time to wake up." The demon slowly raised its head, and, upon realizing it was one of the Alliance's renowned 12 heavenly kings, managed a bitter smile. Ha ha ha, isn't this Jiegu, the 6th-ranked water heavenly king of the Alliance? It seems my arrival has really put you all on edge. Jiegu sat expressionlessly on a stool, crossing his legs, and spoke in a calm tone. You know why I'm here. Will you talk, or do I need to use some methods? The demon stubbornly lifted its head, a hint of determination flashing in its eyes. Human, you'll never get any information out of me. Even if I die here, killed by you, I won't reveal a thing. Jieji's lips curled into a slight smile. Good, I like tough guys like you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as much fun. With that, he took a Pokeball from his belt and released his ace Pokemon Master-level Golduck. Golduck, this one's all yours. Give our demon friend a taste of the water torture, Jiegu commanded. Golduck, responded the Golduck, its usually dull eyes now glinting with a cold light. Using its psychic powers, it restrained the demon, blindfolded it, bound its limbs, and immobilized its head. Then, droplets of water began to fall precisely on the demon's forehead. The demon initially tried to bravely withstand what seemed like an insignificant punishment, but soon realized it was gravely mistaken. Each seemingly ordinary droplet felt like a sharp blade, constantly slicing through its nerves. Is this it? You think you can extract information from me like this? Dream on, the demon shouted, clinging to its last shred of defiance. Jiegu watched coldly and gave the guards a final instruction. Keep a close eye on him. Report any anomalies to me immediately. With that, he turned and left the cell. As he exited the interrogation room, Jieji's thoughts returned to the report that had caused such a stir. According to the records, the key to successfully subduing such a powerful demon was the assistance of a rookie trainer. Who exactly was this mysterious newcomer? Jiegu found himself deeply intrigued by the rookie trainer mentioned in the report. How strong can a novice trainer be? Jiegu, having just transitioned from this phase, knows all too well. Typically, the gap between a novice trainer and a master-level demon is like a chasm, with the latter able to intimidate the former with merely a glance. However, the novice trainer mentioned in the report was exceptionally formidable, possessing a strength that was astonishing. Jie found himself deeply curious. How powerful must this novice trainer be to subdue a master-level demon? The next day, everything that happened in the ancient forest was reported by the Alliance News. The demon invasion, its subjugation, and the restoration of all the destruction, even the resurrection of the dead, were all covered. These incredible events suddenly thrust the previously obscure third-tier city of J City into the spotlight. People were shocked by the demon's invasion and puzzled as to how such a powerful demon could infiltrate Blue Star. But what was even more astounding was the mysterious power capable of bringing the dead back to life and restoring everything. For those familiar with trainers' abilities, even a champion-level existence would find it difficult to exhibit such astonishing power. The only possible being with such power might be the legendary Ho-Oh. However, the existence of Ho-Oh has always been shrouded in mystery, with no one able to confirm its authenticity. To uncover the truth, powerful trainers from around the world flocked to the ancient forest, hoping to find opportunities to push their Pokémon beyond their limits. The strength of Pokémon is usually limited by their species. Take the Charmander family, for instance. Even if it evolves into a Charizard, its strength typically ranges from elite to master level. Breaking this limit with conventional methods is nearly impossible. The only hope lies in finding a special opportunity, such as harnessing the power of a rare treasure to break through species limitations. Unfortunately, such opportunities are exceedingly rare, and in the long history of humanity, they can be counted on one hand. Zhang Ran's report deliberately concealed the existence of the mythical creature, Mew. In his view, Mew was akin to a deity, and provoking such a being could have unpredictable consequences. Judging by the powers Mew displayed, this deity was no ordinary entity. If it could resurrect the dead, it could certainly bring death to the living. To avoid disturbing Mew, Zhang Ran decided to omit any mention of it in his report, instead stating that an unknown presence had saved those who should have died and restored everything in the ancient forest. After all, when Mew demonstrated its abilities, only he and Wang Chong witnessed it, with no third party aware, so there was no risk of information leaking. The next morning, Wang Chong completed the daily tasks issued by the system as usual. Ding, the system notification sounded. Reward received, slight improvement in physical fitness. Wang Chong turned to look at Xiao Huang, who was already sprawled on the ground from exhaustion, and said sternly, Xiao Huang, this won't do. You've only done 1,000 push-ups, and you're already worn out. In the future, how can I become stronger? This question echoed in Xiao Huang's mind, instantly igniting his fighting spirit. Indeed, if he couldn't handle just 1,000 push-ups, how could he surpass his master in the future? How could he become the strongest spirit? Despite the aching muscles all over his body, Xiao Huang gritted his teeth and continued doing pull-ups. However, accidents are sometimes unavoidable. Due to overtraining, Xiao Huang strained his muscles and was once again sent to the spirit hospital. In the familiar treatment room, the same nurse brought the spirit ball. The nurse, who was only 1.5 meters tall, looked up at the 2.3-meter tall muscular Wang Chong and asked helplessly, Wang Chong, aren't you afraid that overtraining your spirits might make them resent you? She then mentioned a news report about a trainer who was too harsh, leading to a spirit refusing to follow commands during an exploration, resulting in the trainer being killed by wild spirits. Wang Chong recalled Xiao Huang's enthusiasm for training and thought it unlikely. I don't think so. He seems very passionate about training. The nurse, however, was not convinced. Even if they don't resent you, overtraining is detrimental to their physical and mental growth. As a trainer, you should learn to balance work and rest for the spirits to better develop their potential. Faced with this advice, Wang Chong found it reasonable. All right, I'll pay attention and have a good talk with him when we get back. The nurse nodded in satisfaction. As a relative of Wang Chong, she didn't want to hear news about a man from J City being killed by a spirit due to harsh training. Back home, Wang Chong found that Dream was still asleep, seemingly unable to wake up due to excessive energy consumption. He summoned Xiao Huang from the spirit ball and, looking at its small body, said, Xiao Huang, from today on, your training tasks will be halved. Wang Chong had realized that Xiao Huang did not have a system that made it stronger through training like he did, so holding Xiao Huang to his own standards was indeed unfair. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Huang was shocked. He thought, Master, what are you saying? Why reduce training? Are you afraid I'll surpass you in the future, so you're stopping me from training? Wang Chong continued to explain, I've thought about it, and applying my situation to you isn't fair. Plus, as a fire-type spirit, you should practice your fire skills more. Xiao Huang was even more puzzled, secretly thinking, I knew it, the master is afraid I'll surpass him in the future, so he's having my training tasks. But since Wang Chong couldn't understand his thoughts, Xiao Huang could only swallow these words silently. Xiao Huang was determined to surpass his master. Not only did he refuse to have his training tasks, but he also secretly intensified his workouts. He had already tasted the joy of getting stronger, and even though it might lead to muscle strain, with the presence of a sprite hospital, that wasn't a concern. Just then, the doorbell at Wang Chong's house suddenly rang. He glanced at the surveillance monitor and saw a man who looked fairly robust standing outside. This stranger claimed to be from the local branch of the police department, saying he was there to conduct an investigation. In reality, this person was Jie, who was quite interested in Wang Chong. As one of the 12 kings, he wanted to privately meet this novice trainer who had helped subdue a master-level demon. To avoid excessive adulation, he deliberately disguised himself as a police officer. However, Wang Chong was suspicious. He recalled that he had already been investigated the night before, and the attire of the person in front of him, a casual coat paired with shorts, was far from the image of a police officer. Could this be a scammer? Wang Chong thought, and not even a professional one. Wang Chong acted swiftly, opened his anti-fraud app, and dialed the police. Hello, officer? There's someone at my door claiming to be from the J City Police Department, but he's dressed like a street loiterer. He provided his address. I'll try to stall him. Please come quickly. Meanwhile, the police dispatch center began verifying the situation and soon confirmed that the J City Police Department had not sent anyone to investigate Wang Chong. The staff promptly notified the J City Police Department that someone was impersonating them to commit fraud. Inside the police department, the officers were furious upon receiving the news. Someone dares to impersonate us, one officer exclaimed angrily. Who will join me to bring this jerk in? I will, volunteered another officer who had just completed a task. At this moment, Wang Chong had already pressed the button to open the door, ready to hold the scammer there. As a responsible citizen, he felt it was his duty to do so. The door swung open, and Jie stepped inside. Please cooperate with the investigation, he said, completely unaware that he was about to walk into an unexpected situation. Wang Chong pushed open the door of his house and stepped into the yard where a man claiming to be from the police department stood. The yard was small, but it was enough space for the spirits to practice their minor skills. As soon as the man saw Wang Chong, his eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened in shock. Is this a mock camp? The man thought, quickly dismissing such a ridiculous idea. The human before him was covered in bulging muscles, each one looking as if it might burst through his clothes at any moment. Recalling the previous reports, the man realized that calling Wang Chong strong would be an understatement for his nearly perfect muscular physique. Despite being one of the 12 kings and having undergone 9 spiritual baptisms, the man couldn't shake off the absurd notion that he might not withstand a single punch from Wang Chong. This thought made him uneasy, yet he couldn't deny the oppressive aura emanating from Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong, expressionless, walked up to the man and looked down at him from above. Even though the man was 1.8 meters tall, he seemed small next to Wang Chong's towering 2.3-meter frame. Clearing his throat, the man tried to maintain his composure. Hello, I'm from the police department. I'm here to investigate how you managed to subdue that demon. Wang Chong was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Aside from the police department, no one knew about his involvement in subduing the demon. Could there be a mole in the department, or was this person in front of him a fraud? As the two men faced off, a whistling sound came from the sky. 2 police officers riding pidgeots descended, their guns aimed at the man. This is the guy, right? He looks so disheveled, daring to impersonate our police department. One officer shouted sternly. Take this audacious guy back with us. The other officer added. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in court. The man looked down at his casual attire, suddenly realizing he might have dressed too informally. Just as he was about to explain, one of the officers eyed him warily. Don't move. If you dare attack us, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. That's right. Assaulting a police officer is no small matter. For the sake of your future, you'd better surrender. The officer shouted sternly, his eyes full of caution. Jigga paused, internally smiling wryly. He had only intended to hide his identity and approach this rookie trainer, but he was mistaken for a fraudster and nearly accused of assaulting an officer. What if I told you I'm one of the 12 heavenly kings of the league? Would you believe me? Jigga said helplessly, a hint of resignation in his voice. The 2 officers exchanged doubtful glances before replying righteously. Do you think we're that easy to fool? After a heated exchange, the truth finally came to light. Jigga was indeed one of the 12 heavenly kings, ranked 6th as the Water King, and also an honorary director at the league headquarters. Ideally, all officers should have been informed of his arrival last night. Unfortunately, these 2 officers were out on patrol and knew nothing of Jigga's presence. Jigga reluctantly revealed his identity. He worried that if he didn't clarify, the next day's headlines would read, "A heavenly king mistaken for a fraudster and arrested by police." If such an embarrassing incident reached the other kings, how could he hold his head up high among them? Wang Chong looked at Jigga's ID and compared it with the photo on the league's official website, feeling at a loss for words. So, you really are Jigga, the Water King among the 12 heavenly kings? He thought. How could the dignified Water King look so scruffy, like a street hooligan? No wonder someone called the police. Yes, Jigga replied, feeling complicated. A thought crossed his mind, should he just deal with these two officers and Wang Chong to erase this embarrassing episode? But he quickly dismissed the idea. So what brings you here, sir? Wang Chong asked. Jigga, with a cigarette hanging from his lips, looked even more like a street rogue. I wanted to see you, the rookie trainer who helped subdue a master-level demon. I had my doubts, but after seeing you, those doubts vanished. With your build, you could probably take on 10 of those guys. He was inwardly amazed by Wang Chong's physique, thinking if all humans were as fit, demons would have been eradicated long ago. By the way, the records say you're a student, right? 18 years old, just contracted a spirit. Jigga continued. Yes, currently attending Jianghai High School, in second year, soon to be third, Wang Chong replied briefly. Kid, after you graduate high school, are you interested in applying to the League University? Jigga asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The League University is the best in terms of strength, faculty, and resources, producing elite trainers, occasionally even master-level ones. We'll see, Wang Chong replied, his tone indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about it. Jigga hesitated, then decided not to press further. All right then, I hope you'll consider applying, he said, a hint of regret in his voice. Jigga tentatively asked Wang Chong if he needed an autograph, but Wang Chong just shook his head. He wasn't a fan chasing after celebrities, nor was he short on money, so what would he need an autograph for? Watching Jigga leave with a slightly dejected silhouette, Wang Chong couldn't help but wonder why this renowned water element master seemed to falter so often in his presence. 3 days later, Wang Chong continued with his regular training routine. Meng Huan was still asleep, with no indication of when it might wake up. His parents called every couple of days to assure Wang Chong that the secret realm they were in was the least dangerous, and the demons they faced were not particularly strong. Meanwhile, influenced by Wang Chong's earlier words, Xiaohuang was secretly doubling its training efforts, determined to surpass all other spirits. Amidst these calm days, Wang Chong's communication watch suddenly beeped. He opened it to find that the reward for assisting in capturing a master-level demon had been deposited 10 million alliance credits. For an ordinary person, this would be a fortune, enough to purchase a spirit with good potential and species. But for Wang Chong, this amount was nothing significant. Wang Chong looked at Xiaohuang and said, Xiaohuang, it's time for some actual combat. Xiaohuang excitedly responded, Woo woo, really? I've been waiting for this day for so long. The intensive training over this period had caused significant changes in Xiaohuang's physique. Its height had reached 80 centimeters, far surpassing the average 60 centimeters of its kind. Its weight had also increased to 30 pounds, capable of easily overpowering an ordinary Charmander just by size alone. After a moment of thought, Wang Chong said, the Middle Forest is no longer suitable for your training. How about we go to the Secret Realm? Woo woo? Secret Realm? What's that place? Xiaohuang asked curiously. Wang Chong took out his communication watch and called his father. The call connected quickly. Son, is something up? His father asked. Dad, I want to take Xiaohuang to your place for some real combat training. Real combat training? If I'm not mistaken, Xiaohuang is only at the newborn level, right? The Middle Forest should suffice. Why come all the way here? Xiaohuang's abilities have far surpassed the newborn level, so I want to bring him to you. Okay, when are you coming? Today, just for a few days. All right, call me when you arrive. After hanging up, Wang Chong said to Xiaohuang, let's pack up and head to the Secret Realm for a little adventure. Truth be told, Wang Chong had never entered a secret realm before. Only trainers were allowed entry, as the Alliance prohibited ordinary people without spirits from going in. Now that Wang Chong was a novice trainer, he naturally wanted to explore the secret realm. As for the demons in the secret realm, Wang Chong wasn't worried. After all, even master-level demons were so weak. How strong could a king-level one possibly be? It's unlikely to encounter a champion-level demon right after entering the secret realm, right? Wang Chong pondered silently. The pastoral secret realm guarded by his parents, being a level 3 secret realm, only required a master-level trainer according to regulations. Under normal circumstances, the strongest demon would be level 3. As for wild spirits, they generally wouldn't attack humans if not provoked. Wang Chong packed a simple bag, mainly to carry the sleeping Dream. Although Dream was as light as a feather, he didn't want to risk it waking up alone at home. With the bag on his back, Wang Chong called for a driverless car and headed straight to the pastoral secret realm in J City. Meanwhile, in the police bureau, Jie Gu was frowning as he studied the report in his hands. During last night's interrogation, the demon revealed shocking information under the torture of the water drop punishment. There was a traitor within the Alliance, and the demon had infiltrated from the pastoral secret realm. Technically, the Guardians should have been disciplined. But considering Wang Chong's contribution to capturing the demon, his parents only received a warning. Even more shocking was the fact that the demon had bribed several patrol guards who monitored magical power. Jie Gu realized it was time to clean up the internal corruption within the Alliance. The report also mentioned a secret that even the demon itself didn't fully understand, which was its reason for sneaking into the human settlement. Jiego couldn't help but worry whether the demon was planning something big again. Their schemes almost always led to war. What's the status of that demon now? Jiego asked. It's been properly dealt with, a subordinate replied, opening a briefcase to reveal a palm-sized, pitch-black rhombus crystal, the magic crystal of a master-level demon. The most common use for such a magic crystal is to enhance a spirit's potential, capable of elevating an elite peak spirit to master level. To humans, demons are both a threat and an opportunity. Similarly, humans are the same to demons. Due to years of being bathed in spiritual energy, human flesh is highly attractive to demons. This mutual exploitation and threat form a complex interaction between the two races. As one of the 12 heavenly kings, Jiegu holds a pivotal position among the demons. He nodded in response, saying, "All right, once it's dealt with, I should be leaving here too." As an honorary director working part-time for the Alliance, Jieji's schedule is packed. Although he doesn't have a specific secret realm to guard, the responsibilities he carries are no less significant. Many crucial decisions require his personal attention. After spending a few days in City J, Jiego realized it was time to return and handle the backlog of official duties. However, there seemed to be hidden implications in the information revealed by the demons. They were planning something. Jiegu astutely picked up on this and immediately arranged for personnel to be dispatched to the pastoral secret realm to investigate, determined to nip the demon's plot in the bud. 2 hours later, Wang Chong stepped out of a driverless DD car, arriving at the pastoral secret realm square the entrance to the realm. His imposing physique immediately caught the attention of those around him, with passers-by stealing glances, silently marveling at the size of this burly man. The square was bustling with people, most of whom were trainers keen on secret realm exploration. Their abilities were generally at the ordinary level, with even elite-level trainers among them. After all, a spirit only needed to evolve once to reach ordinary-level strength. Wang Chong approached the ticket booth and held his information wristband up to the ticket scanner. With a beep, the system prompted, "Identity verified, novice trainer. Successfully charged 20 Alliance coins." The trainers behind him were stunned by this revelation. A novice daring to enter the secret realm alone? How reckless. Yet, upon seeing Wang Chong's tower-like build, they all fell silent. Having successfully purchased his ticket, Wang Chong stepped through the portal to the secret realm. It was a blue vortex, with the surrounding space rippling like water. As he passed through the portal, he felt a chill, and the next moment, he found himself in a vast plaza. It had become a bustling marketplace, filled with the clamor of vendors and visitors alike. Wang Chong took out his phone and called his father. Soon after, he saw his father descending steadily before him on a majestic dragonite. "Dad, where's Mom?" Wang Chong asked. "Your mom went to handle some urgent matters and provide support," his dad replied, looking Wang Chong up and down with a smile. "Wow, kid, it's been a month, and you seem to have bulked up even more." He patted Wang Chong's arm, solid as a rock. Although his father was not short, he appeared somewhat smaller next to his son. The couple had once questioned whether Wang Chong was really their child due to his ever-growing physique. Fortunately, a genetic test confirmed their parentage, suggesting only a genetic mutation might have occurred. By the way, his father's expression suddenly turned serious. "If you're planning to train Xiao Huang in actual combat, it's best not to go too deep into that forest. It's been quite unsettled there lately." "Is the forest not peaceful?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chong furrowed his brow and asked, "What's going on?" Wang's father shook his head and replied casually, "Recently, there seems to be some movement from the demons, but it's not a big deal. They're just at a novice level, so just be a bit cautious." As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Wang Chong's strong physique, and the advice he was about to give was swallowed back. He thought to himself, with this kid's current strength, even ordinary demons might not withstand a single punch from him. "All right, just be careful," Wang's father finally advised simply. Wang Chong nodded in agreement, then asked, "By the way, where did Mom go to help?" "She's at Omping Forest, about 10 kilometers from here," Wang's father explained. "There seem to be demons there attacking some trainers. Given the recent attacks, your mom decided to go there herself." He paused and added, "If you're looking for some training, it's a good place. The spirits in Omping Forest are quite strong." "All right then," Wang Chong replied briefly, then bid farewell to his father and headed towards Omping Forest. Meanwhile, about a kilometer deep in Omping Forest, Zhang Shui stood on the back of a Charizard, coldly watching the area below that had turned into a sea of fire. In the flames, several elite demons were rolling on the ground, engulfed in fire. "Curse you, humans," one demon roared. "When Lord Lade descends, you humans will be doomed. Ha ha. Sacrifice life for the Lord's arrival." The other demons laughed maniacally, unafraid of death. Hearing this, Zhang Shui felt a growing sense of foreboding. "Lord Lade? What kind of entity is that?" she pondered. Recently, demons had frequently attacked trainers in Omping Forest, causing numerous casualties. The victims' bodies were brutally dismembered, and their blood drained completely. Even wild spirits weren't spared. Clearly, these events pointed to a particular plan by the demons. At that moment, Zhang Xue's communication bracelet suddenly chimed. She glanced at the message, and her icy expression softened slightly. That brat. Why didn't he say he was coming? She muttered to herself. Looking at the demon remains turned into magical crystals, Zhang Xue turned to the patrol team beside her and ordered, "Put out the fire and patrol the surroundings. If you spot demons, eliminate them immediately." "Yes, Guardian," the patrol team responded in unison. Zhang Xue had initially thought that guarding this third-tier secret realm, the Pastoral Secret Realm, would be an easy task. But recent abnormal events, and even internal betrayal leading to a master-level demon being released on Blue Star, suggested otherwise. Although the Alliance merely gave a verbal reprimand, she felt that things were more complicated, as if the demons were scheming something significant. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xue finally saw a familiar figure approaching from a distance. It was Wang Chong. At that moment, Wang Chong was jogging towards Anping Forest, with his companion Xiao Wang panting heavily beside him, tongue nearly hanging to the ground. Although his stamina had improved, Wang Chong found himself panting after running over 10 kilometers. He thought to himself with frustration, "This won't do. I'm still too weak. I need to train harder." Finally reaching his destination, Wang Chong sighed in relief. "All right, we're here. Let's take a break." Just then, he saw his mother, Zhang Xue, descending from the sky on a Charizard. The master-level Charizard was massive, standing at 2 meters tall, and it landed gracefully in front of Wang Chong, flapping its wings. Wang Chong recognized this Charizard, having seen it at home before. It was his mom's first and strongest Pokemon. The Charizard greeted Wang Chong warmly. "Roar? Oh, isn't this Wang, the young one? Finally 18 and a trainer now." It then noticed the little yellow creature beside Wang Chong and nodded with approval. "Roar? Oh my, it's one of my kind." Choosing a Charizard was indeed the best decision. The little yellow creature looked curiously at the large Charizard. "Roar? Charizard." The Charizard responded haughtily. "Roar? Yes. In the future, you will surely evolve to my level." It stood at 3 meters tall, far exceeding the typical Charizard height of 1.7 meters. Compared to it, other Charizards seemed like mere siblings. Although the Charizard confidently claimed that the little yellow creature would reach its level one day, it wasn't an easy feat. Its own master-level status was due to both its natural advantage and its ancestry, as its parent had also been a master-level Pokemon. To advance further to the elite level, it would need to defeat an elite-level demon and obtain its magic crystal. Otherwise, it would remain at the master level due to the entrenched limitations of its species, unless a descendant experienced a genetic mutation. Thinking about this, the Charizard looked thoughtfully at Wang Chong. It had watched him grow up and witnessed his every change. The little yellow creature declared confidently, "Roar? Of course. And I will surpass you in the future." The Charizard was moved by the little one's ambition. "Roar? Good kid, you've got spirit." It had to admit, the little yellow creature was indeed exceptional. Even in its own Charmander stage, it hadn't had such an impressive form. The Charizard couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, thinking that if the little one had been born 20 or 30 years earlier, they might have been a pair. Given its current state, the little yellow creature was sure to become a powerful Charizard in the future. While the Charizard and the little yellow creature conversed, Wang Chong was also talking with his mother, Zhang Xue. Zhang Xue set aside her work demeanor and asked gently, "Son, why did you suddenly come into the secret realm? Don't you know it's dangerous here?" Wang Chong explained, "I thought it would be good for little yellow to gain some practical experience. The Pokemon in the ancient forest are no longer challenging enough, so I decided to train in the secret realm. The forest is no longer peaceful these days, and Wang Ma is deeply worried as she tries to dissuade Wang Chong. You'd better not go. Strange creatures are lurking there, and I don't want to see my son hunted down." Her eyes shimmer with concern. Although Wang Chong is strong, Wang Ma knows that humans are no match for these creatures. She continues, "These creatures are as formidable as mythical beings. A single electric shock or burst of flames can cause severe injury or even disability." She pauses and adds, "While modern medicine can heal most injuries except for lost limbs, some mythical creatures can even reattach limbs. Unfortunately, no one in the Alliance possesses this skill." Wang Chong initially wants to show he is fearless, but seeing his mother so worried, he nods in agreement. He then asks, "All right then, is there a battle arena in the secret realm?" "Of course." Wang Ma breathes a sigh of relief. Almost every secret realm has a battle arena. Besides battling wild creatures, you can also fight other trainers to gain practical experience, which helps you improve faster. Then, Wang Chong follows Wang Ma back to the secret realm square and arrives at the battle arena. The arena is mostly filled with novice trainers, with the occasional elite trainer, all aiming to enhance their battle skills. Wang Chong quickly registers his information and waits for his first match. The arena has different ranks: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master. By consistently winning, one can advance to higher ranks, and theoretically, Even a new trainer can reach the master rank. The arena offers 3 modes: team battle, expedition battle, and gauntlet battle. Wang Chong chooses the expedition battle because he only has Xiao Huang, his single creature, making the other modes less fair for him. The waiting time seems to stretch on, and Wang Chong sits on a small stool with his backpack holding his mythical creature, waiting for news. Xiao Huang is beside him, doing push-ups as if warming up for the upcoming battle. Finally, after a seemingly endless 10 minutes, Wang Chong's info watch beeps with a ding, indicating a successful match. His opponent is another bronze 1-star trainer, more experienced than Wang Chong, a novice trainer. As Wang Chong arrives at the battle arena, the other trainer has been waiting, eyes filled with eager anticipation. Wang Chong takes a deep breath, ready to face his first official battle. A seemingly young girl stood opposite Wang Chong, her baby-faced appearance masking her true age. This was Wang Chong's first battle, and he hadn't expected to be matched with a rookie trainer. The female trainer, upon learning her opponent was the newcomer Wang Chong, showed a glint of disdain in her eyes. Despite being only 1 rank apart, the difference in their skills was significant. However, when she got a good look at Wang Chong, she was stunned. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. She stared in disbelief at Wang Chong's physique, as muscular as a walking powerhouse, wondering if he was even human. If he threw a punch, she thought, could she survive it? Suddenly, she remembered she had chosen a direct battle. Regret washed over her as she considered whether it was too late to back out. She worried that her ordinary-level Squirtle might not stand a chance against Wang Chong. "Hey, don't worry, this is my first match too," Wang Chong said, his words hitting her like a hammer. "What did you call me? Big sister?" she snapped, furious. As a 20-year-old young woman, being called Big Sister was infuriating. Her fear vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. She silently vowed to make Wang Chong call her champion. "All right then, little brother. I'm fired up now," she said through gritted teeth. "Squirtle, let's go." She tossed her Pokeball, and in a flash of white light, a 1-metal, 45-pound Squirtle appeared on the field. In comparison, Wang Chong's Charmander stood at only 80 centimeters and weighed just over 30 pounds. In terms of size and type, Charmander was at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction. She wanted to teach this impolite boy a lesson. "Charmander, are you ready?" Wang Chong asked. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely win," Charmander replied confidently. Despite this being its first battle against a trainer's Pokemon and facing a type disadvantage, Charmander was undeterred. It was determined to become the strongest Pokemon and wouldn't be defeated by the Squirtle in front of it. "Squirt." Squirtle, understanding Charmander's words, retorted disdainfully, "Kid, you're cocky." It rubbed its paws together, eager to put the brash Charmander in its place. The referee stepped forward to briefly explain the rules. Once both parties confirmed they were ready, he raised his flag and loudly announced, "Rules explained. Now, let the battle begin." The girl immediately commanded, "Squirtle, use water gun. Attack Charmander." The woman was determined to strike first, directly targeting Charmander's weak spot. She knew well that as a trainer, her greatest asset was her Pokemon. Once a Pokemon was defeated, the trainer themselves could hardly stand against other Pokemon and would often have to concede. Her Wartortle, though only of ordinary level, had the advantage with its water-type attacks against the fire-type Charmander. A trace of satisfaction flickered in her eyes as she thought. "So you called me Big Sister. I was going to give you some face, but now it seems that was unnecessary." Unexpectedly, Xiao Huang skillfully dodged the attack and quickly approached Wartortle. Having survived in the wild, Xiao Huang, though possibly slightly weaker in strength compared to trained Pokemon, had rich combat experience that allowed it to handle battles adeptly even without Wang Chong's commands. The water gun whistled past, creating a crater upon hitting the ground, showcasing its immense power. Xiao Huang seized the opportunity to close in on Wartortle, its sharp claws glinting ominously. "Roar! Watch my claw attack!" Xiao Huang shouted, lunging at Wartortle with determination. With a smack, Wartortle was pushed back several steps by the unexpected force. It clearly hadn't anticipated such strength from this Charmander. Wartortle eyed Xiao Huang's defined muscles in surprise, involuntarily stepping back. Seeing this, the woman realized she had underestimated her opponent. She quickly adjusted her strategy and commanded, "Wartortle, use rapid spin." Wartortle responded promptly, "Wartortle, at your command, master." "Charmander, you're finished." With that, it swiftly retreated into its shell and began spinning rapidly, charging at Xiao Huang like a cannonball. Facing the fierce attack, Xiao Huang didn't retreat, but instead grew more determined. "Roar! Bring it on. If I can't withstand this, how can I become stronger?" Xiao Huang's eyes shone with resolute determination, filling Wang Chong with a sense of pride. "Xiao Huang, hang in there. Don't be afraid," Wang Chong encouraged. Xiao Huang replied, "Roar? If I can't handle this, my master would look down on me." With a thunderous boom, Wartortle collided with Xiao Huang while spinning. Xiao Huang extended its arms, bracing firmly against the oncoming opponent. This scene left the woman dumbfounded, as if she had seen a ghost. These two are crazy, aren't they? The woman thought to herself. She knew Wartortle's rapid spin was incredibly powerful, and a seemingly fragile Pokemon like Charmander could easily suffer broken ribs if not careful. Yet, Xiao Huang persisted doggedly, shielding its chest with its arms and enduring the intense pain. To it, this was not a reason to retreat, but an opportunity to grow stronger. However, Wartortle's attack showed no signs of stopping, and Xiao Huang's body was reaching its limits. Who would emerge victorious in this fierce showdown? Oh no, how could I possibly fall like this? Xiao Huang cried out internally, his unwillingness erupting like a volcano. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if expressing his obsession with becoming the strongest creature. At this critical moment, Xiao Huang's body was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling white light, the mysterious glow that only appears during evolution. The woman was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. What's happening? She murmured. Evolving in the middle of a fight. Is that even possible? While evolution during battle isn't unheard of, most creatures complete this transformation in a calm environment. Wang Chong, witnessing this, was overjoyed. Xiao Huang's evolution meant he could devise a brand new training plan. The home training room no longer provided significant improvement. Only exploring the wild could bring true growth. Now, with Xiao Huang successfully evolved, he could finally take it to a broader world for further training. As the white light faded, Xiao Huang transformed from a small Charmander into a powerful Charmeleon. Its height shot up from 80 centimeters to 1.5 meters, and its weight surged from over 30 pounds to more than 100. The flames on its tail burned more fiercely, as if declaring the surging power within. Xiao Huang felt an immense power coursing through its body, and the rapidly spinning Wartortle now seemed like a mere toy. With a mighty grip, Xiao Huang forcibly stopped the spinning Wartortle. Now it's my turn, Xiao Huang roared, slamming the Wartortle onto the ground with a powerful palm strike. The immense force left Wartortle dizzy and disoriented. Xiao Huang's right hand glowed white as it swung down towards Wartortle's head. No! Wartortle, dodge quickly, the woman exclaimed. Wartortle swiftly retracted its head, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Xiao Huang's attack struck the ground, creating a pit several centimeters wide. Wartortle was stunned, unable to believe the scene before it. Could this really be the power of a Charmeleon? It couldn't help but wonder if this creature was a fighting type wearing a Charmeleon disguise. Though slightly disappointed, Xiao Huang was not discouraged. If defeating Wartortle was difficult before, now it was confident it could easily subdue its opponent. Wartortle, create some distance and use water gun on Charmeleon, the woman urgently commanded. Wartortle quickly retreated, putting space between itself and Xiao Huang before unleashing a jet of water from its mouth. However, Xiao Huang did not dodge. It stood firm, muscles tensed, ready to face the attack head-on. Wartortle, no matter how strong you are, with the type advantage, you will still fall to me, the woman shouted confidently. Boom! The water gun struck Xiao Huang's chest forcefully, but it didn't budge an inch. Even more astonishing, Xiao Huang appeared to enjoy it. This scene completely shocked Wartortle and the woman, leaving them questioning their understanding, as if all their knowledge had been turned upside down. Is this supposed to be a fire-type Charmeleon? What happened to the type advantage? Instead of backing down in the face of a water gun attack, Xiao Huang seemed to enjoy it. Despite taking a hit from a type disadvantage, the damage was trivial to its robust physique. Wang Chong once said that to become stronger, you need not only training but also the ability to endure. Only by facing various pressures can one grow quickly. Xiao Huang understood this well and was putting this lesson into practice. After the water gun attack ended, Xiao Huang disdainfully roared at the Wartortle. Grr! Didn't have your breakfast? With such a weak splash, who do you think you can defeat? Hearing this, the Wartortle became furious. Its water gun was not weak, yet in front of Xiao Huang, it seemed as feeble as a child's toy. What made it even harder to accept was Xiao Huang's blatant mockery. It was a huge insult. Wartortle, don't underestimate me, the Wartortle shouted angrily. Seeing this, Wang Chong said to Xiao Huang, Xiao Huang, go ahead and finish off that Wartortle. With that, Wang Chong turned and walked toward the woman. She had initially intended to command her Wartortle to continue the attack, but seeing Wang Chong approach, she was instantly frightened. Even from several meters away, Wang Chong had appeared tall and imposing. As he got closer, an invisible pressure seemed to emanate from him. What do you want? The woman asked fearfully as she backed away, her sense of dread growing. Wang Chong, rubbing his fists, said kindly, Miss, this is a friendly match. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Stay away from me. Although Wang Chong thought his expression was friendly, to the woman, he looked terrifying. As Wang Chong approached, the woman's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Fear overwhelmed her, and tears started to flow. No, it's so scary. Mommy, I want my mommy, she cried out. Wang Chong, looking puzzled, said, Miss, this is just a friendly match, and I haven't done anything to you, right? Hearing Wang Chong call her miss, the woman felt even more wronged. She was only 20 years old, and was being called Mississippi. Plus, she couldn't even get her revenge, which made her feel incredibly aggrieved. In the end, the referee couldn't stand it any longer and declared, "The winner of this match is Wang Chong." With the referee's announcement, the battle ended. As she left, the woman was still crying. Her war turtle was also tearful, feeling utterly humiliated by Xiao Huang. Despite the type advantage and being stronger, Xiao Huang had proven it to be useless. Watching the departing woman, Wang Chong turned to the referee and said, "Referee, I'm ready for my next match." The referee nodded in agreement. Wang Chong thought, this woman was just his first opponent. It was just a loss. Was it really worth crying over as if she'd never lost before? Her mental resilience was too weak. Well, maybe a good cry would help her realize there's always someone better out there. After a long wait, Wang Chong was finally matched with his next opponent, a bronze rank 1 or 2-star challenger. The opponent was an average-level trainer with an EV as their Pokemon. However, the battle ended quickly, as the opponent's performance was even less impressive than the previous woman's. After evolving into a Charmeleon, Xiao Huang's strength increased significantly, allowing it to easily defeat the opponent's EV with just a quick move and a slash. Throughout the afternoon, Wang Chong participated in 5 matches, winning all of them. However, a strange phenomenon caught his attention, for out of the 5 opponents cried after the matches ended. Wang Chong was quite puzzled, as his large stature had never caused anyone to cry before. After some thought, he concluded that these trainers might have never experienced defeat and couldn't handle losing for the first time. Wang Chong felt secretly proud of his insight, believing he had helped these emotionally fragile opponents face reality. As night fell, Wang Chong returned to the garrison. As the son of the garrison commander, he lived with his parents in a house allocated in the idyllic secret realm. Considering that Xiao Huang evolved today and its physical abilities improved significantly, Wang Chong devised a new training plan for it. Run 20 kilometers daily, do 2,000 push-ups and sit-ups, and engage in weightlifting 50 kilograms, 100 reps, holding each for 10 seconds. This was already a toned-down version suggested by the 1.5-meter nurse. The original plan had double the training volume. Upon seeing this training plan, Xiao Huang let out a dissatisfied roar. Wang Chong scratched his head sheepishly, admitting that the plan might still be a bit excessive. However, Xiao Huang's reaction surprised him. "Roar. Master, are you underestimating me? Just this little amount of training." Xiao Huang protested in Pokemon language. Its current physical condition was at least 3 times stronger than when it was a Charmander, and its height had reached 1.5 meters, 40 centimeters taller than an average Charmeleon. To Xiao Huang, this training regimen was an insult to its strength. Wang Chong replied helplessly, "All right, you can train however you want, but the daily training volume shouldn't be less than 1/5 of this plan. By the way, you're a Fire-type Pokemon. How's your mastery of Fire-type skills?" Xiao Huang paused, realizing that aside from Ember, it hadn't mastered other Fire-type skills. This realization left it a bit disheartened, as it wasn't acceptable for a Fire-type Pokemon to be lacking in such skills. Suddenly, Xiao Huang remembered something. Master once said that skills can be combined with each other. Xiao Huang recalled Wang Chong's explanation when defeating the Onyx. With this in mind, it decided to try skill combinations. A new idea began to take shape in Xiao Huang's mind, and it resolved to develop its own unique skill set. As a fire element spirit, Xiao Huang was naturally gifted with the ability to control flames. However, truly mastering this power required a deep understanding and control of his abilities. In this information age, Xiao Huang would browse the internet for information on fire element skills, with the flame punch particularly capturing his interest. Only cowards play with fire. Real men engage in hand-to-hand combat. Xiao Huang resolved to himself, "Once I master the flame punch, who would dare say I'm not a fire element spirit?" Over the next 3 days, Xiao Huang not only completed the training tasks set by Wang Chong, but exceeded the targets. Additionally, he engaged in battles with other spirits at the Spirit Battle Arena. Unsurprisingly, Wang Chong achieved an impressive 25 consecutive victories, advancing from Bronze Level 1, 5 stars, to Silver Level 1, 1 star. As his rank increased, so did the strength of his opponents. However, in the Tier 3 Secret Realm, such high-level opponents were rare. Therefore, today Wang Chong decided not to visit the battle arena but instead to head to Anping Forest to train against wild spirits and possibly contract a new one. After all, with Xiao Huang's strength now at the ordinary level, Wang Chong was fully capable of contracting another spirit. As for the dream spirit in his backpack, it remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. It seemed that the miraculous power it had displayed earlier had indeed drained a significant amount of its energy, causing it to remain asleep. After briefly explaining the situation to his parents, Wang Chong set out for Anping Forest. Given that Wang's mother had recently subdued several alien demons, the demons had become unusually quiet, showing no signs of causing trouble. However, this unusual calm made Wang's parents uneasy, suspecting that the demons might be plotting something significant. Despite patrols finding no evidence of demon activity, and with the demons seemingly vanishing within a 100-mile radius, they remained vigilant. Upon entering Omping Forest, Wang Chong encountered wild spirits 3 times in just half an hour. True to the nature of spirits in a secret realm, they were bolder and generally stronger than those in the ancient forest. This was mainly because spirits in the ancient forest were often contracted by those who couldn't afford others, whereas the secret realm was fraught with danger and the presence of alien demons, making wild spirits more common and generally more formidable. These encounters provided Xiao Huang with ample training opportunities. Although the wild spirits weren't particularly powerful, Xiao Huang, being of the ordinary level, had a clear advantage in battles. Notably, during a battle with a bay leaf, the evolved form of Chikorita, Xiao Huang successfully mastered the Flame Punch. A single Flame Punch rendered Bayleaf unable to continue fighting, showcasing Xiao Huang's prowess as a fire element spirit. The power of Charmander's flames is closely linked to its physical condition and vitality. Xiao Huang's current strength is quite impressive, with its Flame Punch being as powerful as the standard moves of elite-level Fire-type Pokemon. Along the way, Xiao Huang has become increasingly adept at controlling the Flame Punch, executing a seamless combination of moves against wild Pokemon and finishing with a decisive Flame Punch. According to Wang Chong's records, 7 Pokemon have already fallen to Xiao Huang's fiery fists. This success is largely due to Xiao Huang's advantage as a fire type. Omping Forest is predominantly inhabited by grass-type Pokemon, which are naturally weak against fire. Coupled with the power comparable to elite-level moves, ordinary wild Pokemon struggle to withstand the onslaught. Unbeknownst to them, the actions of Wang Chong and Xiao Huang have stirred quite a commotion among the forest's Pokemon. A rumor is quietly spreading through Omping Forest, instilling fear among the Pokemon. It is said that a malevolent human has entered the forest with a strong Charizard, attacking wild Pokemon on sight and ending battles with a Flame Punch. The targeted Pokemon have no choice but to recuperate after their defeat. Fortunately, the victims have been the stronger Grass-type Pokemon. If they were the more fragile Bug types, they might attract the attention of Flying-type Pokemon and become prey. The world of wild Pokemon operates much like a food chain, where the law of the jungle prevails, similar to the wild animal world of Wang Chong's previous life. Humans are no exception, as they also consume Pokemon. However, most meat today is synthetic, made from special materials, with real Pokemon meat being rare. There are Pokemon specifically bred for consumption, such as Farfetch'd, Basculin, and Magikarp. Though Magikarp is mostly bones, it makes a unique broth. Nevertheless, Magikarp are not entirely defenseless. There's a well-known story about someone who intended to make Magikarp soup for a friend, a seemingly harmless gesture. But as he was about to slaughter the Magikarp, it evolved into Gyarados and turned the tables, killing him instead. This unexpected twist, though tragic, is not entirely surprising, given the inherent risks of hunting Pokemon, especially those like Magikarp that could evolve into Gyarados. This incident is humorously referred to as a social mishap, a form of dark humor. Ultimately, the Gyarados was put down by the League, which was quite unfortunate. If properly nurtured, a Gyarados could at least reach elite level and potentially advance to master or even champion level. Unfortunately, this Gyarados harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans, making a contract nearly impossible, forcing the League to eliminate it. This decision, though regrettable, highlights the complex relationship between humans and Pokemon. Putting the topic aside, the wild spirits of Omping Forest gathered, creating a tense atmosphere. They decided to teach Wang Chong and Xiao Huang, the 2 intruders, a profound lesson. The spirits were angrily discussing how outrageous it was for anyone to bully their kind. Led by Dezhoukou, they decided to form an alliance to confront Wang Chong and Xiao Huang. Though Dezhoukou claimed outwardly that it was about maintaining the dignity of the wild spirits, deep down, it was resentful about Xiao Huang bullying its child. However, they soon realized that using elite spirits against a common grade spirit like Xiao Huang seemed unfair. After some discussion, they set their sights on a wild BB bird of comparable strength. Meanwhile, as Wang Chong explored Omping Forest, he noticed something unusual. More and more wild spirits were gathering around, most of them elite 3rd evolution forms. They surrounded Wang Chong and Xiao Huang, making the situation tense. Despite the circumstances, Wang Chong was not afraid. Rather, he was somewhat excited. He secretly hoped for a battle to erupt, eager to jump into action himself. But he quickly remembered that wild spirits usually do not harbor hostility toward humans, so he suppressed his excitement. When the wild spirits saw Wang Chong, they were momentarily stunned. They were surprised by his strong build and towering figure, even questioning if they could withstand a punch from him. Nonetheless, they reassured themselves that no matter how strong a human's physique was, it couldn't surpass that of a spirit. Soon, the spirits shifted their focus to Xiao Huang. The leading elite Dezhoukou approached Wang Chong, letting out a series of calls. Simultaneously, the common grade BB bird flew down from a tree and landed in front of Xiao Huang, eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. Dezhoukou communicated to Wang Chong in spirit language. Human. Your spirit is strong. Let it battle our representative spirit. If you win, we can offer you a leaf stone. But if you lose, you must face our wrath. Dazukue spoke with a proud and combative demeanor. However, as a human, Wang Chong couldn't understand Dajukue's words and could only look on in confusion at the emotionally charged wild spirits before him. The intense fighting spirit emanating from Dazukue was almost tangible, and Wang Chong immediately realized that this confrontation was inevitable. Xiao Huang's eyes also sparkled with the fire of battle, clearly ready to take on the challenge. Wang Chong admired silently. Looks like Xiao Huang is eager for a fight too. He turned to Dazukue with a hint of provocation in his voice. Bibi Niao. Humph. How dare you bully the wild spirits we've arranged here? Though they are indeed weak, they're also part of Omping Forest. Xiao Huang eagerly exclaimed. Woo woo. Enough talk, let's fight. Wang Chong smirked slightly. A fight, is it? Perfect. I've been wanting to stretch my muscles. His gaze locked onto Dazukue, and the surrounding scene seemed to blur. At this moment, Wang Chong noticed that around them were over a dozen ordinary-level wild spirits and 6 elite-level ones. Such a lineup would intimidate an average elite trainer, but Wang Chong was unfazed. As Xiao Huang made his move, Wang Chong also sprang into action. He rubbed his fists together, the cracking of his knuckles echoing loudly enough for all the spirits present to hear. A fearsome aura, like that of an ancient beast, erupted from Wang Chong, causing the spirits to wonder. The spirits thought to themselves, what is this human planning? They were only here to maintain order at the battle site, not to engage. Could this human really intend to fight them? Impossible, surely. After all, how could a human possibly defeat spirits? He must just be cracking his knuckles out of habit. However, when they saw Wang Chong suddenly approach, all the spirits exclaimed in surprise. Whoa. In just a few minutes, all the spirits, except for Xiao Huang, were down. Wang Chong looked at the scene with a hint of regret. He thought, I didn't expect these spirits to be so weak. When did spirits become so fragile? More surprisingly, some were so intimidated that they lost their fighting ability even before I made a move. Nevertheless, Wang Chong was careful to control his strength, ensuring he didn't actually harm the wild spirits. They would only be temporarily incapacitated and would recover after a rest. Unexpectedly, Dazukue voluntarily offered Wang Chong a grass stone as a trophy. Wang Chong was secretly delighted, as this was a rare item worth millions. Although it wasn't very useful to him, it was certainly a nice addition to his collection. Soon, Wang Chong and Xiao Huang continued deeper into the forest. The fallen spirits reached a consensus. They must not provoke this terrifying human. Their understanding of humans was completely overturned, realizing that there were humans so powerful they could incapacitate them with just one punch. Dazukue struggled to speak. Quick, inform the other spirits in the forest. Make sure not to provoke this guy. The forest lizard agreed. Yes. Tell the others. Then, it turned to Dazukue with admiration in its voice. But Dazukue, your strength is truly impressive. We all went down with one hit, but you took 2 hits before falling. I, forest lizard, am willing to call you the strongest Dazukue. The next day, a terrifying rumor spread like wildfire through the woods of Onping. Wild spirits whispered to one another about a dreadful human rampaging through the forest with a Charizard, leaving scorched earth in their wake, and no spirit spared. This rumor caused panic among the spirits, who warned their companions to flee at the sight of a large human, lest they meet a dire fate. Meanwhile, Wang Chong was busy completing his routine tasks at the garrison, when the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the daily task. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Basic Body Control. He was pleasantly surprised. After a long wait, he had finally gained a new skill again. The Basic Body Control skill gave Wang Chong a deeper understanding of his own strength. Although he was already skilled in Bejiquan and Taijiquan, this new ability allowed him to harness his full body strength more precisely. For instance, when throwing a punch, he could now create a power transmission line from his feet to his fist, unleashing a more powerful force. Moreover, this skill enabled him to subtly adjust his internal organs' positions to avoid impact damage. Even though this skill might seem unnecessary for Wang Chong, who already had remarkable defense capabilities, he decided to head to Omping Forest for some real-life practice with Xiao Huang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang let out an excited cry. Last night's battle had clearly not quenched its thirst for combat. Wang Chong bid a brief farewell to his parents, shouldered his backpack filled with dreams, and set off with Xiao Huang towards Omping Forest. Along the way, they encountered several other trainers heading to the forest, some seeking battle experience, and others in search of berries or rare minerals. Omping Forest is rich in berries suitable for grass-type and flying-type spirits. These berries can be crafted into delicious energy cubes and even enhance a spirit's affinity for specific attributes. Although Wang Chong had seen these rare berries during his deep exploration last night, he hadn't picked any, as he wasn't short on money and didn't have any grass-type spirits. Wang Chong and Xiao Huang entered Omping Forest, eager to encounter some wild spirits. However, Half an hour passed, and the forest remained eerily silent, with not a single spirit in sight. This unusual situation puzzled Wang Chong. He recalled the wild spirits from the previous night that had shown no fear of him, making the current scenario even more perplexing. Sensing his owner's confusion, Xiao Huang let out a low growl, as if suggesting, "Master, how about I scout ahead?" Wang Chong nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, you go first, and I'll follow." Despite using the same strategy as they did in the ancient forest, the outcome was different. Even with Xiao Huang leading and Wang Chong following, the wild spirits remained elusive. It was as if they had vanished overnight. If not for the faint sounds of battle in the distance, Wang Chong might have suspected that the wild spirits had gone extinct. What's going on? Why haven't we encountered a single wild spirit? Wang Chong was baffled. Little did he know, rumors about them had spread like wildfire among the wild spirits. If you see that intimidating human and his powerful Charizard, hide quickly. Such warnings circulated among the spirits. Thus, when Wang Chong and Xiao Huang entered Omping Forest, the wild spirits scattered and hid. That terrifying human and his spirit are on a rampage in Omping Forest. Panic spread rapidly among the spirit community. Wang Chong's arrival inadvertently triggered a chain reaction, causing many wild spirits to hide, forcing trainers to venture deeper into the forest to find their targets. To avoid danger, the wild spirits continually migrated to the other end of Omping Forest. However, at the other end of Omping Forest lay a hidden demon base, shrouded in a heavy scent of blood. Ordinarily, the wild spirits instinctively avoided this place because of the repulsive, demonic aura it emitted. Within this concealed demon base, a sinister blood-red ritual circle was being drawn. What was chilling was that the circle was painted with blood, both from wild spirits and humans. Even more horrifying was the neatly arranged hearts at the center of the circle, still fresh despite having stopped beating. "Ha ha ha! The plan is almost complete," a sinister voice echoed through the base. "With 3,000 human hearts, plus the blood of elite spirits to draw the pattern, we can summon a demon god from another world." The existence of other worlds was an undeniable fact. Not only did this world have deities, but other worlds had their gods too. These beings, self-proclaimed as demons, were from other worlds and were plotting to invade the spirit world. The ritual circle was extremely eerie, exuding a foreboding aura. "Lord Lade's plan is about to succeed," another voice exclaimed excitedly. "Those humans would never expect us to begin our invasion in a Tier 3 secret realm. When the demon god suddenly appears in the Tier 3 secret realm, those humans will surely be caught off guard. In their plan, humans would have to divert high-level forces from the Alliance to support this area, creating favorable conditions for their next move." Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Xiao Huang remained perplexed about not finding any wild spirits, completely unaware that a greater crisis was brewing in the shadows. The demon is an entity that surpasses even champion-level beings. The otherworldly creature's plan is nearing success, and their ambitions are clearly revealed. Deep within the Omping Forest, a group of these creatures gathered around a meticulously drawn summoning circle, buzzing with excitement. At the center of the array lay 3,000 fresh human hearts, neatly arranged and emitting a nauseating stench. The master-level creature sternly ordered, "Enough talk, commence the summoning ritual." As the ritual began, the creatures performed a bizarre dance around the circle. A bluish-purple light suddenly flared, activating the blood-red array, and the hearts were instantly incinerated. Above Omping Forest, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rolled ominously, as if warning against the wicked summoning. Meanwhile, Wang Chong was exploring the forest. He looked up at the suddenly changed sky, puzzled. The weather in this secret realm is really fickle. It was clear just a moment ago, and now it's completely overcast, like a girl on her period. At that moment, Xiao Huang barked anxiously. "Woof woof! Master, I sense an ominous presence." Wang Chong, too, felt the unsettling energy in the air. In some corner of the blue star, a pair of mysterious eyes suddenly opened, seemingly aware of the impending crisis. Within the Tianyuan secret realm's guard post, Wang Chong's parents were instantly on alert. They quickly divided tasks, one to handle the evacuation, the other to contact the Alliance and head to Omping Forest for rescue. Suddenly, Wang's father remembered something and urgently asked, "Wait, where is our son?" Chaos engulfed the entire Omping Forest as wild spirits fled in all directions, and trainers panicked. An unprecedented crisis was looming, and Wang Chong, the key figure in this storm, was still unaware of the challenge he was about to face. "Omping Forest. I'll go." With Dragonite, reaching Omping Forest will just take a moment. Wang Dad decided decisively, his eyes filled with determination. "Okay, make sure to bring our son back." Wang Mom urged anxiously, her voice full of worry. "Wang Chong is their Achilles heel, nothing can go wrong." Wang Dad nodded in agreement and added, "Once Wang Chong is safely out, they'll still need to guard the secret garden. It's the warden's duty to maintain peace and order, especially in situations like this. There's no room for evasion." At that moment, The dreamy creature behind Wang Chong suddenly awoke. As a mythical creature with divine status in this world, it was exceptionally sensitive to the evil aura from another realm. It opened its eyes, but due to overexertion earlier, its power was only at the Elite Four level. Even with divine power support, it could barely compete with a champion-level presence, clearly at a disadvantage against a demon god. Huh? Why did you suddenly wake up? Wang Chong noticed the creature's movement and asked softly. Mew, there's a nasty aura. It's an enemy. The creature's childlike voice echoed in Wang Chong's mind through telepathy. Xiao Huang also sensed the unease and trembled as it said, "Oh no. Master, let's run." Such an oppressive aura. Wang Chong also felt the anomaly, but to him, it wasn't particularly oppressive, just uncomfortable. Within this aura, he could faintly detect a hint of a metallic, bloody scent. Suddenly, a terrifying roar resounded across the sky, and the ground began to shake violently. Wild creatures in Omping Forest fled in panic, clearly terrified by the demon god's arrival. The dream creature appeared above Wang Chong with a flash and solemnly said, "Mew, human, thank you for your care during this time. Now I must protect this world. You should go." With that, it flew off towards the demon god's location. Wang Chong watched the creature's departing figure, feeling both moved and worried. At that moment, Dragonite's cry echoed from the sky. "Dragonite!" Wang Dad landed on the ground with Dragonite and urgently said, "Oh, found this kid. Son, get on, I'll take you away from here." Wang Chong looked at Dragonite, which was only about 2 meters tall, and hesitated. "Dad, are you sure Dragonite can carry me?" Wang Dad then realized the issue and was momentarily speechless. Wang Chong sensed something was off and pressed. "Dad, did something happen? Is it related to the anomaly in Omping Forest?" Wang Dad didn't hide it and nodded in confirmation. "Yes, a terrifying entity might have descended among the demon spirits, so you must leave the secret garden." "If I leave, what about you?" Wang Chong asked worriedly, his gaze shifting between his father and the distant Omping Forest. Wang Chong looked at his father with a serious expression and asked. After listening, Wang's father was silent for a moment, a trace of helplessness and determination appearing on his face. He slowly said, "Your mother and I, as guardians of the Alliance, have a duty to protect the secret realm. We can only leave once everyone is safely evacuated." He paused, his eyes showing deep paternal love. "Son, you've grown up, and there are things you must learn to accept. I hope you can take good care of yourself in the future." Wang's father's words hinted at a foresight of his fate. Every time the alien demons stirred, the Alliance suffered heavy losses, and even with full support, it was hard to change this situation. Humanity was in a passive position in this battle, with the greatest disadvantage being the inability to locate the demon's stronghold. The secret realm was like a bridge connecting Blue Star and the world of the alien demons. If the demon's lair could be found, the Alliance would undoubtedly launch a fierce attack. Although the demons were not as powerful as the Alliance overall, their elusive base left the Alliance in a passive position. Wang's father forced a calm demeanor, even managing a slight smile to comfort his son. "The situation in the secret realm has been reported to the Alliance, and the problem will soon be resolved. You don't need to worry." Wang Chong saw through his father's poor acting, feeling a pang of sadness. He firmly said, "Dad, let me go with you to investigate." "No way." Wang's father refused decisively. Wang Chong insisted, "Dad, you might not know, but I'm actually very strong. I can take down a Dragonite-level opponent with a single punch." Dragonite, upon hearing this, was shocked and widened its eyes. "What? I'm a unit of measurement now." Wang's father was startled by his son's words and couldn't help but scold. "You brat, this is not the time for jokes." Wang Chong's expression was serious, and his tone was firm. "I'm not joking. I can sense that guy's power, enough to wipe you all out. Staying here is suicide. How can I just stand by?" With that, Wang Chong quickly returned Pikachu to its Pokeball, and to his father's astonishment, leaped effortlessly to several hundred meters in the air. This scene left Wang's father completely stunned, as he muttered incredulously, "Is he flying? No, it's jumping. Is this still my son?" Recalling the changes in Wang Chong over the past 3 years, Wang's father finally realized his son had his own secrets. However, reality quickly pulled him back to the current crisis. He turned to Dragonite and decisively ordered, "Dragonite, we must go and rescue the others immediately." Meanwhile, the Alliance headquarters had already received the emergency report from the secret realm, and a formidable battle was about to begin. An urgent message, like a bolt of lightning, struck the headquarters of the Alliance. Among the 6 champion-level trainers, Dragon King Champion Zhang Du, who was stationed at headquarters, furrowed his brows as he opened the emergency message. In an instant, a fierce intent to kill flashed in Zhang Du's eyes. "Dark fiends," he growled through clenched teeth. "Those pests who only cause trouble from the shadows." Zhang Du swiftly grabbed a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, his trusty companion, Salamence, appeared before him. "Master, is there a mission?" Salamence asked cautiously, sensing Zhang Du's unusual demeanor. "Buddy, we're heading to the Pastoral Secret Realm in City J immediately." There's trouble brewing there. Zhang Du explained succinctly. Upon hearing this, Salaman's eyes blazed with anger as well. These cunning dark fiends were not particularly strong, but they were incredibly troublesome. If only their hideout could be found, they would have been eradicated long ago. Zhang Du leaped agilely onto Salaman's back. With a thunderous roar, the two of them sped off towards the pastoral secret realm in City J. Zhang Du's urgent departure caused quite a stir within the alliance. Upon learning of the situation, a team led by heavenly king-level trainers quickly organized and followed suit to the pastoral secret realm. Coincidentally, just a few days earlier, the alliance had already planned to dispatch a team to scout the pastoral secret realm based on intelligence brought back by Pidgeot. This sudden incident made the operation even more swift and orderly. Meanwhile, deep within the pastoral secret realm, Wang Chong moved like a bolt of lightning, darting through the dense forest. Finally, he saw Dream confronting a god from another world. Dream hovered in midair, continuously unleashing powerful psychic attacks on the god from another world, who was trying to emerge from a summoning circle. Although its full appearance was unclear, the god's exposed head resembled that of a giant mantis. Under Dream's fierce psychic assault, the god from another world let out a furious roar. The sound carried a terrifying penetrative force, causing the surrounding dark fiends to collapse unconscious, with the weaker ones even dying on the spot, indiscriminately affecting both friend and foe. At this critical moment, Wang Chong descended like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground. The immense impact created a deep crater, sending dust flying. Dream was startled by this sudden turn of events. When she realized it was Wang Chong, she was puzzled. Why was he here? Even more astonishing was that Wang Chong had created such a massive crater with his sheer physical strength. Dream recalled a previous encounter with Wang Chong, where he had sent a dark fiend flying with just one punch. Although the physical resilience of dark fiends was unknown, Dream was well aware of human physical limits. The strength of this young man seemed to far exceed the boundaries of ordinary humans. Mew, Dream asked in confusion, what are you doing here? Wang Chong looked up at Dream, a slight smile on his lips. I'm here to help, of course. His voice brimmed with confidence and determination. So, this is the guy you dislike? Wang Chong leisurely approached the otherworldly demon god. The pungent smell of blood was overwhelming, almost nauseating. The demon, not yet fully summoned, revealed only a grotesque head, flickering in and out of the summoning circle. Dream's attacks rained down on the demon's head like a storm, yet seemed to have no effect. The blood-red summoning circle had become part of the energy, and unless the demon willingly stopped the transmission, the summoning process couldn't be interrupted. Dream's power was waning, having just awoken and exhausted all its energy earlier. Staying conscious was already a challenge. Mijio, get out of here. This isn't something you can handle. Dream urgently warned. As if you could handle it yourself. Wang Chong stood before Dream, giving its forehead a light flick. This unexpected gesture made Dream blush instantly, though its naturally pink hue made the change nearly imperceptible. Roar! The demon god bellowed, the deafening noise erupting once again. It was clearly angered by this flippant attitude. Show some respect, will you? I'm an otherworldly demon god. I'm here for a massacre, not to watch you chat. Wang Chong's eardrums buzzed from the piercing roar. Why all the yelling? My ears are ringing, he remarked, then gathered his strength and kicked the demon's head. Although not at full force, the blow caused the demon noticeable pain and, more importantly, a severe blow to its dignity. The demon was utterly enraged. The summoning circle's pace quickened, and a figure resembling a giant mantis swiftly took shape. 6 metallic wings unfurled, scythe-like forelimbs glinting sharply, as the 5-meter body loomed over Wang Chong, who stood at half its height. Wang Chong looked up at the fearsome demon god, feeling not fear but a thrill. This creature could withstand his attack, even though he hadn't used his full power. Roar! You insect! You shall die! The demon roared, swinging its scythe towards Wang Chong. Mijio, this is bad. Run! Dream exclaimed, immediately using instant teleportation to whisk Wang Chong away from danger. Too deep. Intersecting gashes appeared where they had been standing. Seeing its attack miss, the demon god immediately used high-speed movement, rapidly closing in on Wang Chong. He swore to crush this insignificant being in front of him. Just at that critical moment, the space around them began to shake violently, as if being torn by an invisible force. The demon god from another world noticed this, and his previously prepared attack halted instantly, his vigilant gaze fixed on the distorted space ahead. Dream, sensing a familiar presence, excitedly called out. Mew, it's Palkia. Palkia? The god of space. Wang Chong was taken aback. Thanks to his memories from a previous life, he was well acquainted with this divine beast from the world of spirits. Palkia was the sole entity with dominion over space, not just a member of a certain race. Sure enough, the next moment, Palkia emerged from the vibrating space. Its entire body was pure white, adorned with light purple patterns, and its shoulders bore disc-like structures embedded with purple gems. its slender neck connected to a crown-like head, extending to the tips of its wings. Two tusk-like horns at its mouth glinted coldly, and its strong, powerful tail swayed slightly. Palkia's gaze held a hint of ruthlessness as it stared at the demon god from another world. As the god of space in this world, it had sensed the summoning of the demon god the moment it occurred. For this reason, Palkia had awakened from its slumber to expel or destroy this intruder. Roar! Palkia bellowed. Demon god from another world, leave this realm. Howl! The demon god retorted defiantly. You wish to expel me? Let's see if you have the power. In an instant, the aura of the two deities clashed, and a fierce battle was imminent. They represented gods from different worlds, and with just a glance, an intense fight erupted. The demon god's speed was as fast as lightning, making it impossible for an ordinary person to track its movements. Even a champion-level spirit could barely discern its blurred shadow. However, Palkia, as the god of space, had mastered the manipulation of space. It didn't rely on high-speed movement, but instead directly controlled space to teleport. The clash between these two deities instantly turned the entire Onping forest into a wasteland. Terrifying shockwaves swept through, and the stronghold of the otherworldly demons within the forest was obliterated in the blink of an eye. Those unconscious demons, if fortunate, were blown away by the aftermath of the battle. If not, they were directly caught in the crossfire and turned to ashes. The constantly appearing spatial rifts transformed the surroundings into a death zone. Wang Chong watched the earth-shattering battle with rapt attention, filled with both awe and excitement. Such a level of confrontation would leave even champion-level experts in awe. In just a few seconds, a 2-kilometer radius had become a life-forbidden zone. Yet, Wang Chong and Dream remained unharmed in this deadly area, quietly observing the battle. Palkia, in the midst of the fierce fight, couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could this human remain unscathed amidst a battle between deities, even making comments on the side? Dream was understandable, being a fellow divine beast. But Wang Chong appeared to be just an ordinary human. Since when did humans become so powerful? However, this was not the time to be distracted. The demon god from another world was formidable, incredibly fast, and extremely difficult to deal with. A single moment of carelessness could result in injury. Palkia had to focus all its attention on handling this challenging battle. The battle between the gods was powerful enough to bring about destruction on a massive scale. Palkia, the deity of space on Blue Star, had the home advantage in the pastoral secret realm as it faced off against a demon god from another world. The clash of these formidable forces erupted in Onping Forest, with the area of conflict rapidly expanding and threatening the entire secret realm. Fortunately, the patrol team was prepared and quickly evacuated the trainers from the secret realm. Some trainers with flying-type Pokemon managed to leave on their own. In the garrison headquarters, Wang Ma watched the direction of Onping Forest, while the Charizard beside her felt the collision of the two terrifying energies. Roar, Master. The personnel have been evacuated. We should leave too, Charizard urged. Wang Ma shook her head. We must wait for the Alliance's support before we leave. It's our duty as guardians. Before long, the silhouette of a Dragonite appeared on the horizon as Wang Ba arrived. Wang Ma called out excitedly, Honey. Then she realized something was wrong. Where's our son? Wang Ba's expression was complex. He has his own mission now, he's grown up. We just need to support him and not cause trouble. Wang Ma understood, nodding as she leaned into her husband's embrace, waiting for support. Meanwhile, Zhangdu arrived at Onping Forest. In this critical time, he entered the secret realm directly and immediately summoned Salamence. This time, he brought his strongest lineup, champion-level Salamence and Garchomp, along with elite 4-level Charizard, Aerodactyl, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Altaria. The battle was on the brink of eruption, and the fate of the secret realm hung in the balance. This is the strength of a champion-level trainer. Let's go? Wang Chong leapt onto the back of his Salamence and sped towards Onping Forest. In the forest, a cataclysmic battle was unfolding. Palkia and the extra-dimensional demon god were locked in a fierce fight, affecting a 5-kilometer radius. Space cracks spread like a spider web across the battlefield. Contacting these fissures could be lethal. Those without sufficient physical resilience would suffer severe injuries, or worse, be instantly sliced apart. In the intense clash, the extra-dimensional demon god began to show wounds from the spatial cuts. While not fatal, they were significant. Palkia was also injured. Despite its mastery of spatial abilities, its reaction speed was slightly lacking. The battle paused as the two powerful beings seemed to reach some understanding. At this moment, Palkia's gaze fell on Wang Chong, surprised that a human could remain unscathed in such a perilous battleground. The extra-dimensional demon god also glared at Wang Chong, recalling the earlier humiliating kick. Though unhurt, as a deity even one from another dimension, it could not tolerate such an insult. Seizing the brief respite, the demon god launched a surprise attack. It instantly appeared behind Wang Chong, its dual blades whistling down, intent on slicing the disrespectful human to pieces. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Dream gasped. Mijio. Not good. However, the anticipated bloody scene did not occur. Wang Chong stood firm, gripping a halberd in each hand, effortlessly blocking the demon god's attack. Catching the blade barehanded, Wang Chong calmly remarked, "The force is strong, and the speed is fast." I almost couldn't react. In that moment, Wang Chong felt his restless spirit finally found an outlet. 3 years of dedicated training and 2 years of hidden strength had finally led to a worthy opponent. With a surge of power, Wang Chong startled the demon god. It was incredulous at the unexpected strength from its opponent. Wang Chong easily pushed aside the demon god's halberd, bent his knees slightly, and the ground cracked beneath him. In the next instant, Wang Chong delivered a powerful punch to the demon god's chest, unstoppable like a force of nature. Wang Chong's fist shot forward with lightning speed. However, the demon god from another world reacted just as swiftly. Thud! A dull crash echoed as the fist collided with the halberd, reverberating with a somber resonance. A look of disbelief flashed in the demon god's eyes. How could this power be possible? Although he managed to block the blow, his massive body, several meters tall, was forcibly pushed back, carving a trench over 10 meters long on the ground. Looking down, he saw a slight dent in his prized halberd. Wang Chong sighed inwardly, truly a god. Despite putting all his strength into the punch, it caused no real damage. Clearly, his training was far from enough. He would need to find new ways to enhance his skills when he returned. Relying solely on the small daily rewards for improvement was far too slow. In that split second, Palkia seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack. This was a life-and-death battle to protect the world. Fairness was not a concern. The demon god, momentarily distracted by Wang Chong's heavy blow, fell victim to Palkia's spatial slash. In an instant, 3 of the demon god's 6 wings were severed. Roar! The demon god bellowed in fury, clearly enraged by the ambush, yet helpless to retaliate. At that moment, the space above the battlefield began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, a champion-level otherworldly demon, accompanied by 3 king-level and over a dozen master-level allies, descended. This was the plan they had meticulously crafted. Once the demon god arrived, they would guide it to invade the blue star together. Now that the demon god had appeared, they could enter the Arcadian secret realm from their base and proceed to invade the blue star, bringing it under the dominion of the otherworldly demons. Lord Lade, we have successfully reached the Arcadian secret realm, one of the demons reported excitedly. The demon god has been summoned, and we can immediately communicate with it to invade the blue star together. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Where is the demon god? The demons looked around in confusion. They could sense the demon god's presence, but couldn't comprehend the battle unfolding before them. Was their demon god being suppressed? Wang Chong looked up at the hovering group of demons, quickly assessing the situation. This group was clearly much stronger than the minions he could previously defeat with a single punch. If he could take them all down, it would significantly improve the alliance's prospects in the war. A glint of battle intent flashed in his eyes, ready to strike. At that moment, Palkia keenly sensed the presence of the foreign demons. As his gaze fell upon these uninvited guests, a strong sense of revulsion surged through him. The nauseating aura left him deeply displeased. Palkia's mouth began to gather dense black particles, and in the next second, a destructive beam shot forth like a sword slicing through the sky. The demons in the air, caught off guard, faced imminent disaster. Those unable to escape were instantly reduced to particles, perishing on the spot. The few demons who narrowly escaped were completely enveloped in fear. The leading champion-level demon, in particular, was so intimidated by this power that he was utterly terrified. Though he considered himself the strongest among the demons, he dared not even entertain the thought of defeating Palkia. At that moment, he profoundly realized the insurmountable gap between a mythical beast and a demon. A champion-level creature might rival a third-tier deity, but before a second-tier or first-tier deity, it was as insignificant as an ant. And Palkia was among the elite of the first-tier deities. With a difference of 2 major levels, how could these demons possibly be a match for Palkia? It was already a great stroke of luck for them to have dodged this strike. Palkia was unfazed by the fact that his attack hadn't annihilated all the enemies. His focus was entirely on the real threat, the demon god from another world. As for those champion-level demons, even in ancient times, he had looked down upon them, let alone now. Suddenly, Palkia's voice echoed in Wang Chong's mind. "Gur, human, let's join forces and take this guy down together." Clearly, having witnessed Wang Chong's strength, Palkia was eager to collaborate to tackle this formidable foe. Wang Chong didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. After all, the sooner the threat was eliminated, the better. In the next instant, Palkia executed a teleportation move, appearing behind the demon god from another world. He immediately unleashed a powerful psychic force, firmly restraining the demon god. Despite the demon god's frantic struggles, breaking free from this power was evidently going to take some time. Seeing this, Wang Chong gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch towards the immobilized demon god. The demon god, unable to defend himself, was hit and sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Sensing the opportunity, Palkia swiftly soared into the sky. In the next moment, a dozen massive meteors appeared in the sky above the secret garden. This was Palkia's ultimate move, Draco Meteor. The meteors, like a shower of shooting stars, hurtled towards where the demon god had fallen. Seeing this, Dream quickly moved to Wang Chong's side, casting a powerful shield to protect him securely. Boom! As the meteors descended, a blinding white light illuminated the entire world. Zhangdu, who was on his way, was so dazzled by the sudden light that he couldn't open his eyes. Following that, a terrifying shockwave swept across the area. Salamence lost its balance and plummeted towards the ground. The demons who had narrowly escaped the destructive beam, including the champion-level demon, were now huddled together, trembling with fear. They had only one thought in their minds. What kind of terrifying existence is this? If even one of those meteors landed near them, they'd be vaporized instantly. In that moment, all the demons realized the terrifying nature of this world. They had only one thought left. We want to go home. They never wanted to invade this planet again. The power of the dragon meteor shower swept through, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Although the otherworldly demon god was severely injured, it did not perish, as it was a deity. The combined attack of Wang Chong's punch and Palkia's dragon meteor shower rendered the demon god unable to continue fighting, forcing it to retreat temporarily. A black light slowly emerged from the demon god's body, and in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Palkia sensed the disappearance of the demon god's presence and let out a long howl that shook the heavens and the earth. The surviving otherworldly creatures shuddered in fear at the sudden roar, but soon realized that Palkia was not focused on them. The space beast cast one last glance at Wang Chong before returning to its own dimension. The otherworldly creatures secretly sighed in relief, fearing that this powerful deity might strike them again. After all, the destructive light beam was not something they, who could not even be considered deities, could withstand. Menghuan waved its little hand to bid farewell to the departing Palkia. The space trembled, and a faint response from Palkia could be heard. Everything returned to calm, leaving only the devastated land to tell the tale of the fierce battle that had just occurred. At that moment, a low growl broke the brief silence. Wang Chong looked up to see a massive salamence, nearly 7 meters long, approaching. Standing on its back was a figure, a dragon-type champion, Zhangdu. Zhangdu quickly noticed Wang Chong and the surviving otherworldly creatures in the distance 1 champion level and 2 elite 4 level. The rest had been obliterated in the previous attack. Otherworldly creatures, huh? Come on out, everyone. Let's greet these guys. Zhangdu decisively released his Pokemon. Garchomp, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Altaria appeared one by one, launching a fierce assault on the remaining otherworldly creatures at their master's command. The sudden attack caught the otherworldly creatures, who had just recovered from their fear, off guard. They had intended to follow the demon god to invade Blue Star, but they hadn't expected such powerful deities to be present. The creatures were perplexed. Wasn't it said that deities had vanished from Blue Star? Why did such powerful ones suddenly appear? What they didn't know was that although the deities had fallen into slumber, they would awaken from their sleep upon sensing an invasion of otherworldly deity-level threats. Now, faced with an unexpected formidable enemy, the otherworldly creatures found themselves plunged into a new state of panic. Ordinary demons have no right to awaken a deity. Only master-level demons, with scrolls obtained from Blue Star, can master the method of summoning dreams. Normally, these demons would certainly engage in battle with Zhangdu. However, after the recent divine war and being targeted by Palkia, they were filled with fear and unease. They dreaded the thought of Palkia reappearing and obliterating them with a single devastating attack. Even if they had the ability to fight Zhangdu, the demons could only glare at him viciously. Ignoring the attacks from Salamence and other creatures, they hastily retreated to their own world. This battle instilled a deep fear of Blue Star in them, making them unwilling to linger. Unless Blue Star's deities promised not to appear again, they wouldn't dare to invade Blue Star again, no matter what. Furthermore, upon returning, this demon would warn its companions to avoid this terrifying place. The legends of deities in Blue Star were not mere myths, but a reality. For champion-level demons, escaping was not difficult. In the blink of an eye, a champion-level demon and 2 elite-level demons returned to their world from the pastoral secret realm. This scene made Zhangdu grit his teeth and curse these despicable creatures. Their tendency to flee when outmatched was a constant headache for the Alliance. Zhangdu looked around, pondering what had just occurred. He remembered encountering the shockwave of a meteor impact as he was about to arrive. The blinding white light nearly blinded him, and if not for Salamance's timely protection, he might have been sightless now. To Zhangdu's surprise, a human appeared here, a human with exceptionally developed muscles. Zhangdu couldn't help but wonder whether Wang Chong was truly human or some kind of creature. After all, no human could possess such an extraordinary height and physique. Zhang Du leapt down from a height of several meters, landing steadily in front of Wang Chong. Even with Wang Chong's towering height of 2.3 meters, Zhang Du felt a slight pressure. Clearing his throat, he flashed a friendly smile and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Du, one of the 6 champions of the Alliance, specializing in dragon types. You might have heard of my name." Looking at the relatively smaller Zhang Du, Wang Chong recalled the textbook descriptions of him, becoming a dragon-type elite at 30 and a champion at 35. He was the youngest champion-level trainer in the Alliance, with a glorious record of defeating champion-level demons. All of this was thanks to the salamence that was now slowly descending. After defeating a champion-level demon, Zhang Du generously gave the magic crystal to his Garchomp. This very crystal helped Garchomp leap from elite to champion level. At this moment, the formidable Garchomp also stood beside Zhang Du, looking down at the small figure before it. However, Garchomp's attention was soon drawn to the Mew hovering behind Wang Chong. It could vaguely sense the sacred aura emanating from Mew, a unique charm possessed only by creatures with divine attributes. "Mr. Du," Wang Chong began, then quickly corrected himself. "No, my friend, can you tell me what just happened here?" Despite his towering stature, Wang Chong's face still bore a hint of youthful innocence, yet he was undeniably handsome. However, people were often intimidated by his large build and missed these subtler details. Because of this, Wang Chong chose to address the other person as "my friend" instead of the young man he initially considered. Zhang Du nodded in agreement. Wang Chong then recounted everything that had happened, including the events involving Palkia and the otherworldly demon god. However, he deliberately omitted the details of his confrontation with the demon god. He didn't want to be seen as a monster, and he doubted anyone would believe such an incredible tale anyway. After all, how could mere humans compare to spirits, let alone gods? Wang Chong was humble by nature, neither hiding nor boasting, simply narrating the events as they were. At that moment, the Mew resting on Wang Chong's shoulder seemed to grow tired, letting out a soft meow before falling asleep there. This small spirit, only about 40 centimeters in size, nestled comfortably on Wang Chong's broad shoulder like a little cat. Zhang Du couldn't help but be drawn to this peculiar spirit. He had never seen anything like it, and speculated it might be a new, undiscovered species of spirit. What surprised him even more was that this spirit appeared to be uncontracted. "What kind of spirit is this?" Zhang Du asked curiously. "Her name is Mew," Wang Chong replied, "and she's a type of spirit not yet documented by the Alliance." Wang Chong carefully concealed Mew's true identity. He knew that revealing her status as a high-ranking godlike spirit would likely shock Zhang Du despite being at the lower end of power among the top-tier gods due to her lack of combat skills. Mew's full strength was comparable to a level 1 deity, far beyond that of ordinary spirits. At present, Mew had fallen back into slumber, a result of both the recent battle's toll and the current Blue Star's sparse spiritual energy environment. Wang Chong pondered this, recalling historical records of ancient spirits that were astonishingly large, sometimes over 30 meters in Sizian existence that seemed almost like a different species compared to today's. Since ancient times, Blue Star's spiritual energy had gradually thinned, limiting spirits' power to a maximum of champion level. The gods and their spirit races chose to hide away, no longer appearing on Blue Star's surface. Level 3, 2, and 1 gods also entered slumber to conserve their energy, which was the fundamental reason for Mew's need to sleep. "Mew," Zhang Du murmured, as if the name stirred a distant memory, though he dismissed it as a mere illusion. Watching Mew peacefully asleep on Wang Chong's shoulder, he remarked, "This Mew seems to trust you a lot. You could try forming a contract with it. Would you mind registering some information?" Zhang Du asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Wang Chong was slightly taken aback, as the name Meng Huan felt oddly familiar to him. After a moment's thought, he decided not to submit the idea to the Alliance for research. However, recording information was necessary since this was a new, undiscovered type of spirit. "Sure, no problem," Wang Chong nodded in agreement and added. "But Meng Huan prefers freedom." He didn't elaborate further, knowing that whether a level 1 god like Meng Huan could be contracted was still uncertain. Wang Chong wasn't particularly eager to contract Meng Huan. In his mind, he carried an encyclopedia of spirits, containing countless methods to enhance their power. Any one of these methods could instantly make him a spirit expert. This title wasn't easily earned. It was only granted to those who made significant contributions in spirit research or nurtured high-quality, highly potential spirits. During their conversation, Zhang Du was shocked to discover that Wang Chong was only an 18-year-old teenager. Even more surprising was the suspicion that Meng Huan by his side had already reached champion level. It was thanks to Meng Huan's protection that Wang Chong could survive the divine battle. As for the escape of the otherworldly demons, they were actually driven away by a deity named Palkia. Zhang Du carefully noted down this information, highlighting the differences between deities and otherworldly demon gods, and recorded Wang Chong's details meticulously. "Wang Chong, I hope to see you at the University of the Alliance after you start college, Zhang Du said earnestly. It's the highest educational institution in the Alliance. If you get in, you'll receive excellent training and gain deeper insights into the world of spirits. Wang Chong nodded in response, thinking to himself, this is the second person encouraging me to attend the University of the Alliance, after Jiego. However, to him, it didn't matter where he went to university, as no one in this world could surpass his theoretical knowledge. As Zhang Du left, he took a long look at Wang Chong, committing the young man's image to memory. He planned to investigate Wang Chong's background thoroughly and consider grooming him into a future champion-level trainer. If Wang Chong could contract Menghuan, he might become the youngest champion-level trainer in history. With Zhang Du's departure, the matter was concluded. Although Omping Forest was destroyed by the battle, and the landscape was radically changed by Palkia's meteor shower, the power of the meteor shower was immense, even piercing through the underground river, causing water to continuously gush from the center of the crater. Evidently, a lake would soon form here. With the situation resolved, it was time to head back. Wang Chong surveyed the desolate surroundings and summoned Xiao Huang. Now that it was safe, Xiao Huang could come out and move around. How? Master, was there a battle? Xiao Huang exclaimed excitedly, clearly having a combative nature. Wang Chong laughed and said, let's go, Xiao Huang, the battle's over. You might have missed it, but it doesn't matter. Once your strength improves, what battles won't you be able to witness? So, to get stronger, let's run back from here. When Wang Chong returned to the garrison, his parents immediately rushed over to check on him. Once they confirmed he was unharmed, they both sighed in relief. Wang's mother feigned anger, tugging at her son's ear and warning him not to take risks again. Due to the difference in height, Wang Chong had to crouch down cooperatively. Strangely, his parents didn't ask a single question about his changes or newfound abilities, as if everything was normal. Meanwhile, due to the massive invasion by the alien demons, Zhang Du swiftly returned to the Alliance to report. Jiego led a support team to the Pastoral Secret Realm, only to find the battle already over, feeling as if their trip was in vain. However, they took the opportunity to conduct a thorough 3-day investigation of the Secret Realm. The results showed it was surprisingly safe, with not a single trace of alien demons. The Pastoral Secret Realm is now one of the safest secret realms in the Alliance. In the alien demon world, the champion-level demon Lade, who had experienced the Divine War, returned with lingering fear. He was terrified that Palkia might break through the spatial barriers and come to the alien demon world to take his life. However, this was purely his overthinking. Palkia wouldn't care about such a minor character. As long as Lade didn't appear before him, exuding that detestable aura, Palkia wouldn't bother with him. The alien demon world is ruled by 12 champion-level demons, who have always been eager to invade worlds without divine protection. Their innate talents grant them the ability to invade across realms. Originally, they had a plan to summon a demon god to invade the Alliance world. However, whenever Lade recalled his narrow escape, fear would well up inside him. In reality, in terms of overall strength, the alien demons are no match for the Alliance. Alliance trainers don't adhere to fair unknown duels, but are adept at using tactics to outnumber their opponents. Often, a single champion-level demon would face 2 equally strong spirits. In such situations, the alien demons could at most protect themselves, and all they did was harass the Alliance, attempting to weaken its overall strength. After Lade shared his experience in the Pastoral Secret Realm with his companions, the other champion-level demons fell into contemplation. They initially believed that the Alliance world's legends of deities were fictional, as no deity had appeared since the century-long war. However, Lade's first-hand experience confirmed the existence of deities, which was undoubtedly significant news. After careful consideration, the champion-level demons made a decision to abandon the attack on the Alliance world. After all, there are other worlds to invade, and since the Alliance world is under divine protection, it means they cannot touch it unless a demon god emerges among them. The probability of the birth of a demon god is infinitesimally small, a source of anguish for the otherworldly demons for millennia. They have lived for nearly 1,000 years, but have never touched the threshold of becoming a demon god. Their only hope is to invade other worlds to find the opportunity to ascend to godhood. Recently, they discovered a new world where legends of becoming a god abound. Unlike the weaker Alliance world, this new world holds infinite possibilities. The demons immediately decided to abandon their invasion of the Alliance world and instead target this newly discovered realm. Among them, a champion-level demon has lived for over 2,000 years and is nearing the end of its life. If it cannot become a demon god, death will be its only fate. In its despair, it vaguely deduced the method of ascension through communication with a demon god to steal the world's primordial power. This aligns perfectly with the nature of the demons. Thus, this champion-level demon secretly planned to infiltrate those weaker worlds and steal their primordial power to achieve the status of a demon god. Despite the deep-seated enmity from a century-long war with the Alliance world, the chance to ascend to godhood is more crucial now. The demon's decision led to the withdrawal of forces that were ready to invade the alliance. However, the weaker demons already lurking in the alliance world did not leave. Instead, they continued to hide, waiting for the right moment to cause chaos. The sudden retreat of the demons left the alliance perplexed. They couldn't help but suspect that these demons might be plotting another scheme. After all, the incident in the pastoral secret realm was still fresh in their minds. Who would have thought that these demons could summon demon gods from other worlds to invade? If it weren't for the intervention of deities from their world, the demons might have succeeded. As a result, the withdrawal of the demons prompted the alliance to strengthen their defenses on the secret realms. However, they were unaware that the demons had temporarily abandoned their attack plans due to the influence of Palkia. A month after the pastoral secret realm incident, Wang Chong's parents had mostly settled in the secret realm, returning only once a month. During this time, the dream world remained dormant, showing no signs of awakening. Meanwhile, Wang Chong found a new way to train. On the outskirts of the nearby Z city, there is a primeval forest with a massive waterfall. This area is teeming with wildness, home to spirits with power reaching up to the king level. However, in this era where humans and spirits coexist harmoniously, there is no life-threatening danger unless encountering an extreme spirit. At most, one might get injured, but a visit to a spirit hospital can ensure recovery. For the past 10 days, Wang Chong has almost lived in this wild primeval forest. Among the wild spirits living here, a rumor has been circulating. There was an unusual human who meditated daily under a waterfall with his Charmeleon. This man, named Wang Chong, not only meditated but also engaged in a series of seemingly superhuman training exercises. At that moment, the waterfall roared, and the water gushed down, yet Wang Chong supported his body with just his thumb, doing push-ups under the immense force. 9,999. 10,000. Wang Chong counted as he completed the final move. As the sky darkened, he finished his astonishing set of 10,000 one-thumb push-ups. Beside Wang Chong, his Charmeleon partner, Xiao Huang, also meditated under the waterfall. After a month of intense training, Xiao Huang underwent a remarkable transformation. It now stood at 1.7 meters tall, with muscles bulging and strength comparable to the legendary Macamp. This incredible growth was thanks to the special energy cubes provided by Wang Chong. Reflecting on the early days of training, Xiao Huang nearly got knocked over by the waterfall, and the flame on its tail almost went out. However, after weeks of rigorous practice, it not only adapted to the waterfall's impact, but the flame of life on its tail burned even brighter. Just then, a cry came from the sky. A Pidgeot landed arrogantly in front of Wang Chong and Xiao Huang, challenging, "Pidgeot, Charmeleon, come out for a onion." Roar. "I'm here," Xiao Huang responded. Its robust physique enough to make its fellow Pokemon envious, and even a Charizard might not match its strength. Wang Chong cautioned, "Pidgeot, take it easy, don't end up in the Pokemon hospital like you have been these past few days." This Pidgeot seemed to hold a grudge against Xiao Huang, having been defeated in its Pidgeotto form, and had been picking fights ever since. Recently, it evolved into a Pidgeot, reaching elite-level strength. "Pidgeot, I've improved a lot today. This time, it's your turn to visit the hospital." Pidgeot taunted. Roar. "Pidgeot, you're arrogant." Xiao Huang retorted. "Pidgeot, enough talk. Let's fight." Pidgeot launched its attack without further words, using Quick Attack combined with Aerial Ace to strike at Xiao Huang with impressive speed. This speed was noticeably faster than the night before, indicating Pidgeot had also grown through battle. Faced with the aggressive Pidgeot, Xiao Huang didn't dodge. An ordinary Charmeleon might have been defeated already, but Xiao Huang, after specialized training, possessed extraordinary strength. The clash between the two Pokemon was imminent, and the outcome was eagerly anticipated. Xiao Huang, the fire dinosaur with a size comparable to a Charizard, displayed exceptional strength. During this time, he successfully mastered the Protect skill, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Pidgeot launched a fierce attack. It started with Aerial Ace, but failed to inflict any substantial damage on Xiao Huang. Then, it unleashed a hurricane, attempting to blow Xiao Huang away. However, for the powerful Xiao Huang, this was merely a minor disturbance. Observing this, Pidgeot decisively changed its strategy, using Quick Attack in combination with a spinning move. This tactic proved effective, as Xiao Huang was knocked back several meters, leaving noticeable marks on his arms. Feeling the stinging pain in his arms, Xiao Huang became even more excited, his fighting spirit ignited. Xiao Huang immediately countered with a combination of Metal Claw and Strength. Although Pidgeot narrowly dodged, a nearby boulder, as tall as a person, shattered on impact, showcasing the power of the strike. Had it hit, Pidgeot would have been severely injured. Seeing Pidgeot agilely dodging in the air, Xiao Huang leapt up, trying to grab it. However, Pidgeot was faster and easily evaded. Xiao Huang shouted in frustration, "Come down and fight me face to face if you dare." Pidgeot cleverly responded, "Why would I give up my advantage and fight you on the ground?" It even mockingly raised a middle finger at Xiao Huang. infuriating him to the point where he wished he could learn to fly just to pin down and thrash this arrogant opponent. Although unable to fly, Xiao Huang was not without options. He began to gather flames and unleashed a scorching pillar of fire towards Pidgeot in the air. The power of this flame surpassed that of a typical Charizard, forcing Pidgeot to dodge frantically. However, after several days of encounters, Pidgeot had gained considerable experience. It skillfully used its spinning move, gliding close to the flames and charging towards Xiao Huang. With a loud bang, the two collided. Though Pidgeot suffered burns, it successfully pushed Xiao Huang back several meters. Xiao Huang defiantly spat out a small burst of flame, clearly not expecting Pidgeot to resort to such a reckless attack. At that moment, Wang Chong's voice rang out. "All right, the battle is over. It's time for us to leave." Pidgeot's trainer excitedly exclaimed, "Pidgeot! Haha, we did it." Although Pidgeot was seriously injured, it had indeed managed to deal some damage to Xiao Huang, even if it was negligible. Xiao Huang crossed his arms in disdain, looking at Pidgeot with contempt, and mocked, "Roar? It's just a scratch, and you're already showing off. Pidgeot, one day I'll defeat you," Xiao Huang declared with a determined glint in his eyes, standing tall and confident. His words were full of challenge, yet they carried no trace of unrealistic bravado. Wang Chong observed the scene, nodding silently to himself. "All right, it's time for us to leave," he said softly, glancing around the familiar training grounds. School starts in a week. As he thought about entering the final year of high school, Wang Chong's mind filled with anticipation. The senior year wasn't insurmountable. It mainly focused on how to train Pokemon and fight alongside them. The curriculum was divided into three main specialties: Pokemon battle training, Pokemon contest training, and Pokemon theory research. Pokemon contest training was akin to training for showbiz, providing talent for the entertainment industry. Pokemon battle training aimed to prepare warriors capable of responding to natural disasters, human crises, and enemy invasions. Pokemon theory research delved into the academic study of Pokemon. The 2-month summer break gave the Soontobe seniors ample time to contemplate their future career paths. "Pidgeot, are you leaving?" Pidgeot's eyes showed a hint of reluctance at these words. During this time, it had come to see Xiao Huang as an ideal training partner, worried about losing this rare sparring opportunity. Of course, Xiao Huang stood with hands on his hips, a touch of pride in his voice. "My master and I came here for training." Despite being beaten every time, Pidgeot's spirit of never giving up earned Xiao Huang's respect. "Pidgeot, come back next time," Pidgeot called out with a flap of its wings. "Next time, I'll be stronger and pin you to the ground." This reminded Xiao Huang of the thrill of every victory over Pidgeot, especially when it attempted aerial attacks. "I'm looking forward to it," Xiao Huang grinned and gave Pidgeot a warm hug. Wang Chong watched this with a sense of satisfaction. In just a few days, not only had Xiao Huang made new friends, but he also gained a deeper understanding of the conditions for awakening Mew. Unless a demon from another world invaded or the world tree was awakened, leaving Mew at home shouldn't pose any problems. After saying goodbye to Pidgeot, Wang Chong and Xiao Huang headed back to J City. The training had left them both exhausted, and it was time for a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, the Alliance's top officials found themselves in a state of confusion. Surprisingly, all the otherworldly demons had indeed retreated, a sudden change they were struggling to comprehend. It was as if the demons had abandoned their invasion of their world, and the atmosphere at the Alliance's core had relaxed slightly for the first time in a long while. In the senior meeting room of the Alliance headquarters, the leaders representing the 5 major powers sat around an oval table. An unusual calm filled the air. These 5 individuals held the lifeblood of the Alliance, with their influence permeating sectors like healthcare, machinery, education, and the military. No corner of society was beyond their reach. "What on earth is happening with these demons?" one representative asked, rubbing his forehead, his voice a mix of confusion and wariness. Another representative, with his hands clasped on the table, replied, "The exact reason isn't clear, but it's likely related to the incident in the secret garden." He slid a document marked with a confidentiality stamp across the table. "According to Zhang Du's report, a deity has appeared. In other words, those beings we always considered mythical might actually be real." A brief silence enveloped the room. "Since the demons have retreated, we can use this time to strengthen the Alliance's overall capabilities," said a representative in a deep blue uniform, breaking the silence. Across the table, Senmu leaned forward slightly. As a representative of one of the 5 major powers, the Sun family had made groundbreaking achievements in the field of elf research. "Are you interested in the progress of the Elf Power and Artificial Elf Project?" He tapped his fingers on the table. "Indeed, if humans can form contracts with elves and gain special abilities, then by delving into the essence of this power, we might enable all contractors to acquire such abilities. It's not far-fetched to think that humans could possess bodies comparable to those of elves." Senmu's voice rose. "While humans can contract elves, our bodies are still too fragile. If we could acquire the physique of elves, our combat effectiveness on the battlefield would increase exponentially." "No way. A representative at the other end of the table slammed his hand down. Senmu, this is absolutely forbidden research. Reports clearly state that this plan is doomed to fail. He glared sharply at Senmu. Don't think we don't know about the human experiments your Sun family is conducting in secret. This is strictly prohibited within the alliance. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly tensed. Each major power had intelligence operatives, and the Sun family's secret activities were no longer a secret. The human experiments aimed at harnessing elf power only resulted in subjects turning into mindless monsters. Had the locations not been discreet and the handling swift, it would have caused a massive uproar. Senmu, the elf power and artificial elf project must be terminated, the eldest representative finally decreed. Fine. To everyone's surprise, Senmu remained unusually calm, his expression unchanged. No one could discern his true thoughts, but everyone knew Senmu would not give up easily. As long as he wasn't caught, he could do as he pleased. If any problems arose, the Sun family would bear full responsibility. After the meeting, Senmu returned to his private quarters, his fingers gliding over the detailed report submitted by Zhang. The report not only mentioned the divine battle, but also the appearance of an unknown elf and a boy who survived the disaster unscathed. This boy, named Wang Chong, had a mysterious elf never before recorded by his side. Senmu's gaze lingered on the photograph, a small, pale pink elf perched on the boy's shoulder, labeled Dream below. Dream. Senmu furrowed his brow, the name stirring something in his memory, though he couldn't quite place it. His fingertips brushed over the keywords in the photo. Deity, Palkia, otherworldly demon god, Dream, Wang Chong. It seems worth a thorough investigation, Senmu mused, eyes glinting with an unmistakable gleam of greed as he stared at the elf named Dream in the photograph. A week later, Wang Chong, carrying his luggage, stepped through the school gates, officially beginning his enrollment process. New Western Hongxiang Spirit High School is located in H City, G Province, within the Southern Theater Command. On the eve of the new school year, the campus was bustling with activity. Wang Chong stepped out of an unmanned taxi, and his tall, muscular build immediately caught the attention of those around him. People instinctively stepped back to make way for the towering giant, who stood at 2.3 meters. Despite his handsome appearance, Wang Chong's formidable physique was intimidating to many. Noticing the wary glances from the crowd, Wang Chong sighed with resignation. Wasn't some fearsome monster, so why the caution? Nevertheless, he was accustomed to such reactions. As a returning student, Wang Chong's registration process was simple. He only needed to check in with his homeroom teacher via the class group chat. Carrying his luggage in one hand, he confidently made his way to the dormitory area. Along the way, the returning students were unfazed, but the new students and their parents were visibly startled by his size. Without the explanations from returning students, they might have hastily summoned their spirits for protection. The dormitory conditions at New Western Hongxiang Spirit High School were quite good. Each room was 50 square meters and accommodated 2 students, considering that third-year students would have contract spirits. After receiving his dormitory number, Wang Chong headed straight to Building A, Room 666. Upon entering, the room seemed empty until a voice suddenly came from the right. Hey there, I'm here. Turning his head, he saw a slender boy standing at 1.7 meters. Sorry, I didn't see you, Wang Chong said. No worries, I'm used to it. Hi, I'm your roommate, Zhang-san. Outlaw Zhang-san. Wang Chong blurted out, then awkwardly added, sorry, it's a reflex. Zhang-san waved it off with a smile. No problem, I'm used to it. Hi, I'm Wang Chong. Yeah, I know. You're pretty famous around here, Zhang-san thought. With Wang Chong's physique, it would be hard for him not to stand out. As one of the top 10 influential figures at school and listed among the most formidable individuals, even though Wang Chong was low-key, his imposing stature ensured he couldn't truly blend in. We'll be roommates for the year. Let me introduce you to my spirit, Zhang-san said as he took out a spirit ball. A flash of white light revealed a Zorua in front of them. Zorua, I'm Zorua. Nice to meet you. Although Wang Chong couldn't understand Zorua's language, he was still impressed. Amazing. It's a Zorua. Zorua, being a rare Dark-type Pokemon, is considered a rare find among ordinary trainers. Not only is this Pokemon hard to come by, but it also possesses the potential of a quasi-elite level. You actually know Zorua? Zhang-sen looked at Wang Chong with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As an exceedingly rare Dark-type Pokemon, Zorua is elusive and hard for ordinary people to encounter. But on second thought, given Wang Chong's top ranking in the school, it wasn't surprising that he learned about Zorua through the Pokédex. If there's a chance, I can help you get one, Wang Chong offered. Zhang-sen waved his hand dismissively, appearing indifferent. In his view, building a good relationship with Wang Chong was more important. At least when he went out with Wang Chong, the attention they received made him feel more noticed. Zhang-sen had always felt like an invisible person, even his parents sometimes forgot about him. This low presence often led to him being overlooked by teachers during his 2 years at school. Thanks, I appreciate it. Let me introduce my Pokemon, Wang Chong said as he released Xiao Huang. In a flash of white light, a robust Charmeleon appeared before them. Roar! Xiao Huang immediately showed off its proud muscles, leaving both Zorua and Zhang San stunned. Is that a Charmeleon? Zhang San instinctively compared his height to Xiao Huang's and realized this muscular Charmeleon was a couple of centimeters taller than him, standing over 1.7 meters. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Chong. Sure enough, the type of trainer determines the type of Pokemon they raise. This fire-type Pokemon had been trained into a bodybuilder. Your Charmeleon is really impressive, Zhang San genuinely admired. It's alright, Wang Chong shrugged. He gets tired after doing only 3,000 standard push-ups. Not that great. I have to do 10,000 just to warm up. Wang Chong remembered the advice from the nurse, who was 1.5 meters tall, not to force Pokemon, so training was left up to Xiao Huang's own initiative. Luckily, Xiao Huang was quite interested in training and wouldn't stop even after reaching the set goals, leading to today's achievements. Zhang San glanced at his own physique, which showed little muscle, and was momentarily speechless. Although the aura bath had strengthened his body somewhat, he struggled with even 50 push-ups, let alone 3,000. Zhang San decided to change the subject and turned his attention to Wang Chong's future plans. By the way, Wang Chong, the class divisions in senior high are based on professional directions. What major are you planning to choose? Wang Chong rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, a hint of determination in his eyes. If there are no surprises, it should be elf research. After all, he tapped his temple lightly. Having an encyclopedia of elves in my head is too good an advantage to waste. What? Zhang San's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not choosing the elf battle major? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? No, it's definitely the elf research major, Wang Chong confirmed casually. Zhang San immediately became restless and urgently said, if you choose the research major, wouldn't that waste Xiao Huang's advantage? In his view, Xiao Huang's strength was unbeatable at school, and with Wang Chong's ability, taking first place in the school, or even the entire league, was not out of the question. But Wang Chong shook his head. I'm not really interested in fighting. I'm more passionate about researching elves than battling them. His eyes gleamed with a thirst for knowledge. There are still many ways to enhance elf abilities that are waiting to be discovered in the field of elf research. As for the elf battle major, he shrugged with a touch of exasperation. Honestly, the level of students elves doesn't impress me. Choosing that major would be like picking on little kids, knocking them down one by one. How boring. All right, to each their own, Zhang San sighed, suddenly thinking of something. But if you're going into research, isn't it unnecessary to be so physically strong? Wang Chong countered. Why wouldn't it be necessary? Good physical fitness is the foundation for conducting research and ensures a healthy life. As he spoke, he gave Zhang San's frail frame a once-over and frowned. Speaking of which, Zhang San, don't you think you should start working out? You're way too weak. Ahem. I'll pass. Zhang San quickly waved his hand, thinking to himself that he had clearly steered away from this topic, yet it somehow circled back. Just then, Wang Chong carefully took a pink elf out of his backpack. By the way, let me introduce you to someone. Zhang San looked at the unfamiliar pink elf with a puzzled expression. What kind of elf is this? I've never seen it before. You'd be surprised if you had. Wang Chong explained softly. This is Mew, sort of a friend of mine. She's been in a deep sleep recently, and since there's no one to take care of her at home, I brought her along. Since I'm staying on campus and we're roommates, you'll meet her eventually, so I figured I'd introduce you now. Is this an undiscovered elf? Zhang San asked, intrigued. Yes, you're quite perceptive. Wang Chong nodded in acknowledgement. I was indeed the first to discover her. Wang Chong didn't reveal the true identity of the mythical creature. Even if he did, Zhang San wouldn't believe him. In today's society, deities have become mere legends, and no one would suspect that this 40-centimeter-tall pink-skinned little sprite is actually a deity symbiotically linked to the world tree. Impressive, you've discovered a brand new spirit. No wonder you chose this field. Zhang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. By the way, since it's our first meeting today, how about we grab a meal outside? Wang Chong nodded in agreement. After all, they would be living together for the next year. H City, as a first-tier city in the southern Ji province, is economically developed and bustling with people. Yet, in this crowded city, Wang Chong was an exception. Sure enough, choosing to go out with you was the right decision, Zhang San said enviously, standing beside Wang Chong, who seemed to have an invisible barrier around him. People instinctively avoided Wang Chong, creating a 5-meter radius of empty space around him. It's no wonder who would dare approach this walking muscle-bound mosquito, fearing he might suddenly lash out. Ordinary people couldn't withstand a punch from him. You're not doing this on purpose, are you? Of course not. Yeah, right, Zhang San thought to himself, knowing a bit about the rumors surrounding Wang Chong, one of the campus celebrities. After a 30-minute walk, they arrived at their destination, the Beheld Grand Hotel. This renowned spirit restaurant in H City offers not only human cuisine, but also specialized meals for spirits. Although expensive, it wasn't an issue for Wang Chong, the son of a master, and Zhang San from a prestigious family in H City. Welcome to Beheld Grand Hotel. How many in your party? The hostess was startled by Wang Chong's physique, but maintained her professionalism. Two people and two spirits. Two people. The hostess then noticed Zhang San standing next to Wang Chong. Zhang San, already lacking presence, was completely overshadowed by Wang Chong. And me? Zhang San greeted expressionlessly, used to being overlooked. Sorry for not noticing. Please follow me. The hostess led them to a private room. The meal ended up costing 100,000 alliance coins, with Wang Chong and Xiao Huang's appetites accounting for most of it. Zhang San finally witnessed Wang Chong's astonishing appetite, which explained his impressive stature. After the meal, the two returned to their dormitory, but Wang Chong suddenly realized that the mythical creature was missing. Something was off. What's wrong? Zhang San looked at Wang Chong with a puzzled expression. Dreamscape is gone, Wang Chong said, his voice tinged with tension. Upon hearing this, Zhang San immediately turned to where Dreamscape had been, only to find it empty. Could she have woken up and gone to find you? Impossible. Wang Chong carefully surveyed the surroundings, his gaze becoming serious. The dormitory has been broken into. Although New Western Hongxiang Spirit High isn't a top-tier school, it's still a prestigious one. Yet, someone managed to sneak into the dormitory unnoticed and take Dreamscape. What was more concerning was that the intruder had clearly chosen a time when Wang Chong was absent. Wang Chong suddenly recalled an odd feeling from a few days ago, the sensation of being watched. Once he noticed it, the feeling vanished. In hindsight, Dreamscape's disappearance was no coincidence, but rather a meticulously planned operation. Shall we check the surveillance footage? Zhang Sin suggested. Yeah. However, when they reached the surveillance room and requested to view the footage, they discovered that the recordings from the time Wang Chong was away had mysteriously vanished. This only reinforced Wang Chong's suspicion it was a long-planned scheme. Hey, Wang Chong. Zhang Sin hesitated before speaking. Does Dreamscape have some special identity? Why would someone go to such lengths to steal her? Just because she's an undiscovered new species of spirit? That doesn't seem likely. New spirits are discovered every year, but nothing like this has ever happened. She does have something unique about her, but it's best if you don't ask too many questions. All right. Zhang Sen wisely kept quiet, understanding the saying, curiosity killed the cat. Need any help? My family has some connections in H City. No need. I already know where she is. After a brief farewell, Wang Chong hurriedly left the campus, heading straight for the airport. Just moments ago, Dreamscape's location had appeared in his mind through some mysterious guidance. This was Dreamscape's special ability. As long as she was a certain distance away from Wang Chong, she would guide him to her. Meanwhile, at the airport, a man dressed as an ordinary traveler was navigating through the crowd with a backpack. After passing through several checkpoints, he entered a secluded room. Carefully, he opened the backpack and took out the still sleeping Dreamscape. The spirit has been delivered. You can pay the remaining balance now. The man skillfully took out a cigarette, and a flame appeared in his hand to light it. Impressive, as expected from the renowned spirit hunter Shadow. A group of men in suits emerged from the shadows, the leader holding out a spirit ball. The remaining balance has been transferred. The deal is concluded. The spirit ball won't work, Shadow chuckled as he watched their futile attempt. This spirit can't be captured. If it could be caught with an ownerless spirit ball, I would have done it already. Indeed, as Shadow said, the spirit ball had no effect on Dreamscape. No wonder it's the legendary Pokemon Mew. Shadow stood in the center of the room, eyes fixed on the mysterious, glowing creature before him. No surprise, Shadow brought Mew here himself. Honestly, I'm curious why you want me to steal someone else's Pokemon. The man in the suit narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. There are some things better left unknown. All right. Shadow shrugged, extinguishing his cigarette. Since the final payment's made, I should be on my way. He picked up his travel bag and headed for the door. After all, he did have a flight to catch. Once Shadow left, the suited man immediately instructed his assistants. Collect hair and blood samples. Take everything to Research Island. Yes, sir. The assistants sprang into action, preparing specialized needles to draw blood. However, the needles wouldn't penetrate Mew's skin. Don't be fooled by Mew's small size and fragile appearance. This is a genuine mythical Pokemon, an assistant cautioned. Can we collect hair samples? Yes, but blood collection will have to wait until we reach the island. Prepare for departure. What's the status of the plane? Ready for takeoff at any time. Just as they were about to leave, the door swung open, and Shadow reappeared. Shadow, what do you mean by this? The suited man asked warily. No big deal, just wondering if I could hitch a ride with you? Before Shadow could finish his sentence, the wall exploded with a deafening blast, leaving everyone stunned. As the dust settled, a towering figure over 7 feet tall emerged. Actually, I'm quite curious about who you all are, Wang Chong's voice echoed in the room. Change of plans, eliminate him. The suited man ordered decisively. The group immediately summoned their Pokemon, Weezing, Arbok, Charizard, and Beedrill, all formidable opponents. Make it quick. The 4 Pokemon attacked simultaneously. Weezing released a smokescreen, while Arbok and Beedrill's poison stingers combined with Charizard's flames to launch a fierce assault on Wang Chong's position. Shadow shook his head in amazement from the sidelines. To use such brutal tactics on a single human, The nuke squad really is ruthless. As the suited men prepared to withdraw their Pokemon and leave the scene, the smoke began to clear, revealing Wang Chong standing unscathed in the same spot. Looks like none of you are getting away today. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Wang Chong's figure gradually emerged. His clothes were tattered, with only a few strips hanging on, yet he stood there unscathed. This sight left everyone present speechless with shock. An ordinary person able to withstand the flames of an elite-level Charizard and the poison sting attacks of an elite-level Beedrill and Arbok? It was a complete challenge to their understanding of human limits. In the corner, Shadow watched it all and couldn't help but swallow hard. He recalled the reconnaissance mission from a few days ago even though he had been extremely cautious, acting only when Wang Chong was away, and even hacking the cameras to delete footage. Just one glance from Wang Chong had exposed his presence. Such terrifying reflexes were beyond ordinary human capabilities. Realizing the situation was dire, Shadow quietly activated the ghostly powers granted by his Jengar, planning to slip into the darkness amidst the chaos. Wang Chong brushed the dust off himself, glancing at his nearly destroyed custom-made suit, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. These specially tailored clothes weren't easy to replace. The suited men, though puzzled by Wang Chong's survival, realized that even as elite trainers, they were no match for him. Instinctively, they looked towards where Shadow had been, hoping the master-level trainer would intervene, only to find the spot already empty. Damn it, that guy lured the monsters and then ran, someone cursed. Move quickly, we must get the target to Research Island. Still trying to run? Wang Chong sneered, swiftly pulling out a Pokeball. With a flash of white light, Xiao Huang appeared on the scene. Who dares attack us? Xiao Huang roared angrily. As Wang Chong's partner, it had sensed everything from inside the Pokeball. Xiao Huang, fire a flamethrower at 3 o'clock. Roar! Xiao Huang immediately unleashed a blazing red flame, shooting it like a fountain towards the designated direction. Over there. 3 o'clock. Shadow was attempting to slip away unnoticed, hidden in the shadows, but was suddenly discovered, startling him. The flames rushing towards him were far hotter than the previous attack from the fire-breathing dragon. A direct hit would surely result in severe burns. Kirlia, use teleport. In a split second, Shadow summoned Kirlia. With its master-level skills, Kirlia swiftly teleported them to safety. Wang Chong clicked his tongue in frustration as the figure vanished. This guy who could use teleport was indeed troublesome, as not all psychic types could master this skill. Since he couldn't catch Shadow, he decided to deal with the others first. Xiao Huang, you take on that Charizard, I'll handle the rest. Roar! Xiao Huang faced the 1.7-meter-tall Charizard without a hint of fear, instead filled with fighting spirit. Although the opponent was a level higher in evolution, there was a significant weight difference. Don't get caught up in the fight, the plane is ready. Got it. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Wang Chong dashed forward like an arrow, effortlessly swatting aside the Charizard, Beedrill, Arbok, and coughing that blocked his path. These Pokemon were no match for him. The 4 men in suits scattered in different directions, one carrying Mew, another with a sample of Mew's fur. They intended to lose themselves in the crowd to limit Wang Chong's actions. However, Wang Chong was confident in his control and paid no mind. With a powerful leap, the ground beneath him dented, and he shot forward like an arrow. One of the suited men didn't even have time to react before Wang Chong's swift chop left half his body paralyzed. As he was about to lose consciousness, the man released all his Pokemon Gloom, Golbat, Poochyena, and Mook. The 4 Pokemon launched a simultaneous attack, trying to block Wang Chong's path. Wang Chong wrinkled his nose in disgust at the foul smell of Gloom and Mook. He grabbed the incoming Golbat, using it as a projectile to smash into the gloom-releasing Stunt Spore. The 2 Pokemon collided heavily and were instantly incapacitated. At that moment, Poochyena seized the opportunity to bite Wang Chong's leg, only to end up with broken teeth. Arg! The hyena dog sank its fangs deep into Wang Chong's calf, only to be kicked away in the next second, crashing heavily against the Mook not far away. Mook's unique fluid structure easily absorbed the impact, then released a dense poisonous gas. The purple-black toxic mist quickly spread, enveloping all the Pokemon and humans present, including the suit-clad man whose half-body was already paralyzed. This move, though damaging to the enemy, also took a toll on itself. However, Wang Chong seemed unfazed by the poison. Swiftly grabbing the hyena dog, he set his sights on the next target, sprinting towards another suited man, leaving the bewildered Mook behind. Hey, don't run. Stay and fight me for 300 rounds. Mook's shout echoed behind him. The other suited men, seeing Wang Chong not pursuing them, were about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly everything went black, and they fainted on the spot. Wang Chong effortlessly lifted the unconscious man with one hand, like he was picking up a chick, and immediately chased after his next target. The remaining 2 men scattered in different directions. One pulled out a Pokeball and released a Pidgeotto. Though Pidgeotto couldn't carry him away, it could certainly take the precious Dream Hair sample with it. Take the sample to the base in H City. Pidgeot. Yes, master. The Pidgeotto took flight with the sample in its beak. The man continued to sprint towards the helipad, thinking he was finally safe after making such a big detour. But what awaited him was Wang Chong descending from above. Meanwhile, the last suited man, with the dream backpack on his back, had boarded a plane and successfully initiated vertical takeoff. Watching as the plane slowly ascended, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He marveled at Wang Chong's prowess. A human who could withstand Pokemon attacks was simply unbelievable. Had they not scattered, they might not have escaped at all. Don't worry, your sacrifices are worth it. Let's go. The plane ascended to over 30 meters, ready to head towards the research island, when it suddenly shook violently. A piercing alarm blared throughout the cabin, as if something heavy had struck the aircraft. What's happening? Oh no, something's on top. Is it a Pokemon? Bang! An arm suddenly pierced through the 40-centimeter thick specially reinforced metal cabin roof. Another arm followed, tearing the opening wider. The suited man was dumbfounded. This was a special metal that even master-level Pokemon might not be able to damage. Yet here was a human, ripping open the cabin of a small 10-meter-long plane with bare hands. How could a mere human jump onto a plane and tear open the cabin with his bare hands? The man in the suit stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The metal of the cabin groaned and twisted with a deafening screech as Wang Chong's confident, smiling face appeared at the opening. The last fugitive was finally within his grasp. Wang Chong agilely leaped into the cabin, slightly bending to avoid hitting the ceiling. The cramped space did nothing to hinder his movements. The man in the suit looked utterly defeated, clearly not expecting such a formidable adversary among humans. If I had known, I would have sent someone else, the man muttered to himself, resigned to his fate. Wang Chong wasted no time, delivering a swift chop. With a sharp crack, the man's bones broke. Sorry, didn't control my strength, Wang Chong shrugged. But a trip to the elf hospital should fix it. With that, all four suited men were subdued. Wang Chong thought to himself that capturing the elf hunter would be the icing on the cake after all. That target was worth 50,000 alive, with no upper limit on the bounty based on their criminal record. He grabbed the backpack containing the elusive dream and turned his gaze to the pilot in the cockpit. A single look made the pilot collapse in fear. Please, don't kill me. The pilot's voice trembled. I'm just the pilot. I don't know anything. As he spoke, a yellow liquid spread beneath him. Land the plane first. Yes. Yes. Soon, the plane landed smoothly on the ground. The police had already sealed off the entire area. An incident like this at an airport could not go unnoticed. As Wang Chong stepped off the plane, he was immediately surrounded by police officers. However, upon seeing his impressive physique, they hesitated. Nevertheless, they summoned the courage to approach him. Stop. You're under suspicion of breaching airport security. Come with us. One officer, holding a pokeball in one hand and a fast dog in the other, was wary of this man whose muscles rivaled those of a Buzzwole. As a law-abiding citizen, Wang Chong complied. The four suited men were sent to the elf hospital for treatment, while Wang Chong was taken to the H-City Police Department for questioning. An hour later, the police chief received a call and looked at Wang Chong with newfound surprise. After hanging up, the chief approached Wang Chong with a smile. We've got a good understanding of your situation. Without you, we wouldn't have caught these four members of the nuclear explosion team. The chief of police stood in his office, gratefully addressing Wang Chong. Here, I want to thank you on behalf of the general public for your assistance. He intentionally avoided discussing the details of how Wang Chong had subdued the four members of the nuclear squad. As a model citizen, it was my duty. Wang Chong calmly replied. The chief nodded slightly. The situation has been resolved, and you can leave now. In a few days, the reward will be directly transferred to your account. Understanding the situation, Wang Chong stood up to leave. After he left, an officer approached the chief, puzzled. Chief, are we just letting him go? He hasn't completed all the reports yet. This matter has been handed over to another department, the chief said firmly. That's the end of it. Besides, this kid has someone backing him. The officer nodded knowingly and didn't ask further questions. As Wang Chong exited the police station, he heard a familiar voice. You finally came out. Looking towards the source, he saw Zhang Sen leaning against a pillar by the entrance. Wang Chong was inwardly surprised. Even with his keen observational skills, he hadn't noticed Zhang San's presence immediately. Is everything resolved? Zhang San asked. Yeah, it's no big deal, Wang Chong replied thoughtfully. He had expected the incident to be troublesome, but the chief had let him go unexpectedly, possibly related to the four nuclear squad members. As he looked at the bag in his hand, he pondered the true identity of the nuclear squad and why they were targeting Dreamland. Wait, Zhang Sen suddenly remembered something. I heard you caused a big scene at the airport? It's settled already? I just caught four bad guys, Wang Chong said nonchalantly. At most, it caused some chaos and dismantled a plane. Dismantled a plane? And you call that no big deal? Zhang Sen exclaimed in disbelief. What would you consider a big problem then? If Zhang Sen knew about Wang Chong's past of fighting alongside legendary figures, he might understand why this incident seemed trivial to him. All right then, Since it's resolved, the legal team I prepared won't be needed, Zhang San said. Legal team? Wang Chong looked at Zhang San, surprised. Yeah, I had my family's legal team ready to help you with the case and try to reduce your sentence. After all, causing trouble at an airport isn't a minor issue. Wang Chong couldn't help but smile. We only just met today, and you're already hiring a legal team for me. I must mean a lot to you. Don't get me wrong, Zhang San quickly explained. It's just that I finally found a roommate I like, and I don't want you to end up in trouble on the first day we meet. At the very least, Zhang San did indeed have a certain admiration for Wang Chong. Though he kept silent about it, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Wang Chong laughed heartily and gave Zhang San a hearty pat on the shoulder, the force of which made Zhang San's shoulder tingle, prompting him to complain, "Hey, take it easy with the strength." Meanwhile, at the central war zone of the Alliance headquarters, Zhang Du was intently studying the report and on-site footage in front of him. The testimony from the frightened pilot left him astonished. Wang Chong had managed to tear open the cockpit shell of an 8ER fighter jet with his bare hands, a feat of unimaginable strength beyond ordinary comprehension. This kid surviving in the heart of the battlefield wasn't just because of Dream's protection. Zhang Du recalled Wang Chong's explosive muscles, frowning slightly. His physique is like a genetic mutation, yet his parents are ordinary people. Putting aside his thoughts about Wang Chong, Zhang Du turned his attention to another important report on his desk. After a period of investigation, he finally confirmed the target of the nuke squad Dream, a real entity. According to the data, Dream began accompanying Wang Chong after the incident in the ancient forest and is said to coexist with the world tree, possessing the power to bestow authority over heaven and earth. Mastering such power is akin to attaining divinity, perhaps a shortcut to becoming a deity. Recently, Zhang Du made a special trip to J City to visit Officer 9527 Zhang Ran, who handled the ancient forest incident back then. Zhang Ran described that although there were heavy casualties in the forest, miraculously, all the dead were revived, and even the destroyed forest was restored to its original state. This miracle that shook the Alliance was evidently the work of Dream. Wang Chong's incredible strength is likely due to Dream's blessing, Zhang Du mused. Even if an ordinary person developed such explosive muscles, they couldn't punch through the shell of an 8ER fighter jet. It seems Wang Chong's innate power has been further enhanced by Dream's presence, and in return, he has to protect Dream. No wonder he was able to find Dream without any clues. Piecing it all together, Zhang Du felt a sense of enlightenment, proud of his deductive abilities. It's enviable, really, that this kid managed to win the favor of a legendary deity. However, his expression soon turned serious again. But why has the nuke squad suddenly appeared and set their sights on Dream? Are they coveting its immense power? He recalled the nuke squad's first appearance over a decade ago and fell into deep thought. In the early days, the actions of the nuclear blast team were relatively restrained, focusing only on capturing rare spirits in the wild, akin to the despised spirit hunters. At the time, due to the rampant presence of alien demons, all forces were concentrating on countering them, turning a blind eye to the team's activities. However, in the month following the retreat of the alien demons, the nuclear blast team became increasingly brazen, even going so far as to blatantly commit crimes at the airport. Although the airport incident did not result in any civilian casualties, the nuclear blast team suffered greatly. Reports indicated that all 4 members were severely injured, with fractures, broken bones, and internal bleeding among their numerous serious injuries. Zhang Du shook his head in disbelief. Of all people to provoke, they chose to target Wang Chong, the king of humanoid spirits, and attempted to capture a Dream, a decision that was essentially suicidal. Zhang Du circled the words nuclear blast team heavily on the report. The origins of this organization remain a mystery. They are known only for their relentless pursuit of rare spirits. The most puzzling aspect is the members' near fanatical loyalty. Once captured, they would shout, "Long live the nuclear blast team," before committing suicide. Even a pilot was mysteriously killed. This extreme behavior makes the team difficult to eradicate. Forget it, Zhang Du said, tossing the report onto the desk. I'll leave this headache to the old guys. This kind of cerebral task was not his forte. He'd rather be battling champion-level alien demons. Unfortunately, with the demons gone, he couldn't find an opponent and could only hope for beasts from another world to break into the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Wonder Bar in H City, the owner was meeting with a Pidgey carrying a sealed test tube. He quickly typed a series of numbers into the computer, connecting to a high-ranking nuclear blast team officer wearing a skull mask and holding a Meowth. Report from number 10010, the owner said respectfully. What is it? The officer asked, stroking the Meowth's fur. Mission member 7438 has failed. Failed? The officer's tone was noticeably angry. Yes, but they managed to collect a sample from the target before fleeing. The owner held the test tube up to the camera, showing a few small tufts of fur inside. The officer's tone softened slightly. Send the test tube to Research Island. Are there any survivors from mission member 9438? Only a Pidgey remains. Send it to Research Island as well. We're short on experimental material. Yes, officer. The next day, a mysterious package was secretly transported to the docks. Meanwhile, in Sinmu's room, he listened expressionlessly to his subordinate's report and ultimately ordered the abandonment of the plan to capture the dream. The hypocrisy of those people made Sinmu inwardly laugh. They all clearly coveted his research findings, yet they pretended to be so righteous. Now, the existence of the dream has been discovered by those old folks, and even more troublesome is the involvement of Zhang Du. This champion-level trainer could disrupt all his plans. However, Senmu looked down at the test tube in his hand containing a sample of dream hair, a slight smile playing on his lips. At least he had secured these research materials. His thoughts drifted to Wang Chong. It was because of this young man that his plan to capture the dream had failed. According to Zhang Du's analysis, the boy's ability to tear apart an airplane with his bare hands was likely due to receiving the dream's blessing. Thinking of this, Senmu couldn't help but feel excited about the upcoming dream gene research. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm, Wang Chong was living a peaceful senior year in high school. When he chose the Pokemon research major during class selection, the entire grade was shocked. Everyone assumed that with his physique, comparable to a fighting-type Pokemon, he would definitely opt for the Pokemon battle major. Who could have guessed that he'd choose the research path, known for its nerd reputation? For those students who chose the Pokemon battle major, this was undoubtedly good news. Being Wang Chong's classmates, they were all too familiar with the pressure he exuded just standing next to him. One could feel an invisible weight, let alone the suffocating fear when caught in his piercing gaze. Even after the teacher's repeated confirmations, Wang Chong resolutely wrote Pokemon research major on his application form. With no classes in the morning, Wang Chong headed to the school's equipment training room and released his partner, Xiao Huang. The sight of this Charizard left the older students stunned. This was no ordinary Charizard. Standing at 1.7 meters tall and covered in solid muscles, it looked like a Machamp in a Charizard's skin. It was one thing for the trainer to be as intimidating as a Buzzwole, but for the Pokemon to be just as extraordinary? The new students touring the training room were equally frightened by this duo, particularly when they accidentally made eye contact with Wang Chong. A few of the more timid ones collapsed to the ground, some even losing control of themselves. Wang Chong's gaze, as if it could devour everything, made them feel as though their lives were in danger. The terrified students promptly decided to withdraw and transfer to another school that very afternoon. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out from the entrance of the training room. Wang Chong, I knew you'd be here. Suddenly, a bald man emerged from the crowd. Wang Chong looked up at the sound and immediately recognized his old classmate, Shang Yuan-tong. This 6'3" Hulk was not only their class president during their first and second years of high school, but also a fitness fanatic. Though his muscles weren't as exaggerated as Wang Chong's, his lean, well-defined muscles left a lasting impression. Oh, is this your Pokemon? Shang Yuan-tong looked at Xiao Huang with interest. Just like you, it seems to love working out. He didn't find anything unusual about the muscular Charmeleon standing at 5'7". Wang Chong, I knew I'd run into you here. Before he finished speaking, Shang Yuan-tong had already leaped onto a pull-up bar, effortlessly doing 100 pull-ups. For him, a strong physique was the foundation of everything. Wang Chong paused his one-finger push-ups and smiled wryly. So, what challenge do you have in mind today? He never turned down a challenge from this old classmate, as it was one of the few joys they had in high school. I've been training hard these past 2 months. Let's do one-handed push-ups today, Shang Yuan-tong suggested enthusiastically. All right, the usual rules? Exactly. Whoever gives up first loses. But, Shang Yuan-tong's eyes lit up. Why not add a new twist? What twist? A Pokemon showdown, he said, pulling out a Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a 5'7" green Machoke appeared. This shiny Machoke was not only larger than average, but also had exceptionally developed muscles, clearly showcasing its strength. Seeing this, Xiao Huang's tail flame flared up, its fighting spirit ignited. Roar, are you my opponent? It stared intently at the muscular contender. Machoke, your opponent is this Charmeleon, Shang Yuan-tong announced. The competition is push-ups. Let's see who lasts the longest. That's it. Machoke scoffed. Roar, you're too arrogant. The two Pokemon faced off, nose to nose, their competitive spirits high. The surrounding students exchanged confused glances, completely bewildered. In their understanding, Pokemon battles were supposed to be about fighting. Since when did it involve doing push-ups? This high school seemed a bit out of the ordinary. The match begins. With a loud shout from Shang Yuan-tong, the competition in the training room officially kicked off. In the center of the room, Wang Chong and Shang Yuan-tong each took a corner, doing one-handed push-ups to support themselves. Their movements were fluid, completing 2 standard actions per second with a steady and swift rhythm. On the other side, Xiao Huang and the Shining Machamp were also locked in an intense contest, their push-up speed constantly increasing while maintaining perfect form. The students watching were awestruck. 10 minutes passed, and neither the trainers nor the Pokemon showed any signs of fatigue. Instead, they grew more vigorous. Particularly, the life flame on the tail of the Charmeleon burned more intensely than usual, prompting the students to marvel at its energy, which seemed to surpass even that of a Charizard. After 20 minutes, some observant students began counting Wang Chong and Shan Yuantong had already completed over 3,600 one-handed push-ups, a number that left everyone gasping in disbelief. By 30 minutes, the Pokemon finally began to show fatigue, but the trainers continued to persevere. At 40 minutes, the Pokemon match reached a conclusion. Xiao Huang narrowly beat the Shining Machamp by a minute, and both Pokemon collapsed, with Xiao Huang wearing a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the human contest continued, with Shan Yuantong's speed slightly slowing down, and both trainers' workout clothes soaked with sweat, outlining their impressive muscle definition, one rivaling Machamp, the other akin to Buzzwole. At 50 minutes, Shan Yuantong finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Despite losing, his performance earned everyone's admiration. "I lost, I know," Shan Yuantong said, lying on the floor. Wang Chong stood up, gently rubbing his shoulder, and said, "Not bad, just a warm-up. Next time, I'll definitely win," Shan Yuantong declared for the 520th time. Wang Chong picked up his smartwatch and skillfully dialed the school nurse. Moments later, a nurse arrived hurriedly with a Chansey. Upon seeing Wang Chong and Shan Yuantong, she sighed helplessly. The nurse stood in the school infirmary, looking at a familiar sight. A Machamp lay on the ground, its arm muscles visibly strained. Nearby, a Charmeleon wasn't faring much better. She wore a professional smile, but her eyes betrayed a sense of helplessness. "Starting the school year by increasing my workload, I should really thank you," the nurse said, her tone laced with obvious resentment. It wasn't surprising, as over the past 2 years, her most frequent visitors were Shan Yuantong and Wang Chong, especially Shan Yuantong, who almost came every day. If she didn't know that his mind was filled with muscles and training, she might have suspected he had a crush on her. "You're welcome," Wang Chong replied calmly. The nurse squinted with a smile and turned to call to the Chansey next door. "Come on, take him back to the usual spot." "Chansey," responded the Chansey as it moved to assist. Meanwhile, Charmeleon and Machamp were returned to their Pokeballs and sent for treatment. The incident quickly spread among the freshmen. At the start of the school year, 2 muscle fanatics had a 1-hour single-arm push-up contest in the equipment training room. Even more astonishing was that the Pokemon, Machamp and Charmeleon, lost to humans. This left the freshmen wondering, just how strong is human potential? The upperclassmen merely chuckled at the nuisance Wang Chong and Shan Yuantong would do something like this. However, the news quickly faded because Shan Yuantong challenged Wang Chong almost every day. Just today, he lost again, although he lasted a minute longer than yesterday. Yet Wang Chong still won decisively. As the nurse helped him prepare to leave, Shan Yuantong used his uninjured hand to grab Wang Chong. "Wang Chong, I have a question for you." "Hmm? What is it? Why did you choose the Pokemon research program?" Shan Yuantong finally voiced his curiosity from the past few days. With Wang Chong's physique and Xiao Huang's strength, the Pokemon battle program seemed like the perfect fit. Hand-to-hand combat, fighting is that a man's thrill? Wang Chong glanced at the Pokeballs containing Xiao Huang and Machamp and replied calmly, "I don't like fighting and violence, and..." He paused. "Do you think there's anyone in this school who could be my opponent with my skills?" Shan Yuantong fell silent. Indeed, Wang Chong's strength was formidable. Even in mixed doubles with his Pokemon, no one could match him. Even though he himself chose the Pokemon battle program and remained undefeated, it might only be because all students currently had just one Pokemon, allowing only for unknown battles. Even though it wasn't a personal battle, just a showdown between Pokemon, Shan Yuantong couldn't hide his disappointment. As he looked around the campus, he noticed that most students' Pokemon were still in their basic forms. Typically, they only evolve after entering college. His shiny Machoke was unmatched in strength at the school. The only real challenge and joy he found was in his after-school duels with Wang Chong. This solitary position was indeed the proverbial loneliness at the top. After pondering for a moment, Shan Yuantong made up his mind. After watching Blissey leave with Shan Yuantong, Wang Chong turned towards the cafeteria. The investigation had yielded results, and just then, a familiar voice sounded beside him. "How's the investigation on that incident from a few days ago going?" Wang Chong glanced sideways and saw it was Zhang San. This guy's presence was indeed becoming less noticeable. If he hadn't spoken, Wang Chong might not have even realized he was there. Yeah, the culprit was a Pokemon hunter, codenamed Shadow. Pokemon hunter Shadow? Wang Chong recalled the figure that vanished after releasing Gardevoir. Zhang San shrugged. "I advise you not to go after this guy. Among Pokemon hunters, he's known for his speed in escaping. He vanishes at the slightest hint of trouble. You can't catch him. The key issue is, no one knows if he's male or female, as he's never shown his true face. He could be a student, or even a woman. Among all the troublesome Pokemon hunters, he definitely ranks in the top 10. So he's that fast." Wang Chong clicked his tongue, then said fiercely, "If he dares to come back, I'll skin him alive." Meanwhile, in the exclamation jungle of the southern Y province battle zone, a young girl dressed in a tight black outfit suddenly shivered. She was Shadow. BRR, why did it suddenly get so cold? She checked her map to confirm her location, then immediately summoned Torterra. Torterra, use Hyper Beam on the ground ahead. Torterra. With a low growl, black particles gathered in Torterra's mouth, quickly transforming into a beam that blasted the ground. Boom! The earth shook, and as the dust cleared, a massive crater appeared before Shadow. From above, the faint outline of an ancient structure could be seen in the darkness. There are ruins here after all. Shadow's lips curved slightly upward. There must be rare Pokemon inside, maybe even treasure. She loved these things. To enhance our understanding of elves, the school has decided to take us to Province Y tomorrow to conduct field research in the Enchanted Forest. Zhang San's voice echoed in the dormitory as he glanced up from his watch and looked at his roommate, Wang Chong. Both had chosen the field of elf research over elf combat. For Zhang San, this choice seemed natural as family had been studying elves for generations, and his parents had no objections to his decision. Upon hearing the unfamiliar name, Enchanted Forest, Wang Chong immediately pulled out his phone to search. Soon, information appeared on the screen. The Enchanted Forest is adjacent to a massive glacier and is home to dark and ghost-type elves. It's also said that the ghost-type elves here are transformed human spirits, with the Digui clan being the most notable. Is the Enchanted Forest really suitable for students to conduct fieldwork? Wang Chong asked with some concern. Zhang Sen shrugged. I don't know, but that's how the school arranged it. I heard several elite-level instructors will be ensuring our safety, so it should be fine. Changing the topic, Zhang San reminded. By the way, the first monthly exam is in 2 weeks. How are you preparing? All set, Zhang San replied confidently. This time, I'm aiming for first place to make a name for myself. Wang Chong nodded silently, patting Zhang San on the shoulder. Well, good luck. I hope you make it. He understood that Zhang San's efforts were aimed at breaking his low-profile curse. Just then, Zhang San remembered something else. Oh, I heard someone from the combat specialty transferred to our elf research specialty today. Really? Does that have anything to do with us? Wang Chong asked. Not really, Zhang San nodded, but quickly added. Actually, it kind of does. The next day in class, Zhang San gestured to Wang Chong to look towards the side of the podium. Standing there was a muscular, bald student about 6 feet tall. Hello everyone. I'm Uehara Tong, transferring from the combat specialty to the elf research specialty. I look forward to working with all of you. Uehara Tong introduced himself, his gaze sweeping across the class, brightening as it landed on Wang Chong. Wang Chong was puzzled, unsure why a combat specialty student would suddenly switch to research. On the podium, the homeroom teacher of the elf research class A, Wang Jiesher, looked at this new student with some dismay. His class was typically full of bookworms, yet recently, they had welcomed 2 muscular students. First was Wang Chong, whose muscles rivaled those of a bodybuilder, and now, Uehara Tong. Wang Jiesher began to wonder if he was in the wrong classroom. Wang Jiesher rubbed his temples and sighed inwardly as he surveyed the situation before him. Teaching 1 student or 2, it was all teaching, and he could only comfort himself with that thought. Shangyi Tong, you can sit next to Wang Chong, he said, pointing to the empty seat in the back row of the classroom. Given that both Wang Chong and Shangyi Tong were tall, this seating arrangement was quite appropriate. As for Zhang Sen choosing to sit in the back, it was due to their dormitory arrangement. Wang Chong, I'm so glad we're classmates again, Shangyi Tong said excitedly. But why did you suddenly switch to the Elven research major? I remember you were always passionate about combat. Shangyi Tong continued earnestly. After hearing what you said the other day, I did some deep reflection. With our skills, there's no longer any challenge in the Elven combat major. I know that feeling of loneliness at the top all too well. So I've decided to join you in the Elven research major. I want to find ways for elves and humans to grow stronger together. I believe this is your goal too, right? Wang Chong nodded silently. He indeed chose this major to explore ways to enhance elven strength, such as mage evolution and gigantamaxing. These concepts were stored in his mind, but he chose not to reveal them just yet. Firstly, to avoid drawing too much attention, and secondly, to enjoy his student life. That's awesome. Wang Chong, please guide me from now on, Shangyi Tong said enthusiastically, taking the seat on Wang Chong's left and preparing for class earnestly. Wang Jiesher, standing at the podium, looked at the 2 muscular students in the back row and felt even more drained. Clearing his throat, he announced, I have some news. Tomorrow, the school is organizing a field trip to the Enchanted Jungle in Y Province. You'll have the afternoon to prepare after classes today, and the trip is expected to last 4 days. If you have questions, you can ask me after class. Now, open your textbooks to page 7, and let's continue discussing the habits of dark-type elves. Meanwhile, on a mysterious island equipped with an anti-satellite reconnaissance system in a group of islands in the Pacific Ocean, a passenger helicopter was landing. This was the research island mentioned by the nuclear team. A man wearing sunglasses and dressed in the nuclear team's uniform carried a case through multiple security checks before finally handing it over to the researchers. After thorough verification, the briefcase was opened and a test tube was carefully extracted. Just then, the automatic doors swung open and Senmu strode in. He took the test tube with reverence, as if holding a priceless treasure. "This is the hair sample obtained from you?" Senmu asked. "Yes, boss," the nuclear team officer replied respectfully. Senmu stared at the hair sample in his hand, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "By extracting these genes, we aim not only to replicate, but to create powerful spirits entirely under our control." He quickly moved to the lab bench, his fingers tapping lightly on the smooth metal surface. Currently, the spirits bound by human contracts can only reach champion level at best, with no further advancement. Even the magic crystals obtained from hunting alien demons only reach this quality. Senmu continued with a frown. "What's worse is that after consuming the magic crystals, spirits are easily assimilated, turning into spirit demons. The core of a demon is difficult to destroy, meaning they can endlessly regenerate. Clearly, demons are no longer capable of helping spirits break through to higher levels." But the appearance of the mythical creature changed everything. Senmu's hands trembled slightly with excitement. The legendary beast that coexists with the world tree, a true deity. Though he was unsure of the deity's true power, Zhangdu had witnessed the terrifying strength of Palkia firsthand, and even as a champion-level trainer, he seemed insignificant before the deity. "Intensify the research," Senmu commanded loudly to the researchers in the lab. "Fully commit to the study of the mythical cells. I want results, a spirit completely controlled by humans." "Yes, boss." Everyone present was a trusted member of the nuclear team, Senmu's private research group. They had access to the most advanced technology and biological research data within the Alliance, which was the foundation of Senmu's confidence in creating his own powerful spirit. The next morning at 7, Wang Chong had already begun his daily training. 9,999. 10,000. He completed the last push-up with one hand. Since he had to take a passenger flight to province-wide today, he couldn't finish his usual 10-kilometer running routine. "I say, Wang Chong, don't you find training like this every day boring?" Zhang Sen asked curiously. Wang Chong shook his head. "Not at all. Don't you think feeling your body grow stronger is a wonderful experience?" I think being normally healthy is fine," Zhang Sen quickly replied, afraid Wang Chong would drag him into training. "When can we start the next phase of training, master?" Xiao Huang asked excitedly. Ever since encountering the formidable Shiny Macamp, Xiao Huang had been more enthusiastic about training. The recent battles against Shiny Macamp had been close calls, and this evenly matched rivalry made Xiao Huang more dedicated to training. Unfortunately, the school's training intensity couldn't compare to the previous trials under the waterfall in the primitive forest of City Z. Wang Chong didn't respond to Xiao Huang's enthusiasm, instead returning it to its pokeball, then placing his luggage into the space backpack and slinging the bag containing the mythical creature over his shoulder. "Let's go, the teacher asked us to gather." "All right then." Zhang Sen nodded slightly, returned Zorua to its pokeball, and then slung his backpack over his shoulder before leaving the dormitory. At the training ground, students from classes A, B, C, and D began to gather, including the teachers responsible for safety. A total of 132 people were waiting in the spacious area large enough to accommodate a vertical jet. Once everyone was seated on the aircraft, the leader of the expedition, Professor Li Boyan, an expert in Pokemon, began to detail the mission. The primary objective of this expedition was to study the living habits and habitats of Dark-type Pokemon to gain a deeper understanding of their characteristics. As Professor Li spoke, most students listened intently, except for Wang Chong, who appeared uninterested. To him, the content was already well known and even more detailed in his mind than the lecture itself. Soon, lulled by Professor Li's ongoing explanation, Wang Chong drifted into a nap. Several instructors noticed this unique listener and considered waking him, but upon observing Wang Chong's impressive physique and the aura of intimidation he exuded, they wisely chose to remain silent. They thought, missing out on an expert's lecture is Wang Chong's loss. Having experts deliver lessons is a distinctive advantage of New Western Hongxiang Pokemon High School, rarely seen in ordinary schools. Expert guidance is crucial for exam preparation. For hours later, the vertical jet landed near a town 10 kilometers from the staggering jungle. As the aircraft touched down, Wang Chong awoke from his slumber, stretched, and remarked, "Ah, finally here." He jokingly added, "I must say, Professor Li Boyan's lecture was quite impressive. It had a soothing effect." Zhang San, observing the newly awoken Wang Chong, cautiously said, "I must say, you've got guts to sleep during an expert's lecture. You missed out on so much knowledge. It's your loss." Zhang San dared not wake Wang Chong during his nap, fearing his grumpiness upon waking, although, in daily life, Wang Chong always rose earlier than him, so he never had the chance to verify this. Hearing Zhang San's comment, Wang Chong merely chuckled, seemingly indifferent. He knew that while Professor Li's lecture was impressive, it contained some inaccuracies. However, as a student, he had no intention of pointing out these errors after all. The professor was a certified expert, and pointing them out might be seen as audacious ignorance. Besides, the errors pertain to extremely rare phenomena that most people would never encounter. Those are Dark-type Pokemon, which are completely immune to Psychic-type moves, a student remarked. Li Boyan added. That's mostly correct, but there's an important exception. If a Dark-type Pokemon is marked with the Miracle Eye, then all Psychic-type moves can affect it. Finally, the bus stopped just outside Baishur town in Y province, only 10 kilometers from their destination, the astonishing jungle. Wang Chong stood in front of the bus and announced to the students, "You have 2 hours of free time now. After 2 hours, we'll meet here and set off on a hike to the astonishing jungle." Understood. The students responded in unison and then dispersed in small groups. Wang Chong decided to stick to his routine and complete his daily task. He summoned Xiao Wang and prepared to start his usual 10-kilometer running training. At this moment, a bald student, Shang Yuan Tong, approached with his shiny Machamp. "Wang Chong, are you going to train as well?" Shang Yuan Tong asked enthusiastically. "Yes, I run every day, but I need to finish early today." "Great. How about we have a little competition?" Wang Chong politely declined. "I'd rather not. I might not make it back in time." "Then how about we run 10 laps around Baishur town?" "That sounds good." So, the two muscular guys, along with their Pokemon, started their long run around the town. Meanwhile, the slender Zhang Sen wisely chose to explore the town, as he was more interested in gathering cultural information. Through inquiries, he learned that the astonishing jungle once housed a temple dedicated to the deity Regigigas, who was said to possess the incredible power to move continental plates. After completing 10 laps, a system notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations on completing your daily task. Ding! Your physical attributes have slightly improved." Wang Chong felt genuinely pleased. At that moment, he noticed about a dozen residents in ceremonial attire preparing offerings, seemingly for some kind of ritual. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. 2 hours later, the students gathered at the meeting point on time. Led by Li Boyan, the group set off towards the astonishing jungle. "Hey, you two are here." Zhang San's voice suddenly came from behind Wang Chong, startling them both. Wang Chong turned around and, sure enough, saw Zhang San standing there, though he wasn't sure when he had arrived. "We enjoy sports, but we're not fools," Wang Chong retorted, clearly displeased with Zhang San's implication that they were mindless. Zhang San leaned in mysteriously towards Wang Chong, pointing to the nearby busy residents of Baishur town. "By the way, do you want to know what these people are up to?" Following his gesture, Wang Chong recognized the residents preparing for a ritual. "It must be some local tradition, right?" "Exactly. This tradition dates back thousands of years," Zhang San nodded, "and it's said to be linked to a legend." The mention of a legend piqued Wang Chong and Shang Yuan Tong's interest, and they both listened intently. Zhang San lowered his voice and began to share the story he had heard. Once, Baishur town was a vast ice field. According to legend, a powerful deity descended upon the land and, with immense divine power, moved the massive ice field. Sympathetic to humans, the deity claimed the area as its domain, offering protection to those who settled there. In gratitude, the people built a temple for the deity. However, some ambitious individuals coveted the deity's power. They tricked the deity into creating mythical beasts representing the elements of electricity, dragon, ice, rock, and steel. While the deity was weakened, they sealed it and seized the power of the beasts, establishing a mighty kingdom. But the deity's power was not something mortals could control. Once the deity regained its strength, the powerful kingdom collapsed in an instant. To appease the deity's wrath, the survivors held regular rituals. The benevolent deity eventually calmed its anger and no longer pursued the innocent, but it sealed the temple to suppress the spirits of the wrongdoers. "By the way, what was the deity's name?" Shang Yuan Tong asked curiously. "I heard it's called Regigigas, but I've never seen it myself, so who knows if it's true," Zhang San shrugged. Wang Chong listened thoughtfully, knowing that the Regigigas Zhang San mentioned likely existed and might be in the area. They covered the 10-kilometer journey in just over an hour, with Li Boyan providing detailed explanations of the sights along the way. When the group arrived at the awe-inspiring jungle, the sight before them made many students gasp. The jungle exuded an eerie atmosphere, and just standing at the edge, one could feel a chill that perfectly matched its reputation as a habitat for ghost-type and dark-type creatures. The legend Zhang San had heard of surfaced in everyone's Mindit was said that the ghost-type creatures here might be the souls of ancient, ambitious individuals who were slain by Regigigas. "All right, we've reached our destination," the instructor said solemnly, looking around at the group. "You are free to explore and collect samples. But remember 2 things. First, do not damage the environment. Second, do not venture too deep into the jungle, or you'll have to face the consequences." Pointing around, the instructor explained, "The outer area of the awe-inspiring jungle is relatively safe, where sunlight can still reach. But the inner area is different. It's almost completely overshadowed by tall trees. creating an ideal habitat for ghost-type and dark-type creatures. Yes, instructor. The students responded in unison, then dispersed to apply what they had learned in class to real-world exploration. This kind of hands-on experience truly deepened their understanding of theoretical knowledge. While Wang Chong was idly pretending to do something, Zhang Xin suddenly approached him mysteriously from behind. Hey, Wang Chong, want to join me in catching a dark-type creature? You're such a creep, Wang Chong said disdainfully. Ugh, you're the creep, Zhang Xin retorted. I heard from my family that there are wild Zorua here, and there's a special subspecies due to regional influences. They've mutated from their original dark type to a unique blend of normal and ghost type. Wang Chong thought for a moment and decided it was time to capture a creature. All right, do you know where we can find them? Of course I do. Don't underestimate my ability to gather information, Zhang Sen said proudly, as he released his Zorua. It turned out this Zorua was one he had captured in the awe-inspiring jungle as a child. The Zorua seemed to be returning home, happily dashing toward the depths of the jungle, with Wang Chong and Zhang Sen following closely behind. After about an hour, they encountered a Zoroark from the Zorua clan. Zoroark. Friends. I'm back, Zhang San's Zorua exclaimed excitedly. From the shadows emerged a master-level Zoroark, surprised. It's Little Red. Weren't you captured by humans? Noticing Wang Chong behind Zorua, it quickly stood protectively in front of Little Red, growling softly at Wang Chong. However, when it took a closer look at Wang Chong's stature, it was startled. Is this a human-shaped elf? Wang Chong stood there, his slender frame appearing as if a single punch could topple him, yet he exuded an incredible aura. Could such a physique truly be the pinnacle of a fragile human? At that moment, Zoroark suddenly let out a low, threatening growl towards Wang Chong, as if preparing to pounce. Seeing this, Zorua quickly shouted, Uncle, stop. This is my master and my master's friend. Zoroark. Zoroark's eyes widened. Little Red, what are you saying? A master? Did you actually form a contract with a human? His gaze was fixed intensely on Wang Chong, filled with shock. Uncle, not him, Zorua hastily explained. It's the person next to him who is my master. Only then did Zoroark notice the person standing beside Wang Chong Zhang San. This realization surprised him, as he hadn't noticed Zhang San's presence immediately. The one who looks so frail? Zoroark said disdainfully. Yes, uncle, Zorua replied with a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Zhang San felt a sharp sting in his heart, clearly hurt by the dismissive attitude. Zorua quickly defended his master. Uncle, my master treats me well. Humans aren't all bad like you've heard. Then, he recounted how he was taken from the enchanted forest by a spirit hunter, eventually bought by Zhang San's family, and formed a contract with Zhang San. At first, I also resented humans, but over time I realized that, like spirits, there are good and bad among them. After hearing this, Zoroark's attitude softened slightly. Though his hatred for humans lingered, his gaze towards Zhang San and Wang Chong was no longer as hostile. Little Red, why have you returned this time? Zoroark asked. Uncle, if I said I came back to see you, would you believe me? What do you think? All right, Zorua admitted honestly. Actually, it's because my master wanted to visit. Zoroark snorted. Humph, it can't be just a simple visit. Despite his suspicion, he didn't make things difficult for them and gestured for them to follow. Zorua gently bit Zhang San's pant leg, and after exchanging a glance, they followed Zoroark. Before long, they arrived at the Zoroark clan's dwelling in the enchanted forest. In the distance, a group of young Zorua followed a commanding Zoroark, learning from him. When these Zorua noticed Zoroark bringing 2 humans, they curiously gathered around. For them, humans only existed in the stories passed down by their elders. It was their first time seeing real humans. A group of Zorua gathered around, curiously observing the 2 human visitors before them. Zorua? Are these the humans the uncles talked about? A young Zorua asked timidly. So scary. Another Zorua shrank back. But didn't the uncles say humans are all bad? A third Zorua tilted its head in confusion. I never expected to see so many Zorua here, Zhang San remarked, watching the dozen or so lively little creatures with amazement. You're overthinking it, Wang Chong explained. Zorua are extremely rare Pokemon. Because they have the potential of a pseudo-legendary species, they are very difficult to breed. At this moment, a larger Zoroark suddenly cried out anxiously. Humans, don't wander around the astonishing forest. If those Jingars catch you, you're doomed. Although the 2 couldn't understand the Pokemon language, they could sense from the Zoroark's urgent demeanor that it was issuing some kind of warning. Wang Chong, have you got your eye on any of the Zorua? Zhang Sen asked, looking at the lively little creatures around them. No, but it wasn't a wasted trip, Wang Chong replied. At least we got to see the habitat of the Zorua clan, so it's like a tour. Suddenly, Wang Chong's expression turned serious. Wait, he said warily. The ground is shaking. Zoroark also sensed the anomaly. This tremor wasn't caused by a powerful Pokemon passing by, nor did it seem like a migration of Pokemon. The shaking became more pronounced, and even Zhang San could clearly feel it. Wang Chong, do you feel the ground shaking too? Zhang San asked uneasily. Could it be an earthquake? Before the words were out, a loud boom echoed through the eerie, astonishing forest, adding a chilling sense of terror to the woods. On the outskirts of the enchanted forest, a small, dilapidated temple, barely spanning 20 square meters, stands quietly. At this moment, residents from Baishur town are conducting a ritual inside, praying to the statue of Regigigas housed within. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. The residents of Baishur town exchange anxious glances, filled with fear. Is it an earthquake? Has Regigigas become angry? This legendary deity, said to govern the earth, is deeply rooted in their beliefs, even if it exists only in tales passed down through generations. Please forgive us, O mighty deity. The dozen or so remaining faithful residents immediately fall to their knees, bowing repeatedly to the statue. These individuals represent the last group in Baishur town to uphold traditional rituals, as the younger generation, influenced by modern education, has long ceased to believe in these ancient legends. Outside the temple, a group of students and their mentors happened to be passing by. Initially drawn by curiosity, they hadn't expected to witness such a scene. Observing the townspeople who refuse to leave and continue to pray, the mentors shake their heads. To them, the so-called deity is nothing more than a powerful creature from thousands of years ago, likely reduced to fossils by now, even though the League does possess the technology to revive fossils. Forget about it. Student safety comes first. The mentors decide swiftly, summoning their Pokemon to organize an orderly evacuation of the students from the enchanted forest. They also attempt to persuade the residents of Baishur town, but none are willing to leave. This earthquake is highly unusual, one mentor remarks with a frown. The Disaster Detection Bureau didn't issue any warnings beforehand. With today's technology, earthquakes should be predictable. Have all the students been evacuated? Someone inquires. Class A's mentor, Wang Chong, responds with a grim expression. Two are still missing, Zhang San and Wang Chong. Zhang San I can understand. He tends to blend into the background. But Wang Chong, with his noticeable, muscular build and towering height, how could he be missing? According to other students, they seem to have discussed something privately and then headed deeper into the enchanted forest. Those two troublemakers. Li Boyan frowned deeply. As the team leader and school representative, losing two students was a consequence he couldn't afford to overlook. He quickly issued a directive. You all take the other students to a safe area. I'll go find those two. With that, he decisively threw a pokeball, and a large, elite-level swallow appeared instantly. The swallow spread its wings, boasting a wingspan of 3 meters, looking majestic. Swallow, let's go find those students. Swallow. The Pokemon responded and flapped its powerful wings, creating gusts of wind as it sped towards the depths of the Wonder Forest. Just a few minutes earlier, deep beneath the Wonder Forest, an unknown underground temple was the scene of a fierce battle. If the worshippers from Baishur town were here, they would undoubtedly be thrilled to witness the legendary dwelling of the gods passed down through generations. At this moment, the Nuclear Blast team was engaged in a fierce battle with a mysterious figure known as Shadow. Shadow, you have nowhere to run. Hand over the treasure now. One of the members of the Nuclear Blast team shouted, commanding his Hydreigon to launch a fierce attack. Huh, Shadow sneered. This treasure was hard-won by me. You want it? Not so easy. He raised the black orb in his hand, infused it with spiritual energy, and shouted, by my command, awaken from your slumber, the 5 pillars. With Shadow's summons, the entire temple began to shake violently. The members of the Nuclear Blast team looked around warily, but Shadow had already blended into the darkness, his whereabouts unknown. Damn, he got away again. The Nuclear Blast team was frustrated. They had carefully set a trap to use Shadow as a pathfinder, but he had seen through it. The orb was clearly connected to the temple's disturbances, yet Shadow had taken it away. However, one team member smiled slyly. No worries, I've already scattered parasitic seeds on him. Venusaur, it's your turn to shine. Venusaur. The Pokemon immediately activated its ability, and the parasitic seeds on Shadow quickly took root and sprouted, binding him tightly with thick vines. Well done. Let's see where you can run now. A member of the Nuclear Blast team said triumphantly. Hydreigon, use Hyper Beam. The master-level Hydreigon roared towards the sky, and its 3 heads simultaneously gathered dark energy points. If this attack hit, Shadow would be obliterated. Just as the Nuclear Blast team thought victory was in their grasp, an unexpected change occurred. The ground suddenly turned icy cold, and in an instant, a solid ice wall rose from the ground, completely blocking the passage ahead. Hydreigon's Hyper Beam struck the ice wall, causing damage but failing to shatter it completely. Who is it? The members of the Nuclear Blast team looked at each other, scanning their surroundings warily. Boom. The right wall of the temple suddenly shattered, revealing a humanoid creature about 1.7 meters tall to the members of the nuke team. Despite its small stature, the aura emitted by this unknown creature was so intense that even the 3 master-level trainers present felt a chill in their hearts. Before anyone could react, the creature launched a fierce attack. Stone Edge. Countless sharp rocks whistled through the air like arrows, forcing a dozen nuke team members to immediately summon their own creatures for defense. However, this seemingly ordinary strike was astonishingly powerful, inflicting varying degrees of damage even on master-level creatures like the three-headed dragon, Venusaur, and Dusknoir, while other creatures nearly lost their ability to fight. What level is this creature? The nuke team members wondered, shocked. With their combined strength, they could handle elite-level creatures, and even against a champion-level opponent, they shouldn't be defeated so easily. Clearly, this creature's power surpassed champion level. At that moment, a burst of laughter broke the tense atmosphere. Shadow was seen casually sitting on the shoulder of another similar unknown creature, surrounded by shattered ice. More astonishingly, three more terrifying unknown creatures appeared before everyone, one wreathed in lightning, another emitting a chilling aura, and a third resembling a unicorn. The legends are true, Shadow declared triumphantly. The orb that controls the 5 Regis of the Divine Kingdom does exist. These 5 equally powerful unknown creatures were indeed the legendary 5 Regis. Regidrago, the dragon type created from dragon energy. Regieleki, the electric type formed from lightning power. Regice, the ice type born of glaciers. Regirock, the rock type molded from stone. And Registeel, the steel type forged from magma. All were created by Regigigas, each possessing power comparable to second-tier deities, far beyond champion level. Shadow clutched the controlling orb, eyes gleaming with fervor. I wanted to see if I could control them, and I succeeded. With these 5 Regis, not even the champion trainers of the league can stop me. The Shadow grasped the orb of control, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. Under her command, the 5 pillars of the gods launched a thunderous, lethal attack on the members of the nuke team. Regice unleashed a biting chill, freezing the fallen bodies into ice, which were then shattered into dust by Registeel's power. However, behind this seemingly perfect victory lay a hidden, shocking danger. Thousands of years ago, Regigigas had ordered the 5 pillars of the gods to suppress a group of humans who had fallen due to their ambition. These humans, upon death, transformed into Jengars. Now, with the 5 pillars under the Shadow's control and away from their sealed positions, those suppressed Jengars finally found their chance for freedom. Hee. After thousands of years, Regigigas, we finally see the light of day again, echoed an eerie laugh throughout the temple. At the center of the temple, a circle inscribed with ancient script narrated a long-forgotten history. Ambitious individuals once created a divine kingdom, dominating with the power of the 5 pillars. Until Regigigas awakened, reclaimed the power, and used the 5 pillars to suppress these unyielding souls. Now, with the seal broken, grotesque Jengars poured out from the circle, filled with a mad desire for the life energy of the living. Death is just a new beginning. They cackled as they charged towards the surface. The Shadow soon encountered the Jengars. Although protected by the 5 pillars, the Jengars came in relentless waves, increasing in number. Finally, one Jengar found an opening and breached the defenses. These ghosts, capable of passing through walls, were difficult for even the mighty 5 pillars to fully contain. Cursing under her breath, the Shadow quickly used the ability inherited from the Jengars to merge into the darkness and escape. While she couldn't pass through walls like the Jengars, she could at least use shadows to flee. However, the Jengars pursued relentlessly, and not even the 5 pillars could help her shake them off. Why are you guys chasing me like this? The Shadow cried in near desperation. She had thought that mastering the 5 pillars would make her invincible, yet here she was, fleeing pathetically from a horde of Jengars. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was a Jengar that looked as if it had undergone a super evolution. Its size far exceeded that of a normal Jengar, standing at a towering 2.5 meters tall, covered with sharp, spike-like protrusions. The lower half of its body was an eerie purplish red, and the spikes on its tail were particularly menacing. This massive figure set off alarm bells in Ying's mind. She was acutely aware that she was facing an inescapable crisis. To make matters worse, the surrounding group of Jengars were all fixated on the control orb in her hand, their greedy gazes sending chills down her spine. Only those who survive have a future. Ying gritted her teeth and made a decisive choice. What a loss. She hurled the control orb with all her might. The move worked. All the Jengars were immediately drawn to the orb, abandoning their pursuit of her. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ying quickly summoned Gardevoir. Without needing any instructions, Gardevoir instantly understood her master's intent. She was well-versed in such emergency evacuations. Gardevoir grabbed Ying, and with a teleport, they were swiftly above the awe-inspiring forest. What a real loss. Ying looked into the distance, feeling deeply frustrated. Days of hard work and the powerful force she had painstakingly obtained were abandoned just like that, leaving her infuriated. But surviving was ultimately what mattered. As for the mess left behind, she would let the league handle it. As a notorious Pokemon hunter, this destructive action would undoubtedly boost her notoriety, allowing her to demand higher fees for future jobs. Aning summoned Dragonite, leapt onto its back, and quickly departed from the troubled area. Meanwhile, the local disaster monitoring bureau had sent earthquake information to the affected regions and reported to the League, requesting investigators to determine the cause. A master-level trainer was already speeding towards the awe-inspiring forest on a Skarmory. At this moment in the awe-inspiring forest, Li Boyan, who had intended to find Wang Chong and Zhang San, encountered an unexpected situation. 3 wild haunters blocked his path. Although these ghost and poison-type Pokemon were only of ordinary strength, they posed little threat to an elite-level trainer. Come out, Houndoom. Use Flamethrower. Li Boyan acted decisively. His Houndoom, a dark and fire-type Pokemon with elite-level strength, easily dealt with the ordinary-level ghost-type Pokemon. As expected, the 3 haunters were quickly defeated. After defeating the 3 ghost stones, Li Boyan was about to delve deeper in search of Wang Chong and Zhang San when he suddenly froze in place, as if under a spell. Looking down, he saw 2 ghostly hands emerging from his own shadow, firmly grasping his feet. A sinister laugh echoed in the air. Didn't expect a human to be around here. Though this one is a bit old, it's still an unexpected catch. The voice belonged to a Jengar, transformed from an ambitious person. Li Boyan was taken aback. This Jengar could speak human language. He knew some Pokemon could communicate through telepathy, but a Jengar speaking directly was a first. Worse yet, it seemed he had become this Jengar's prey. Seeing this, a Swellow in the sky immediately swooped down to help, but the Jengar nonchalantly swatted it to the ground. This was clearly a champion-level Jengar. These Jengars, transformed from ambitious people and filled with resentment after having their ambitions crushed by Regigigas, wielded terrifying power. Combined with the strength they accumulated thousands of years ago by slaughtering the living and absorbing life energy, they retained formidable champion-level prowess even after millennia of suppression. At that moment, another Jengar emerged from the ground, eyeing the fallen Swellow greedily. After thousands of years, I can finally feast on life energy again. Li Boyan struggled desperately, but it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 Jengars approached. Just then, a dark pulse suddenly struck, hitting both Jengars with precision. Ouch! The Jengars, in pain, released their grip and turned angrily, only to find several Zoroarks had appeared behind them. Soon after, Wang Chong and Zhang San revealed themselves. Master, how did you end up targeted by these Jengars? Zhang San quickly moved to help Li Boyan up. Li Boyan was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say he had ventured here looking for them, so he coughed to cover up. Cough, cough. I was investigating some matters, so I went a bit deeper. I didn't expect to be targeted by these Jengars while retreating. Master, didn't you always tell us not to venture too deep? Zhang San couldn't help but tease. If they hadn't arrived in time, their master might have become a meal for the Jengars. Li Boyan wisely chose to remain silent. At this point, a Zoroark, clearly at champion level, warned them. These 2 Jengars are very powerful. Be extra careful. Such powerful wild Pokemon were rare, even in the entire Pokemon world. The Zoroark's display of respect towards Wang Chong was truly unexpected. Typically, the Zoroark tribe of the jungle, having suffered from the persecution of spirit hunters for years, harbors a deep-seated hatred for humans. However, their behavior seemed to have shifted. Although they still looked at Zhang San and the rescued Li Boyan with disdain, the immediate hostility of the past was no longer present. In midair, 2 Jengars hovered menacingly, shouting in human language. Humans, you've angered us. You'll pay for this. Clearly, seeing their prey slip away had enraged them. Whoa, these Jengars can speak human language. Zhang San exclaimed. Wang Chong mused. These must be the Jengars that, according to legend, are formed from the souls of evil people after death. Many think it's just a myth, but I believe most legends have a basis in reality. Ha ha ha. The Jengars laughed eerily. Look, that little guy is scared. Yeah, we'll carve him up soon. I'm going to eat his intestines and heart. Hearing himself being discussed as a meal, Zhang San clung tightly to Wang Chong's clothes, as if it could offer him some sense of security. At this moment, the command from the Zoroark of the highest rank echoed. Zoroark, brothers, attack. Eliminate these cursed Jengars. As the leader of the tribe, its orders were immediately followed. Night days. The high-ranking Zoroark launched an attack at the Jengars in midair without hesitation. The Dark-type move was highly effective against the Ghost-type, immediately leaving the 2 elite Jengars gravely injured. Damn Dark-type spirits. We're no match for them. Run. The Jengars turned to flee. We'll be back for revenge. Trying to escape? The high-ranking Zoroark led its tribe in setting up an illusionary formation. The Zoroarks, skilled in illusions, easily controlled the 2 Jengars, forcing them to approach unwillingly. As they entered the attack range, a sucker punch from the Zoroark hit precisely. Under the multiple strikes of the Dark-type moves, the 2 elite Jengars dissipated into smoke, leaving only 2 ghostly green crystals on the ground. Curious, Zhang San picked up a crystal. What is this? Li Boyan also picked one up and examined it. This seems to be the essence left behind after a Jengar's death. Normally, A Jengar just disappears without leaving anything. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as an even more intense earthquake erupted. Fear flickered in the eyes of the Zoroarks. They sensed a terrifying presence emerging from below. Wang Chong noticed it too. A powerful being, slightly weaker than the previous demon, was awakening underground. Moments ago, an eerie event quietly unfolded in the jungle. A mysterious shadow abruptly hurled a control orb into the distance before vanishing without a trace. The orb's glow immediately attracted countless Jengars, all clamoring to seize the treasure. In the chaos, the strongest Jengar emerged victorious, firmly grasping the orb. A flicker of human-like emotion passed through the eyes of this Jengar, as if recalling a distant past. It was once human, the creator of the control orb, the master of the 5 god pillars, and the founder of a supreme divine kingdom. Now, the chance to restore the kingdom's glory was within reach. Restore the kingdom's glory, the leader Jengar proclaimed, raising the orb aloft with a hoarse yet authoritative voice. The surrounding Jengars immediately echoed, "Restore the kingdom's glory! Restore the kingdom's glory!" The leader Jengar suddenly crushed the control orb with force. The central control element within a power crystal from Regigigas was instantly absorbed by it. In that moment, the 5 god pillars submitted to the will of this Jengar. Even more astonishing, after absorbing the crystal, this Jengar's power surged to the level of a secondary deity. However, its ambitions were far from satisfied. It recalled the times it had slaughtered countless humans and absorbed life energy to reach its former peak. Now, it sought even greater power, yearning to surpass the Regigigas that had once put them into slumber. Regigigas is asleep. Now is the perfect time for our revenge, the leader Jengar declared with a maniacal laugh. Let us regain our strength, absorb more life energy. We need sustenance, more sustenance. Mwahaha, this world will once again bow to the rule of the divine kingdom. Chaos erupted as hundreds, if not thousands, of Jengars poured out from the underground temple. Though their strength had waned, the weakest among them were still at a master level, with the strongest rivaling the power of champions. Under the leader Jengar's command, the 5 god pillars slowly rose from the earth, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Finally, the super Jengar, now at the level of a secondary deity, revealed itself. Standing 5 meters tall, it exuded a heavy aura of malevolence, resembling the evolved form of a mega Jengar, yet lacking the golden coin-like mark on its forehead. Suddenly, this massive Jengar lifted its head, sensing something. I smell the presence of the living. Such pure life energy. Its gaze locked onto Zhang San, Wang Chong, and their group nearby, especially Wang Chong. It sensed the immense and pure life energy within Wang Chong, feeling a thrill. Absorbing such energy could catapult its power, perhaps even surpass Regigigas. At that moment, Zhang San and his companions felt the oppressive force tightly targeting them, with a palpable sense of danger closing in. The surrounding Jengars were defeated, but more of them, ranging from master to elite level, kept appearing, surrounding the group completely. Faced with this sudden crisis, Zhang San instinctively clutched Wang Chong's sleeve and asked, his voice trembling, "Instructor, what should we do in this situation?" Li Boyan shakily gripped the pokeball in his hand, trying to maintain his composure while adjusting his collar. Ahem. Although my research is on dark-type Pokemon, and I'm not familiar with ghost types, in a situation like this, there's only one thing we can do. What is it? A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhang San's eyes. Li Boyan calmly replied, "Straighten up your clothes, so you can at least face death with dignity." Zhang San and Wang Chong exchanged incredulous looks at their instructor. The hungry Jengar's eyes glowed red, and Li Boyan knew their chances of survival were slim. He thought to himself, unless a miracle occurs, their fate would likely be the same as those trainers who die unexpectedly each year. To minimize the suffering, a swift end would be best. At that moment, a Zoroark let out a thunderous roar. "Zoro, brothers, break through the encirclement." "Yes, leader," the many Zoroarks responded in unison. As the hope of their tribe, they refused to give up easily. Even if only one Zoroark survived, they would fight for the future of their group. The elite Zoroark led its kin in a charge in one direction. Their combat prowess was indeed impressive, tearing open a gap in the encirclement within seconds. However, the fierce battle left them covered in wounds. While some Jengars pursued the Zoroarks, others began attacking Wang Chong and the group. But as they approached within 5 meters, a pale blue shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking all the Jengars outside. This unexpected barrier left everyone stunned. Zhang San cautiously opened his eyes to find himself unharmed. Even the usually composed Li Boyan looked puzzled, unaware of who was aiding them from the shadows. Just then, a soft mew sounded beside Wang Chong. "Don't think you can harm them." Dream awoke from Wang Chong's travel bag. Just as Wang Chong and his companions were enveloped by a sudden aura, this long-dormant mythical creature finally opened its eyes. Although not yet at its peak, Dream's power had reached the level of a secondary deity. Seeing Wang Chong and his friends about to be attacked by Jengar, Dream intervened without hesitation. It created a light wall, forming a protective shield around Wang Chong and his group. Zhang San's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. He was aware of Dream's existence, as it usually spent its days sleeping in the dormitory. If not for its faint breathing, people might have thought Wang Chong was carrying a dead creature. "Ah, it's awake," murmured Li Boyan, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Though he had never seen this creature before, the fact that it could fend off those formidable Jengar with a single move was truly impressive. "Mew," Dream uttered softly, floating over to Wang Chong and giving him a gentle kiss on the cheek. "Wang Chong, thank you for guarding me while I slept." Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Wang Chong's mind. "Ding, congratulations on receiving Dream's blessing." Wang Chong quickly checked his interface and found a new skill, Dream's Blessing, in his skill set. This blessing provided immunity to most psychic damage and granted the ability of telepathy. Wang Chong felt fortunate, realizing that a simple kiss had earned him such a powerful buff. After bestowing the blessing on Wang Chong, Dream turned its attention to the Zoroark. With a wave of its tiny hand, a light barrier enveloped the Zoroark, shielding them from the Jengar's assault. Initially bewildered, the Zoroark relaxed upon recognizing Dream's aid. However, the ravenous Jengar were undeterred by Dream's appearance. They roared angrily. "Damn it! What's going on? That pink-furred rodent. How dare it stop us? Tear it apart." With that, they launched a frenzied attack on the light wall, oblivious to the disparity in power. At that moment, a king-level Zoroark let out a low groan. Although the battle had just begun, it was already bearing the brunt of the Jengar's fierce attacks. Dream rushed forward, using healing waves in an attempt to mend the severely injured Zoroark. The situation proved more challenging than expected. Although the wounds on the Zoroark's body healed, these Jengar were not ordinary. Their attacks carried a unique corrosive damage that even Dream could not fully heal. The Zoroark could only endure the indescribable pain, unless death brought relief. "Mew," Dream uttered sorrowfully. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you." It thought to itself that if the world tree were present, perhaps its power could purify the unremovable corrosive damage. But now, it could only watch helplessly as the Zoroark suffered, unable to help. "Sorrow, thank the gods for saving the Zoroark tribe." As soon as the words were spoken, a dreadful corrosive force invaded Zoroark's body like an invisible toxin, causing him to convulse violently, as if struck by divine retribution. "Sorrow, leader! No! Zoroark, leader! We need you!" The desperate cries of the tribe's people echoed around. At that moment, a terrifying force struck the protective barrier, creating web-like cracks in the shield that protected Wang Chong and the others. Mew, witnessing this, immediately cast a spell to reinforce the light wall. "Ha ha ha!" A sinister laugh resonated. "Who would have thought I'd encounter a legendary god here?" A massive Jengar emerged from the ground, its shadow punch slamming heavily against the light wall. As a ghost-type move effective against psychic types, this strike came from a Jengar with the power of a second-tier deity, comparable to Mew's current strength. That the light wall withstood the blow without shattering was a testament to Mew's formidable power. "It seems my power will reach unprecedented heights." Jengar sneered, summoning the 5 Regi from the underground temple with a mere thought. The earth trembled violently, and countless Jengars laughed joyfully, celebrating the dawn of their new era. Regice was the first to emerge, followed by the other 4 Regis. The assembly of 5 second-tier deities gathered like guardians around Jengar. Jengar's greedy gaze swept over them all 6 second-tier deities in total, including himself. Though he sensed that Mew had not fully recovered its peak power, being only slightly stronger than him, with the 5 Regi's assistance, the battle was already decided. "Go, 5 Regi, relive your past glory. Today, we will slay a god." With Jengar's command, the 5 Regi launched a fierce assault on Mew. In its current state, Mew struggled to fend off the onslaught from 5 second-tier deities, forced into a battered retreat. While the 5 Regi kept Mew occupied, Jengar suddenly appeared before Wang Chong, shattering the light wall effortlessly with a shadow punch. Facing Jengar's overwhelming presence up close, Wang Chong felt someone clutch his other sleeve tightly. "Human, you're fortunate to be my first sacrifice," Jengar snarled. "And after your death, I will grant you a place among the Jengar tribe, as a member of the divine realm." Before the words finished, Jengar's body swelled, its massive mouth opening wide, and a tongue several meters long lashed out at Wang Chong like a venomous serpent. The purple tongue, slick and shiny, lunged at Wang Chong like a massive python, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. In the nick of time, Wang Chong struck with a lightning-fast punch, breaking the sound barrier and creating an invisible trajectory through the air. With a sharp crack, the several-meter-long tongue snapped. Zhang San watched from the side, trembling with shock. He knew Wang Chong possessed incredible strength, but this was beyond human limits. The sonic boom reverberated through the air, making Zhang San and Li Boyan's ears ring. "F." Gung Gue let out a piercing scream. "How is this possible? How can a mere human possess such terrifying power? It looked in disbelief at its pierced tongue. Damp and disgusting, Wang Chong remarked with disdain, gripping Gung Gui's tongue tightly. With a powerful heave, he hurled the massive creature skyward. Gung Gui's enormous body arced through the air, utterly unable to resist the force. What just happened? Wang Chong turned to the two stunned onlookers. Thighs. Li Boyan stammered. Did you really throw it? Yeah, Wang Chong replied calmly. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Li Boyan and Zhang San were too shocked to speak. How could a human possibly fight such a powerful spirit barehanded? Zhang San recalled Wang Chong once claiming he could dismantle a plane with his bare hands apparently. He wasn't exaggerating. The surrounding Zoroark clan was equally amazed. Was this truly a human, or perhaps a powerful spirit in disguise? The flung Gung Gue quickly regained its composure, eyeing Wang Chong with interest. Ha. No wonder you possess such abundant life energy. Human, you've piqued my interest. Too bad I'm not interested in you, Wang Chong replied coolly, then turned to Zhang San and Li Boyan. Keep this under wraps. I just want to finish high school in peace. No problem. Zhang San immediately agreed. Li Boyan nodded as well, still needing time to process the astonishing scene. Jengar watched as Wang Chong approached and immediately used hypnosis. However, a strange phenomenon occurred. The hypnosis had no effect on Wang Chong, as if it disappeared into thin air. This left Jengar momentarily stunned in midair. Impossible. Jengar was shocked. Even against an opponent of the same level, it's impossible to be completely immune to hypnosis without actively countering it. Little did Jengar know, Wang Chong was under a special blessing from the mythical creature Mew, which allowed him to be immune to most psychic abilities, including hypnosis. Wang Chong slightly bent his knees and suddenly exerted force. The ground cracked instantly as he launched himself like a cannonball towards Jengar, who was 20 meters in the air. His right fist clenched tightly, aiming fiercely at Jengar's vital point. However, just as his punch was about to land, Jengar's body suddenly became intangible, causing Wang Chong's powerful strike to hit nothing but air. As expected, Wang Chong understood. As a representative of ghost-type Pokemon, Jengar's ability to become intangible was one of its most troublesome traits. Unless Jengar chose to become corporeal to attack, ordinary physical attacks couldn't harm it at all. With a heavy crash, Wang Chong fell from the high altitude, shattering the ground once more. Ha. Jengar laughed triumphantly. Human, no matter how strong you are, you can't touch me. You'll never be my match. Before Jengar finished speaking, a dark shadow ball formed between its hands and was launched at Wang Chong like a cannonball. Wang Chong dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the explosion from the shadow ball. The shadow balls continued to bombard him, yet none could hit the agile Wang Chong. Soon, Wang Chong advanced once more towards Jengar, but his attacks still passed through Jengar's intangible body just like before. Onlookers Zhang San and Li Boyan shook their heads as they watched. The intangibility of ghost-type Pokemon was indeed an insurmountable challenge for humans without special abilities. Human, you are indeed strong, but that's all. Jengar's crimson eyes glowed with a strange light as it cast a curse on Wang Chong. However, the curse had no effect either, and Wang Chong stood unfazed in his place. How is this possible? Jengar was completely bewildered. Hypnosis didn't work, and now even the curse can't affect you? Jengar was unaware that its curse had no effect on Wang Chong. This wasn't because Wang Chong was exceptionally powerful, but because he had received Mew's blessing. As a divine entity, Mew's blessing is akin to divine protection, rendering a mere curse powerless against it. Even though this Jengar had reached the level of a second-tier deity, it couldn't shake the power recognized by the heavens. Unwilling to accept this, Jengar turned to using Mean Look, attempting to awaken the deepest fears within Wang Chong. Although not a psychic attack, this move typically evokes primal fears in creatures. However, Wang Chong remained unfazed, having experienced death and rebirth. What was there left to fear? Even dying again would simply be a repeat of the cycle he had already endured. Jengar was utterly bewildered. Its Mean Look could even affect divine beings. So how could it be completely ineffective against a human? Was it possible that the changing times had rendered this move ineffective on humans? While Jengar was lost in confusion, Wang Chong made his move. He assumed a jumping stance, clenching his right fist. Jengar, seeing this, sneered in disdain. No matter how many times you attack, it's useless. Human, even if you can't harm me, I can't harm you either. But with my ability to phase, I am invincible. Wang Chong's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly chuckled. Is that so? In the next instant, he leaped forward, a wave of energy surging around him. The powerful force propelled him instantly to Jengar's face. Have you ever heard of the flaming punch? Jengar was caught off guard, and before it could react, it saw Wang Chong's right fist enveloped in a fiery red flame. This flame carried a rich life essence and attribute power he had gained through a pact with Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang's flame was the fire of life, and the stronger the life energy of the pact maker, the greater its power. In Wang Chong's current state, This punch could melt steel and scorch the earth. The flaming punch sliced through the air, like a fiery dragon striking directly at Jengar's face. Jengar, thinking this attack would be as futile as the previous ones, casually initiated its phasing ability. It never anticipated that a human could wield the power of fire. The punch landed squarely on Jengar's face. Thousands of years ago, humans hadn't yet mastered the power of pacts and didn't know they could gain strength through bonding with spirits. However, some humans were naturally endowed with special abilities, for ultimately, humans are a kind of spirit themselves. Some people who marry and have children with spirits naturally pass on these special abilities to their offspring. Gung stared at Wang Chong, secretly calculating. This human possesses powers beyond ordinary people, suggesting he might be a descendant of a spirit and a human, possibly with fighting-type spirit lineage. But this guy can even control fire? The live fire crashed onto Gung face like a meteor. The strike hit its mark. Caught off guard, Gung was forced to reveal its physical form, slamming heavily into the ground and creating a massive crater. Everything happened so quickly. Wang Chong had deliberately missed 2 punches earlier to lull Gung into a false sense of security, and it seemed to have worked. He blew gently, and the flames dancing on his fist vanished. Cough, cough, damn it! Gung roared from the center of the crater, its face scorched red with anger. You despicable human! It realized with frustration that Wang Chong had mastered the power to harm it long ago, yet had cunningly waited until it was completely off guard to strike. 5 pillars. Come back and capture this wretched human. Gung shouted. It knew that psychic attacks were ineffective against Wang Chong, and its skills couldn't match his speed. In close combat, Wang Chong's strong physique would be hard to handle, and it would have to reveal its physical form, making it vulnerable. Although it didn't understand why, Gung knew this guy was hiding something. However, this wasn't an unknown battle. It was 6 against 1. At Gung command, the 5 pillars abandoned their pursuit of Mew and turned to attack Wang Chong. Watching its allies return, Gung let out a sinister laugh. 6 against 1. What can you do against us, human? At that moment, a deep, beastly roar broke the stalemate. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sight of Zoroark, who should have been lying on the ground dying, now standing defiantly. Roar! The surrounding Zoroark saw this, and tears welled up in their eyes. Their leader had risen. The pack responded with earth-shattering roars. In the next instant, Zoroark's body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Its deep red mane turned pure white with a red hue. The beads binding its mane disappeared, and the freed locks flowed in the wind. The black fur on its chest shifted to pure white with a red hue, and its entire body changed from dark gray to light gray. Its emerald green eyes turned orange-yellow, with pupils narrowing into thin silver needles. Even more shocking was that the originally dark-type Zoroark transformed into a normal ghost type, its power soaring directly from the Elite 4 level to the Champion level. The terrifying aura swept around, and the surrounding Gunguis, already on the brink of losing control, were intimidated by this unprecedented form and retreated in a panic. Zoroark's sudden transformation completely enraged the Jengar clan. How could they tolerate their companion being harmed without seeking revenge? The transformed Zoroark let out a deep growl and launched a shadow assault on the surrounding Jengars. These Jengars, at best, were only at the elite level and were clearly no match for Zoroark. If they could unite and fight together, there might have been a sliver of hope. However, fear had already gripped their hearts, and as they scattered in panic, Zoroark picked them off one by one. Zoroark's shadow assault was like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the Jengars one after another. Crystals of varying sizes, the essence of the Jengars' lives, fell continuously to the ground. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered, the Jengar leader could no longer hold back. It immediately cast a curse on Zoroark, only to find that it had no effect on the fellow ghost type. Overcome with rage, the Jengar leader recklessly charged at Zoroark, determined to capture it. These subordinates were the foundation of the revived divine kingdom and could not be lost here. Meanwhile, Mew also joined the fray. As a deity, it was being besieged by 5 secondary god-level Regi Pokemon, leaving it in a precarious situation. If its power had been at its peak, these opponents would have been of little consequence. At that moment, Wang Chong's voice rang out. Leave these 5 to me. Mew, go help Zoroark. Despite Zoroark's increased power post-transformation, reaching the champion level, it still couldn't match the Jengar. Only with Mew's assistance could they hope for victory. Mew nodded in agreement and swiftly flew towards Zoroark's location to stop the Jengar's hunting actions. Wang Chong stayed behind to deal with the 5 Regi Pokemon trying to encircle him. He flexed his wrist, thinking these guys ought to be tough. The 5 Regi Pokemon appeared small compared to the 2.3-meter-tall Wang Chong, especially Regieleki, which was only 1.2 meters tall, but could hover in the air. The 5 Regi Pokemon launched their attacks simultaneously, with lightning, rocks, ice, metal claws, and dragon breath all targeting Wang Chong. Wang Chong leaped into the air, effortlessly dodging the 5 attacks. With his right fist clenched, he plummeted from the sky at incredible speed. The 5 Regi Pokemon retreated in response, and in the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed, comparable to TNT. Wang Chong's punch struck the ground, creating a massive crater dozens of meters wide. The powerful shockwave swept the area, knocking Li Boyan to the ground as he tried to flee. Li Boyan was stunned by the scene, finding it hard to believe his roommate possessed such terrifying destructive power. This Wang Chong is simply not human, he thought to himself. Can humans really reach such a level? Meanwhile, Zhang Sen also pondered whether he should seek guidance from Wang Chong once they returned. Even if he couldn't reach Wang Chong's level, it was wise to train a bit and improve his physique. At least then, he wouldn't be knocked down so easily by a mere blast of air, left eating dirt in embarrassment. To ordinary people, this blast was indeed formidable, but the 5 divine pillars remained unmoved. They knew well that with the power Wang Chong had shown, subduing him wouldn't be easy. It was time to reveal their true strength. The spiritual energy around the 5 divine pillars surged like a tide, quickly gathering as their forms began to rise from the ground until they stood towering at 10 meters tall. This was their true form. Initially, they hadn't revealed themselves because this battle state consumed a significant amount of their internal energy. But now, they had no choice but to give it their all. Wow, they even transform. Wang Chong couldn't help but click his tongue as he watched the 5 divine pillars suddenly grow from short to towering giants. On second thought, it made sense. Being legendary giants, they would hardly live up to the name at just over a meter tall. Once they revealed their true forms, the 5 divine pillars' power skyrocketed. Reg Ice, with its ice attribute, unleashed a blizzard that affected an area far beyond a few hundred meters. The sky was covered with dark clouds as Regieleki soared into them. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared within the clouds. The sky rained down ice spikes, covering a 2-kilometer radius. Regieleki controlled the lightning, with golden bolts striking down toward Wang Chong like divine retribution. Registeel harnessed the lightning to charge up, forming an electromagnetic cannon in its palm aimed directly at Wang Chong. Meanwhile, Regidrago unleashed its dragon might, attacking fiercely at the cost of its own life force. Amidst the onslaught from the 4 divine pillars, Wang Chong navigated the battlefield with agility. Each step left dents in the ground, yet he deftly evaded the attacks. The falling ice spikes left only minor red marks. The golden lightning failed to land a single hit, and the dragon might of Regidrago and the electromagnetic cannon of Registeel were in vain. Except for Regis attacks, the other 3 pillars' moves failed to land, all dodged by Wang Chong. If these 4 divine pillars could speak, they would likely be cursing in frustration. If you've got the guts, face them heathen. Running isn't manly. Wang Chong was ready to fight, but suddenly he lost his footing. The ground beneath him vanished and was immediately filled with earth. This was a trap set by Regirock, lying in wait for the right moment to strike during the 4 pillars alliance. Mud quickly encased Wang Chong, hardening instantly. In that split second, a triple attack descended upon him: the roar of a railgun, the bellowing of a dragon, and the crackling of golden thunder from the sky. These formidable forces struck Wang Chong with precision, enveloping him in a wave of smoke and debris. Zhang San and Li Boyan, who were dodging ice spikes, witnessed this scene and their faces turned pale. In the distance, Mew sensed the terrifying energy surge and couldn't help but glance in Wang Chong's direction. Distracted while fighting me. Gengar seized the opportunity, flashing behind Mew and launching a sneak attack with Shadow Claw and Shadow Sneak. But Mew reacted swiftly, blocking with a light screen and countering with Shadow Sneak and Dark Pulse, dealing significant damage to Gengar. Gengar was frustrated. Mew's quick reflexes and abilities were troublesome. Not only did it replicate Gengar's Ghost and Poison types to avoid double damage, but it also effectively used Dark-type moves to counterattack. However, Gengar hoped the 5 pillars would quickly finish off the human and then help it corner Mew. In the center of the battlefield, dust filled the air. Zhang San and Li Boyan watched the grim scene, feeling sorrowful. Mentor, what do we do now? Run? We must inform the Alliance of what's happening here. Due to the earthquake's interference, their communication devices had lost signal. They needed to leave the enchanted jungle to send word. However, the surrounding Gengars watched them hungrily. These spirits, deprived of life energy for millennia, wouldn't let their prey escape easily. In their moment of despair, a clear Zoro rang out as Zoroarks appeared, using Dark Pulse to temporarily drive back the menacing Gengars. After its transformation, Zoroark finally escaped from Gengar's pursuit and returned to the battlefield of its clan. Its arrival was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly boosting the combat power of the entire group. Without the suppression of the Gengar possessing the power of a second-tier deity, the Zoroarks charged forward unrestrained, forcing the ordinary Gengars into retreat. At that moment, the dust at the center of the battlefield exploded outward, a powerful wave scattering the surrounding debris. Emerging from the smoke was none other than Wang Chong. Despite enduring multiple lethal attacks, he was still alive. Although his clothes were reduced to ashes in the assault, leaving him only in his underwear, he stood firm on the battlefield. His chest was covered with horrific wounds, burn marks from electromagnetic cannons, and lightning were clearly visible, and the dragon's attack had nearly pierced his chest. Fortunately, the high heat had cauterized the wounds, temporarily stopping the bleeding. This was the most severe injury he had suffered in 3 years, yet there was no despair in Wang Chong's eyes, only a long-suppressed, fervent battle spirit. The dormant beast had finally awakened. Boom! A crimson life force erupted from Wang Chong's body, the flames enveloping him as if they were tangible, showcasing his vigorous vitality. Even the 5 Regi, controlled by the orb, instinctively felt a tinge of fear in the face of Wang Chong's sudden transformation. Before they could understand this inexplicable fear, Wang Chong's figure flashed like lightning in front of Regirock. Despite being only 2 meters tall, his presence made the 10-meter-tall Regirock instinctively step back. 8 trigrams collapse. Wang Chong instantly concentrated all his strength into his elbow, moving like a drawn bow, striking like a thunderclap. Regirock's massive body was sent flying hundreds of meters by the blow, the sonic boom echoing across the sky, and the terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield. Even Regidrago and Registeel were pushed back dozens of steps, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, this was only the beginning of the nightmare for the 5 Regi. Meanwhile, in a distant temple, several residents of Whitestone Town knelt and kowtowed, their foreheads bleeding profusely. Strangely, the icicles in the sky deliberately avoided this area. Inside the temple, cracks quietly appeared on the statue of Regigigas. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the fierce battle between Gengar and Mew continued. The sounds of Wang Chong's battle with the 5 Regi echoed for kilometers, clearly audible. Gengar grew anxious, hoping the fight would end soon, as Mew's relentless pursuit was driving it to the brink. Fortunately, Mew seemed equally exhausted, and the two sides were evenly matched, suggesting a possible turning point. Ha ha ha, do you hear that loud battle sound? Gengar sneered. If you can't defeat me immediately, that human is as good as dead. This taunt made Mew even more desperate. Just then, a dark figure suddenly flew in from the distant battlefield. Before Gengar could continue his taunts, a massive shadow came hurtling down from the sky, crashing heavily into him. Caught off guard, Gengar was slammed into the ground, the immense impact snapping dozens of surrounding trees. Damn it! Why did you suddenly charge at me? Gengar angrily pushed the weight of Regirock off him, but he froze when he saw the state of his opponent. Regirock was in a terrible state. The legendary giant, a creation of Regigigas, now had its rocky body almost completely dismantled, covered in alarming cracks, as if it would shatter with the slightest touch. How is this possible? Gengar stared in disbelief at the severely injured Regirock. Although the rock giant could heal by absorbing stones, the look of distress on its face deeply unsettled Gengar. Through Regirock's memories, Gengar witnessed a shocking scene. A human named Wang Chong was executing bizarre and devastating moves, each strike as terrifying as a missile blast. He even saw Regice engulfed in Wang Chong's life flames, then pinned down and brutally beaten. At that moment, a soft mew sounded behind Gengar. The ethereal figure of Mew appeared, landing a dual attack of psychic power and disaster on the unsuspecting Gengar. This strike left the already injured Gengar even weaker, his body beginning to fade in and out. Damn it! Regirock, lock this guy down for me. Facing the agile Mew, Gengar knew he stood no chance alone. However, Regirock suddenly froze, as if in standby mode. Things got worse when Regirock unexpectedly launched an attack, its sharp stones not aimed at Mew, but directly at Gengar. This unexpected betrayal dealt Gengar a severe blow, destabilizing his form even further. This familiar sensation awakened memories buried for millennia within Gengar. When Regigigas first awoke from its slumber and broke the seal, the 5 pillars of gods also rebelled, ultimately leading to the destruction of the divine kingdom. This tragedy had turned them into Gengar, driven by deep resentment to massacre the kingdom's people to increase their own power, only to be suppressed by Regigigas. Now, this terrifying history was repeating itself. Regirock defied his orders and attacked him directly. This could only mean that Regigigas had awoken. Indeed, a terrifying presence descended, as if tangibly locking onto Gengar. This aura made Gengar tremble uncontrollably, and without a doubt, he would never forget the owner of this presence had sealed him away for thousands of years. Regigigas. Gengar's eyes burned with deep-seated hatred. At that moment, he clearly sensed that all of his subordinates had been completely wiped out by the mutated Zoroark. The awakening of Regigigas meant the control over the 5 Regis had been lost, leaving Gengar truly alone, a solitary ghost, a commander without an army. Was the tragedy from thousands of years ago about to repeat itself? Impossible. A glint of madness flashed in Gengar's eyes, black energy dripping from his fangs. He would not allow history to repeat. He was determined to become the nightmare of this world. Gengar moved with ghostly speed, heading straight for the underground temple where they had first appeared. Mew quickly followed in pursuit, while Regirock began searching for rocks around him, trying to repair its shattered body. Any further fighting, and it might truly perish. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Wang Chong quietly observed the four Regis lying motionless on the ground. The wild power within him gradually subsided, returning to slumber. He stretched and moved his body, bearing multiple injuries, but aside from the nearly penetrated wound on his chest, the rest were minor. Just moments ago, the four Regis had suddenly ceased their attacks and collapsed, seemingly losing Jengar's control. Wang Chong understood they were merely puppets under manipulation, so he refrained from further action. Looking down at his wounds, Wang Chong began to feel sharp pains. He realized the wounds might get infected and needed prompt disinfection. His clothes were in tatters, leaving only the special underpants, a reward from the system, intact. He had 7 pairs of these underpants, rotating them weekly. Clearly, the system's gift was of exceptional quality. His clothes were destroyed, yet the underpants remained unscathed. After the battle, Zhang San and Li Boyan stood in awe. The scene of destruction before them was beyond human comprehension. A battlefield was a mess, as if plowed by missiles, with layers of earth overturned, exposing the remnants of the underground temple below. Li Boyan felt a pang of regret for the blasted underground temple, a precious historical relic. Yet, his interest in Wang Chong was far greater than in history. For a human to unleash such formidable power suggested that human potential was far beyond mere contracts. Could persistent training truly yield such terrifying strength? This was certainly a direction worth exploring. Wang Chong, are you okay? Zhang Sen hurried over, asking with concern. Do I look like I'm okay to you? Wang Chong retorted, rolling his eyes at Zhang San. Even a fool could see his injuries were serious, yet he was asked if he was fine. This battle had inflicted the most severe injuries Wang Chong had sustained in 3 years. The injuries of the 5 god pillars were indeed severe, especially Regice, whose entire body had completely melted, leaving only a faintly glowing crystal core. If this last core were destroyed, the legendary 5 god pillars might forever lose a member, becoming the 4 god pillars. Wang Chong stretched his sore shoulders and remarked with a hint of pride. These guys were really tough. Almost couldn't beat them. Zhang Sen looked at Wang Chong's upright figure and felt a surge of complex emotions that were hard to suppress. These were the legendary giants crafted by the gods themselves. The establishment of the divine realm relied on the power of these 5 god pillars. Yet here was an ordinary human who had defeated them with nothing but flesh and blood. It defied logic. Zhang Sen even thought that with Wang Chong's current display of strength, he could single-handedly challenge the champion trainers of the entire league, and perhaps even withstand missiles. Just then, the silhouette of Jengar suddenly appeared in the sky, his eyes gleaming with madness. Ha ha ha. Jengar let out a piercing laugh. I didn't want to resort to this, but you forced my hand. Jengar opened his massive mouth, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The crystals scattered on the ground, remnants of fallen Jengar, soared into the air as if drawn by a giant magnet, rushing into his mouth. As he devoured the crystals, Jengar's aura surged, ultimately breaking through the constraints of a second-tier god, reaching the level of a first-tier god. Jengar's body rapidly expanded, growing to an astounding 30 meters tall. His enormous form landed heavily on the ground, causing tremors to ripple outward. Roar! Is this the power of a god? Jengar laughed maniacally, eyes filled with the thrill of insanity. This was the power he had always craved, and though it cost him all his subordinates, he finally touched the dreamlike realm of a first-tier god, a peer to Regigigas. At that moment, a figure over 3 meters tall appeared in the distance. Compared to Jengar's massive form, it seemed exceptionally small, like a toy ready to be crushed at any moment. Mew! A clear call echoed. It was Regigigas. The ethereal sound resonated in everyone's hearts. Wang Chong turned to see the figure approaching steadily, undeterred by the terrain, with a measured and orderly stride. 3 pairs of dot-like eyes glowed with mysterious light. Regigigas, I didn't expect you to awaken from your slumber. Jengar laughed wildly, but you're too late. With that, he launched a shadow assault towards Regigigas. As Regigigas moved forward, his form also began to swell rapidly, eventually growing as tall as Jengar, equally reaching 30 meters. The 2 colossal beings collided with a thunderous crash. Since their attribute attacks were ineffective against each other, they resorted to the most primitive method, hand-to-hand combat. Each heavy punch sent shockwaves rippling in all directions. Zhang Sen clung tightly to Wang Chong's leg, barely maintaining his balance amidst the intense clash. Gusts of air roared past, stirring up clouds of dust. This battle had already surpassed the capabilities of the Zoroarks, but with Regigigas joining the fray, their help was no longer necessary. The Zoroarks, who had come to eliminate the jungle crisis, had now returned to their tribal dwelling. Mew landed lightly on Wang Chong's shoulder. The high-intensity battle had nearly drained it of energy, yet it remained conscious, determined to witness the moment Regigigas subdued Jengar. Wang Chong gently stroked Mew's head, prompting it to release a healing wave that mended Wang Chong's injuries. In an instant, the various wounds healed rapidly. Even the nearly pierced chest sprouted new flesh. Within seconds, all injuries were completely healed, leaving only patches of tender new skin against the bronze complexion. Wang Chong thought to himself that he needed to find time to sunbathe and even out his skin tone. After healing Wang Chong, Mew finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into slumber. On the battlefield, Jengar's situation grew increasingly dire. What began as an evenly matched struggle soon turned against him. Although he had just barely ascended to the rank of a first-tier god by absorbing the crystalline essence left by other Jengars, the disparity in power was evident when compared to Regigigas, who was born a first-tier deity with divine duties. As the god of the earth, Regigigas possessed immense strength, rendering Jengar no match in direct confrontation. As the battle wore on, Jengar's injuries mounted until Regigigas delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing through more than a dozen trees before coming to a halt. Jengar finally recognized the vast power gap between himself and Regigigas. Even with his promotion to a first-tier god, he was still far inferior in every aspect. Just as he considered fleeing, his gaze fell upon Wang Chong, who was watching the battle from a distance. He vividly recalled the rich life energy within Wang Chong. A greedy thought surfaced. If he could devour Wang Chong's life energy, perhaps he could contend with Regigigas. Although Wang Chong had previously repelled Regirock, showcasing impressive strength, Jengar now believed that with his newfound status as a first-tier god and a surprise attack, Wang Chong would be unable to defend himself. If successful, he could absorb Wang Chong's energy and then devour the slumbering Mew on his shoulder. At that point, even Regigigas would be no match for him. With this realization, Jengar's eyes gleamed with greed as he launched a shadowy assault aimed directly at Wang Chong. "Run, Wang Chong, run!" Zhang Sen clung tightly to Wang Chong's leg, his voice trembling with fear. The massive Jengar was charging at them, prompting Li Boyan to instinctively grab Wang Chong's other leg, as if this gesture could offer a semblance of safety. Yet, Wang Chong's face showed no trace of fear. He gently placed Mew from his shoulder into Zhang San's hands, speaking calmly. "Take care of Mew for me." "What are you going to do?" Zhang San asked, bewildered, as he held Mew. "What else?" Wang Chong replied, stretching his muscles with a confident smile. "I'm going to send this guy flying." "Send it flying?" Before Zhang San could comprehend, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Just as Jengar was about to reach them, Wang Chong suddenly accelerated with a swift dive, appearing in front of Jengar in the blink of an eye. With a skillful maneuver, he used Jengar's momentum against it, hurling its massive body towards Regigigas. Before Jengar could process why it was sent flying, Regigigas appeared before it. Gigavolt. In an instant, Regigigas unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, paralyzing Jengar completely. Without missing a beat, it followed with a ground-type, high-horsepower attack, delivering a powerful blow to the immobilized Jengar. Under the heavy assault, Jengar's enormous body flickered and rapidly shrank to about 20 meters. But Regigigas didn't relent, launching a confused ray to further disorient Jengar. Then came a barrage of Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch, compressing Jengar's body to just a meter. After the relentless attacks, Jengar was left utterly powerless. When it finally caught a breath, its eyes were filled with terror, realizing that continued assault might erase it from existence. In a desperate bid, Jengar attempted to escape using Shadow Sneak, but a transformed Zoroark emerged, using its own Shadow Sneak to force Jengar out of its shadow state. Now reduced from the power of a deity to that of a champion, Jengar needed to replenish its strength or absorb enough life energy to avoid a lengthy slumber. Yet, Zoroark gave it no chance, unleashing Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, and Dark Pulse in quick succession, leaving the heavily injured Jengar defenseless. Ultimately, under Zoroark's relentless pursuit, Jengar's form was completely dispersed, dissolving into particles of energy that faded into the air. The Jengar that had been suppressed for thousands of years finally fell at the hands of Zoroark today. A victorious roar echoed through the mountains and forests as Zoroark howled to the sky, announcing the end of a feud that had lasted millennia. At the moment when Jengar's form completely dissipated, a smooth, peculiar stone fell to the ground. Zoroark looked down at the stone, which contained an astonishing power, but instinctively sensed that this power did not resonate with him. Wang Chong, Zhang San, and Li Boyan finally arrived at the scene. Seeing familiar figures, Zoroark lowered his guard. Despite undergoing a transformation, he had not lost his sanity and clearly remembered these humans. "It seems that dreadful Jengar is finally dead," Li Boyan said with relief as he surveyed the battlefield. At this moment, the massive figure of Regigigas approached slowly. His form gradually shrank until he stood at a height of 3.7 meters. Yet even so, Wang Chong appeared particularly small before him. "Humans, thank you for your assistance." Regigigas' voice resonated in their minds. "It was my pleasure, and besides, I enjoyed the fight. Wang Chong replied. Although it had been his most severe battle injury in 3 years, it was also the only time he could exert his full strength. Unlike when he faced the demon god from another world, where he barely threw a punch before Palkia intervened. My 5 companions caused you trouble, and I apologize, Regigigas said, extending his arms as a warm energy flowed towards Wang Chong. This is compensation for your brave assistance. A system prompt sounded in Wang Chong's mind. Ding! Congratulations on receiving Regigigas' blessing. Regigigas' blessing, a boon from the earth deity, granting the recipient enhanced strength. Wang Chong immediately felt a surge in power within him. After Mew, he had received the blessing of another deity. Thank you, Regigigas. No need to thank me. It is well deserved, Regigigas replied as he turned towards the ancient temple. Now, humans, I must return to my slumber. In the future, I hope you will continue to eliminate those unstable threats to the world. Watching Regigigas' retreating figure, Wang Chong turned to Zhang San. Zhang San, where's my Pokeball? Oh, here it is, Zhang San said, handing over the Pokeball along with the slumbering Mew to Wang Chong. With the Pokeball and Mew safely in hand, the crisis was finally resolved perfectly. If he could be given a nice piece of clothing, it would be perfect. A few minutes later, Zoroark gracefully waved its claws to bid farewell to Wang Chong and his companions. After escorting them to the edge of its territory, it turned back to its habitat. Although the Jengar threat, which had been transformed by ambitious individuals, was no longer present in the forest, other dangers from different creatures still existed, and the responsibility to protect its kin remained crucial. Before parting, Zoroark handed Wang Chong a mysterious stone left behind after the Jengar vanished. Staring at the smooth stone, Wang Chong inadvertently blurted out, "A Jengar Mega Evolution Stone? What is a Jengar Mega Evolution Stone?" Li Boyan asked with deep curiosity. To him, Wang Chong seemed too enigmatic. His astonishing combat prowess was already impressive enough, and now this unfamiliar term emerged. Realizing his slip, Wang Chong awkwardly explained, "It's difficult to explain. As of now, the Alliance has no knowledge of Mega Evolution Stones, or rather, the conditions for their use have yet to be discovered or researched." Seeing Wang Chong's reluctance to elaborate, Li Boyan wisely refrained from pressing further. The intimidating power of those massive fists led him to choose the wise path of silence. By the way, Wang Chong said seriously, "I hope you can keep today's events confidential. I just want a peaceful campus life. Would you be willing to do that?" Zhang San and Li Boyan immediately nodded in agreement, almost reflexively. Their promptness was astonishing, but they had no other choice having witnessed Wang Chong's fearsome battle against the 5 pillars, particularly Regice, reduced to just its core. If Wang Chong hadn't retained his sanity, the 5 pillars would have become the 4 pillars. Watching Wang Chong's retreating figure, Zhang San couldn't help but ponder the source of his terrifying strength. Could this be the result of persistent training? After today's shocking battle, a strong urge to train had already taken root in his heart. Just then, the sound of wings flapping was heard, and a large armored bird slowly descended. A person claiming to be an Alliance investigator leaped off its back and inquired, "Hello, I'm an investigator from the Alliance. Could you tell me what happened in the astonishing forest?" An Alliance investigator? Arriving only now, Zhang San thought disdainfully. The battle was already over, so what use was there now? Even a master-level investigator would have been mere cannon fodder on a battlefield teeming with masters, and where even champions were commonplace. Suddenly, Zhang San froze. What was he just thinking? This was a master-level investigator. In the Zhang family, a master-level trainer was already considered a top-tier powerhouse. The entire Zhang family had only a few master-level trainers and one expert with the potential to advance to champion level. When did he start thinking that a master-level trainer was so weak? It was terrifying. Zhang San stood still, a wave of shock washing over him. A master-level trainer seemed so weak? This thought sent a shiver down his spine. Was this the consequence of having his eyes opened to new possibilities? Li Boyan, standing nearby, couldn't help but have the same thought, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Coming back to his senses, he felt fear at his previous notion. He was merely an elite-level trainer. How could he dare to underestimate an investigator? It was utterly absurd. The investigator frowned, sensing that Li Boyan and Zhang San might be secretly looking down on him, but he had no concrete evidence. He took a deep breath and continued asking questions. In the end, the 3 of them provided the investigator with a largely consistent account, but they did not mention Wang Chong's rampage against the 5 god pillars. Even if they did, the investigator probably wouldn't believe them. Nonetheless, their story was still extraordinary to the average person. The legend of Baishir Town is true. We saw the mythical deity with our own eyes, Zhang San said gravely. That deity, along with the mutated Zoroark, vanquished the terrifying Jengar, Li Boyan added. The investigator listened, jotting down notes, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A Jengar is just a Jengar. No matter how terrifying, it's merely at the Elite 4 level. These people, 2 with just novice trainer certificates and 1 elite level trainer. The strength of that Jengar was likely at most Elite Four level, right? What nonsense. However, the investigator hadn't expected to get the full truth from them anyway. After a brief farewell, he continued his investigation deeper into the enchanted forest, his figure soon disappearing into the dense foliage. Watching the investigator's departing figure, Zhang Xin couldn't help but laugh. It's hilarious. This guy doesn't believe what we said. Li Boyan replied slowly. Even if it were me, without having experienced it firsthand, I wouldn't believe what we went through either. He shook his head. Living most of my life, this is the first time encountering something like this. It's truly remarkable. After this incident, Li Boyan's interest in ancient legends surged like never before. He gazed into the distance, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Could it be that all the legends passed down from ancient times are true? The dragon Rayquaza soaring above the skies. The deity Ho-Oh that can resurrect the dead. Are these all real? Li Boyan's curiosity flooded over him, even giving rise to the idea of shifting his research focus to archaeology. The three left the enchanted forest and finally rejoined the main group. Meanwhile, Regigigas returned to the temple. The deity looked at the still kneeling, worshipping residents of Baishur town, feeling a sense of gratitude. He hadn't expected that after such a long slumber, people still remembered Regigigas' existence. He granted each of the dozen or so residents a blessing, then returned to the temple to continue his slumber. The blessed individuals received a low-grade version of the earth's power, making them several times stronger than ordinary people. This was Regigigas' reward for their steadfast faith. In the center of the battlefield, after an intense fight, everything returned to calm. The investigator finally arrived at the site of the battle. Looking at the ground that seemed to have been plowed by missiles, he fell into self-doubt. Such destructive power, even a champion-level Pokemon would find it hard to cause. Standing in the midst of the ravaged battlefield, the investigator furrowed his brow. Could it be that those guys were telling the truth? After the investigation results of the jungle incident were reported, the investigator received a brief reply, declaring the investigation closed. Despite his curiosity and having witnessed the aftermath of the battle, the investigator understood that it was beyond his capability and chose not to delve further. Zhang Du, the Dragon King champion, took over the follow-up of the jungle incident. When he saw the familiar name Wang Chong in the report, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. "It's you again, kid," he muttered to himself. Zhang Du reviewed the deity-related events involving Wang Chong, the dreamlike Middle Forest, the battle between Perukia and the demon god in the pastoral secret realm, and now the terrifying Jengar transformed by an ambitious person fighting against the Regigigas in the jungle. He couldn't help but wonder if Wang Chong had some special trait that always led him to trigger strange events. The report mentioned that Wang Chong was left in nothing but his underwear, leading Zhang Du to suspect his involvement in the battle. He circled Wang Chong's name in the report and decided to classify all deity-related information as top secret. He instructed his subordinates, "Keep an eye on this kid. If he heads somewhere unusual, inform me immediately." He then marked the report as a top-level secret. Life gradually returned to normal. Li Boyan and Zhang San, due to their previous agreement, wisely kept the secret. Particularly Li Boyan, who, upon returning to school, immersed himself in archaeological research, leaving the school authorities puzzled. They couldn't understand why Li Boyan shifted from being an expert in dark-type studies to archaeology after returning from the jungle incident. Li Boyan subsequently resigned from his teaching position, much to the school's dismay. After all, experts like Li Boyan were extremely rare in high schools. Despite the school's efforts to retain him, Li Boyan was determined to leave. Fortunately, he recommended a friend to take over, who, while not bearing the title of an expert, was quite competent, only lacking a formal title. Wang Chong and the others had been back at school for 3 days. The dreamlike creature continued to play the role of a cute mascot in the dormitory, as usual. Surprisingly, Zhang San, who usually had a low presence, seemed influenced by Wang Chong and began exercising with him. However, Zhang San's physique was so weak that over the 3 days, he barely managed to do over 500 push-ups in total. In response, Xiao Huang disdainfully remarked, "This human is too weak, even weaker than me." His words were filled with contempt for human physical strength. The only humans that Xiao Huang acknowledges, apart from his owner Wang Chong, are those who can defeat him, like Shan Yuan Tong. Today, Wang Chong rose at dawn, full of energy, ready to face an important day. He had taken a leave from work with a straightforward reason: to participate in the ordinary trainer qualification exam. Wang Jiesher had no objections. He had witnessed Wang Chong's Pokemon, whose robust muscles made him speculate that a single punch could knock someone to the ground. More importantly, if Wang Chong succeeded in the exam, he might not even need to attend college. After all, most college graduates only have ordinary-level skills, with some weaker ones at the novice level. The graduation requirement for ordinary universities is precisely obtaining the Ordinary Trainer Qualification Certificate. After completing his daily tasks and feeling a slight improvement in his physical condition, Wang Chong called for a self-driving car and headed to the league branch. Half an hour later, The car stopped at a parking lot tens of meters away from the branch's entrance. Wang Chong got out and gazed at the building, as grand as a crow's nest. As expected from a top-tier city in Ji Province, the league branch here was much more magnificent than the one in his hometown. Wang Chong's imposing figure drew everyone's attention as soon as he entered the hall. Although the people here were well experienced, mostly ordinary or elite trainers, they had never seen someone with Wang Chong's physique before. After some friendly inquiries, he finally found the location for the ordinary trainer exam. "Thanks, buddy," Wang Chong said, expressing his gratitude before leaving. The man he had asked glanced down at his trembling legs, silently acknowledging that Wang Chong's aura was indeed intimidating. He had never encountered such a formidable human before. Following the directions, Wang Chong took a number tag and sat in the waiting room. Although the chair was a bit cramped, it could still accommodate his size. He glanced at the number 251 in his hand, estimating the waiting time. There were 5 exam rooms, with each person taking about 10 minutes. Since the current number was 155, it wouldn't be long before his turn. Looking around, Wang Chong noticed the candidates on either side of him. They sat upright, their faces pale, as if they were experiencing stomach pain from nervousness. These two seemed like college students, fidgeting anxiously. Despite it being his first time taking the ordinary trainer exam, Wang Chong had full confidence in Xiao Huang, certain he would pass. Seeing the anxious candidates beside him, Wang Chong felt it necessary to offer some encouragement. After all, as fellow candidates, supporting each other was the right thing to do. Wang Chong turned his head with a friendly smile and asked the boy next to him, "Hey there, what's your number?" This simple question struck like a bolt of lightning, causing the boy to shudder. His neck moved awkwardly, like a rusty machine, as he finally looked up to meet Wang Chong's seemingly sincere smile. However, to the boy, Wang Chong's smile felt more like a devilish grin, cold and unsettling. "2M number 250, the boy stammered, his voice trembling and lacking confidence. Seeing this, Wang Chong placed his large hand on the boy's shoulder and said casually, "Wow, you're ahead of me, but you seem really tense. What if you mess up during the assessment?" This seemingly kind gesture turned out to be the last straw. The boy broke down, tears streaming down his face as he ran out of the waiting room. The room fell into a dead silence, with everyone's eyes focused on Wang Chong. But when he looked around, they quickly averted their gazes, not wanting to attract the attention of this imposing figure. Watching the boy leave in tears, Wang Chong sighed to himself. Students these days really can't handle pressure. They're so nervous even before the assessment. Boys today are quite fragile. As he pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell on another boy to his left. The boy seemed to sense Wang Chong's attention and started trembling. He nervously pulled out his number card and stammered, "2M number 120. Do you want to swap?" Wang Chong was taken aback. It was the first time he met such an eager-to-help candidate. "Aren't you in a hurry?" Wang Chong asked, puzzled. "No, not at all," the boy quickly replied, snatching Wang Chong's card and swiftly completing the exchange. Wang Chong, encountering such a helpful candidate for the first time, couldn't help but say, "Thanks, brother." "No need to thank me," the boy said, turning his head away as a tear silently fell. It was a tear of relief and gratitude for his own cleverness. Wang Chong, observing this, marveled at the boy's helpfulness, unaware of his true feelings. He wondered if this boy had never been thanked for his help before. The waiting room fell silent again, as if an invisible pressure had descended since Wang Chong's arrival. Minutes later, an announcement came over the speaker. "Number 120, please proceed to examination room 3. Wang Chong stood up and headed to the room. After he left, the boy next to him finally relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief and muttering, "The devil's finally gone." Wang Chong opened the door to room 3, where the examiner was engrossed in paperwork. Without looking up, the examiner said, "Summon your spirit, and if you can last 5 minutes against this fire-breathing dragon, you pass. To qualify as an ordinary level trainer, one must meet the necessary standards." Wang Chong stood confidently before the examiner, a glint of self-assurance in his eyes. "Is it enough to last 5 minutes? What if I actually defeat it?" Wang Chong's words carried a hint of challenge, prompting the examiner to look up involuntarily. The examiner thought to himself, just a rookie trainer here for an ordinary level certificate, yet so audacious, claiming he could defeat the Charizard used in the test. However, upon seeing Wang Chong's imposing stature, the reprimand he was about to deliver was swallowed back. "In that case, I'll award you an elite level trainer certificate." The examiner's tone suddenly softened. "Are you sure you want to skip levels?" "No problem at all," Wang Chong replied confidently. The examiner picked up his water bottle, realizing he had to take a more humble approach given Wang Chong's physique. Had it been an average boy, he might have already received a thorough scolding. Wang Chong nodded, pulled a pokeball from his pocket, and tossed it lightly. A flash of white light, and Xiao Huang appeared in the examination room. "Roar! Master, I'm all fired up," Xiao Huang exclaimed excitedly. Whoosh! The examiner, about to take a sip of water to calm his nerves, spat it out at the sight of Xiao Huang. He stared in disbelief at the Charmeleon before him. Is this really a Charmeleon? It looks more like a Machamp in a Charmeleon suit, the examiner thought in shock. Whose Charmeleon has 8-pack abs and muscles like that? Xiao Huang's muscular build was entirely unlike any ordinary Charmeleon. Yet, seeing Wang Chong's equally robust physique, the examiner found some logic in it. With a trainer like that, it wasn't surprising the Pokemon matched. At this point, the examiner couldn't help but reassess Xiao Huang's capabilities. Just the fact that Xiao Huang was taller than the average Charizard, combined with his solid muscles, made the examiner doubt whether the portly Charizard could stand a chance. Wiping the water from his mouth with a tissue, the examiner tried to maintain composure. I assume you're familiar with the rules. If so, let's begin. With that, the countdown started. Wang Chong turned to Xiao Huang, encouragingly saying, Xiao Huang, it's your turn to shine in this battle. I believe in you. Roar. Don't worry, master. Xiao Huang responded, brimming with fighting spirit as he faced the Charizard. He thought to himself, if he could defeat this Charizard, it would prove he'd surpassed the elder Charizard from the breeding center. With that thought, the flame on Xiao Huang's tail flared even brighter. Roar. Come on, show me what you've got. Xiao Huang shouted excitedly. Huh? The Charizard appeared flustered, taking a defensive stance. Charmeleon, calm down. But Xiao Huang was already full of determination. He first used self-motivation, boosting his strength significantly. Then, he charged at the Charizard, his tail glowing with white light at the last moment. Iron Tail. The Charizard quickly used its short arms to block the attack, but the force was so powerful that it was pushed back 2 meters. The Charizard was stunned, unable to believe the strength of the Charmeleon before him. Is this really the power of a Charmeleon? He wondered. Was it possible that it had evolved from a fake Charmeleon into a Charizard? Regardless, after facing off against Xiao Huang and experiencing Iron Tail, Charizard began doubting its own abilities. As the evolved form of Charmeleon, Charizard considered it a great humiliation to be overpowered by Xiao Huang in a battle of strength. Especially when Charizard looked at Xiao Huang's welted muscles, then glanced down at its own slightly chubby arms and protruding belly, it fell into deep self-doubt. After forcing Charizard back with an Iron Tail attack, Xiao Huang immediately seized the opportunity to follow up. His hands took on a chopping gesture, and with powerful arms, he aimed a heavy blow at Charizard. This was the mighty Brick Break move. Charizard quickly crossed its arms to block, but the impact left its arms completely numb. Could such power really come from a Charmeleon? However, Charizard wasn't one to be easily defeated. Although it couldn't match Xiao Huang in strength, its greatest advantage lay in its ability to breathe fire. After blocking the Brick Break, Charizard swiftly created some distance, gathered energy in its mouth, and unleashed a fire spin at Xiao Huang. The fiery red flames swirled toward Xiao Huang with great ferocity. Not to be outdone, Xiao Huang also gathered fiery red flames in his mouth. After fully charging, he released a powerful flamethrower. Surprisingly, this basic flamethrower completely overpowered Charizard's fire spin in terms of strength. The power of a Charizard's flames is closely linked to its physical vitality. The stronger the body, the more potent the life force, and consequently, the more powerful their flames. Although Charizard is the evolved form of Charmeleon, Xiao Huang's vitality far surpassed that of Charizard. Therefore, the power of his flames was something this couch potato Charizard couldn't match. The flames landed on Charizard, and even though fire-type Pokemon take reduced damage, the searing heat still caused Charizard immense pain. Charizard was burned. Nearby, the interrogation officer's hand trembled slightly as he held his water bottle. What kind of monster was this rookie trainer? Not only was his physique so robust, but his Pokemon was equally formidable. Even though it was just a Charmeleon, it could handle a Charizard as if it were nothing. The officer took a tactical sip of water, trying to calm his inner shock. Observing the scene, Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had guided Xiao Huang down the right path. With a strong physique, even a Charmeleon could defeat its evolved form, Charizard. The battle continued. Although Charizard's fire spin had been dispersed and it had suffered burns, it remained capable of fighting. Xiao Huang was also full of fighting spirit. It was indeed worthy of being Charizard's evolved form. While ordinary elite Pokemon would either be gasping for breath or knocked out after taking a flamethrower, Charizard still stood strong, ready to continue the battle. Is this what evolution looks like? Xiao Huang's gaze was fixed on the Charizard under Wang Ma's command, setting his next target in his heart. But for now, he had to defeat the Charizard in front of him. Xiao Huang approached his opponent again, causing the Charizard to become alert. Was this little guy trying to engage in close combat again? As a Charizard, they were natural masters of fire. Why learn from those fighting-type Pokemon that only know how to solve problems with fists? Fire was clearly their strength, yet they insisted on using brute force. What kind of training did this trainer provide? The Charizard grumbled internally, but had no time to speak. Xiao Huang had launched a fierce assault, using Flare Blitz. The life-giving flames instantly enveloped Xiao Huang, turning him into a chariot of fire charging towards Charizard. Charizard's heart skipped a beat. A collision like this would surely land him in the hospital. Even though the Pokemon hospital claimed to heal anything as long as it wasn't fatal, it would still take time. He bet that it would take at least 3 days to recover from such an impact. At the critical moment, Charizard vigorously flapped his wings, quickly ascending. Thankfully, the assessment room was 10 meters high, with an area comparable to a standard Pokemon battle arena, giving flying-type Pokemon plenty of room to maneuver. Just as he was about to be hit, Charizard successfully took to the air. Xiao Huang, having lost his target, had to halt his attack. He looked up at his opponent in the sky and roared in frustration. Roar! Come down here and continue the fight. Charizard circled above, responding disdainfully. Roar? Do you think I'm foolish enough not to dodge a move when I can? This remark completely infuriated Xiao Huang, making him stomp his feet in anger. This guy, despite being his evolved form, was acting as cowardly as a timid bug. Even the Pidgeot in the primeval forest, who lost countless battles, was braver. At least it dared to continually challenge, and though it achieved nothing, its fearless heart was commendable. Xiao Huang silently raised his right hand, extending a single claw to make a friendly gesture towards Charizard. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes, with 2 minutes remaining until the 5-minute assessment limit. If he held on a bit longer, Wang Chong would successfully earn the ordinary trainer's license. However, the examiner watched the scene and fell into deep thought. The Charizard in the air kept dodging attacks, while Xiao Huang on the ground continuously spewed fire in pursuit. From the looks of it, it seemed like Charizard was the one being assessed, not Wang Chong. Could there be some mistake? The examiner was momentarily speechless. This was the first time encountering such a situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang glared at the nimble Charizard in the air, seething with anger. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This is not masculine at all. A true man faces challenges hidden, not by hiding. Xiao Huang watched the Charizard in the sky skillfully dodging attacks, and he yearned to fly himself. This desire awakened a deep evolutionary urge within him. Wang Chong seemed to sense Xiao Huang's emotions and immediately sent a telepathic command. Xiao Huang, use smokescreen to conceal yourself. Upon hearing the command, Xiao Huang quickly deployed his smokescreen ability, enveloping himself in thick smoke. The Charizard in the sky lost sight of Xiao Huang, feeling a surge of unease. It couldn't predict what kind of attack Xiao Huang would launch, bringing the battle to a standstill. At that moment, Wang Chong gave another telepathic instruction. Fire a flamethrower at a 45-degree angle upward. As soon as Xiao Huang received the command, he unleashed a powerful flame in the designated direction. The fierce flamethrower burst through the smoke, heading straight for the airborne Charizard. The sudden attack caught Charizard off guard, and the flames hit it directly. The searing pain caused Charizard to lose its balance and crash to the ground. Without waiting for Wang Chong's command, Xiao Huang charged towards the fallen Charizard. Standing before Charizard, Xiao Huang flashed a friendly smile before unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks. Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Mega Punch rained down on Charizard. The bulky creature quickly became covered in welts, completely losing the ability to fight back. 5 minutes later, the examiner hurriedly called out, Stop! Stop! The battle is over. You've passed the assessment. He feared that if he didn't intervene, Xiao Huang might beat Charizard to death. Seeing that Charizard was still breathing, the examiner sighed in relief, thinking it would be fine after a trip to the Pokemon Center. Upon hearing they passed, Wang Chong curiously asked, So, am I an ordinary trainer or an elite trainer? The examiner replied irritably, You're an elite trainer, all right? He was afraid that if he said ordinary, Wang Chong might have Xiao Huang continue the attack, and Charizard might actually be beaten to death. As Wang Chong left, the examiner looked at the battered Charizard beside him and couldn't help but mock. Getting beaten by a Charmeleon without a chance to fight back? Pathetic. Hearing this, Charizard disdainfully glanced at the examiner, then suddenly swatted him on the head with a controlled but painful slap. Charizard taunted, Roar! You brat! I might not beat that guy, but I can definitely take you on. If you're so tough, why don't you fight him yourself? I'm sure you'd lose to that human too. The examiner, though infuriated by the slap, had no choice but to swallow his anger. After all, he was quite used to such situations by now. After all, it's a Charizard, isn't it? A bit of a temper is to be expected, right? No problem. Wang Chong stepped out of the review room, feeling his shoulders relax involuntarily. He headed straight to the registration desk to update his trainer qualification information. The receptionist, a young woman, greeted him with a professional smile, though she couldn't entirely hide a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. She took the documents Wang Chong handed over, and her fingers flew over the keyboard. When the system displayed the update results, her eyes widened slightly. The screen clearly showed that Wang Chong's status had jumped from novice trainer to elite trainer. Such a leap was almost unheard of in her experience. Did he threaten the examiner? The thought flitted through her mind, but was quickly dismissed by logic. The league's assessments were extremely strict, and anyone who dared to threaten an examiner would not only be immediately expelled, but also permanently banned from taking the test again. Each level of trainer enjoyed different privileges, and no one would be foolish enough to jeopardize their future for a moment's impulse. She covertly observed the young man in front of her, curiosity bubbling inside, but she dared not ask any questions. She just mechanically completed the paperwork and handed over the brand-new elite trainer certificate to Wang Chong. Wang Chong took the certificate, studying the information with satisfaction. An elite trainer's title was hard-earned. The assessments had a stringent time limit, allowing only one attempt every 3 months. If he had failed this time, it would mean another long 3-month wait. After leaving the league's branch, Wang Chong immediately took out his communicator to inform his parents of his successful assessment. Then, he decided to head to the forest near City Age to practice his new skills and train his Pokemon in real combat. Meanwhile, on a research island far from the city, a researcher named Senmu was intently studying a report, his eyes gleaming with near-fanatical excitement. The report's contents thrilled him. The sample of Mew's fur contained the genetic information of all known Pokemon. This discovery was monumental. It meant that Mew could not only use all Pokemon abilities, but also master any type. Senmu murmured to himself, "No wonder it's the legendary deity that coexists with the World Tree." A bold idea formed in his mind. What if they could replicate these genes and create a brand new Pokemon? One that might even surpass Mew? No, I want to create a Pokemon more powerful than Mew. To surpass Mew, Senmu excitedly muttered to himself. Soon, a secret project codenamed Mewtwo quietly commenced on the research island. Creating a new Pokemon comparable to a deity was an unprecedented challenge, but every scientist involved was deeply drawn to this goal, almost obsessively dedicating themselves to the work. If successful, they would become renowned worldwide, legends in the Pokemon realm. The project was kept under strict confidentiality, known only to Senmu and the core research team. None of the spies planted by various factions on the research island were aware of its existence. On the outskirts of H City lies a vast area known as the Dragon Lake Forest. Covering an area of 100 square kilometers, it is a paradise for water, bug, grass, and flying-type creatures. Legends say that deep within the forest, in Dragon Lake, resides a group of mysterious dragon-type creatures, adding an enchanting aura to the forest. Wang Chong, having taken a day off and missed the trainer's qualification exam, is now leisurely strolling through the campus. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, a rare and dreamy creature rests quietly. Recently, some suspicious individuals have been lurking around the school, seemingly observing Wang Chong's every move. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Chong, ever vigilant, has already noticed their presence. Nonetheless, he continues his life as usual, unfazed by their surveillance. Dragon-type creatures hold an esteemed position in the trainer community. Not only are they powerful, but their market value is astronomical. Even a dragon-type egg can fetch a price in the millions. For ordinary trainers, owning a dragon-type creature is nearly impossible unless they encounter and successfully capture one in the wild. However, forming a bond with a dragon-type creature would undoubtedly promise a bright future. Because of this, many ordinary trainers opt to bond with creatures like Magikarp. Although the chances of evolution are slim, success could mean a meteoric rise. Becoming an elite-level trainer is enough to change one's destiny, let alone advancing to a master level. Unfortunately, dragon-type creatures are inherently proud and difficult to tame. They are only slightly easier to train when they are newly born. The moment Wang Chong stepped into Dragon Lake Forest, the lookout placed by Zhangdu immediately reported this movement. However, as a champion, Zhangdu merely glanced at the report and lost interest. After all, Dragon Lake Forest is a well-known haven for practical training and bonding in H City, making Wang Chong's purpose there quite clear. Zhangdu instructed that only when Wang Chong visits special or unfamiliar places should reports be made. This directive was a relief to the lookout. The daily task of tracking and observing Wang Chong's routine is indeed mentally exhausting, especially under the eerie feeling of being watched themselves whenever they focus on Wang Chong. This feeling deeply challenged Wang Chong's inner self. If it weren't for his special training and strong psychological resilience, he might have been as frightened as the boy holding the number 250, overwhelmed with tears. Now, daily reports have become routine. It seems it's time to look for a formal job. Wang Chong felt the gaze disappear, let out a puzzled and then dismissed it. It must be said, Longhu Forest indeed attracted many trainers. Most were of ordinary levels, with the occasional elite-level trainer bringing newcomers for a glimpse. As he entered the forest, Wang Chong immediately released Xiao Huang. The fresh air invigorated Xiao Huang, making him eager to do 3,000 push-ups to celebrate. Roar, roar. Master, are we going to battle? Ever since his physical enhancement, Xiao Huang had been yearning for combat. Wang Chong gently tapped Xiao Huang's head and said, "Don't always think about fighting. You need to understand what kind of society we're in now." Roar, roar. Master, then what are we doing here? Xiao Huang asked curiously. Of course, we're here for a trip, Wang Chong explained, and to look for new training spots, like waterfalls for high-pressure training. Oh, and if we get the chance, maybe we can capture a spirit to give you a companion. Roar? Really? Xiao Huang was thrilled. With a companion, he could be the boss. As Wang Chong's first spirit, he always wanted his own underling. Wang Chong laughed. Yeah, but I'm not sure what kind of spirit would be best. Let's just see which spirit we connect with, and then we'll contract it. Roar. Master, leave it to me. Xiao Huang said confidently. I'll definitely find a spirit companion who loves training as much as I do. All right, let's go. Wang Chong nodded. Ever since receiving the blessing from the mythical being, gaining the ability of telepathy, he could finally communicate with Xiao Huang freely, no longer needing to guess the meaning behind those roars. This skill not only allowed him to understand spirits, but also to project his thoughts directly into others' minds. The blessing was indeed practical. Meanwhile, at the Fossil Research Institute on the outskirts of T-City, S province in the Eastern War Zone, a major breakthrough was underway. Years ago, the Alliance's technology had advanced significantly, enabling the transformation of fossilized spirits into living beings, bringing them back to life. Due to the significance of this development, the information had not been publicly disclosed. Research showed that the older the era, the more abundant the spiritual energy was, and the spirits of that time were far stronger than modern ones. Consequently, the resurrected fossil spirits were generally more powerful than contemporary spirits. Essentially, each revived spirit was at least of elite level, with the strongest even reaching the level of a king. Today, the Fossil Research Institute experienced an unexpected intrusion. 5 uninvited guests, dressed in special uniforms with a large V emblem on their chests, quietly infiltrated the premises. Their objective was clear: to steal the data on the fossil revival machine. The intruders moved as if they owned the place, swiftly searching for the information they sought. However, just as they were about to succeed, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the institute. The patrol team responded immediately, summoning their Pokémon and wielding stun guns in an attempt to capture the intruders. But these 5 individuals were extraordinarily skilled, each possessing a master-level Pokémon. With seamless coordination, they successfully broke through the defenses and escaped with the valuable data. Other than this, the Institute suffered no additional losses, as if their sole purpose was to acquire that information. The news quickly reached Zhang Du's ears. As the Dragon King champion, he held Aerodactyl as his ace. Yet, faced with the continuous stream of troubles, Zhang Du couldn't help but feel exasperated. Rubbing his temples, he muttered to himself, "Why is it that all these things happen when I'm in charge? I suspect someone is targeting me." According to surveillance footage, the intruders identified themselves as members of Team Laser, each possessing the skills of a master-level trainer. Their flawless teamwork was the key to their successful escape. Zhang Du realized that he had to handle this matter personally, as he owed the Fossil Research Institute a favor. Meanwhile, in Dragon Lake Forest, Wang Chong was heading towards Dragon Lake with Xiao Huang. Along the way, they heard many Pokémon discussing a newly emerged powerful Gyarados in the lake. This Crimson Gyarados had reached a master level of strength, but it was extremely temperamental, often attacking Pokémon that came to the lake to drink water without any reason. Wang Chong said to Xiao Huang, "Xiao Huang, I think your training target has arrived." Xiao Huang responded with excitement, clearly looking forward to the upcoming challenge. Its goal in training was to become the strongest Pokémon, and now that there was a suitable opponent, it couldn't let the opportunity pass. Xiao Huang recalled this morning's battle with a Charizard and felt quite dissatisfied. That Charizard was timid and unwilling to confront it directly, which was a disgrace to the Charizard species. After nearly an hour of trekking, Wang Chong and Xiao Huang finally heard the distant sound of flowing water and the activity of Pokémon drinking by the lake. As they emerged from the forest, a vast lake unfolded before them, with several Lapras leisurely swimming on its surface. The Dragon Lake is connected to the sea, so seeing a Lapras appear occasionally isn't surprising, although it's quite rare. By the lake, dozens of Pokémon gather, including Trico, Chikorita, Snivy, and Bellsprout, all drinking from the water. The lake's water is crystal clear, while the deepest parts aren't visible. You can easily observe several meters down. Magikarp and Phoebe swim leisurely, creating a peaceful and harmonious scene. However, the previously rumored Red Gyarados is nowhere to be seen, leading one to wonder if rumors spread among Pokémon as well. Dragon Lake is nestled deep within the Dragon Lake Forest, a place not easily accessible to ordinary people. Strong Pokémon frequently roam here, and even elite trainers hesitate to approach recklessly. As for master trainers, they have long ventured into more mysterious realms and rarely linger in Blue Star's primeval forests. Thus, places like Dragon Lake Forest have become rare, untouched sanctuaries. The air is fresh and pleasant, prompting Wang Chong to muse, "If I build a little house here and settled down, I might live a few years longer." Roar. "Master, it's not convenient to go out here," Xiao Huang reminded. "Yeah, you're right. Even buying things would be a problem." Wang Chong nodded in agreement. "Since the Red Gyarados isn't here, let's train here. Have we completed today's training task?" Roar. "Not yet. There's still 5,000 push-ups to go." Xiao Huang immediately started doing push-ups, a task that wasn't too daunting for it now. Seeing this, Wang Chong joined in the training, doing handstand push-ups supported by his thumbs. This peculiar scene caught the attention of the surrounding Pokemon. Roar? What's that human and Charizard doing? One Pokemon asked curiously. Chikorita doesn't know. Do you think they caught some strange illness? Another responded. Hush, keep your voice down. If they hear us, it could be trouble, Trico warned, intimidated by Wang Chong and Xiao Huang's strong physiques. Chikorita, what are you afraid of? There's no way humans can understand us. Just then, Wang Chong suddenly spoke up. What did you just say? This left the Pokemon present stunned and wide-eyed. Snivy, did that human just talk to us? Trico? Probably not. Shuckle, come on, humans can't possibly understand us. Wang Chong stopped his training and approached the Pokemon, especially the Chikorita, standing only about 90 centimeters tall. He squatted down, giving a knowing smile, and asked, I wonder, can your little bodies withstand my fist? Feeling the overwhelming presence of Wang Chong's towering figure, the elves scattered in all directions. The Chikorita pinned under Wang Chong trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing control of herself. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and she pleaded humbly. Chikorita, oh, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please don't eat me. I'm not tasty. To Chikorita, Wang Chong seemed no different from a monster. Yet, before he could make any move, Chikorita fainted from fear. A braver Bayleaf, risking its life, rushed to Chikorita and dragged her away as quickly as it could. After accomplishing this feat, Bayleaf felt stronger, amazed at its own courage to save a companion in front of such a terrifying human. Wang Chong, oblivious to Bayleaf's psychological change, remained focused on his one-thumb handstand. Suddenly, the lake's surface rippled. With keen senses, Wang Chong immediately noticed the oddity and locked his gaze on the lake. A hyper beam shot out from the water, piercing the sky. The surrounding elves were terrified, shouting for their lives. It's that big guy again, going crazy. Run, hoot hoot. If we don't, this big guy will hurt the innocent again. The smaller elves scrambled to flee, fearing they might get caught by the big guy in the lake if they were too slow. Wang Chong heard the elves chatter and speculated, the big guy? Could they be referring to the shiny Gyarados? After the hyper beam, a massive wave surged towards the shore. A 5-meter-long crimson Gyarados emerged into Wang Chong's view. The shiny Gyarados appeared extremely angry and in pain, continuously firing hyper beams, destroying everything around it. When the shiny Gyarados noticed Wang Chong's imposing figure on the shore, it immediately targeted him. Black particles gathered in its mouth, forming a roughly 10-centimeter-wide black beam that shot towards Wang Chong. This hyper beam could pierce steel, but Wang Chong effortlessly sidestepped, perfectly dodging the attack. Seeing Wang Chong avoid the hyper beam, the shiny Gyarados grew even more furious. Due to genetic pollution, this shiny Gyarados was extremely irritable, and every day at a certain time, it suffered from unbearable pain. This was why it appeared on the lake's surface, frantically releasing its skills, trying to alleviate its pain through destruction. Roar! The shiny Gyarados had completely lost its mind, and its world now consisted only of destruction. 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 Wang Chong thought. It's still not powerful enough. Wang Chong had previously withstood the electromagnetic cannon of the 5 divine pillars, heavenly thunder, and the might of a dragon, yet he remained unscathed. Now, even if he were to be directly hit by the destruction beam of the shiny Gyarados, it would likely not harm him in the slightest. However, his clothing might not fare as well after all. Aside from his underwear, the system hadn't provided him with anything else. Wang Chong turned to Xiao Huang with a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Xiao Huang, I'm leaving this opponent to you. Defeat it, and you'll surpass your limits. Hearing this, Xiao Huang's fighting spirit soared. The battle with the Charizard had left him wanting more, and the journey through Dragon Lake Forest hadn't presented any formidable foes. Now, facing a creature that sparked a sense of crisis, Xiao Huang was not only undeterred but also fired up. The shiny Gyarados, already blinded by rage, lost all reason and charged onto the shore. Its 12-meter-long body could still support a 5-meter height on land, forming a stark contrast with the 1.8-meter-tall Xiao Huang. This master-level shiny Gyarados was undoubtedly a significant challenge for Xiao Huang, exerting immense pressure. But Xiao Huang understood well that the more difficult the challenge, the greater the power gained upon overcoming it. Come on, big guy! Xiao Huang roared, as the life fire on his tail flared up. Flames gathered on his claws, a new skill he had developed by observing Wang Chong's battles with the 5 divine pillars and chanting his fists to inflict both physical damage and burn his opponent. Provoked by Xiao Huang, the shiny Gyarados abandoned its attack on Wang Chong and launched a fierce assault on Xiao Huang. It swung its iron tail with the intent to strike Xiao Huang down in one blow. However, its speed was still too slow for Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang deftly dodged the attack, leaping to the side of the shiny Gyarados. Flame slash, he shouted, his claws wrapped in searing flames, striking heavily at the Gyarados. The blow managed to crack its steel-like scales. The shiny Gyarados roared in pain, its fury intensifying. It gathered black particles in its mouth and unleashed a destruction beam. Though this attack posed little threat to Wang Chong, if it hit Xiao Huang, it would undoubtedly cause severe damage. Xiao Huang remained vigilant, continuously maneuvering to evade the relentless destruction beam assaults. His agile movements only fueled the Gyarados' rage, making the battle even more intense. The iridescent Gyarados began to emit a strange glow as it executed Sword's dance. With each flicker of light, its attack power and reaction speed significantly increased. This enhancement was evident not only in its overall movements, but also in the rapid release of its hyper beam. At first, Xiao Huang was agile enough to dodge the hyper beam attacks, but as the effects of the Gyarados' Sword's dance became more apparent, its movements started to falter. Although the difference in their strength wasn't huge, this subtle change was enough to shift the tide of the battle. Despite being at a disadvantage, Xiao Huang didn't abandon its offensive. It dodged while spewing scorching flames at the iridescent Gyarados. However, when the flames hit the Gyarados, they only inflicted partial damage, unable to penetrate its tough dragon scales. This scene vividly demonstrated the formidable power of the iridescent Gyarados, ranking it among the top 10 even among master-level Pokemon. Seeing that the Hyper Beam was ineffective, the iridescent Gyarados' fury was fully ignited. It let out a thunderous roar and unleashed a powerful earthquake. The seismic waves spread outward from the Gyarados, causing the ground within a kilometer radius to shake violently. As the closest opponent, Xiao Huang bore the brunt of the impact. Meanwhile, Wang Chong stood by, observing the battle. Although he felt the force of the earthquake, for him, the tremors were merely a hindrance to his mobility and posed no significant threat. Xiao Huang's speed drastically decreased due to the earthquake, and a fierce gleam appeared in the iridescent Gyarados' eyes. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying flame with temperatures soaring over 1,000 degrees. This intense flame targeted Xiao Huang and engulfed the surrounding grassland, instantly turning it into scorched earth. Witnessing this, Wang Chong couldn't help but quip, "Aren't you guys going to put out the fire?" The nearby Pokemon, hearing this, began using their abilities to try to extinguish the spreading flames. However, their actions only further enraged the iridescent Gyarados. It ceased its flame attack and switched to an even more powerful fire blast. A massive cross-shaped flame shot toward the Pokemon attempting to put out the fire. These Pokemon, being only beginner or average level, would likely perish if struck. In this critical moment, Xiao Huang bravely rushed forward, using its body to block the fire blast. As the flames exploded, steam rose from Xiao Huang's body, leaving it with numerous burns and scars. Despite the excruciating pain, Xiao Huang seemed to derive some strange satisfaction from it, feeling itself grow stronger. "Is that all you've got?" Xiao Huang taunted the iridescent Gyarados. "That's the best you can do." This provocation completely infuriated the iridescent Gyarados, focusing all its wrath on Xiao Huang, vowing to tear this audacious Charizard to pieces. Amidst the tension, the iridescent Gyarados suddenly used the rain dance ability. Clouds quickly gathered in the sky, and raindrops began to fall. What started as a light drizzle soon turned into a torrential downpour, extinguishing the burning grassland and setting the stage for the fierce battle to come. Xiao Huang was drenched, with rainwater streaming down his scales. Although the rain didn't significantly affect his combat abilities, he detested this kind of weather, especially during battles. The slippery grass hindered his speed, and a misstep could lead to losing his balance. Wang Chong couldn't help but admire the unusual colored Gyarados. It seemed to understand the advantage of type effectiveness, showcasing impressive strength. However, Wang Chong was unaware that the frenzied Gyarados had no concept of type effectiveness. It simply wanted to summon rain to prepare for its special skills. The battle continued, with no relief from the pouring rain. Xiao Huang unleashed a scorching flame, and despite the heavy downpour, its power remained undiminished. Meanwhile, the Gyarados, enhanced by the rain, fired a more powerful water gun. Xiao Huang, being smaller in size and with limbs more elongated and robust than an ordinary Charmeleon, had a noticeably faster attack rate than his opponent. For every attack the Gyarados launched, Xiao Huang successfully landed 3 hits. As Xiao Huang prepared to use a flame punch at close range, the Gyarados suddenly used Scary Face, causing Xiao Huang to momentarily freeze. In that instant, an unexpected ice beam struck. Already soaked by the rain, Xiao Huang was instantly encased in ice, frozen into a massive sculpture with a look of shock on his face. The Gyarados, noticing this, let out a sinister grin, seemingly smug in its victory. It roared triumphantly, its tail glowing white, clearly preparing to unleash an iron tail attack. If the blow landed, the frozen Xiao Huang could be shattered into countless pieces, resulting in instant defeat. Wang Chong shook his head in disappointment, thinking Xiao Huang might not be a match for this Gyarados. Just as he was about to intervene, he paused, sensing through their mental connection that Xiao Huang insisted he not interfere. Determination gleamed in Xiao Huang's eyes, and the flame of life on his tail blazed fiercely. The ice began to melt, and just as the Gyarados' iron tail was about to strike, Xiao Huang broke free from his icy confines. He swiftly raised his arms, successfully blocking the lethal blow. In the next moment, Xiao Huang felt an immense surge of power within him. A white light radiated from his body, illuminating the rain-drenched battlefield. A brilliant white light of evolution enveloped Xiao Huang, causing the shiny Gyarados to feel threatened. Its massive body trembled slightly as black particles of energy quickly gathered in its mouth. In the next moment, a destructive hyper beam shot out like black lightning from the Gyarados' enormous jaws, aiming straight for the evolving Xiao Huang. However, just as the black beam was about to strike Xiao Huang, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. The figure within the white light expanded rapidly, and despite the fierce impact of the hyper beam, Xiao Huang completed an astonishing evolution. As the light faded, an awe-inspiring giant Charizard appeared before everyone. Standing 3 meters tall, its body was covered with explosive muscles, and its 8-pack abs looked as if forged from steel. Its massive wings unfolded, even larger than its body. Its limbs were long and powerful, far exceeding the proportions of a typical Charizard. Xiao Huang let out a mighty roar, filled with power and intimidation, causing all the surrounding Pokémon to retreat in shock. This terrifying presence and formidable physique, was this really a Charizard? Could it be some rare mutation? The hyper beam struck Xiao Huang's solid chest, but was casually swatted away, leaving only a reddish mark that seemed like a minor injury, far from fatal. If it had been the pre-evolved Xiao Huang, this attack might have pierced right through it. This remarkable resilience showcased the significant enhancement brought by its evolution. Although Xiao Huang's 3-meter height was no match for the 12-meter length of the shiny Gyarados, its aura of intimidation was no less potent. The Gyarados could sense the powerful threat emanating from Xiao Huang, yet in its irrational state, it still opted for a reckless assault. With a surge of dark pulse, the Gyarados unleashed a malevolent aura, attempting to make Xiao Huang back down. Yet, instead of retreating, Xiao Huang seized the opportunity to go on the offensive. With a powerful push of its legs, a large crater formed on the ground as Xiao Huang's figure shot up like lightning, positioning itself above the Gyarados' head. This incredible speed was akin to extreme agility. Xiao Huang clenched its claws into fists, instantly enveloped in blazing flames. Then, it fiercely smashed down onto the Gyarados' head. The force of this punch was like a heavy hammer, causing the Gyarados to feel the world spinning around it as its massive body crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Huang swiftly moved to the Gyarados' tail. Taking advantage of its dazed opponent, it grabbed the Gyarados' tail and, like swinging a flail, hurled the massive creature into the air. This astonishing spectacle left all the watching Pokémon utterly speechless, too stunned to utter a word. A mere 3-meter-tall, mutated Charizard managed to hurl the 12-meter-long Gyarados into the sky with its sheer strength. This astonishing scene left all the Pokémon present in utter disbelief. They stared in awe at the relatively small, yet incredibly powerful Charizard, completely overturning their understanding of this type of Pokémon. The special Charizard, named Xiao Huang, paid no attention to the gasps around him. He slightly bent his knees and unfurled his massive 10-meter wings. With a powerful flap, the resulting gust of wind pressed the ground's grass flat, immobile. With this strong thrust, Xiao Huang shot into the sky like an arrow. Experiencing true flight for the first time, Xiao Huang felt an unprecedented sense of freedom and exhilaration. However, he quickly refocused on the battle. After all, Gyarados is also a flying Pokémon. Indeed, the Gyarados, flung into the air, soon regained its composure. It immediately used its hurricane ability, leveraging the wind to hover in the air. Although shocked by how easily it was thrown, Gyarados had no time to devise a counterattack before noticing a shadow rapidly approaching from the ground. In an instant, Xiao Huang appeared before Gyarados, his strong arms clamping onto his opponent like iron grips. Then, he initiated a terrifying dive-seismic toss. The two Pokémon plummeted toward the ground like meteors, the air whistling around them. With a resounding thud, Gyarados' head struck the ground first. The impact was so intense it caused a slight tremor in the surrounding area. Blood gushed from Gyarados' head wound, staining the grass red. This blow left the shiny Gyarados severely injured and unconscious. Standing over his fallen opponent, Xiao Huang let out a victorious roar. The deafening sound echoed across the battlefield, causing the surrounding Pokémon to shudder involuntarily. At that moment, a flash of green appeared, a wild Trico. It emerged from nowhere and dashed straight toward the fallen Gyarados. Aiming at the head wound, Trico unleashed its bullet seed attack without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, Trico's attack wouldn't penetrate Gyarados' tough scales. But now, the head wound was a critical weak point. The seeds hit the wound with bullet-like precision, and the intense pain jolted the unconscious Gyarados awake. Driven by pain and fear, Gyarados erupted with incredible strength, breaking free from Xiao Huang's hold. Xiao Huang had to step back cautiously, eyeing the resilient opponent. At this point, trainer Wang Chong joined Xiao Huang's side. standing next to Wang Chong. Xiao Huang's height reached an impressive 3 meters, a stark contrast to his nearly 1.8-meter height before evolution. The shiny Gyarados had grown to an impressive height of 3 meters, towering over Wang Chong by several heads. Its massive body and bulging muscles created a powerful visual impact, not inferior to Wang Chong in the slightest. However, in terms of muscle strength, Xiao Huang still had a slight edge. The shiny Gyarados was furious, wanting to crush the Trico that was trying to take its life. But at that moment, it noticed Xiao Huang standing behind Trico, with Wang Chong appearing beside Xiao Huang. Just the presence of Xiao Huang was already a deadly threat to the shiny Gyarados, not to mention Wang Chong's overwhelming aura. This presence was something even the Gyarados' dark pulse couldn't rival. Due to a head injury, the shiny Gyarados finally regained a sliver of rationality. Faced with such a terrifying threat, it no longer recklessly charged to attack Wang Chong and Xiao Huang as before. Instead, it decided to leave this dangerous place immediately. This shiny Gyarados had actually escaped from a laboratory on some island. When it fled, it was just an ordinary Magikarp, but after countless experiments and under the pressure of other creatures in Dragon Lake, it successfully evolved during its escape. However, the genetic mutation from the experiments, combined with the reorganization of brain cells during its evolution into a Gyarados, turned it into what it is now, a shiny Gyarados that falls into a frenzied state daily, suffering immensely, and can only vent by attacking every visible creature. It never belonged here, lacking any sense of belonging. Now, encountering beings that could easily end its life, why wouldn't it flee? With a deafening roar, the shiny Gyarados turned and plunged into Dragon Lake, swimming along an underground river towards the ocean. On the shore, after the Gyarados left, Trico finally collapsed to the ground. It had initially thought it could kill the injured Gyarados, but didn't expect the creature to still have strength left. If Xiao Huang and Wang Chong hadn't appeared, it would have been killed instead. Wang Chong crouched down, looking at the slender Trico, only 50 centimeters tall, and said, "Despite being at a beginner level, you dared to attack that shiny Gyarados. You're quite brave." Trico responded eagerly. "Trico, thank you for saving me. Trico, please take me with you. I want to become stronger and avenge my fallen companions." Wang Chong was taken aback, clearly not expecting Trico to have such a backstory. A few days ago, the shiny Gyarados suddenly appeared in Dragon Lake, and, while a group of creatures was drinking, used Hyper Beam to sweep away all within its sight. Trico's companions were among those killed in that attack. The power of that Hyper Beam was so great that even the pre-evolution Xiao Huang wouldn't dare to withstand it easily, let alone beginner-level Tricos. A devastating beam of destruction cut across the sky, instantly claiming the lives of 2 Tricos. One of them was the dream partner he had longed for. The remaining 3, though they narrowly escaped, were severely injured. Witnessing this, the surviving Trico's heart ignited with a fiery determination for revenge. He knew well that there was a vast power difference between him and the shiny Gyarados, yet the flames of vengeance drove him to vow to become stronger. Motivated by this intense emotion, Trico miraculously learned the Bullet Seed move. However, his beginner-level skill was far from enough to defeat the formidable shiny Gyarados. Even targeting vital spots couldn't deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Trico witnessed a shocking scene. The once unbeatable shiny Gyarados was actually driven back by a human boy and his Pokemon. This sight inspired Trico, and he decided to plead with this powerful trainer to take him in. Despite being a wild Pokemon, Trico was not unfamiliar with humans. Stories passed down through generations made him understand that forming a bond with a human was the only shortcut to quickly becoming stronger. Yet he couldn't help but feel anxious. Would such a powerful trainer even consider a weak Trico like him? Gathering his courage, Trico expressed his desire to Wang Chong. To his surprise, Wang Chong agreed but also solemnly warned, "Becoming my Pokemon is not an easy task." Trico's gaze shifted to the powerful Charizard beside Wang Chong, and he asked with longing, "Can I become as strong as that?" Wang Chong confidently replied, "Of course, but it requires immense effort. Are you sure you can stick with it?" "For revenge, I'm willing to give everything," Trico responded firmly. Immediately, Wang Chong bit the tip of his tongue, allowing a drop of blood to fall, forming a contract array in an instant. In that moment, a profound connection was established between them. Simultaneously, Wang Chong felt a faint yet distinct spiritual energy wash over him, slightly enhancing his physique. What surprised Wang Chong even more was the surge of vibrant life energy, within him the awakening of grass-type power. He couldn't help but marvel. This was the second time he had gained elemental power when forming a contract, a feat considered extremely rare. With the contract successfully formed, Trico felt the subtle bond between him and Wang Chong, and his physique and potential began to change quietly. Turning to his Charizard, Wang Chong said, "Xiao Huang, from today, you're the big brother. Teach Trico well, just like you've been trained." Xiao Huang responded excitedly. "Roar? Yes, master." Then, looking at Trico, it said solemnly, "From today, you're my little brother." Remember, the master needs Pokemon who can persevere and grow strong. Although you're weak now, with effort, you can become as powerful as I am. Trico replied eagerly. Yes, big brother. Please train me well. After giving his instructions, Xiaohuang turned its gaze to Wang Chong, eyes gleaming with a challenge. Roar. Master, I want to challenge you. Evolved and significantly stronger, Xiaohuang burned with the desire to test itself against Wang Chong. Though it knew that even with its larger and more powerful form, it was no match for him. It was eager to discover the gap that still existed between them. Wang Chong crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Xiaohuang, who had evolved to a height of 3 meters. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you sure you want to challenge me? Xiaohuang stood tall and proud, letting out a loud roar, his eyes shining with determination. In that case, Wang Chong asked with interest, What do you want to compete in? Strength? Speed? Or push-ups? Roar. Xiaohuang chose strength without hesitation. Now, with muscles like forged steel, his strength had surpassed most creatures, reaching a level comparable to that of a champion. He was the first Charizard among trainers to achieve champion-level strength on his own. Wang Chong snapped his fingers lightly, and a tree stump 1.5 meters high sprouted from the grass. He explained, I summoned this with my grass-type power. I'm not very skilled yet, otherwise, I could have created a larger platform. They approached the tree stump and each extended a wrist. Compared to Xiaohuang's, Wang Chong's arm looked like that of an adult compared to a child. Ready, go. Wang Chong commanded. Xiaohuang immediately exerted his strength, his biceps writhing like living creatures, causing a crack to appear on the surface of the stump. However, Wang Chong remained unmoved, as if rooted to the stump. After several seconds, Xiaohuang was drenched in sweat, but couldn't budge Wang Chong even a millimeter. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the stump split under the immense pressure of their contest. With a bang, the force wave swept around, toppling a nearby Trico watching the match. Xiaohuang dropped to one knee, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Smiling, Wang Chong said, You may have lost, but you've tried very hard. One day, you'll have the chance to surpass me. Encouraged, Xiaohuang was filled with fighting spirit, eager to do 1,000 push-ups to express his gratitude to Wang Chong. Although he was defeated, his master's words gave him hope. Just put in a little more effort, and one day you'll surpass him. This statement ignited a fierce determination in Xiaohuang's heart. As a spirit, being weaker than his master was a source of great shame in the spirit world. Xiaohuang resolved to work tirelessly, train himself, and build his strength, determined to one day surpass his master. Reflecting on past battles, Xiaohuang felt a wave of frustration. He could barely contribute, and this feeling of helplessness saddened him deeply. But now, he had a new goal to surpass Wang Chong. Before achieving that, he set a smaller goal for himself, to become the strongest spirit. Wang Chong watched the spirited Xiaohuang with great satisfaction. Fortunately, he hadn't crushed Xiaohuang's confidence. Although Xiaohuang's power had increased tenfold compared to before, it was still less than a tenth of Wang Chong's strength. It's important to remember that before Xiaohuang evolved, his power was less than a tenth of Wang Chong's. On the sidelines, Mumu the Trico witnessed the duel, utterly stunned. Was this the kind of battle between a master and his strongest spirit? He was puzzled. Weren't humans supposed to be physically weak compared to spirits? How could a burly Charizard lose to an ordinary-looking human? Despite his confusion, Mumu realized one thing. His master was very strong. This realization gave him hope for revenge. If he could become as powerful as Charizard, he would have the chance to avenge his beloved spirit who had passed away. Mumu clenched his fists, and as he looked up, he seemed to see his departed companion cheering him on. Mumu, from today on, you'll be called Xiaomu. Wang Chong's words interrupted Xiaomu's thoughts. Xiaohuang, Xiaomu. Those are nice names. Hearing his new name, Xiaomu felt delighted and sensed his master's approval. Soon, Xiaomu joined Wang Chong's team of spirits. Although the team currently consisted of only 2 spirits, Wang Chong entrusted Xiaomu's training to Xiaohuang. He believed that the 2 spirits could communicate and strengthen their bond. Under Xiaohuang's supervision, Xiaomu began his rigorous training. Compared to Xiaohuang when he was just a few months old, Xiaomu was much stronger. He easily completed 50 push-ups, but when challenged to do 100, Xiaomu found the intensity overwhelming for the first time. Roar! Xiaohuang encouraged loudly. Are you going to give up just like that? Remember your goal. Why are you training in the first place? For revenge. Xiaomu responded firmly. Roar. That's right. For revenge. Xiaohuang continued to motivate him. But if you can't endure this little hardship, how can you talk about revenge? Hearing this, Xiaomu's fighting spirit was instantly reignited. He gritted his teeth and continued to push his limits, striving for that distant yet steadfast goal. Yes, if he can't endure even this little hardship, how will he ever seek revenge? Xiaomu glanced at Xiaohuang beside him and was surprised to find that this powerful spirit was also doing handstand push-ups with his master, Wang Chong. The difference was that Xiaohuang needed both hands for support, while Wang Chong could perform this high-level move using just his thumb. Watching them, a fire of determination ignited in Xiao Mu's heart. He remembered Xiao Huang's teachings. Only through relentless, day and night training could one achieve such success. Though he was just starting, he knew he must not give up easily. Driven by his desire for revenge, Xiao Mu began an intense training session. He gritted his teeth and pushed through 100 push-ups in one go. Even when his muscles strained and his body felt weak, the urge for revenge kept him going. To seek revenge, he had to become stronger. At 9 p.m., Wang Chong left the spirit hospital with an invigorated Xiao Mu. Despite Xiao Mu suffering muscle strains and nerve compression from overtraining, rendering him immobile at one point, the treatment at the spirit hospital made these issues manageable. As long as it wasn't a decapitation, even severed limbs could be easily reattached. Musho, Master, is this what getting stronger feels like? Xiao Mu asked excitedly. Even though it was my first workout, I can already feel my strength improving. Wang Chong nodded with a smile. Yes, but this is just the beginning. Be prepared, the training ahead will be even more challenging. Musho, don't worry, Master. I will definitely persevere. Xiao Mu replied resolutely. The reason only Xiao Mu was released was simple. In the city, spirits over 2 meters tall cannot be released to avoid causing panic. Thus, Wang Chong had to keep Xiao Huang in the spirit ball, though Xiao Huang could still sense the changes in the outside world. Soon after, Wang Chong returned to the dormitory with Xiao Mu. He did not release Xiao Huang, as the dorm space was limited, and Xiao Huang's 10-meter wingspan would be impossible to accommodate. Opening the dorm door, Wang Chong found the lights on, but no sign of Zhang San. He scratched his head in confusion. Where's Zhang San? Could he not be back yet? On the bed reserved for Mew. The mythical creature continued to sleep, as if everything was as usual. Xiao Mu curiously examined the dorm, admiring how much more comfortable human dwellings were compared to the wilderness he once knew. Suddenly, a voice came from the bed where Xiao Huang and Zoroark used to rest. Zoroa. Ah, the big guy is back. Zoroark emerged, and upon seeing Xiao Mu, asked curiously, Zoroa? Big guy, is this your new partner? Wang Chong nodded. Yes, it's my new contracted spirit, a new partner. Zoroark then asked, Zoroa? And where is Xiao Huang? Xiao Huang, Wang Chong explained. The dorm is too small to let him out right now. Wang Chong looked at Soa with confusion and asked, by the way, where is your master? Why isn't he here? At that moment, Wang Chong's gaze swept over Zhang San's bed, but he subconsciously ignored Zhang San, who was reading in the corner. Zhang San calmly spoke up. Hey, what are you doing in this place? Wang Chong was startled and finally noticed Zhang San's presence. Xiao Mu was also shocked, its eyes wide open, remembering that the spot was empty just moments ago. Zhang San closed his book and explained, I've been here the whole time, even before you walked in. His gaze shifted to Xiao Mu. But you've contracted a new spirit. A trico. If it evolves into a septile, it could have master-level potential. Zhang San then asked, so, how did your certification go today? He initially thought getting a basic trainer's license wouldn't take long, but after seeing Xiao Mu, he understood why Wang Chong was delayed. Wang Chong shrugged. It was all right, just a bit complicated. Nothing major though. Zhang San nodded. I figured. With Xiao Huang's strength, getting a basic trainer's license shouldn't be a problem. Well, I didn't get a basic trainer's license, Wang Chong said. Zhang San frowned in confusion. Didn't you go for the test? Yeah, I did. Wang Chong pulled a certificate from his pocket. The examiner was quite nice and directly gave me an elite trainer's license. Zhang San's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. He initially thought something had gone wrong with Wang Chong's certification, but instead, the unexpected twist was that he had advanced from a basic to an elite level test. Although rare, it wasn't unheard of. By the way, where's Xiao Huang? Zhang San asked, with a hint of envy in his voice. It evolved, so it's not convenient to let it out, Wang Chong replied briefly. Evolved? Into a Charizard? Zhang San's tone was even more envious. He thought to himself, is this what being a genius is like? In just a few months, raising a Charmander into a Charizard, no wonder he got an elite trainer's license. Zhang San estimated, after becoming a Charizard, its strength is at least elite level. But given Xiao Huang's physique, it should be stronger after evolving, maybe even master level. He questioned, but what's inconvenient about letting out a Charizard? It's not like I haven't seen one before. Wang Chong nodded. True, but there's no room here. Come with me. The two left the dormitory and headed to the sparsely populated training ground under the night sky. Urged by Zhang San, Wang Chong threw out the pokeball, releasing Xiao Huang. As Xiao Huang's figure emerged, Zhang San's expression shifted from calm to sheer terror. He stared, dumbfounded, at the massive creature before him, muttering, is this really a Charizard? Although Zhang San had anticipated that Xiao Huang would be larger and stronger than the average Charizard after evolving, the sight in front of him far exceeded his expectations. This Charizard was so enormous, it was like the Wang Chong of Charizards. Zhang San looked at Xiao Huang's impressive physique and couldn't help but exclaim, No wonder it's your spirit. Are you sure this is Xiao Huang? Zhang San patted the sturdy leg of the enormous Charizard, looking uncertainly at Wang Chong. Wang Chong rolled his eyes at Zhang San, a hint of impatience in his voice. Do you really think I could mistake my own Pokemon? Hearing this, Xiao Huang huffed discontentedly, a hot breath puffing from its nostrils. Its massive fist clenched slightly, as if considering whether to give Zhang San a taste of its strength. Seeing this, Zhang San quickly changed his tone. Ahem, my apologies, Master Huang. I shouldn't have doubted you. He secretly felt relieved, knowing that facing such a three-meter beast with explosive muscles, even a light touch could be painful, let alone a punch. Upon hearing the title Master Huang, Xiao Huang nodded with satisfaction. It was a much more impressive title than Xiao Huang, the diminutive name given by its owner. Feeling proud, it thought to itself that if it weren't for its enhanced physique, Zhang Xin wouldn't show it such respect. Wang Chong, observing this, patted Xiao Huang's tail with a touch of disdain in his voice. All right, just because someone calls you master doesn't mean you should get so full of yourself. It's like you've never been praised before. Despite the training field being sparsely populated at night, Xiao Huang's massive presence still drew the attention of several classmates. They eagerly took out their digital watches to capture the image of this extraordinary Charizard. The next day, Xiao Huang became quite the sensation. Its 3-meter height was already astonishing, not to mention its muscular build. This left the ordinary Charizards with beer bellies feeling quite embarrassed. However, many online speculated that Xiao Huang's muscular physique was just a result of photo editing. Some compared it to the Charizard of Dragon King champion Zhang Du. Although Zhang Du's Charizard was also 3 meters tall, it was a top-tier Pokemon with a noticeable beer belly. This led some netizens to suspect that the picture was actually of Zhang Du's Charizard. A few days later, Zhang Du looked at a private message and its attached photo on his digital watch, falling into silence. He turned to glance at his own Charizard, which was munching on energy cubes and occasionally burping, and quietly closed the message. He began to wonder if everyone was targeting him. Meanwhile, Zhang Du was still clueless about the so-called laser team. This mysterious organization seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving no trace. Although the Fossil Research Institute hadn't suffered any losses, failing to produce results might lead to ridicule. Under pressure, Zhang Du constantly scratched his head. When he saw the strands of hair on his palm, he gasped, losing hair at such a young age. He realized he desperately needed to relax. At that moment, in the wilderness on the northern outskirts of T City in B Province, within a building almost camouflaged with the natural surroundings, the 5 members of the laser team finally reached their secret base. They had used extensive counter-surveillance measures to ensure they weren't followed. In the dark corner, a man with a scruffy beard slowly emerged. His gaze was as cold as a serpent's, sending shivers down one's spine. Just then, an underling hurried over and respectfully reported, "Boss, we've successfully obtained the data on the fossil revival machine from the fossil laboratory." As he spoke, he opened a briefcase and took out a USB drive. The man accepted the drive and inserted it into a data terminal. As the verification completed, a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. "Ha! Excellent, excellent," he laughed. "Once we replicate the fossil revival machine, we can resurrect the legendary ancient Pokemon weapon Genesect." On the stone wall behind them, ancient texts detailed this ancient weapon, now fossilized and buried here. Only through the fossil revival machine could it see the light of day again. "The Fossil Institute would never lend it to us," the man sneered. "Who would help an organization aiming to create biological weapons?" His eyes gleamed with ambition. "The goal of Team Laser is to create a Pokemon weapon that surpasses champion-level strength. With our modifications, it will become an invincible existence." 10 days later, at the school, Li Shiji, the president of the Pokemon Battle Club, stood anxiously in front of Wang Chong. "Please, we need you. Represent the school in the battle." Li Shiji had initially thought Wang Chong would choose the Pokemon Battle Major, but to his surprise, this burly guy with powerful Pokemon chose the Pokemon Research Major instead. It left him bewildered. "Why didn't you apply for the Pokemon Battle Major when you're so strong?" Li Shiji had once asked, puzzled. If Wang Chong had chosen the Battle Major, he would undoubtedly be the top student and might even gain fame in the intercollegiate finals. Though they lost Wang Chong, Li Shiji still counted on another strong contender, Uehara Tong. However, to his utter dismay, Uehara Tong also switched to the Pokemon Research Major. "The Battle Major doesn't interest me at all," Uehara Tong said as he left. "I'd rather study Pokemon and grow stronger with them." Now, the Pokemon Battle Major was left with only a few students. Several months into their final school year, only 3 students had reached the ordinary level. Through investigation, Li Shiji discovered the truth. They had all been discouraged by the prowess of Wang Chong and Uehara Tong. The new Xiangjing Fairy Academy, the top high school in City H, hosts an eagerly anticipated inter-school competition every year. However, this year's situation is troubling. Li Shiji, the student council president, stood by the office window, frowning. His gaze swept over the scattered students on the playground, and he sighed inwardly. At this time of year, the playground should have been bustling with activity, with students eagerly preparing for the upcoming competition. Yet now, most seemed indifferent, showing little interest in fairy training. Only 3 ordinary level trainers, and even they were pushed up by family resources. Li Shiji murmured to himself, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He turned his gaze to the report on the desk, which prominently featured the latest news from the second top fairy academy in City H. 10 ordinary level trainers, one of whom was a prodigy who evolved their fairy to its final form in just 6 months. Li Shiji rubbed his temples, picturing the talented trainer. If evaluations weren't held only once every 3 months, that person might have already earned an elite-level trainer certification. He could almost foresee that in the upcoming school competition, this individual would undoubtedly shine. If we don't respond effectively, the school's reputation will plummet, Li Shiji muttered, a determined glint in his eyes. He quickly left the office, heading towards Wang Chong's laboratory. Pushing open the lab door, Li Shiji saw Wang Chong intently observing a fairy. Taking a deep breath, he approached. Wang Chong, I have a request, Li Shiji said directly. I hope you can join the school's fairy team and represent us. Wang Chong looked up, slightly surprised. Li Shiji continued. Only you have the ability to defeat that person. Seeing the sincerity in Li Shiji's eyes, Wang Chong sighed. Isn't it just the school competition? Can't you guys just strengthen your skills? Li Shiji smiled wryly. If it were that simple, would I be asking for your help? He looked at Wang Chong with a hint of resentment, silently regretting that if not for Wang Chong and Shan Yuan Tong choosing fairy research, the fairy combat students wouldn't have lost confidence and become so lax. Eventually, Wang Chong was moved by Li Shiji's sincerity. All right, I'll join the competition. Li Shiji felt relieved, but quickly remembered something. By the way, can you speak at the school assembly in 3 days? I hope you can inspire those students who lost confidence. Wang Chong hesitated, but didn't refuse. 3 days later, as he stood at the podium, facing the students who had lost confidence because of him and Shan Yuan Tong, he finally understood Li Shiji's intention. The new Eastern Red Soaring Elf Academy, as Wang Chong's alma mater, naturally deserves his pride. On the day of the school meeting, students from the Elf Combat program gathered at the training ground, where a sense of confusion and despondency filled the air. Li Shiji stood on stage, his gaze sweeping over the students below with a mix of expressions, and he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He attempted to motivate the students with encouraging words, but it had little effect. To the students, his words sounded like hollow platitudes, only making them more apathetic. Just as the atmosphere reached a low point, Shang Yuan Tong took the stage. Seeing a former standout from the Elf Combat program lifted the students' spirits slightly. However, Shang Yuan Tong's speech mirrored Li Shiji's, full of empty encouragement. This caused the students to lose faith entirely, believing that Shang Yuan Tong was merely going through the motions. Li Shiji looked at the unresponsive students, feeling increasingly hopeless. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on Wang Chong. Finally, Wang Chong stepped onto the podium. His imposing 2.3-meter frame immediately commanded everyone's attention. As Wang Chong scanned the room with piercing eyes, the students in the front row instinctively stepped back, bumping into those behind them. His presence was as intimidating as a Gyarados. I must say, I'm very disappointed in you. Wang Chong's voice was deep and powerful. The vast elf combat program is so disheartened just because Shang Yuan Tong and I joined the elf research program. Or is it that, by nature, you're nothing but failures? Li Shiji was stunned by these words. He had hoped Wang Chong would inspire the students to regain their confidence, not crush them. Surprisingly, Wang Chong's remarks sparked anger among the students. Internally, they roared, "We're not failures. We just feel that no matter how hard we try, we can't surpass Wang Chong and Shang Yuan Tong." However, faced with Wang Chong's stature and his formidable elves, the students dared only to feel angry inside, unable to openly retort. Wang Chong observed the students' silent indignation, glanced at Li Shiji, and then addressed the students below. Let me be frank, all of you here. In my eyes, you're nothing but trash. Without the courage to surpass me, how can you become elf trainers? You might as well go home to farm and plant sweet potatoes. As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, the students' anger ignited like wildfire. Although they couldn't surpass Wang Chong, they refused to be insulted. From the crowd, one student gathered the courage to shout, voice trembling yet firm, "We are not trash." This outcry acted as a catalyst, instantly setting off a wave of responses. That's right, we are not trash, other students echoed, their voices rising in unison. Empowered by their numbers, they found themselves less afraid of Wang Chong. Wang Chong surveyed the furious students with a cold gaze, a mocking smile playing on his lips. If that's the case, prove it to me with actions. Don't just talk the talk if you're not ready to walk the walk. Otherwise, in my eyes, you're still just, he slowly raised his thumb before twisting it downward, trash. This provocation thoroughly enraged the students. One particularly aggressive student, unable to contain his anger, rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. The crowd parted to let him through, surprised by his bravery, yet secretly relieved it wasn't them facing Wang Chong's challenge. Wang Chong looked down at the student who had stepped up, arms crossed, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Do you want to challenge me? As he spoke, he casually tossed a pokeball. With a burst of dazzling white light, a three-turtle, muscular Charizard appeared before the crowd. It roared skyward, unleashing a fiery red flame that sent waves of heat across the area. As the flames dissipated, the Charizard stood beside Wang Chong, both crossing their arms, looking down at the challenger. Even the onlookers could feel the scorching heat emanating from Charizard's breath. Is this Charizard really something an ordinary person can train? Someone murmured in disbelief. Even Dragon King champion Zhang Du's Charizard might not have a tenth of this one's intimidation. Meanwhile, at the Alliance headquarters, Zhang Du, busy reviewing documents, suddenly sneezed. Strange, why am I sneezing so much lately? Could it be a cold? He rubbed his nose and continued his work. Back on campus, the standoff continued. Wang Chong's gaze pierced through the student like a knife. Answer me. Do you want to challenge me? The student, nearly suffocated by the pressure, still managed to answer with determination. Yes. He thought to himself, having come this far, backing down would not only cost him respect among his peers, but might also affect his chances at finding a partner. Wang Chong, hearing this, showed a flicker of approval in his eyes. Good, you're the first man I've looked at with respect. Everyone else, in my eyes, is just a coward. These words once again infuriated the surrounding students, who began shouting, How dare you? Don't be so arrogant. Yeah, just because you're strong doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Wang Chong smirked, his tone dripping with disdain. Sorry, but when you have power, you can do whatever you want. If you want to earn my respect, then show the courage to challenge me. Wang Chong shouted, stomping his foot. Instantly, the ground shook, and a massive tree stump arena rose from the earth, several meters in diameter. This display of Wang Chong's mastery over grass attributes left everyone in awe. Xiao Huang, go! Wang Chong commanded softly. A mighty Charizard unfurled its wings and let out a thunderous roar. With a powerful flap, it created a tempestuous gust, landing on the giant tree stump arena. Come on, let my master see if you have the courage to surpass him. Xiao Huang's roar was filled with provocation. In the crowd, a boy who had once boasted about challenging Wang Chong summoned his courage and shakily approached the edge of the arena. Taking a deep breath, he threw his pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a Pidgey before the crowd. This Pidgey, standing a mere 30 centimeters tall, looked insignificant before the three-turtle Xiao Huang and trembled with fear. Nevertheless, it obeyed its trainer's command and used the gust move. However, Xiao Huang didn't budge. A mere flap of its wings unleashed a gale far stronger than Pidgey's gust, blowing it away and sending it crashing into its trainer. The arena fell silent. Everyone pondered, is this really the strongest student in their school? How strong is Wang Chong truly? Wang Chong leaped down and approached the student. The sudden move made the student collapse in fear. Yet, Wang Chong didn't mock him. Instead, he praised him. Well done, you're the second person with the courage to challenge me. Although you're weak, you did what others didn't dare to do. I, Wang Chong, am willing to call you a brave warrior. The student's eyes welled up with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Am I a brave warrior? He asked in disbelief. Yes, you're the first brave warrior, Wang Chong affirmed, then turned to the other students. Look, even someone as weak as him dared to challenge me. Do you not even have that much courage? His words acted as a catalyst, igniting the students' fighting spirit. I do, so do I. Amidst the rising shouts, students released their Pokemon, eager to challenge the big boss, Wang Chong. Though each one was easily defeated by Xiao Huang, every student earned Wang Chong's recognition for their courage, becoming a brave warrior. This seemingly one-sided contest turned into a unique lesson in courage and self-confidence. Although they lost the battle, it helped them resolve their inner conflicts. The students were fired up and vowed to defeat the dreaded Demon King. The atmosphere in the combat specialist class was instantly electrified, with everyone determined to train harder and surpass Wang Chong by graduation. Li Shiji was amazed as he watched this unfold. He had been worried that Wang Chong's words might dampen the students' spirits, but the effect was surprisingly positive. The students were not only energetic, but also more enthusiastic about improving their skills than senior students in previous years. This gave him hope for the upcoming academy competition in 10 days. Perhaps they could demonstrate more than just ordinary level skills. Thank you, Wang Chong, Li Shiji said sincerely as he approached Wang Chong, who was doing one-handed push-ups. Beside Wang Chong, his companion, Xiao Mu, was also training hard. The past 10 days of training had left a noticeable mark, especially on Mu Shougong's well-developed tail, which was as hard as stone. Even without using the Iron Tail skill, it could unleash the power of an ordinary spirit using Iron Tail. You're welcome. It was just an experiment, and I didn't expect it to work so well, Wang Chong replied nonchalantly. Li Shiji was taken aback. You were just experimenting? Yeah, it was my first time, and I heard this approach might have a special effect. It seems to have worked. Li Shiji took a deep breath, silently relieved that Wang Chong's experiment hadn't failed. Otherwise, he could already imagine the entire combat specialist class dropping out the next day. That was quite fortunate, Li Shiji remarked. But you're right. If they can overcome their fear, anything is possible. By the way, was what you said only meant for the students in the audience? Wang Chong responded with a question. What do you think? Li Shiji was momentarily speechless, realizing that he, as the president, was included too. He glanced at the three-turtle Xiao Huang on the stage and reluctantly admitted that he was indeed a novice compared to Wang Chong. Although he was the president, his spirit was only ordinary level, and he would struggle to even stand against Wang Chong's Xiao Huang. He considered challenging Wang Chong's second contract spirit, but quickly dismissed the idea. Isn't living well enough? He thought wryly. The 10 days flew by, and the day of the school competition finally arrived. Teams from the other 9 spirit high schools in H City arrived early at the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy. Each team consisted of 6 members, and the competition focused on commanding spirits in battle. The team whose spirits all lost their ability to fight would lose. The teacher leading the team from H City's second High Spirit Academy, accompanied by 5 students in school uniforms, approached Li Shiji with a smile and said, "Hello, President Li. I hope we get a chance to compete against each other in this school competition. After all, you are the best academy in H City. If we can beat you, we'll definitely make a name for ourselves." Wang Hui, the president, remarked with a playful challenge in his voice. His gaze was fixed on Li Shiji opposite him, and the students around could feel the tension in the air. Heh, President Wang, you're joking. The best academy is just how others describe us. We think we still have a long way to go, Li Shiji replied with a modest smile, though his eyes shone with undeniable confidence. The surrounding students were silent, clearly sensing the unspoken rivalry between the two presidents. This conversation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. True. After all, I've heard that your school only has 2 ordinary-level trainers this year, including you, President Li. Wang Hui smirked, tapping the information card in his hand against his palm. Li Shiji raised an eyebrow, his face showing disbelief. Are you just now getting internet at home? How could you not know? With today's technology, have you been hiding in some remote corner? As he spoke, Li Shiji's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. While we may have fewer ordinary-level trainers, we only have a few more than you. Not much, just about 10 more. Wang Hui was stunned, standing frozen in place. 10 more. He mulled over the number, finding it unbelievable. They had meticulously gathered information from various schools, and all data indicated that New Western Hongxiang Academy had only 2 ordinary-level trainers. They had confirmed this information multiple times before confidently issuing their challenge. But now, Li Shiji claimed their academy had over 10 more ordinary-level trainers? Wang Hui scrutinized Li Shiji's expression, which was calm and assured, not one of deceit. Could it be true? Did their academy really have so many ordinary-level trainers? What Wang Hui didn't know was that just after they stopped collecting information, the new Western Hongxiang Academy held a school meeting. Following an inspiring speech by Wang Chong, the students were motivated to train harder. As of now, the academy boasted an impressive 35 ordinary-level trainers. As for elite-level trainers, including Wang Chong, there were 2. The other elite trainer was Shan Yuantong. Shan Yuantong had recently passed the trainer certification exam, upgrading from ordinary to elite level. Although his shining Macamp hadn't evolved, his abilities were undoubtedly at the elite standard. As for why Wang Chong was only an elite-level trainer, it was due to the examiners limiting the highest leap to elite level. Unless Wang Chong had a special qualification to bypass the certification process, he would have to advance step by step like everyone else. It took Shang Yuantong 9 months to become an elite-level trainer. Well, I must say, no surprise you're the strongest Pokemon high school in H City. Wang Hui swallowed hard, trying to maintain composure. Then he straightened up, his voice brimming with confidence. However, this time, will gladly take the first place in the school competition. His confidence stemmed from having an elite-level trainer on their team. In a high school Pokemon competition, having an elite-level trainer was akin to being invincible. Even if the other side had more ordinary-level trainers, securing first place would allow them to claim victory over New Western Hongxiang Academy. Such a reputation was crucial for an academy, as it directly impacted important matters like student enrollment, which was closely tied to the academy's reputation. Li Shiji's face held a meaningful smile as he looked directly at Wang Buozhong. Oh, are you so sure you'll clinch first place in this school competition? Wang Buozhong's smile froze instantly. He sighed inwardly, thinking that Li Shiji was like a cunning fox. If they hadn't previously believed they had inside information convinced that the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy only had 3 ordinary trainers, including Li Shiji, they wouldn't have neglected to gather more intel. Now, they were paying the price for their lack of information. We'll see, Wang Buozhong muttered through gritted teeth. Li Shiji just chuckled softly at this, saying nothing more, and turned to welcome students visiting from other schools. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. The inter-school competition was about to begin, with the remaining participants arriving at New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy. Their expressions were focused, eyes gleaming with a desire for victory. After all, this was not just about scores, but also about the school's reputation. A strong school naturally attracts more outstanding students. New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy had been the reigning champion for several years, recognized as the strongest and best spirit high school in H City. Because of this, recent inter-school competitions had been held there. Besides prestige, the first-place winner also receives key support from H City's Education Bureau, with various quality resources prioritized. This is why all the major spirit high schools value the top spot so highly. The competition officially began, with matchups determined by drawing lots. With 12 teams participating, they were divided into 6 groups for the qualifying rounds, eventually determining the winner. Teams that didn't advance would compete in elimination rounds to finalize their rankings. The draw results were quickly announced. Wang Chong School was set to face H City Experimental Spirit High School, a formidable opponent that consistently ranked in the top 5 in past competitions. However, facing the New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy so early on, they might only aim for a respectable ranking in the elimination rounds. The participants from H City Experimental Spirit High School looked as if they'd swallowed bitter pills upon hearing their matchup. Their team leader immediately stepped up to rally the team. Don't lose heart, everyone. What if New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy makes a mistake this time? Nothing is absolute. Let's give it our all and fight hard. We might just create a miracle. Indeed, their team, including 2 substitutes, consisted entirely of ordinary trainers. And the New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy's lineup in previous years had also been ordinary trainers. This might be their only glimmer of hope. They might actually stand a chance. This thought flashed through the minds of the students at H City Experimental Spirit High School like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting their fighting spirit. If they could eliminate New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy in the first match, it would surely prove their superior strength. Meanwhile, in the waiting room for the New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy team, Wang Chong and Shang Yuan Tong sat quietly in a corner, observing their 5 teammates eagerly discussing tactics. As substitutes, they weren't part of the main lineup. They would only step in if the main players struggled against their opponents. Ideally, they wouldn't have to play, allowing the main players to gain more experience. But even if they did, it would just be a warm-up for them. After discussing their strategy, Li Shiji approached Wang Chong with a smile and earnestly said, "If we need you to step in during the match, please give it your all. We can't afford to let our school lose. I'm counting on you." As the president of this year's Spirit Combat Club, Li Shiji felt immense pressure. 2 team members had only recently upgraded their spirits to ordinary level and hadn't yet taken the trainer level-up exams. Besides Li Shiji and 2 other members, the rest only held novice trainer certifications. Wang Chong asked with slight concern, "If we go all out and they lose, won't it be embarrassing for them?" Li Shiji waved off the concern. "Don't worry about that. If they can't handle a little setback, then that's just how it is for their school." The match soon began. Being assigned to the 3rd team, they had to wait for the first 2 matches to conclude before they could take the field. The competition followed a round-robin format, theoretically allowing a strong enough spirit to single-handedly defeat the entire opposing team. In the high school spirit interscholastic competitions, students typically have only been bonded with their spirits for half a year, and most have just one. Very few students contract a second spirit at this time, as it's risky during the spiritual energy infusion, and waiting a year is generally safer. In the waiting room, Wang Chong watched the match live on a large screen. The first match featured the 2nd-ranked team against the 3rd-ranked team. The 2nd-ranked team was formidable, and even without deploying their elite trainers, the other members achieved a remarkable forensics victory, keeping their ace intact. Since it was a match between ordinary-level spirits, the damage was limited, leaving only minor craters on the field that were easily repaired. The second match was well-matched, with both sides showing equal strength. However, in the end, Wanchuan Spirit High School emerged victorious, claiming the win. In the 3rd match, the New Xianghong Academy of Spirits faced off against the H City Experimental Spirit High School. Wang Chong and Shang Yuan Tong chose to watch from the waiting room, keeping a close eye on the unfolding events. The competitors from H City Experimental Spirit High School seemed to be bursting with energy, launching a fierce offensive the moment their spirits entered the arena, hoping to intimidate their opponents with aggressive tactics. However, the players from New Xianghong remained unfazed by such aggression. Having endured countless defeats under the guidance of Wang Chong's assistant, Xiao Huang, the current assault seemed trivial to them. The New Xianghong players responded calmly, directing their spirits with precision to counterattack. They appeared as composed strategists, in stark contrast to the frenzied assault of their opponents. Ultimately, New Xianghong triumphed over H City Experimental Spirit High School with an impressive score of 6-3, emerging as the top-performing school in the first round of eliminations. Watching this unfold, Wang Boizhong couldn't help but express his surprise, clearly not expecting the New Xianghong team to maintain such composure under pressure. He begrudgingly acknowledged their skill but remained confident that no amount of calmness could overcome absolute strength. By the end of the first round of eliminations, night had fallen, and the second round was scheduled for the next day's training ground. After the match, reporters swarmed in for routine interviews with the winning team, asking the usual questions about their confidence in the competition. The players responded with standard answers, a scene repeated every year, only the faces changed. That evening, to celebrate the first-round victory, the principal generously funded a lavish dinner for the school team members. Wang Chong and Shan Yuantong were, of course, invited. However, upon seeing the bill, the principal was taken aback. It totaled over 60,000. This was paid out of his own pocket. As an ordinary elite-level trainer who neither embezzles nor takes risks, his annual income was only around $1 million. This meal alone consumed nearly half a year's earnings. Upon reviewing the bill, he noticed that the biggest spenders were Wang Chong, Shang Yuantong, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Mo. He could only console himself. These are the trump cards, the trump cards, the trump cards. To ease his mind, he vowed not to hold any more celebratory events until after the final competition. The next day, the inter-school competition resumed as scheduled. In this round, New Xianghong faced a formidable opponent, Wanchuan Spirit High School. As the match was about to begin, the tension in the air grew palpable. Although the match was evenly matched, it was clear to observers that both sides were holding back. Ultimately, Wanchuan Spirit High School emerged victorious. Now facing this formidable opponent, New West Hongxiang Spirit Academy was naturally cautious. The morning sun bathed the arena as the three matches commenced one after the other. Wang Chong's team was the first to compete. Li Shiji and his team continued their composed and calm command of the spirits, a style they had shown the previous night. Despite the spirited effort from Wanchuan Spirit High School's team, they couldn't match the experienced leadership of Li Shiji's team. This was no accident. Their practice with Wang Chong's spirits had fostered a rock-solid mindset, an advantage other schools found hard to match. In the end, New West Hongxiang Spirit Academy won with a score of 4-6. Following that, the second high school also secured a win with a 5-6 score. Notably, neither side revealed their trump cards, and the elite student trainer, like Wang Chong and Shang Heratong, awaited the final showdown in the waiting room. Another match saw Chongtian Spirit High School claiming a narrow victory. The teams were evenly matched, with one person slightly edging out for the win. With the elimination rounds concluded, the final showdown loomed. Unlike before, with only 3 teams vying for the championship, the format shifted to head-to-head matches to determine the final rankings. First, Chongtian Spirit High School would face New West Hongxiang Spirit Academy. 3 days later, the winner would challenge H City's second Spirit High School. If the winner defeated the second high, they would clinch the championship directly. Otherwise, the second high would face the initial loser to decide the rankings. If the second high lost, a new round-robin would commence among the 3 teams. If results repeated, final rankings would be based on match data. At lunchtime, Li Shiji gathered his team for encouragement. As the president and captain, he placed great importance on the outcome of this inter-school competition. Despite having a trump card, they hoped to win with minimal reliance on it. After all, if Wang Chong and Shang Heratong's true identities were revealed, it could be awkward. Who would have thought the strongest student trainer at New West Hongxiang Spirit Academy wasn't in the combat specialty, but the research specialty? This would undoubtedly stir controversy. The lunch break passed quickly, and the ranking matches commenced as scheduled. As per tradition, the weaker team members went first to wear down the opponents. The competition was intense, with Chongtian Spirit High School students showcasing significant growth after several elimination rounds. Their deep analysis of the opponents made their spirit command quite impressive. Under a series of unexpected tactics, New West Hongxiang Spirit Academy's team members suffered consecutive defeats. With the score tied at 4-4, Li Shiji decided to step in personally. As the president and captain of the Spirit Combat Specialty, he had not yet participated. But this didn't imply Li Shiji's strength was lacking. Those holding such positions are rarely weak. On the arena, Li Shiji decisively threw out a pokeball, and in a flash of white light, Lizhen appeared majestically. Opposite him, Wang Zhizhu from Chongtian High School also released his Infernape. The 2 fire and fighting-type Pokemon stood facing each other, their ordinary-level powers creating a palpable tension in the air. The battle was about to begin, and as if in sync, both Pokemon let out deafening roars, charged with fighting spirit. The referee looked around, confirmed both sides were ready, and with a command, the battle erupted instantly. Infernape, use Flare Blitz. Wang Zhizhu commanded first. Infernape responded immediately, enveloped in blazing flames, charging towards Lizhen like a burning meteor. Each step left charred footprints on the arena, waves of heat rolling off it. In a critical moment, Li Shiji calmly responded. Lizhen, dodge with quick attack, then use Blaze Kick. Lizhen reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding Infernape's fierce attack. In the next instant, its right leg was enveloped in flames, delivering a powerful Blaze Kick to Infernape's abdomen. Infernape was pushed back several steps by this sudden attack, barely managing to stabilize itself. However, a clear four-claw footprint was visible on its abdomen, surrounded by burn marks. Lizen's leg strength was indeed formidable. Seeing this, Wang Zhizhu immediately adjusted his strategy. Infernape, use Endure. Go for close combat. Infernape stood firm despite the pain. Its muscles tensed as it entered an enduring state. This move would double the damage it could inflict on its opponent while injured. A fierce glint flashed in Infernape's eyes as it rushed towards Lizen. Now, use Mach Punch. Wang Zhizhu seized the moment to give the order. Infernape's fists rained down like a storm, moving with blinding speed. Lizen was caught off guard and could only barely block with its arms. Each punch felt like being hit by a speeding car, forcing Lizen to retreat continuously, leaving deep claw marks on the arena. Its arms were covered in visible punch marks, clearly showing the power of this aggressive, defense-sacrificing strategy. Li Shiji, seeing this, quickly asked with concern, Lizen, are you okay? Lizen, enduring the pain, let out a determined cry, signaling it could still fight. Seeing Lizen's fighting spirit undiminished, Li Shiji immediately adjusted his tactics. Lizen, use focus energy, then feather dance. Lizen focused, enhancing its attack and defense capabilities. Then, it swiftly flapped its wings, sending feathers flying like an unexpected blizzard, obscuring Infernape's vision. Infernape, use flamethrower. The trainer's command echoed across the arena. Infernape immediately sprang into action, unleashing a powerful stream of fire from its mouth, aiming to burn away the feathers obstructing its view. However, this move came too late. Blaziken, use quick attack to get close to Infernape, then follow up with double kick. The opponent's instructions came swiftly. Under the cover of feathers, Blaziken dashed towards the fire-breathing Infernape like a bolt of lightning. In full view of the audience, it leaped up and delivered a powerful double kick to Infernape's chest. Infernape was caught off guard by the sudden attack. It felt two strong forces hitting it directly, sending it flying. Having lowered its defenses to boost its attack, Infernape had no chance against this enhanced double kick. Infernape was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. It struggled to stand but ultimately collapsed, unable to continue the battle. The winner of this match is Li Shiji from New West Red Soaring Academy, the referee announced. If Wang Zhizhu doesn't have a second Pokemon, then Li Shiji is the victor of this competition. Wang Zhizhu shook his head, admitting defeat gracefully. I concede. Training Infernape to the normal level in just half a year is already quite an achievement. I haven't had the time to train a second Pokemon, and the contract period isn't up yet. I need at least another 6 months to contract a second one. The referee announced again. In that case, Li Shiji wins this round. Next contestant, please. The score changed to 4-5. Li Shiji turned to his Blaziken, asking with concern, Blaziken, how are you feeling? Can you continue? Blaziken pounded its chest confidently, letting out a loud blaze, indicating it was ready for more. Li Shiji nodded. I'm counting on you. Soon, the last contestant from Chongtian High School stepped onto the field. It was their captain, Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei spoke. President Li, I didn't expect our first meeting to be at this competition. Li Shiji replied. Yes, I've heard you're quite skilled, Zhao. Let's see how we match up. Zhao Wei laughed. Of course. But President Li, your Blaziken just finished a battle and isn't at its peak. Even if I win, it might not be a fair victory. Li Shiji was unfazed. It's no problem. It can still fight. After all, real battles don't give you the luxury of rest. Very well, here I come. Zhao Wei threw his Pokeball. Come out, Haxorus. With a deafening roar, Haxorus appeared in front of everyone, showcasing its strength. Although the two Pokemon were similar in size, Haxorus was in peak condition, while Blaziken had already expended a lot of energy. To make matters worse, Fire-type attacks would only deal half damage to Haxorus. From any angle, Blaziken's chances of winning seemed slim. Li Shiji pondered silently. He had known Zhao Wei's Pokemon was Haxorus, but facing it after Blaziken had already fought around made the challenge much harder. However, even if they lost, it was okay. As long as they did their best, it would be fine. There were still teammates ready to turn the tide if needed. As soon as Zhao Wei's Haxorus entered the arena, the audience erupted into a frenzy of exclamations. Clearly, the outcome of this battle seemed predetermined. At the referee's signal, the fierce showdown began instantly. Haxorus, use Dragon Dance. Zhao Wei commanded decisively. The mighty Haxorus leaped up, twisting its body gracefully, as if performing a mystical dance. With each movement, its aura intensified, significantly boosting its attack power and speed. Li Shiji remained calm, instructing, Blaziken, focus energy. In response, Blaziken concentrated deeply, its muscles tensing as both its defense and attack capabilities strengthened. Both Pokemon were making their final preparations for the impending clash. As the battle tension reached its peak, Zhao Wei launched the first attack. Haxorus, close in on Blaziken and use Wide Slash. Haxorus charged at Blaziken like an arrow, its powerful tail whistling through the air. At the last moment, Li Shiji shouted, "Blaziken, dodge and use slash." With foresight, Blaziken deftly avoided the sweeping attack, then leapt up, its sharp claws aimed at Haxorus's head. However, Zhao Wei reacted even faster. "Haxorus, grab it." Haxorus opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, accurately biting Blaziken's wrist. The immense force caused Blaziken's arm to lose strength instantly, a painful groan escaping its lips. "Blaziken, break free," Li Shiji urged anxiously. Enduring the pain, Blaziken used its other hand to strike at Haxorus's head. To avoid getting hurt, Haxorus had to release its grip. Both Pokémon retreated, panting heavily. In this round, Blaziken had clearly taken the worst hit. With one arm injured, its chances against the unscathed Haxorus seemed slim. Li Shiji's heart sank, but he quickly made a decision. "Blaziken, can you hold on?" "Blaze." Despite the weakness in its voice, Blaziken's response was full of spirit. "Good. Focus energy again," Li Shiji ordered. Even with its right hand unusable, Blaziken began to gather energy. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wei attacked decisively. "Haxorus, move in and use Dragon Claw." As Haxorus charged fiercely, Li Shiji thought quickly. "Blaziken, use Double Kick." The two Pokémon clashed once more. Blaziken kicked out forcefully, but Haxorus withstood the attack, its sharp dragon claws slashing across Blaziken's body. Blaziken winced in pain, struggling to evade. Pursuit. Zhao Wei pressed the advantage. Haxorus launched another attack, dealing double damage to Blaziken. Blaziken staggered, severely injured. Li Shiji's heart ached, but he refused to give up. "Blaziken, use Reversal." Zhao Wei hadn't anticipated this, but quickly reacted. "Haxorus, use Crunch to stop it." At the critical moment, Li Shiji was ready. "Blaziken, detect." Blaziken's eyes flashed brilliantly, deftly evading Haxorus's jaws. Haxorus snapped at empty air, sensing trouble. Blaziken flipped through the air, unleashing the accumulated power of Reversal, striking Haxorus heavily. The powerful impact knocked Haxorus to the ground, cracking the hard surface beneath it. This earth-shattering blow plunged the entire arena into a brief silence. A huge cloud of dust rose, instantly obscuring the figures of both competitors. As the dust gradually settled, the outcome of the battle became clear. Both Lijian Chicken and Axetooth Dragon had fallen. Lijian Chicken managed to take down Axetooth Dragon with a last-ditch effort, but it couldn't sustain itself. The referee quickly stepped forward, examined the scene, and announced, "This match is a draw. Do either teams have any other Pokémon to send out?" Zhao Wei and Li Shiji shook their heads silently, prompting the referee to declare the final result. "Neither team has any Pokémon left to fight. This match is a draw. Congratulations to New Western Red Soaring Pokémon Academy for qualifying for the playoffs." Although the score was tied, it was evident to the observers who the real victor was. Lijian Chicken, despite not being in peak condition, managed to hold its own against the full-strength Axetooth Dragon, a testament to its impressive strength. Li Shiji retrieved his Pokémon and murmured to the Pokeball, "Thank you for your hard work, Lijian Chicken." On the other side, Zhao Wei also recalled his Axetooth Dragon and approached Li Shiji sincerely. "Congratulations on qualifying. I have to admit, your strength is truly impressive. If your Lijian Chicken had been at its peak, I'm sure my Axetooth Dragon would have lost." Li Shiji humbly replied. "It was thanks to the revival boost and Lijian Chicken's indomitable spirit. Otherwise, it would have been hard to match your Axetooth Dragon. Although the match ended in a draw, we clearly had the upper hand." Zhao Wei nodded in agreement and advised, "I hope you win all the way. Tomorrow, you'll be facing the rather arrogant team from H City Second Pokemon High School." "Yes, we will give it our all," Li Shiji promised solemnly. After a brief farewell, Li Shiji returned to the waiting room, where his teammates greeted him with hugs and congratulations. Wang Chong exclaimed, "Incredible, President Li. We all thought you would lose, but you managed to draw, which was unexpected." Li Shiji modestly said, "I'm honored to receive recognition from you, Wang Chong. However, Lijian Chicken is seriously injured now, so tomorrow's match will depend on you all." Shang Yuan Tong patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, leave it to us." Beside him, the sparkling Macamp flexed its muscles, exuding confidence. The showdown between Zhao Wei and Li Shiji left a lasting impression on everyone. Despite the type disadvantage and not being at peak performance, Li Shiji's Pokémon managed to hold its own against an equally powerful Axetooth Dragon. Though the match ended in a draw, the scales of victory clearly tipped in Li Shiji's favor. Soon enough, the next day arrived as scheduled. Today's battle would be between New Western Red Soaring Pokemon Academy and H City Second Pokemon High School. If New Western Red Soaring Pokemon Academy emerged victorious, they would directly claim the championship of this tournament. All the contestants are in position, and the stadium is packed, even more lively than the previous days. The morning's competition could very well determine the champion team, and the atmosphere is particularly tense. The second Spirit High School of H City has shown remarkable strength this time around, and they have a mysterious team member who has yet to make an appearance, considered their ace. The intelligence networks of various high schools have revealed that this ace player is an elite-level trainer. In the high school interscholastic competition, this is undoubtedly a trump card. However, the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy has long held the champion title, and this time may be no different. The outcome is uncertain, and the audience holds their breath in anticipation. Surprisingly, when everyone thought the second high would first send ordinary team members to wear down the opponent's strength, they made a shocking decision. The ace who had been kept under wraps, the elite trainer Tong Tiandai, stepped right into the arena. The Tong family, one of the top families in H City, stands shoulder to shoulder with the Zhang family in terms of strength. Even more astonishing, Tong Tiandai didn't just bring one spirit, he brought two into the battle. This move immediately caused a stir throughout the venue. Wang Xiaobo of the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy was momentarily stunned upon seeing Tong Tiandai. He thought to himself, what's going on? You're going all out right from the start? Interesting. Others quickly realized the strategy of the second high. They clearly intended to achieve a sweep. And if successful, the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy's reputation would be severely damaged. As the only team to be swept, their reputation would plummet. Although they might secure second place, who remembers the runner-up? People only remember the disgrace of being swept. This would undoubtedly affect future enrollments. It must be said, the strategy of the second high is quite cunning. If not for the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy having their own trump card, they might indeed fall at the hands of Tong Tiandai. Li Shiji looked at Wang Xiaobo and asked, Wang Xiaobo, are you going to surrender? Last night's fierce battle had left Li Shiji's strong chicken severely injured, with muscle strains, internal and external injuries, and skill damage, requiring a longer recovery time. Wang Xiaobo responded firmly, no, I want to fight. Surrender? That's impossible. I dared to face the great demon king Wang Chong, so why would I fear Tong Tiandai? Compared to Wang Chong, Tong Tiandai's pressure isn't even a tenth. You think this will make me back down? Dream on. Li Shiji encouraged him. Good. Give it your all, and leave no regrets. Yes, Captain. Wang Xiaobo motivated himself and walked confidently onto the stage. Although the outcome seemed inevitable, Wang Xiaobo's spirit of not fearing difficulty and having the courage to fight moved everyone. The audience erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers, rallying for the brave young man. Even the referee on the side nodded quietly. Seeing this, Tong Tiandai frowned, clearly not expecting his opponent to still dare to fight him. He was determined to show this reckless challenger the true gap in their abilities. Come out, Garchomp. Tong Tiandai threw a red and white pokeball. A flash of white light, and a 1.9-meter-tall Garchomp appeared before everyone. It let out a skyward roar, intimidating the entire crowd, then locked its sharp gaze on the fragile human across from it. With disdain in its heart, Garchomp thought, how dare such a weak human challenge its might? Truly, ignorance is bliss. Tong Tiandai crossed his arms over his chest and said arrogantly, release your Pokemon. I'll show you what a real gap looks like. At 18, he had not only evolved his initial Pokemon, Gibble, into Garchomp within half a year, but also successfully contracted a second Pokemon. This achievement was something he took great pride in. Wang Xiaobo detected the arrogance in Tong Tiandai's words, but remained calm. He quietly took out his Pokeball and released his partner. Another flash of white light, and an Onix, just entering the ordinary level, appeared on the field. Compared to the wild Onix Wang Chong had seen in the ancient forest, this one was clearly stronger, but still appeared immature next to the elite-level Garchomp. Upon seeing its opponent, Garchomp let out a deafening roar, trying to intimidate Onix with its powerful presence. Although Onix felt some fear, it remembered facing Little Yellow before, which gave it the courage to roar back. This unexpected response surprised Garchomp. It hadn't anticipated that this seemingly weak Onix would dare to challenge it. The spectators witnessing this scene thought Onix was overestimating itself, like a calf trying to blow up a balloon completely out of its depth. The referee, seeing both sides ready, loudly announced, the match begins. As the match started, Tong Tiandai couldn't wait to command, Garchomp, use Dragon Breath. Garchomp quickly gathered a terrifying Dragon Breath in its mouth and shot it towards Onix. Onix, dodge. Then use Dig. Wang Xiaobo instructed promptly. Onix nimbly avoided the Dragon Breath and then burrowed underground. The ground rumbled with the sound of digging, and Tong Tiandai remarked disdainfully, using Dig, how foolish. Garchomp, use Earthquake. Garchomp immediately triggered an earthquake, causing the entire field to shake violently. The Onix hidden underground suffered a double blow and was in a dire situation. Oh no, Onix, come out quickly. Wang Xiaobo urgently called. However, as Onix just emerged, Tong Tiandai seized the opportunity to order. Too late. Garchomp, use Dual Chop on the emerging Onix. Garchomp's claws gleamed coldly as they precisely slashed at the just emerging Onix. The two fierce chops landed heavily on Onix, leaving the situation at a stalemate. In an instant, the rocky body of the Onyx shattered under the fierce attack of the Garchomp. The disparity in strength, combined with a critical hit, left the Onyx with no chance to resist, crashing to the ground and losing its ability to fight. The Garchomp let out a thunderous roar, lifting its head high as if declaring its invincible power to the entire audience. Tong Tiandai smirked and commented, "Humph, knowing you're outmatched yet still daring to fight, should I call you arrogant or foolish?" Wang Xiaobo remained silent, quietly recalling the fallen Onyx as he slowly walked off the arena. Although the earthquake caused some damage to the field, professional staff quickly repaired it. Wang Xiaobo approached Li Shiji and whispered, "I'm sorry, Captain, I embarrassed the school." Li Shiji patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "You did your best. It was my mistake in the lineup. I didn't expect them to send out their strongest first. Don't worry, someone will avenge us." Wang Xiaobo nodded in understanding, his gaze shifting to Shan Yuan Tong, who was preparing to take the stage. Tong Tiandai, noticing the substitute player's information on the screen, was surprised to find it was a substitute. He questioned, "Is this your trump card? Though you have some skill, isn't this a bit much? Winners write history, and besides, I didn't arrange the order." In the audience, the principal of the second high school apologized for the arrangement, promising to reprimand Wang Boizhong, though his expression lacked sincerity, clearly condoning the strategy. The principal of the new Western Hongxiang Academy, while displeased, was confident in his team's strength and remained unworried. "Well then, let's begin." Shan Yuan Tong threw a pokeball, and a nearly 1.8-meter tall shiny Machamp appeared on the field. This rare shiny Pokemon was densely muscular, matching the imposing presence of the Garchomp. As it entered, it began flexing its muscles, showcasing its perfect physique. Tong Tiandai was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect you to be an elite-level trainer. But then again, how could the top-ranked high school in H-City not have a trump card?" This match just got interesting. Despite facing an opponent of the same caliber, he maintained his arrogant demeanor, confident that his Pokemon was unbeatable among peers. For Garchomp, the previous battle was merely a warm-up, barely consuming any of its strength. A fierce and evenly matched showdown was about to unfold, and the entire audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating the exciting contest. Garchomp, following the command of Tong Tiandai, unleashed its sunny day ability. Instantly, the sunlight became exceptionally bright, bathing the entire battlefield in radiant light. At the same time, Uehara ordered Shiny Machamp to use Bulk Up. Shiny Machamp's muscles tensed up, gleaming under the intense sunlight, making it appear even more striking. Seeing this, Tong Tiandai immediately commanded Garchomp to use Flamethrower. However, Uehara reacted swiftly, instructing Shiny Machamp to dodge and quickly close in on Garchomp, preparing to use Low Kick. Shiny Machamp charged like a black bear towards its opponent, but just as it was about to strike, Tong Tiandai decisively ordered Garchomp to use Dig. Garchomp swiftly burrowed underground, causing Shiny Machamp's attack to miss, leaving it frustrated on the spot. As Shiny Machamp stood there, unsure of what to do next, Tong Tiandai issued another command for Garchomp to launch a surprise attack from underground and use Crunch. The ground suddenly cracked open, trapping Shiny Machamp's lower body in a hole. Simultaneously, Garchomp emerged from another opening, baring its fangs and lunging for Shiny Machamp's neck. At the critical moment, Uehara shouted, "Shiny Machamp, use Protect." Then Seismic Toss. Shiny Machamp quickly used Protect, not only blocking Garchomp's attack, but also using the momentum to fling it away. Freed from the hole's confines, Shiny Machamp immediately pursued the airborne Garchomp. Garchomp got up from the ground, roaring with anger, clearly surprised by the opponent's strength. This toss ignited its fighting spirit, and under Tong Tiandai's command, it unleashed a sandstorm. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a sandstorm, providing Garchomp with an advantage while putting Shiny Machamp at a disadvantage. Facing this situation, Uehara decided to play his trump card. "If I'm not mistaken, your Garchomp is female, right?" he asked, with a sly tone. A sense of foreboding rose in Tong Tiandai's heart. "Machamp, use Attract on Garchomp," Uehara shouted. Shiny Machamp immediately used Attract, showcasing its impressive muscles. The female Garchomp was instantly captivated, ignoring Tong Tiandai's calls as it walked towards Shiny Machamp. Tong Tiandai was stunned, never expecting Machamp to have such a skill. He watched helplessly as his Garchomp was charmed by the opponent, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Uehara looked at Tong Tiandai's bewildered expression with a smug grin. "Didn't expect that, did you? To prevent any surprises, I specifically had Machamp learn this move." His voice brimmed with confidence. At that moment, the Garchomp, which had been lured in by Machamp's charm, was already within striking distance. Seizing the opportunity, Uehara shouted, "Machamp, use Dynamic Punch." Machamp responded without hesitation, launching a fierce attack on Garchomp. Its muscles tensed instantly, and a torrent of power surged through its body, delivering punch after punch to the opponent. Although Garchomp had regained its senses, it was still caught in the storm of Machamp's relentless assault, its body trembling under the onslaught. In this critical moment, Tong Tiandai decisively commanded, "Garchomp, use substitute." Garchomp quickly executed the move, creating a decoy a short distance away. This maneuver temporarily allowed it to escape danger, but at the cost of considerable energy. Seeing this, Ueharatsu gave no room for respite. "Machamp, keep up." Machamp let out a deafening roar and charged at Garchomp once more. Realizing the dire situation, Tong Tiandai immediately directed, "Garchomp, use Rock Tomb to block Machamp's path." Garchomp growled, and suddenly, rocks erupted from the ground, forming a sturdy barrier that obstructed Machamp's advance. This move not only prevented pursuit, but also granted Garchomp precious time to catch its breath. Tong Tiandai was inwardly surprised by the potency of Machamp's combination attacks. He realized that if they couldn't defeat Machamp, the second Pokemon High School in H City might lose this match. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he devised a strategy. "Garchomp, dig and trap Machamp," Tong Tiandai shouted. Amidst the sandstorm and the obstruction of the rock tomb, Machamp struggled to pinpoint its opponent's location and could only remain vigilant. Suddenly, Garchomp burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. Machamp sensed the ground trembling beneath its feet, aware that danger was imminent. Although Ueharatsu couldn't see the unfolding events clearly, he heard Tong Tiandai's command and immediately shouted, "Watch out, Machamp. Get out of there." But it was too late. The ground split open, and as Machamp attempted to leap away, Garchomp seized it, dragging it forcefully underground. Only Machamp's upper body was left exposed, its lower half firmly trapped beneath the surface. Tong Tiandai seized this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity and yelled, "Now, use Hyper Beam on Machamp." Garchomp's mouth rapidly filled with dark particles, and in the next instant, a powerful Hyper Beam shot forth, striking Machamp directly. With a deafening explosion, the arena was engulfed in dust and debris. When the dust settled, the battle was over. Machamp had fallen, while Garchomp was panting heavily, clearly nearing its limit. Nevertheless, Tong Tiandai wore a victorious smile. He knew that with Ueharatsu's Machamp defeated, the remaining opponents posed little threat. Even though Garchomp was exhausted, they had backup ready to step in. Ueharatsu hadn't anticipated Tong Tiandai's strategy of first immobilizing Machamp and then finishing the battle with a Hyper Beam. He had to acknowledge his opponent's skill. "You won. Your strength is not to be underestimated." Tong Tiandai regained his usual prideful demeanor, but his tone unconsciously softened a bit. He had to admit, among all his peers, Shan Yuantong was the only one who could push him to such an extent. Outside the arena, Wang Chong glanced at the outcome of the battle, a smug smile tugging at his lips as he turned to Li Shiji, saying, "It seems like the championship is already in our bag." Initially, he had been shocked to learn that Shan Yuantong was an elite-level trainer. It was surprising that the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy had such a hidden ace, but even so, what did it matter? Shan Yuantong had ultimately lost. "Why do you think so?" Li Shiji calmly sipped his water and asked in a composed manner. Upon hearing this, a slight unease crept into Wang Chong's heart. Logically, shouldn't Li Shiji be gritting his teeth, clenching his fists, and glaring at him right now? Why did he look so composed, without a hint of resentment? Could it be that Li Shiji had another hidden trump card? That's absolutely impossible. Wang Chong quickly dismissed the thought. Being able to nurture an elite-level trainer within less than a year of senior high school was already a miracle. The reason their team's Tong Tiandai could advance so quickly was not just due to family resources, but also his own innate talent. Recent research by the spirit scholars suggested that contracted spirits and trainers influence each other. Spirits could inherit and amplify a trainer's potential, and trainers might gain some of the spirit's power. However, only a few could actually acquire a spirit's power. Most could only bask in the aura. Garchomp's rapid secondary evolution to elite-level strength was due to Tong Tiandai's remarkable talent. Shan Yuantong was also talented, which allowed him to quickly become an elite-level trainer, and as a result, Machamp also attained elite-level strength. But not everyone is a genius. With this in mind, Wang Chong became more convinced that the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy couldn't possibly have another elite-level trainer. Li Shiji's current calmness was likely just a facade to save face. Inside, he was probably already breaking down. "Do you really think your new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy still has a chance to win this battle?" Wang Chong asked directly, setting aside his doubts. "Perhaps," Li Shiji replied with a mysterious smile. "Well, let's wait and see then." On the field, Shan Yuantong looked at Machamp, who had fainted and was unable to continue fighting, feeling a deep sense of regret. Machamp was severely injured but had done its best. Shan Yuantong hadn't expected that besides Wang Chong, there would be another opponent strong enough to defeat him. Yet, the world was vast and full of surprises. Perhaps this is what they mean by, "There is always someone better." "Your strength is impressive," Shan Yuantong said, turning to Tong Tiandai. But your Garchomp is almost at its limit, isn't it? Tong Tiandai frowned slightly. That's true, but it should be enough to handle the rest of your team. Upon hearing this, Shan Yuan Tong's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. He slowly said, "Do you really think I'm the strongest Pokemon trainer at our school?" This statement hit Tong Tiandai like a sledgehammer, leaving him visibly perplexed. His face instantly displayed confusion, his brows furrowed, and his eyes filled with bewilderment. Clearly, Shan Yuan Tong's words were a huge shock to him. Tong Tiandai's mind raced as he recalled the intelligence they had previously gathered. After realizing that the initial information about the new Western Hongxiang Pokemon Academy was incorrect, they immediately launched a new round of information collection. Although they successfully obtained the list of official contestants for this competition, the identities of the two substitute players remained a mystery. At this moment, looking at Shan Yuan Tong standing in front of him, Tong Tiandai finally understood the identity of one of the substitutes. However, the other substitute was still an unknown. This realization filled him with a sense of foreboding, like a dark cloud hanging over his heart. Could it be that the other substitute is actually the strongest trainer at their school? This thought swirled in Tong Tiandai's mind, causing him to feel a tinge of panic. Shan Yuan Tong seemed to read Tong Tiandai's mind and casually remarked, "Well, good luck. That guy is quite terrifying." With that, he turned and walked away, his steps light as he returned to the waiting room. Meanwhile, Wang Chong was already geared up and ready to take the stage. According to Li Shiji's plan, if Shan Yuan Tong unfortunately lost, Wang Chong would be the final trump card to compete. As Shan Yuan Tong entered the waiting room, he quietly said, "I lost." Wang Chong nodded in response. "I know, but you did your best. Keep it up, and you'll surpass yourself next time." He patted Shan Yuan Tong's shoulder, offering an encouraging smile. Then, Wang Chong bent down to pass through the doorframe of the waiting room, his voice carrying a hint of determination. "I'll avenge you. This second Pokemon High School of H-City is a bit too arrogant. They need a good lesson." If the second high hadn't directly arranged for Tong Tiandai to play the first match, aiming for a clean sweep, Li Shiji wouldn't have made such an arrangement. But since the opponent chose this aggressive strategy, they decided not to hold back and were prepared to fight to the end. In the arena, Tong Tiandai was restless, a sense of foreboding shadowing him. Even his Garchomp sensed the unease, constantly looking around, cautiously observing everything. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shattered the silence of the arena. All eyes instinctively turned towards the entrance. The footsteps were not only heavy but also carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Soon, from the shadows, Wang Chong's figure slowly emerged. Simultaneously, the large screen above the arena lit up, displaying the information about Tong Tiandai's upcoming opponent, a substitute player from the new Western Hongxiang Pokemon Academy, Team Wang Chong. Wang Chong approached step by step, each stride seeming to carry immense weight. His towering physique, with muscles as solid as a Buzzwole, coupled with his astonishing height of 2.3 meters, delivered a tremendous visual impact to everyone. The arena was silent, but inside, everyone was in turmoil. This was a substitute player from the new Western Hongxiang Pokemon Academy? Just his physique alone suggested that even in a direct physical confrontation, Garchomp might not be his match. At this moment, Tong Tiandai finally grasped the deeper meaning behind Shan Yuan Tong's earlier good luck wish. The colossal figure before him not only exerted immense psychological pressure, but also instilled an unprecedented fear in him. A self-proclaimed genius trainer, he felt an unparalleled sense of intimidation when facing a peer. At that moment, Wang Chong from the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy took the stage, leaving the audience in stunned silence. A senior student specializing in spirit theory, he unexpectedly appeared in the school competition, challenging everyone's expectations. Tong Tiandai, filled with fear, asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Wang Chong smiled and replied, "Just a substitute. The main players are tired, so I'm stepping in. Any objections?" Tong Tiandai, suppressing his fear, gritted his teeth and said, "Bring it on. Release your spirit." He reassured himself that despite Wang Chong's intimidating presence, there should be a chance in spirit combat. Wang Chong nodded and threw out a spirit ball. In a flash of white light, an enormous Charizard Xiao Huang appeared on the field, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The audience was dumbfounded. This Charizard was extraordinary, over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a clearly defined 8-pack. Tong Tiandai looked at Xiao Huang, and then at his own 1.9-meter Garchomp, rendered speechless. Xiao Huang's waist was as thick as 3 Garchomps, and its long, powerful arms were a stark contrast to the typical short arms associated with Charizards. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. This was no mere substitute. It seemed more powerful than the main players. The tactics of the new Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy were astonishing, and with such strength, the championship seemed within reach. The referee glanced at the fierce-eyed Xiao Huang and involuntarily swallowed. Rumor had it that Charizards had fiery tempers, and he had no desire to become a target. "Let the match begin," the referee announced, quickly stepping back, leaving the two contestants and their spirits facing off on the field. The moment the match began, a strange stillness overtook the arena. Wang Chong and Xiao Huang stood motionless, arms crossed, staring intensely at their opponents. Tong Tiandai and the Garchomp dared not make any sudden moves either, as tension hung thick in the air. Garchomp took the opportunity to regulate her breathing, trying to regain her strength, but the fear within her was hard to quell. It was her first encounter with such a formidable opponent. Even the elite spirits of her tribe couldn't exert such overwhelming pressure. The audience held their breath, and someone suddenly recalled a viral image from Bephoria, muscular Charizard. To their astonishment, the three-turtle, muscle-bound Charizard before them was a mirror image of that picture. What they assumed was a photoshopped image of champion Zhang Du's Charizard turned out to be a real-life giant. Meanwhile, Zhang Du, busy with his duties, received a message from the gatekeeper of New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy. This subordinate usually reported on Wang Chong's movements and made sure to inform Zhang Du since it was Wang Chong's first interschool competition. Zhang Du opened the live stream and, upon seeing the mighty Charizard on the field, fell into deep thought. He glanced at his own Charizard, happily devouring its meal, then at the muscular behemoth on screen. Silently, he closed the stream and returned to his paperwork. The recent activities of the nuclear explosion team, capturing rare spirits everywhere, had already exhausted him, and the gatekeeper's report was just another headache. Zhang Du began to ponder whether it was time to dismiss this overly diligent guard. On the battlefield, Tong Tiandai finally mustered the courage to command Garchomp. Garchomp, use Giga Impact. Hearing the command, Garchomp gathered all her strength and charged at Xiao Huang like an arrow released from a bow. Yet Xiao Huang remained utterly still, seemingly unfazed by the impending deadly blow. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Garchomp's Giga Impact collided heavily with Xiao Huang. The massive force nudged Xiao Huang about 5 centimeters. Xiao Huang glanced down at the faint mark on the ground with a hint of surprise, acknowledging the impressive power of Garchomp. However, having unleashed her full strength, Garchomp became momentarily paralyzed, unable to move. Xiao Huang, with a near-human smile, looked at his opponent. The spot of impact was only slightly reddened, with no significant damage sustained. Garchomp stared in disbelief at the virtually unscathed mutant Charizard before her. Her full-force attack had only shifted the opponent a mere 5 centimeters, leaving her utterly bewildered. Despair washed over her like a tidal wave. The fire-breathing dragon before her was overwhelmingly powerful, its mere presence enough to drain her of any will to fight. She knew there was no chance of victory in this battle. Tong Tiandai watched in disbelief, urgently commanding his Garchomp. Garchomp, use Hyper Beam. Garchomp immediately began to charge up, unleashing its most powerful skill Hyper Beam. This beam was even stronger than when it had faced Macamp, striking Xiao Huang square in the chest. However, Xiao Huang didn't make any defensive moves. He simply looked down at Garchomp and braced himself as the Hyper Beam hit. His solid muscles barely trembled, effortlessly absorbing the powerful attack. Moments later, Garchomp, exhausted from using such a high-intensity move, collapsed, unable to continue fighting. Xiao Huang, on the other hand, simply blew a breath over the scorched area on his chest, and it instantly returned to its unscathed state. How is that possible? Tong Tiandai exclaimed in shock. Garchomp, get up. But Garchomp had expended all its energy and couldn't fight anymore. The referee announced the final result. Wang Chong is the winner. Tong Tiandai, do you have a second Pokemon? If so, you can send it out to continue battling Wang Chong's Charizard. Tong Tiandai glanced at the fallen Garchomp and thought of his newly captured, rookie-level Pokemon. His confidence crumbled. No, I surrender. I surrender, he shouted, quickly recalling Garchomp into its Pokeball and fleeing. This crushing defeat plunged Tong Tiandai into deep self-doubt. He had always thought of himself as the strongest among his peers, having even defeated the shiny Macamp of Uehara from the New Western Hongxiang Pokemon Academy, who also possessed elite-level strength. Yet, he never expected to encounter a peer whose strength and aura so vastly surpassed his own. This loss shattered his belief in his invincibility. Wang Buozhong witnessed the entire battle, falling silent. He asked Li Shiji incredulously, "Are you sure he's from your school and not brought in from outside? His strength could easily be considered at the champion level." Li Shiji replied with a smile. "If you don't believe it, you can verify his identity." He relished seeing Wang Buozhong being proven wrong. Wang Buozhong said nothing further, realizing his complete failure. He could already imagine the headlines online. Originally planning to have students with elite-level strength sweep the New Western Hongxiang Pokemon Academy, they were instead thoroughly defeated. Worse, he might lose his position as chairman upon returning. The final match was without suspense. After Tong Tiandai's defeat, the remaining 5 participants forfeited on the spot. They thought, if even Garchomp's Hyper Beam couldn't harm the opponent, what chance did their less-than-elite-level Pokemon stand? To battle would only invite humiliation. With the referee's announcement, the champion of the school competition was finally revealed this morning. This year's school competition was the most exciting in recent years. Not only did two elite-level trainers emerge, but there was also a trainer suspected to be at the master level. However, the suspicion was mainly because Wang Chong's Pokemon, Little Yellow, appeared exceptionally strong. In reality, Wang Chong is still an elite-level trainer. Once a trainer reaches the elite level, they are eligible to graduate. Of course, if one chooses to continue to university, that's possible too, as there's still one more year of college. After graduation, team members are typically placed in positions within the league. Some outstanding students are cultivated by the league and can even start as officers in the military. That's the advantage of attending university, as most universities are funded by the league. In the afternoon, the battle between H City's second Pokemon High School and Chongtian Pokemon High School took place to determine the second-place winner. The result was surprising. After losing to Wang Chong, Tong Tiandai left the school team without looking back and didn't even return to school. It's said that due to his mental breakdown, he decided to drop out and strive to become stronger, aiming to defeat Wang Chong, who had become his psychological barrier. Because of Tong Tiandai's departure, H City's second Pokemon High School was directly defeated, with Chongtian Pokemon High School securing third place with a score of 4-6. When Wang Boizhong learned that Tong Tiandai had withdrawn from the competition due to his mental state, his expression was said to resemble someone who had just eaten something unpleasant. Moreover, upon returning, he had to face a friendly interrogation from the principal. After the school competition ended, the new Oriental Red Soaring Pokemon Academy, which won first place, received a lot of attention from the people of H City. Even the mayor personally commended the school for its effective education, despite it having little to do with their teaching methods. Because of Wang Chong's contribution to the school's victory, the principal decided to reward him with a 50,000 bonus. Additionally, due to his excellent performance, Wang Chong was granted the privilege to leave school at any time without the risk of expulsion, a benefit usually reserved for university students. Training and gaining experience outside the school can be beneficial. While some naturally gifted individuals can evolve and improve through systematic training within the school, others with less innate talent need to venture out and face challenges to unlock their potential and evolve. This is also true for Pokemon research, which requires both theoretical knowledge and practical experience. Otherwise, one becomes a bookworm with no practical skills. For Wang Chong, theoretical knowledge isn't much of a challenge, as he has an encyclopedia of Pokemon knowledge in his mind. Nevertheless, he accepted the opportunity. Staying in school all the time can be stifling, so it's good to get out occasionally. Plus, he could visit his parents during his travels. Upon learning that Wang Chong was leaving school, Zhang Sen looked at him with a hint of reluctance. Wang Chong, are you really planning to travel around? He asked. Yes, Wang Chong replied. I've been stuck at school recently, and it's getting boring. The knowledge the teachers explain just makes me want to sleep. It's like an elementary school student teaching a college student about basic arithmetic. Zorua, Wang Chong, will you come back to school? Zorua asked. Wang Chong crouched down, ruffled Zorua's head, and smiled. Of course, I'll come back. After months of sharing the same dorm, Zorua and Zhang San had gotten used to having Wang Chong as a roommate, and were no longer afraid as they had been when they first met. It's worth mentioning that Zorua's strength had recently increased, reaching an average level, although it showed no signs of evolving. Hope that by the next time we meet, your strength will have improved, Wang Chong said. Trico. Yes. By the next meeting, I hope you can enhance your strength, Trico added. Otherwise, you'll seem weak. Thanks to the personal guidance of Wang Chong and Xiao Huang, Trico had become quite muscular. Even its tail had grown thick and powerful, and it had reached a height of 1 meter. Sensing its daily growth and strength, Trico became even more enthusiastic about training. Every day, it gritted its teeth and completed thousands of sit-ups, pull-ups, push-ups, and ran over 10 kilometers, all in preparation to one day find the elusive red Gyarados and seek revenge. Zorua's eyes were filled with determination. It had no choice but to strive hard. Xiao Huang, who had been their roommate from the start, had already surpassed Zorua in strength, becoming an almost unreachable presence. Now, even Trico, who started at a similar level, had surpassed it. If Zorua didn't work hard, it would feel useless. After all, it belonged to the Zoroark clan, a lineage with the potential to reach champion level. If it were overtaken by the Sceptile and Charizard clans, it would be quite embarrassing. Right? Even when I'm not around, don't give up on training, Wang Chong said, patting Zhang San on the shoulder with a smile. Inspired by the jungle battle, Zhang San had also started working out. Recently, he had made some progress and looked noticeably stronger, at least compared to his previously frail physique. I know. I just don't know how long we'll be apart before we meet again, Zhang San replied. Isn't there a communication watch? You talk as if we'll never see each other again, Wang Chong retorted, looking at Zhang San with disdain. He then put Dream into his backpack and walked away. Watching Wang Chong leave, Zhang San glanced at the empty dorm room and sighed. It seemed he needed to work hard too. By the next time Wang Chong saw him, he wanted to give him a real surprise. At the school gate, as Wang Chong was leaving, Shang Yuantong and Li Shiji also arrived. They came just to say goodbye. Wang Chong, next time, I will definitely defeat you, Shang Yuantong said, bumping his fist against Wang Chong's solid chest. All right, I'll be waiting, Wang Chong replied. Faced with this friend who loses every battle, Wang Chong felt helpless. However, this was one of his few pleasures at school. With Wang Chong's abilities, he didn't really need to study. He attended school partly to enjoy the experience, and partly because his mother insisted he get a diploma. Wang Chong, are you really not joining the school team? Li Shiji asked tentatively. I'm not joining. It's like watching kids fight, it's pointless, Wang Chong replied. To him, participating in school competitions felt like watching children bicker, and him joining would be like an adult suddenly stepping in. It would be unfair. He didn't have the habit of bullying others. He preferred battling strong opponents, as it showcased the results of his training. You wouldn't train to be as strong as an ox just to bully a kid, would you? All right, Li Shiji said with a hint of regret. If Wang Chong joined, they would undoubtedly be the strongest school team in the league. After the school competition, Shang Yuantong realized that while there was no one else in the school as strong as Wang Chong, there were still various talents outside the school. Therefore, Shang Yuantong joined the school team, although he remained in the field of spirit research. Recently, he discovered that if trainers and spirits trained together, it could inspire the spirits to work harder. Besides, the school team's training wasn't quite suitable for him. Well, I wish you all the best, they both said to Wang Chong, who returned the sentiment before leaving New Western Hongxiang Spirit Academy and taking a driverless Didi back to J City. Meanwhile, a security guard, who was actually an undercover intelligence agent, silently watched Wang Chong's departure. Just yesterday, Zhang Du had canceled the task of monitoring Wang Chong's daily activities. The reason was simple. Wang Chong had been behaving himself lately, so there was no need for surveillance. In fact, due to recent developments, the agent was to be reassigned to investigate the laser team in the Northern War Zone, in T-City, B Province. Zhang Du had discovered some clues pointing to that location. With no other available agents, he had to be pulled from his current post and sent on this new mission. He was resigned to the fact that his security guard stint, which had barely lasted a month, was ending. His leisurely days were over. Several hours later, Wang Chong returned to his home in J City. Seeing his house, which hadn't been cleaned in months, he reluctantly donned a Pikachu apron and started cleaning. Of course, he wasn't alone. Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu were there to help. Due to Xiao Huang's large size, it wasn't suitable for him to be inside, so he took care of the leaves in the yard. Xiao Mu helped Wang Chong by handing him water and used its substitute skill to improve its proficiency while also acting as an extra hand. By the end of the afternoon, the cleaning was done. Outside in the yard, Xiao Huang had piled up the leaves and used a fire spark. Although it was called a spark, the flames it produced were comparable to a normal-level spirit's flamethrower attack. A burst of sparks erupted, instantly reducing the large pile of leaves to ashes, returning them to the earth. Wang Chong frowned at the mess before him. Although clearing it up wasn't difficult, the repetitive nature of the task was irritating. The constant trips to change the water were especially annoying. Maybe I should just hire a cleaning lady next time, Wang Chong muttered to himself, as a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Or perhaps I could contract a water-type spirit. That would save both water costs and time. Just then, a low woof interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Huang, his loyal spirit companion, was standing helplessly in the yard. Having evolved, Xiao Huang now stood at 3 meters tall, far exceeding the 2.5-meter high gate. Although he could barely squeeze through, his wings would easily knock into furniture, causing damage. Seeing Xiao Huang's disappointed expression, Wang Chong comforted him. Bear with it for now. You can sleep in the yard tonight. Tomorrow we'll visit the pastoral realm and discuss with my parents. After all, with the spirit contract, we definitely need a bigger living space. Xiao Huang responded with a low sound, appearing a bit downcast, but soon perked up and started doing push-ups. Xiao Mu, witnessing this scene, felt motivated. Despite Xiao Huang's strength, he never neglected his training. Xiao Mu thought to himself that he should work even harder to catch up. And so, Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu began training together. Throughout the night, Xiao Huang remained energetic, but Xiao Mu's stamina clearly couldn't keep up, forcing him to rest midway. The next morning, Wang Chong woke up from his comfortable bed, stretching lazily. Although the dormitory bed had been improved, it still couldn't compare to the comfort of home. After a simple breakfast, Wang Chong took Meng Huan, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Mu to the pastoral realm. Since the last major battle, the environment there had changed dramatically. The large lake created by Palkia had become a haven for water-type spirits, and the lingering divine aura had nurtured precious spatial stones. These minerals, useful for developing spatial equipment, attracted numerous trainers, boosting the popularity of what was once a Tier 3 realm and spurring the rapid economic growth of J City, elevating it to the status of a new second-tier city. As usual, Wang Chong paid the entrance fee and entered the realm, then contacted his parents. Before long, his father landed in the pastoral square on a dragonite. Son, why are you here suddenly? Shouldn't you be in school at this time? His father asked, puzzled, evidently unaware that Wang Chong had received special permission for training during school hours. Wang Chong briefly explained his current situation, including his achievements in the school competition. Well done, his father nodded with satisfaction, a hint of pride in his eyes. I didn't expect you to take first place in the school competition. You've got a bit of my flair from back in the day. Wang's father reminisced proudly about his past, a smug smile on his face. Back in the day, your dad was on the school team too, and I was one of the top players. Your mom fell for me at first sight because I was the star of the team. Wang Chong looked at his father's self-satisfied expression and couldn't bring himself to burst his bubble. He clearly remembered his mother once confiding that she was attracted to his father because she admired ambitious men. It was this admiration that motivated his father to train hard and eventually make the school team. Although his performance was decent, he was just an average player on the team. Suddenly, Wang's father changed the subject, his brow furrowed. By the way, son, why did you come to the secret realm all of a sudden? His tone carried a hint of worry, clearly recalling the last time Wang Chong visited the secret realm. Wang Chong replied nonchalantly, I just came to see you all. By the way, I wanted to discuss with you whether we should buy a bigger house. He then briefly updated his father on Xiao Huang's situation. Wang's father nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, you're grown up now, and it's time you have your own place. All right, since you've grown up and have your own ideas, I fully support your proposal. As he spoke, Wang's father's gaze unconsciously swept over Wang Chong's large physique, hesitant to speak. Wang Chong noticed his father's unusual behavior and asked curiously, but what? Wang's father initially wanted to inquire about his son's romantic life. He remembered that at Wang Chong's age, he had already successfully pursued Wang Chong's mother. But looking at his son's burly figure, he was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, which girl would be attracted to such a physique? It would be a miracle if she wasn't scared off. As parents, they had watched Wang Chong grow up and were used to his changes. But to others, his physique was indeed astonishing. Wang's father secretly calculated his and his wife's age, thinking that with their health, they could definitely have another child. With this thought, Wang's father suddenly clapped his right hand into his left palm, making a decision. It's settled then. Watching his father leave in a hurry, Wang Chong was puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder, what's going on with Dad? Why does he keep leaving things unsaid? Does he have some issue with me? With a sigh, Wang Chong decided not to overthink it for now. Ignoring the astonished glances from passers-by, he went straight into the Pokemon battle arena. Since he was here, he might as well stay for a few days. Besides, the secret realm had unsuitable for large Pokemon, which would surely lift Xiao Huang's spirits. At the Pokemon battle arena, Wang Chong chose to participate personally. Having not competed for a long time, his rank remained at Silver 1 star. The familiar field, the familiar staff, everything seemed unchanged. The referee immediately recognized his massive figure and exclaimed, It's you. Wang Chong smiled slightly. You are? Oh, I remember now, you're the referee here. Didn't expect you to remember me. The referee nodded repeatedly. Of course I remember. You left such a strong impression. Plus, you're the son of Wang, the guardian. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Wang Chong's imposing physique and his past of making opponents cry during matches were still fresh in his mind. He looked at Wang Chong and wondered if he was here for a Pokemon battle or a real fight. Wang Chong smiled slightly and explained, It's been a while since I played. I want to level up. This game requires patience and accumulation. The referee nodded in agreement. That's how the rules work. All right, let me find you an opponent. With that, he quickly arranged a match for Wang Chong. Wang Chong silently appreciated the help, recalling how last time he had to wait over 10 minutes. Soon, he found himself in the familiar arena. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar female voice exclaimed, It's you. Wang Chong looked up and saw a young woman glaring at him with a mix of shame and fear in her eyes. She was quite attractive, and he felt like he'd seen her before. After a moment, he realized she was the same woman he faced in his first match. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Wang Chong greeted her with a smile. I didn't expect to run into you again. The odds are quite low. Don't call me big sister. I'm only 20. The woman retorted angrily. Wang Chong scratched his head, explaining, But you're still older than me. I'm only 18. The woman was momentarily speechless, then glared at Wang Chong's match information and declared, Wang Chong, I lost last time. This time, I, Zhao Li, will reclaim my dignity. It turned out that Zhao Li's Wartortle had recently evolved into a Blastoise, and she had earned the Elite Trainer certification. Hearing that the spatial stones from the garden's secret realm could fetch a fortune, she came to try her luck and redeem herself in the place where she had been humiliated. Unexpectedly, she encountered Wang Chong, the man who had once made her cry. Months had passed, and Zhao Li had grown stronger. She was ready to conquer this inner demon. Wang Chong gladly accepted the challenge. Seeing Zhao Li's confident demeanor, he thought that she might have actually improved. Both summoned their Pokemon, and the referee watched calmly. As an experienced referee, he had seen many scenes of losers seeking revenge and wasn't easily moved. Zhao Li immediately released her Blastoise. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Blastoise pounded its shell, full of fighting spirit, clearly remembering its previous defeat. Wang Chong initially considered using Xiao Mu, but since Zhao Li was eager for revenge, he decided to send out Xiao Huang. He threw the red and white pokeball, and as the white light faded, Xiao Huang's agile figure appeared before everyone. As Xiao Huang's form gradually took shape, the arrogant expression on Blastoise's face, initially eager to settle old scores, froze and turned to terror. It had planned to take revenge on Wang Chong, but never imagined that Xiao Huang had also evolved to the second stage of Charizard. However, this Charizard completely shattered Blastoise's expectations. Instead of a beer belly, it had a body of solid muscle, especially the distinct 8-pack abs. Blastoise couldn't help but glance down at its own shell, feeling a wave of defeat. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Blastoise's mind. Was it about to battle this fearsome Charizard? At that moment, Xiao Huang let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire arena. It took a gentle step forward, and the ground cracked open, leaving a several-meter-long fissure. The referee, who had been relatively calm, was instantly bewildered. He looked at Wang Chong in confusion, thinking, is this really a Charizard? How can it have 8-pack abs and such a muscular build? Then, reconsidering, he thought it made sense like trainer, like Pokemon. Turning his gaze to Zhao Li, he saw she was completely stunned. In her memory, just a few months ago, Wang Chong's Xiao Huang was merely a Charmeleon. It seemed strong but definitely not a match for an evolved Blastoise. But now, not only had it evolved, it had become this intimidating behemoth? Was this really still a Charizard? Zhao Li couldn't help but wonder if Wang Chong had switched to a different Pokemon. Xiao Huang crossed its arms over its chest, its solid muscles occasionally twitching slightly. It spoke. I heard someone wants to settle a score. Is it you? With Xiao Huang's appearance, the surrounding temperature seemed to rise a few degrees. Blastoise involuntarily swallowed and instinctively took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Zhao Li quickly encouraged, Blastoise, don't be afraid. You're in your final form too. You can definitely beat this Charizard. Oh, Xiao Huang seemed amused by Zhao Li's words. Master, is that true? The referee looked around and decisively announced, both sides, take your positions, the match begins. He knew in his heart that the outcome was already determined. Xiao Huang's presence was no less than master level, perhaps even stronger. Meanwhile, Zhao Li's Blastoise was merely of ordinary elite-level strength. In comparison, it was a crushing disparity. Reflecting on Zhao Li's earlier boasts, the referee wasn't sure whether to feel sorry for her or think she was overly arrogant. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. At Zhao Li's command, Blastoise's cannons targeted Xiao Huang, instantly unleashing a powerful stream of water. Faced with the oncoming Hydro Pump, Xiao Huang simply unfurled its wings behind its back, shielding itself. The water struck the wings but couldn't advance any further. With a gentle flap, Xiao Huang scattered the water, transforming it into a violent gust. The sudden strong wind forced Blastoise back 5 or 6 steps, and Zhao Li was blown back repeatedly, ultimately falling heavily to the ground, her face filled with disbelief. Oh my, is that a Charizard? Zhao Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the massive creature before her. Just the flapping of Wang Chong's Charizard's wings stirred up a violent gust that nearly knocked her off her feet. Wang Chong calmly glanced at Blastoise and Zhao Li, then instructed Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, use Flamethrower. As soon as he said it, he seemed to think of something and added, aim it at the sky. Xiao Huang nodded in understanding and began to gather a terrifying flame in its mouth. The life flame on its tail suddenly burst into an intense blaze, and the searing heat quickly spread, even reaching the referee on the edge of the arena. Zhao Li was already scared out of her wits and hurried to Blastoise's side, clutching it tightly. Blastoise was completely frozen, seemingly petrified by the scene before it. In the next moment, the flames erupted. A pillar of fire, capable of melting steel, shot into the sky, and everyone in the garden square witnessed this astonishing sight. The once blue sky was instantly transformed into a fiery spectacle, both magnificent and intimidating. Seconds later, Xiao Huang ceased its attack. Even so, the intense heat lingered in its mouth, with white smoke billowing from its sides, making its crimson eyes appear even more menacing. Suddenly, Xiao Huang let out a thunderous roar. Though the sound waves were invisible, their force was undeniable. Blastoise was knocked backward on the spot, fainting from the shock of witnessing Xiao Huang's terrifying power without even engaging in battle. Blastoise, are you okay? Zhao Li frantically shook her Pokemon, realizing it had only fainted and was otherwise unharmed. However, the terrifying image of Xiao Huang and its fiery display was deeply etched in Blastoise's memory. At that moment, Zhao Li suddenly noticed the sky darkening. She instinctively looked up to find Wang Chong and Xiao Huang standing before her, looking down at her from above. Mommy! Zhao Li was so frightened that she burst into tears and, like Blastoise, fainted. Wang Chong observed the scene, puzzled, and turned to Xiao Huang. What's up with her? Why is she crying just like last time and now fainted? Xiao Huang scratched its head and hesitantly replied. No idea. Maybe her mental resilience is too weak and she can't handle the defeat. Probably, Wang Chong mused, though her Blastoise's mental resilience is indeed lacking. I just wanted her to realize the difficulty and give up. Just then, the referee hurried over, urgently saying, Wait, the battle is over. You've already won. No need to continue. The referee's tone was filled with concern, fearing Wang Chong might attack the already unconscious opponent. How could I? Wang Chong said with a helpless laugh. But the battle's over? Have I ranked up? The referee, sweating and glancing at the towering 3-meter Xiao Huang, quickly replied. Yes, you've ranked up. It said that the Charizard species is known for their fiery tempers, and the referee couldn't help but worry if the one before him might suddenly go berserk. He glanced at his own slender frame, fully aware that he couldn't withstand an attack from a Charizard. The flames reaching up to the sky painted the clouds in fiery hues, a testament to this Charizard's elite-level power. In the silver ranks, an elite-level creature is almost like a cheat code. Yet, the rules are frustrating, mixing dragons of all sorts in the lower ranks. Having secured victory, the referee was about to set up the next match when Wang Chong suggested, Don't scare people. The referee was puzzled, unable to grasp his meaning. As night fell in the Pokemon Center ward, Zhao slowly opened her eyes and cried out fearfully, Don't kill me. A nurse approached to comfort her. You're awake. It's nothing serious, just a fright. We recommend you replenish your nutrition once you return home. Zhao looked around, realizing the battle was over. Where's my Blastoise? She asked urgently. The nurse pointed to the Pokeball on the table. It's here. Zhao immediately summoned her Blastoise, and seeing it unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the nightmarish image of Wang Chong flashed through her mind. Blastoise, let's go, Zhao said softly. She thought that after evolving, her strength had increased enough to settle old scores, but she didn't expect both Blastoise and herself to be scared senseless. After leaving the hospital, Blastoise suddenly stopped in its tracks. Following its vacant gaze, Zhao saw an elite-level Charizard with a beer belly slowly approaching. With a thud, Blastoise collapsed to the ground. Zhao was dumbfounded. Her Blastoise had developed a fear of Charizards. Ah! She screamed in frustration. At this moment, in a nearby Pokemon hotel, Wang Chong faintly heard the screams. He remembered that there were many water-type Pokemon at the local lakes and pondered whether he should catch one. Trico, I'm considering adding a new companion, Wang Chong said to his Pokemon. Trico chirped excitedly. Really? A new companion? It secretly rejoiced, as this meant it would no longer be the weakest and could become the leader of the pack. Wang Chong nodded in response. Yes, I'm thinking about it, but I haven't decided yet. All right, take a break. Tomorrow, let's head back to the countryside lake and see what we can find. As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, Xiao Huang and Mu Shou responded in unison. Yes, master. Mu Shou, no problem, master. Night quickly fell, and soon it was dawn the next day. Wang Chong, as usual, began his daily training. Sweat soaked through his clothes as his muscles trembled under the strain of 10,000 push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups. After completing this intense workout, he quickly prepared himself and set off towards the countryside lake. On the streets, a peculiar sight caused passers-by to stop and stare. Wang Chong was striding briskly ahead, followed by a 3-meter-long fire-breathing dragon, with a 1-meter-tall Trico trailing behind. This unusual trio left many people wide-eyed, wondering when fire-breathing dragons and Tricos had grown so large. Meanwhile, inside the town hall, Wang Chong's father, Wang Dad, was rubbing his sore back, exhaustion etched across his face. He sighed to himself. It seems I'm really getting old. I couldn't even last 2 hours. Just then, Wang Mom approached from behind, gently placing her hands on Wang Dad's shoulders and softly asking, Honey, what got you in such a mood yesterday? Wang Dad chuckled wryly, explaining, Well, I was just thinking about how our family line might end, so I thought I'd make some preparations. Hearing this, Wang Mom couldn't help but shake her head when she thought about their son's physique. She traced circles on Wang Dad's back with her fingers, murmuring, True. This small gesture instantly lifted Wang Dad's spirits. However, remembering his aching back, Wang Dad quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. Dear, we still have work to do. Though slightly disappointed, Wang Mom understood the importance of their responsibilities as town guardians. She softly replied, Oh right. We'll continue tonight then. See you later, honey. Hearing his wife's words, Wang Dad sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, I guess I need some supplements. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up. Recalling Wang Mom's fervor from the night before, Wang Dad felt a bit apprehensive. 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. Wang Mom is in her prime. Meanwhile, Wang Chong had arrived at the countryside lake. This area used to be a vast forest, but due to the impact of the Dragon Star cluster, the forest disappeared, leaving behind a sprawling lake. Although the original creatures had migrated away, the lake's formation had nurtured many new ones. However, Apart from a few migrants, the creatures here were generally weaker, mostly at a beginner level. Because of this, the countryside lake had become an ideal place for bonding with creatures. The journey of several kilometers took Wang Chong and his companions only a few minutes. Surveying the area, they saw scattered groups of people converging on the lake. Wang Chong turned to Xiao Huang and said, "All right, it's time for some training. Xiao Huang, lift that meteorite and do some squats." Xiao Huang eagerly nodded at the command and headed towards a 10-meter-high meteorite fragment nearby. This meteorite was one of the culprits behind the Dragon Star cluster, weighing several dozen tons. Even for Xiao Huang, lifting it required significant effort. Wang Chong watched as Xiao Huang slowly lifted the meteorite fragment, then turned his attention to Xiao Mu. With Trico's current strength, lifting such a massive meteorite fragment was clearly impossible. Wang Chong approached another meteorite fragment and, with a gentle punch, caused the massive stone to crack and then shatter. He picked a 1-meter-sized piece, lifted it effortlessly with one hand, and turned to Xiao Mu, saying, "Xiao Mu, give it a try. Do squats like Xiao Huang." Trico responded promptly. Okay. It took the Overatten meteorite fragment and began its training. The density of this meteorite was evident, as a little refining could produce high-quality steel. Wang Chong didn't choose to train with the meteorite. For him, that weight was insignificant. Instead, he began doing single-handed thumb handstand push-ups, which posed a slight challenge for him. As more trainers gathered around the idyllic lake, a peculiar scene unfolded. A large Charizard was doing squats with a 10-meter-wide boulder, while a small Trico was determinedly lifting a 1-meter rock up and down. Even more astonishing was a human, as muscular as a Buzzwole, doing thumb handstand push-ups nearby. What kind of monsters are these? Every trainer witnessing this scene couldn't help but question their eyes, as if the world had suddenly turned surreal. After completing 10,000 single-handed handstand push-ups, Wang Chong stopped, feeling a bit disinterested. With his current physique, basic training no longer offered substantial improvement. Only the daily system rewards could enhance his physical condition, which left this fitness enthusiast slightly disappointed. He longed for a truly challenging training ground. At that moment, a Froakie hopped up to Wang Chong and excitedly exclaimed, "Ribbit! Human, can you take me as your apprentice?" Wang Chong looked down at the little creature, only 30 centimeters tall, somewhat surprised. "Why do you want to be my apprentice?" "Ribbit, because you're so strong," Froakie explained. It had long noticed the extraordinary nature of Wang Chong and his companions, especially the Charizard that could lift a 10-meter boulder. Its solid muscles and 8-pack abs had deeply impressed Froakie. Unlike its kin, this Froakie valued strength over speed, often leading to its exclusion by its peers. It yearned to prove the value of strength, but in the speed-oriented Greninja clan, it was the only one pursuing power. Seeing the determination in Froakie's eyes, Wang Chong sighed and replied, "All right, if you want to learn from me, I'll take you as my apprentice. But be warned, following me means you'll have to endure all sorts of tough training. Is it tough and challenging? Can you handle it?" The little Froakie lifted its head with determination, eyes sparkling with resolve. "Froakie, I can do it. Please make a pact with me." Its voice was youthful, yet filled with undeniable conviction. Wang Chong looked at the small creature, no taller than his knee, and silently admired its courage. For years, the Froakie species had been ridiculed for their small size, but this little one stood ready to prove that strength was not inferior to speed. "In that case, the pact is sealed," Wang Chong declared, without hesitation, biting his tongue. A drop of crimson blood fell onto the Froakie's forehead and vanished instantly. In a flash, an unusual sensation swept through them. Froakie felt something awaken within, while Wang Chong sensed a cold power coursing through him water-type abilities. Another elemental power? Wang Chong was puzzled. This was the third time he'd acquired an elemental power, far beyond the small probability experts had claimed. He opened his palm, and a clear water sphere materialized. Thanks to his previous mastery of fire, controlling this water was effortless. "Froakie, master, please teach me how to grow stronger," the newly bonded Froakie eagerly exclaimed. Just then, a loud crash shook the surroundings. It was Xiao Huang, casually tossing aside a 10-meter meteorite fragment, causing those nearby to mistakenly believe a battle had erupted. Xiao Mu quickly followed, dropping a large boulder and approaching Wang Chong. The two large creatures curiously eyed the new 30-centimeter companion. Xiao Mu was secretly pleased, finally no longer the smallest in the group. "Hi Froakie, I'm the master's Pokemon," Xiao Mu introduced, showing off his solid muscles. Froakino, named Bubble Frog, gazed with envy. Not to be outdone, Xiao Huang stepped forward, greeting while flaunting his 8-pack abs. The muscles rhythmically flexed, leaving Bubble Frog awestruck and determined to reach such a level. "All right, this is your new companion," Wang Chong said with a smile. "From today, you'll be called Xiao Lan since you look a bit blue." "Froakie, yes master." Xiao Lan gladly accepted the name. For it, the name wasn't important, growing stronger was the primary goal. Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction and turned to Xiao Huang. "See, this is how a Pokemon should be." Remember your reaction when I named you? Look at the difference with Xiaolon now. Xiao Huang wanted to retort, but chose silence, though he couldn't help but internally grumble. Do you have any idea how terrible your naming skills are? All right. Wang Chong addressed the three creatures, since Xiaolon is now one of us. Who wants to guide Xiaolon? Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu exchanged glances, waiting for the other to speak first. The new member meant increased training intensity, but also enhanced team strength. They knew that whoever guided Xiaolon would face a new challenge and opportunity. Mu Shou. Upon hearing the call, Xiao Mu eagerly stepped forward, patting his chest with excitement shining in his eyes. Finally, a new member had joined, and it was a little sister. How could he pass up this opportunity? Xiao Huang quietly stepped aside, not competing for attention. Letting Xiao Mu take on the role of mentor for Xiao Lan gave him more time to focus on his own training. Since evolving into a Charizard, Xiao Huang had experienced a significant leap in power. Now, he could effortlessly lift meteorite fragments weighing tens of tons, something unimaginable before his evolution. Xiao Huang embarked on a grueling strength training regimen, repeatedly lifting and lowering massive boulders. Sweat trickled down his solid muscles, each movement rapidly draining his energy, yet simultaneously strengthening him. This sense of progress made him even more engrossed in his training. Wang Chong observed the scene with a satisfied smile. Having Xiao Mu mentor the new Xiao Lan not only fostered teamwork, but also strengthened the bonds among the Pokemon. It was a strategy that killed two birds with one stone. Soon, Froakie, Xiaolan, officially joined Wang Chong's Pokemon team. Xiao Mu couldn't wait to start his teaching. Mu Shou, Xiaolan, do you want muscles like mine? Xiao Mu proudly showed off his physique to Xiaolan. Karo, I want muscles like Xiao Huang's. Xiaolan's response left Xiao Mu feeling a bit defeated. Her gaze went past Xiao Mu to the more imposing figure of Xiao Huang. Clenching his fists, Xiao Mu silently vowed to train twice as hard. He set a small goal for himself, to reach or even surpass Xiao Huang's level. This thought ignited his inner determination, fueling a burning desire for revenge. Mu Shou, don't be fooled by Xiao Huang's big muscles. Once I evolve, I can reach his level too. Xiao Mu said to Xiao Lan with a defiant tone. Mu Shou, you can do it too. Karo? Really? Xiao Lan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mu Shou, of course it's true. Xiao Mu flexed his firm muscles again. Just a few months ago, I was really scrawny. But now look. Xiao Lan's eyes were filled with longing. She secretly resolved to prove to her tribe that strength is not inferior to speed, and may even be superior. Karo, teach me. Xiao Lan eagerly requested. Xiao Mu immediately began sharing their initial training regimen. 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 pull-ups, and a 10-kilometer sprint. Upon hearing this intense training plan, Xiao Lan was taken aback, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Guagua, is that really possible? Xiao Lan asked skeptically. Of course, Mu Shou. Xiao Mu replied confidently. Look at our master and Xiao Huang. He pointed towards Wang Chong and Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang was lifting a massive meteorite fragment weighing several tons, practicing leapfrog jumps. Each jump caused a thunderous noise, prompting trainers and Pokemon nearby to keep their distance. After all, the Charizard clan is renowned for their fiery temper, and nobody wanted to risk angering the dragon, especially with the danger of being crushed by a meteorite over 10 meters wide. Meanwhile, Wang Chong demonstrated incredible strength. With his left thumb, he performed a side plank while effortlessly holding a colossal meteorite fragment around 20 meters in size with his right hand. It seemed like a trivial task for him, using less than a tenth of his strength. Witnessing such an astonishing training scene, Xiao Lan felt a surge of determination. Guagua, Xiao Mu, train me relentlessly. I want to become stronger. She felt ashamed for having doubted Xiao Mu's training plan earlier. Seeing the fighting spirit in Xiao Lan's eyes, Xiao Mu couldn't help but recall his own original desire for revenge. He realized he had grown a bit complacent recently. Although he had built up quite a bit of muscle, the gap between him and Xiao Huang was still significant. I can't fall behind. Xiao Mu resolved, determined to catch up with Xiao Huang first, and then seek revenge on that shiny Gyarados. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Chong. The ultimate goal, surpass the master. As night fell, Wang Chong left the Pokemon Center with 2 Pokeballs in hand, sighing helplessly. Xiao Lan had suffered a muscle strain during her first high-intensity training session, which was to be expected. However, he was surprised that even the battle-hardened Xiao Mu had also strained his muscles again, showing just how determined he was for revenge. Wang Chong thought to himself that while having motivation was good, it shouldn't overly affect Xiao Mu's physical and mental well-being. He decided to have a talk with Xiao Mu after his revenge was complete. The next day, Wang Chong didn't head to the Pokemon Battle Gym. Since his return to the Pastoral Secret Realm, the gym had become almost deserted. After battling all afternoon yesterday, his rank barely rose to Gold 4 with 3 stars. Today, he decided to explore another area of the Pastoral Secret Realm, the Sea of Grass. This vast expanse of grassland resembled a green ocean, earning its name not only for its grand scale, but for another special reason. Above the sea of grasslands, many spirits reside. Although this secret realm is not highly ranked, with the strongest wild spirits only reaching master level, it is an ideal place for Xiao Mu and Xiao Lan to train. As for Xiao Huang, the spirits here are no longer a match for her. The Sea of Grasslands is abundant in a special ingredient known as spirit herb. This herb, with its subtle salty flavor, is an excellent seasoning that enhances the essence of meat, releasing an enticing aroma. Though not expensive, it is available in large quantities. However, Wang Chong's purpose for this trip is not to collect spirit herb, but to find training opportunities for Xiao Mu and Xiao Lan, and to explore the legendary Sea Eye. According to local wild spirits, the Sea Eye has a powerful suction force that can tear ordinary spirits apart if they fall in. The Sea of Grasslands is the most dangerous area in the pastoral secret realm. Each night, the sea water covers about half of the grassland, allowing ocean spirits to enter. It's important to note that the realm's level is based only on the strength of land spirits, not considering the power of ocean spirits. Wang Chong turned to Xiao Lan and asked, Xiao Lan, did you migrate from the Sea of Grasslands to the pastoral lakes before? Xiao Lan responded emotionally, quack. Yes, those ocean spirits are so awful. Every time the sea level rises, they bully us with their strength. This is why Xiao Lan desires to gain great power rather than speed. In her view, speed is useless against those ocean spirits. Only great strength can subdue them. Unfortunately, Xiao Lan's idea was not accepted by her kind, leading to her being ostracized. But now, she is confident that she is right. After last night's training, Xiao Lan felt a significant improvement in her strength, especially in her power. She could even feel the beginnings of muscle on her slender arms. Xiao Lan was secretly delighted, seeing this as a sign of her impending strength. She began to imagine herself with a body as strong as Xiao Huang's, with 8-pack abs and muscles full of power. This vision filled her with anticipation and motivation. This is why the Koga Ninja Frog tribe left the Grassland Sea and migrated to the pastoral lakes. Wang Chong finally understood the origin of the water-type spirits in the pastoral lakes. They were driven away by the spirits from the ocean. However, Wang Chong couldn't help but wonder. The Koga Ninja Frogs are also water-type spirits, meant to thrive in water, yet they couldn't stand up to the ocean spirits. This tribe seemed rather weak. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. He realized this was a level 3 secret realm, and the wild spirits being weaker made sense. Wang Chong gently patted Xiao Lan's head, smiling as he consoled. Don't worry, we'll get your revenge tonight. Xiao Lan was indeed tiny compared to Wang Chong, about the size of his palm, almost like a toy. Quack. Really, master? Xiao Lan asked excitedly. Of course, Wang Chong assured. We never go back on our word. Just wait for the tide to rise tonight. He turned to Xiao Huang and asked, Xiao Huang, are you ready? Xiao Huang straightened up and roared confidently. Roar. Master, don't underestimate me. Although Xiao Huang was a fire-type Charizard, it wasn't afraid of the water-type spirits in the sea. To Xiao Huang, type advantages only mattered to weaker Charizards. It wasn't just unafraid, but eager to take on 10 opponents at once. Good. Wang Chong nodded approvingly. Let's train here and wait for tonight. Then, Wang Chong and his spirits began intensive training in the Grassland Sea. However, Wang Chong specifically reminded Xiao Lan not to overtrain to avoid muscle strain that might affect their actions later. As night fell, the sky was adorned with stars. The night in the pastoral secret realm was unspoiled by industrial pollution, the starlight dazzling. The secret realm was a planet similar to Blue Star, but smaller, roughly the size of the moon. Wang Chong recalled that spirits also existed on the moon, but due to the different atmospheric composition, they were mostly mineral-based, able to survive in oxygen-free environments and extreme cold. The sound of the rising tide interrupted Wang Chong's thoughts. As he enjoyed a hot pot, he told Xiao Mu, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Lan, the tide's rising. Let's go see what the ocean spirits are made of. With that, Wang Chong placed his hands on the ground, and a massive wooden boat, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, appeared out of thin air. Once Wang Chong and the spirits boarded, the sea gradually rose around their vessel, pushing them toward an unknown adventure. As the tide continued to rise, the wooden boat gently floated upward. From a distance, the grassland sea seemed like an endless plain, but it was actually a vast, sloping grassland. Its vastness made it appear flat at first glance. With the rising tide, the sea creatures took the opportunity to come to the grassland sea to forage. Although there are ocean fruits similar to tree fruits in the sea, neither their taste nor variety can compare to the delicacies on land. Ocean fruits grow under immense water pressure, only aiming to fill the stomach, with taste and texture that leave much to be desired. For this reason, the sea creatures eagerly flock to the grassland sea during high tide to enjoy the tree fruits. These fruit trees, having been soaked by seawater for years, have adapted to the tidal environment, becoming a unique new variety. Wang Chong had just tasted one and couldn't help but praise its excellent flavor. One by one, the creatures leaped from the sea, flying toward the fruit trees to snatch the fruits. At that moment, Xiaolon suddenly pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Venomous jellyfish." Indeed, a group of venomous jellyfish slowly floated to the surface, beginning to enjoy the tree fruits. Wang Chong turned to Greninja and asked, "Are these the venomous jellyfish that forced your clan to migrate?" Guagua. "Yes, master." Greninja nodded and replied. These water and poison-type creatures not only drag opponents into the water to poison them, but also paralyze targets with their toxic stingers. Fortunately, they only eat fish-like creatures, or we would have been devoured long ago. Although we can fight in the water, we still can't match the strength of these venomous jellyfish. Just as they were speaking, one of the venomous jellyfish noticed the floating wooden boat not far away. This unfamiliar object piqued its curiosity, and soon, more and more venomous jellyfish gathered around. These jellyfish, each 1 to 2 meters long, approached the boat, with one even extending a tentacle to gently touch the hull. Seeing this, Wang Chong signaled to Xiao Mu with a glance. Understanding the cue, Xiao Mu immediately unleashed a barrage of seed machine guns. The seeds hit the venomous jellyfish, dealing double damage and causing a splash of water. The sea surface erupted instantly. The venomous jellyfish were furious that a human dared to command creatures to attack them on the sea. They quickly united, attempting to overturn the boat. If successful, Wang Chong and his creatures would fall into the water, facing the grim fate of being besieged. Guagua. "Master, what do we do now?" Xiaolon asked anxiously. Having never seen Xiao Huang and Wang Chong in action, it couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. Despite having grass-type attributes, Xiao Mu struggled against the swarm of Tentacruel due to the significant power gap. Both he and she found it challenging to perform effectively in this battle, appearing overwhelmed. "Don't worry, Xiao Mu, are you going in?" Wang Chong asked. Xiao Mu nodded firmly. After extensive training, he longed to enhance his combat experience through real battles and make his strong physique even more powerful. "If that's the case, go ahead." With Wang Chong's approval, Xiao Mu leaped up without hesitation, landing heavily on the cap of one Tentacruel. The forceful impact sent the Tentacruel sinking to the seabed, and Xiao Mu used the momentum to propel himself into the air once more. Seeing Xiao Mu in midair, the Tentacruel below quickly extended their tentacles to try and grab him. Xiao Mu smirked disdainfully and unleashed his seed machine gun. Countless seeds shot out like bullets, accurately striking the approaching tentacles. This effective attack immediately forced back the Tentacruel, who were only of elite strength. Xiao Mu landed again on a jellyfish's cap, his eyes locked onto the ruby-like red crystal. Without hesitation, he punched the cap with great force. The massive impact caused the Tentacruel to frantically extend more tentacles, trying to seize Xiao Mu, paralyze him, and drown him in the water. Facing the onslaught of tentacles from all directions, Xiao Mu decisively released Leaf Storm. In an instant, countless leaves surged around him, forming a massive whirlwind that severed the surrounding tentacles. The severed limbs fell into the sea, and the intense pain infuriated the Tentacruel. "Kill this Trico. We must kill it," they thought angrily. Even the Greninja couldn't defeat them, let alone a Trico. Despite having a type advantage, this was the sea, not land. How could a Trico compete with them here, unable to exert its full strength? More than 10 Tentacruels simultaneously used Venom Shock, spraying copious amounts of venom from their mouths, intending to poison Xiao Mu. They planned to paralyze him, drag him into the water, drown him, and then feast on his body. Although Tentacruel typically only preyed on fish-like spirits and berries, they didn't mind trying a new delicacy, the Trico that had wounded them. Xiao Mu nimbly dodged on the water's surface, using the Tentacruel caps as footholds. However, a cunning Tentacruel anticipated his move and suddenly submerged. Xiao Mu's foot missed its mark, causing him to lose balance. Several venom shocks struck his body precisely. On the boat, Xiaolon anxiously called out to Wang Chong, "Quack. Master." Xiao Mu fell into the water. "Yes, I know." Wang Chong responded calmly, not intervening. He noticed that Xiao Mu hadn't called for help. At that moment, more venom shocks hit Xiao Mu, and the surrounding Tentacruel quickly wrapped their unsevered tentacles tightly around him. Xiao Mu found himself in a perilous situation, surrounded by the Tentacruel. A single tentacle couldn't restrain Xiao Mu, but when a dozen attacked simultaneously, the formidable elf found himself in a crisis. The poison jellyfish coordinated their efforts, dragging Xiao Mu underwater and releasing paralyzing toxins. As a grass-type elf, Xiao Mu quickly lost consciousness under the poison-type attack, gradually sinking into the depths. On the shore, Xiao Lan was frantic, pointing to where Xiao Mu had disappeared, shouting, "Gua Gua! Master! Look! Xiao Mu is about to die." Wang Chong sighed helplessly, realizing that Xiao Mu's current strength wasn't enough to handle this group of elite poison jellyfish alone in the water. Turning to Xiao Huang beside him, Wang Chong asked, "Xiao Huang, can you handle these jellyfish?" Xiao Huang glanced disdainfully at the jellyfish, confidently roaring, "Roar? Master, who do you think you're underestimating? Even a master-level elf would struggle against so many elite poison jellyfish. But for me, they're just easy prey." Unfurling his wings, Xiao Huang took to the sky, facing the poisoned jellyfish Hedon. The jellyfish were bewildered by the sight of the massive Charizard. Although they recognized his formidable power, they remained confident in their dual advantage of water and poison types. At that moment, a dazzling white light erupted from the depths, causing the jellyfish to shield their eyes. In an instant, a figure burst from the water. It was Xiao Mu. He had successfully evolved into a forest lizard, much more robust than his peers. From the original one-metertall trico, he had transformed into a 2-meter-tall beast, muscles rippling, with razor-sharp leaf blades on his wrists and eyes gleaming with vengeance. The evolved Xiao Mu, free from any adverse effects, was filled with unprecedented strength. He resurfaced, appearing before his companions, roaring, "Forest lizard! How could I possibly fall?" In the moment he was dragged underwater, Xiao Mu had recalled cherished memories with his secret love, and this precious recollection became the catalyst for him to break through his limits. The sudden intrusion of the shiny Gyarados changed everything. Its fierce hyper beam took the life of Komu's crush right before his eyes. This scene was etched deeply into Komu's heart, igniting a fire of vengeance within him. However, the path of revenge was not an easy one. The shiny Gyarados, being a water-type Pokemon, was incredibly powerful in aquatic battles. To exact his revenge, Komu would likely need to face it in the water. The ocean was teeming with various water-type Pokemon, and at the moment, he was struggling even against a group of Tentacle. Komu understood that if he couldn't conquer these Tentacle, defeating the shiny Gyarados would be even more impossible, let alone avenging his friend. This realization awakened a deep strength within him. Fueled by his determination for revenge, Komu finally transcended his limits. He evolved from a Trico into a Grovyle, significantly enhancing both his size and abilities. The moment his evolution was complete, Komu swiftly swung the sharp leaves on his wrists, precisely severing the tentacles that bound him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he quickly broke through the water's surface, gasping for air. Ribbit! Komu's call caught the attention of Xiao Huang in the sky. Xiao Huang was astonished to see that Komu, who had been paralyzed, poisoned, and nearly drowned, was not only unharmed but had also evolved. "Komu, you're okay," Xiao Huang exclaimed in surprise. Standing on the jelly-like head of a tentacle, Komu confidently replied, "Humph. I have an unwavering belief in victory. How could I lose?" He issued a challenge to Xiao Huang in the sky, making his intentions clear. Wanted a Pokemon battle. Xiao Huang understood and responded, "Roar. If that's the case, then I'll leave it to you." With that, it slowly descended beside Wang Chong. As its 3-meter turtle body landed, the entire wooden boat shook violently. Komu's sharp gaze locked onto the surrounding tentacle. These tentacle were clearly provoked. To them, a newly evolved Grovyle daring to challenge a group of tentacle was sheer arrogance. They still remembered how easily they had subdued Komu earlier and were ready to repeat the process. The tentacle beneath Komu suddenly sank, attempting to drag him into the water. But Komu was prepared, swiftly leaping into the air. "Leaf blade," he shouted, controlling the blade-like leaves to precisely sever the approaching tentacles. As Komu was about to land on another tentacle, it quickly submerged. The other tentacle extended their tentacles, trying to bind Komu once more. Leaf storm. Komu unleashed his move again. In an instant, countless palm-sized leaves appeared around him. These leaves, as sharp as blades, not only cut through the tentacles, but also landed on the water's surface. Komu skillfully used the leaves on the water to propel himself, running swiftly across the surface as if performing a Lightfoot martial art. Using Leaf Blade as his primary attack and Leaf Storm as support, he defeated the tentacle one by one wherever he went. In the end, all the tentacle were driven back by Komu. They looked at the Grovyle in fear, unable to believe what they were witnessing. A terrestrial Pokemon able to move quickly across the water using leaves was beyond their comprehension. In fact, Grovyle is known for its speed. Komu's maneuver not only showcased his agility, but also demonstrated his intelligence and adaptability. This victory brought Komu one step closer to his goal of revenge. Although Xiaomu's posture seemed a bit unsteady, his physical strength was exceptional, and his speed was unmatched. With a sudden burst of energy, he moved across the water as if he were performing a Lightfoot water dance. A dozen poisonous jellyfish retreated, except for one massive master-level creature that stood its ground, towering at 4 meters tall. Faced with such a formidable foe, Xiaomu showed no fear. He suddenly surged upward, releasing a barrage of powerful seed shots from his mouth, which rained down densely on the master jellyfish. Even such a powerful opponent couldn't help but tremble from the intense pain. The jellyfish extended its tentacles, attempting to ensnare Xiaomu as he descended. However, Xiaomu was ready. He swiftly executed a crosscut maneuver, transforming the leaves on his wrists into twin blades, slicing the approaching tentacles to pieces. Taking advantage of this, Xiaomu landed steadily on the jellyfish's agate-like surface. Ultimate Absorb. Xiaomu unhesitatingly unleashed his special move, instantly draining energy from the jellyfish, not only restoring his own stamina, but also inflicting double damage on his opponent. The master jellyfish panicked. Despite having the upper hand on the water, it still couldn't withstand this peculiar forest lizard. This is terrifying. Is this the power of a land spirit? The land is too dangerous. I must return to the sea, it thought, quickly retreating into the water. Seeing this, Xiaomu could only watch as the jellyfish fled. While he could handle himself on the water's surface, once submerged, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, he was a land spirit, not a water one. With no other choice, Xiaomu returned to the wooden boat. Forest, master, I failed, Xiaomu said, lowering his head, his tone filled with disappointment. Wang Chong patted Xiaomu's shoulder, comforting him. You didn't fail. At the very least, you managed to drive them away. As long as you persevere, one day they won't be able to escape from you. Hearing this, Xiaomu's eyes filled with determination, and he nodded firmly. He thought to himself, that's right. With just one evolution, I can already feel the immense power within me. Glancing at Xiao Huang, Xiaomu vowed to train his ability to fight in water. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the strange-colored Gyarados escaping in the future. Witnessing the entire event, Xiao Lan was utterly amazed by Xiaomu's performance. Is this really something a forest lizard can do? This is the sea, and yet he managed to drive away all those jellyfish that have been suppressing us. His strength is truly enviable. Ribbit, if I train according to your method, can I reach your level? Xiao Lan asked expectantly. Hearing this, Xiaomu turned, gently ruffled Xiao Lan's head, and nodded confidently. Forest, you definitely can. I believe in you. With Xiaomu's affirmation, Xiao Lan's confidence soared. This is power. Xiao Lan rejoiced internally, wishing the Greninja squad could have witnessed this moment. Otherwise, he would have laughed triumphantly, pointing at Xiaomu, saying, see, this is the victory that comes from choosing strength. Let's go, and see if there's a sea nearby, Wang Chong reminded, not forgetting the true purpose of their journey. Teaching the jellyfish a lesson was incidental. The real goal was to find a sea for extreme training. Ordinary methods had little effect on him now, and only in such extreme environments could he truly feel the progress from training. An hour later, Wang Chong's small wooden boat had traveled quite a distance across the water. However, due to his lack of a sense of direction, he couldn't determine exactly where he was in the sea of grasslands, and he might have unknowingly drifted into the open ocean. Quack, quack. Master, do sea eyes really exist? Xiaomu asked curiously. Wang Chong shook his head. I'm not sure about that either. I've only heard about it from wild spirits. Who knows if it's true or not? Xiaomu yawned and asked again. Could it be that the wild spirit was tricking you? Probably not. Wang Chong pondered for a moment, then turned to Xiao Huang, who was paddling diligently beside him, and said, Xiao Huang, go up and scout the area, see if there's anything unusual around. Xiao Huang nodded in agreement and spread its wings to soar into the sky. Its large figure quickly ascended to 100 meters high, like a diligent scout, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, Xiao Huang spotted a surprising scene. The tribe of poisonous needle jellyfish that had previously fled was hiding 2 kilometers away, seemingly plotting something. Even more alarming, a roaring whale appeared beside them. The jellyfish were conversing with the roaring whale, presenting it with pearl-like treasures. The roaring whale accepted these gifts and then swam in the direction of Wang Chong. Apparently, these cunning jellyfish couldn't seek revenge themselves, so they decided to find other spirits to help. They gathered together, smug about their plan. Boss, are we sure this is okay? A small jellyfish asked timidly. What's the problem? Don't you all want revenge? The leader jellyfish snapped. Yes, we do. The other jellyfish answered in unison. Exactly, the leader said smugly. That roaring whale is a descendant of the Roaring King, a high-level creature even we dare not provoke. We might not be able to defeat that human, but we know how to find help. That's great. The jellyfish cheered excitedly. That cursed human, along with that forest lizard and mutant fire dragon, they're going to meet a terrible end. They completely ignored Xiao Lan's existence, considering it an insignificant race that had been bullied before. Still, they decided to teach Xiao Lan a lesson for daring to find help against them. By this time, the roaring whale had submerged and was swimming towards Wang Chong. Xiao Huang slowly descended from the sky, hovering above the water, flapping its wings to avoid falling in. The dozen or so poisonous needle jellyfish also noticed Xiao Huang approaching alone, but did not make any rash moves, clearly waiting for something. Despite being at a disadvantage due to its type, the mutated Charizard exuded an aura that instilled fear in the Tentacruels. Xiao Huang sensed their unease and roared. What now? Planning some trick? The Tentacruels, undeterred, retorted mockingly. Humph. So what if we are? Xiao Huang bellowed. In that case, don't think about leaving. The Tentacruels, brimming with confidence, laughed. Ha! If we want to escape, what can you do about it? A mere land creature, and a fire type at that. How can you possibly fight us in the water? Xiao Huang narrowed his eyes. Oh, so you're feeling brave. The Tentacruel scoffed. Are you kidding? We're super brave. Let's stop wasting time and dive. A mere Charizard is nothing. With that, the tentacruels dove into the water, intending to distance themselves from the surface. They still remembered how the forest lizard could walk on water, and who knew what abilities this human's mutated Charizard might have. To be safe, they decided to retreat for now. Seeing this, Xiaohuang couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Trying to escape? Not so fast. He plunged his three-turtle body into the water, sending a massive wave surging upwards. Underwater, the tentacruels sensed something unusual. Turning back, they were shocked to see the mutated Charizard pursuing them into the water. Is this Charizard out of its mind? The master-level tentacruel sneered. This is water. Water. As a fire type, isn't it afraid of fighting underwater? It's practically suicide. Brothers, counterattack. Show this Charizard our strength. The tentacruels halted their dive and launched a barrage of poisonous stingers. However, Xiaohuang deftly blocked the attack with his wings, maintaining his speed as he charged towards them. To the tentacruels' astonishment, the life flame on Xiaohuang's tail not only remained lit underwater, but burned even more fiercely with rage, causing the surrounding water to steam. The poison stings hit Xiaohuang's wings, but had no effect. In an instant, Xiaohuang reached the tentacruels, and under their stunned gaze, he unleashed a dragon claw attack. The nearest tentacruel was immediately slashed in two. This sight struck terror into the other tentacruels. Is this a Charizard? How can a Charizard be so agile underwater? The master-level tentacruel hastily ordered, attack. Kill it. As the master-level tentacruel charged, Xiaohuang smirked. Crunch, he shouted, accurately biting off one tentacle while shredding the others with his claws. However, the tentacruel's regenerative ability was formidable, and its severed tentacles quickly regrew. The tentacruels frantically closed in on Xiaohuang, attempting to ensnare him and drag him to the depths. They aimed to give Xiaohuang no opportunity to catch his breath. The venomous jellyfish tried to bind Xiaohuang with immense force, attempting to compress the air within him and hasten his demise. However, Xiaohuang disappointed the jellyfish with his defiance. With a disdainful struggle, he instantly burst the tentacles wrapped around him. After all, someone capable of lifting tens of tons, even nearly 100 tons of meteorite fragments, was not to be restrained by mere venomous jellyfish. This astonishing strength left the jellyfish momentarily bewildered. In the water, they were known for their formidable power, and their targets rarely escaped. Yet, this mutated Charizard effortlessly broke free, as if their strength had no effect on him. Run! This Charizard is a monster. The master jellyfish was the first to react, its defenses completely shattered. Instantly, all the jellyfish scattered in retreat. Xiaohuang watched the fleeing jellyfish with cold eyes, not immediately giving chase. He slightly opened his mouth, and the surrounding water temperature suddenly rose. The seawater that poured into his mouth evaporated instantly, and countless flames swirled within his mouth. In the next moment, a terrifying jet of fire spewed from Xiaohuang's mouth, directly targeting the retreating jellyfish. The temperature of this flame was so high that it vaporized the surrounding seawater instantly. Wherever it reached, the water not only failed to extinguish the fire, but was evaporated completely. One by one, the jellyfish were engulfed by the flames, instantly turning into roasted jellyfish. The air was filled with an enticing aroma, the scent of the cooked jellyfish. In no time, except for the master jellyfish that narrowly escaped, all the others were turned into delicious, roasted jellyfish. Xiaohuang surveyed the area with a cold gaze, clearly not intending to let the last escapee go. He spread his wings and burst out of the water, taking a breath of fresh air before locking onto the direction of the master jellyfish's escape. Like an arrow shot from a bow, Xiaohuang dove down from the sky, crashing into the water with a splash that sent waves towering several meters high. The master jellyfish glanced back, relieved to see Xiaohuang seemingly not pursuing. But when it looked around and realized it was the only one left of its kind, anger and fear surged within it. Damn Charizard! One day, I will have my revenge. The master jellyfish furiously thrashed the surrounding coral, emitting a vibration like ultrasonic waves. Suddenly, the jellyfish sensed something and looked warily at the nearby water surface. A scorching firelight suddenly ignited as Xiaohuang launched a flare blitz. He was enveloped in life-giving flames, streaking towards the jellyfish like a beam of light. The jellyfish panicked and fled, but the distance between them continued to close. When only 10 meters remained, Xiaohuang gathered a terrifying blaze in his mouth. In the next moment, he unleashed a flame shaped like a giant letter, instantly evaporating the surrounding seawater as it shot towards the jellyfish. Blast burn. Boom. The flames hit the jellyfish precisely, and the searing heat instantly scorched it. Although it stubbornly clung to life and tried to escape, Xiaohuang was already upon it. The intense fiery heat consumed the last of the jellyfish's vitality, bringing the chase to a definitive end. As the fiery charge struck, the sea erupted into a towering column of water, soaring dozens of meters high, resembling the explosion of a deep-sea bomb. The surrounding creatures, sensing the terrifying power, fled in a panic, eager to escape the dangerous area. After the battle, Xiao Huang gazed at the dead body of the tentacruel sinking to the ocean floor, then took to the skies, determined to inform Wang Chong of the event. Meanwhile, on the small boat, Xiaomu took over Xiao Huang's position, rowing powerfully with his strong arms. Wang Chong gazed into the distance, his eyes fixed on the endless horizon, pondering when he might discover the mysterious sea eye. Suddenly, the boat jolted as if it had hit something. Wang Chong turned to see a tumterlong roaring whale, which was now angrily bellowing at him. Humans, are you the ones bullying us sea creatures and calling us trash? This unexpected accusation left Wang Chong momentarily stunned, as he couldn't recall ever saying such a thing. Xiao Mu and Xiao Lan exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the seemingly irrational roaring whale. Seeing no response, the whale grew more agitated. You're not speaking, so you admit it. Roar. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the sea creatures. With that, it charged at the boat. However, Wang Chong's boat, crafted with his grass-type powers, was far beyond the capabilities of this ordinary-level roaring whale to damage. Despite its size and strength, the whale's impact left the boat unharmed, while it ended up with a large bump on its head. Ouch, that hurts. The roaring whale felt utterly humiliated. You're bullying the spirits. Never having faced such disgrace, it found itself thwarted by Wang Chong. Mommy, I want my mommy, it cried as it dove back into the water, quickly retreating. Wang Chong, Xiao Mu, and Xiao Lan looked at each other, baffled by the whale's purpose. It had first made some bizarre accusations, then suddenly attacked the boat, only to leave crying. Its behavior seemed like an impromptu performance. Wang Chong shrugged off the departing whale, turning to Xiao Mu. Let's keep going, just ignore it. Xiao Mu nodded and resumed rowing, propelling the boat forward. Before long, Xiao Huang returned from its scouting mission. Eagerly, Wang Chong asked, how did it go? Xiao Huang replied, Rar. I didn't find the so-called sea eye, but I did encounter those tentacruels and took care of them. Xiao Huang then recounted the details of what had transpired. After listening, Wang Chong nodded, well done. But you say those tentacruels gave that roaring whale some pearls, and then it came after us. Rar? Yes, master, Xiao Huang confirmed. Only then did Wang Chong realize why the roaring whale had approached them so suddenly and uttered those strange words. It turns out those cunning box jellyfish bribed an ordinary-level Wylord to act as their pawn. Wang Chong suddenly realized something was amiss, recalling that the Wylord seemed to shout "Mom" as it left. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Would the Wylord go seek revenge with its parent after being beaten? It seemed the real target of the box jellyfish was the mother behind the Wylord. This was indeed a brilliant scheme of using one to attack another. Before long, a massive ripple suddenly formed on the sea's surface. As the waves subsided, a nearly 20-meter-long Wylord King appeared in front of the wooden boat. In comparison, the 10-meter-long boat seemed so tiny. Beside the Wylord King was the Wylord that had collided with the boat earlier, now complaining to its mother while occasionally glancing in the boat's direction. After listening to its child's complaints, the Wylord King fixed a sharp gaze on the boat. It roared, "Was it you who bullied my child?" Xiao Huang was not intimidated and roared back, "Bully your child? Who's the real villain here?" Despite the Wylord King's enormous size and heavenly king-level strength, Xiao Huang was undaunted. The Wylord King looked down on the relatively small Charizard with disdain and said contemptuously, "A tiny Charizard dares to act so arrogantly." As part of the massive Wylord King tribe, they were accustomed to using their size to overpower other creatures. Moreover, Charizards are fire-type, while they are water-type, a natural advantage. The Wylord King immediately launched a water gun attack straight at Xiao Huang, intending to teach the arrogant Charizard a lesson. Seeing this, Xiao Huang was incensed. Although he had a good temper for a Charizard, it didn't mean he would back down easily. Facing the incoming water gun, Xiao Huang stood his ground, clenched his fist, and struck back. The water gun collided with Xiao Huang's fist, sending water splashing everywhere. Surprisingly, this powerful water-type attack did not harm Xiao Huang in the slightest. Turning to Wang Chong, Xiao Huang confidently said, "Master, leave this Wylord King to me." Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Although the Wylord King had heavenly king-level strength, it was too weak to stir Wang Chong's desire to fight. Even in the sea, defeating a Wylord King was no challenge for him. So, it was better to let Xiao Huang handle this problem. With Xiao Huang's strength, dealing with a heavenly king-level Wylord King shouldn't be an issue. The Wylord King was clearly not expecting its casual water gun attack to have no effect on Xiao Huang. Although it was just a probing attack, it was still a water-type attack. The fact that it had no impact was quite shocking. "Roar!" exclaimed the Wylord King in surprise. "No wonder you're so arrogant. Your strength is impressive." A thrilling battle is unfolding on the ocean's surface. The fight between the fire-breathing dragon and the mighty Wylord has reached an intense stage, with both powerful creatures showcasing their extraordinary abilities, neither willing to concede easily. The Wylord let out a deafening roar, its sound waves creating massive waves on the sea, surging towards Wang Chong's wooden boat. In this critical moment, Wang Chong quickly harnessed his grass-type powers, transforming the boat into a colossal wooden ship over 30 meters long. This change not only greatly enhanced its wave resistance, but also switched the mode of control from oars to a pedal-driven pulley system. However, the Whalerd's roar had no effect on the fire dragon, Xiaohuang. With fists ablaze with vibrant life flames, Xiaohuang charged towards the Y-Lord like an arrow. A fiery punch landed heavily on the Y-Lord, the massive impact and searing heat causing the ocean ruler significant pain. The Y-Lord was shocked. The power of this fire dragon far exceeded her expectations. To turn the tide, she decided to move the battle into the ocean. She unleashed her tidal swirl technique, instantly raising a massive waterspout that engulfed Xiaohuang into the sea. The underwater world became the new battleground. The Y-Lord, confident that a fire dragon would lose most of its combat power in water, opened her giant maw, gathering a terrifying black beam hyper beam. Yet, to her astonishment, Xiaohuang shattered the hyper beam with sheer force using his dragon claws. Immediately, Xiaohuang unleashed an incredible fire pillar from his mouth, causing the surrounding seawater to boil and even evaporate. This powerful jet of flames struck the Y-Lord, forcing her to use the protect skill to withstand it. The Y-Lord was utterly bewildered. In water, an ordinary fire-type creature shouldn't be able to perform such powerful fire moves. Who exactly was this fire dragon? The battle was at a stalemate, and Xiaohuang seized the opportunity to soar out of the water, taking a deep breath of fresh air. This epic sea battle was far from over. Upon reaching the surface, Xiaohuang was about to dive back into the sea to teach the Y-Lord a lesson. However, fate seemed to be playing tricks on him. The Y-Lord suddenly emerged from the water and unleashed a blinding ice beam from its mouth. This was a scene Xiaohuang knew all too well. As a former Charmeleon, he had nearly fallen to a similar move from a shiny Gyarados. But this time, he was determined not to repeat his past mistakes. The ice beam struck Xiaohuang, instantly freezing the moisture around him. The Whalerd's intent was clear, to encase Xiaohuang in a massive block of ice for easier handling. However, Xiaohuang was prepared. Even as he was encased in ice and plunged into the sea, his consciousness remained alert. Just as the Y-Lord approached, the flame on Xiaohuang's tail flared up. Inferno! Xiaohuang enveloped himself in scorching flames, melting the ice instantly. A slight, disdainful smile appeared on Xiaohuang's lips, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" The Y-Lord realized Xiaohuang's plan and tried to back away, but it was too late. Mega punch! Xiaohuang's fist struck the Whalerd's head like lightning. The immense power made the Y-Lord feel as if its head was exploding, and blood quickly stained the sea. Just one punch left the Y-Lord dizzy and with a large gash on its head. Seawater seeped into the wound, causing excruciating pain that made the Y-Lord let out an ear-piercing scream. Nearby, Xiaolon quickly covered her ears. Clearly, the roar of this elite-level creature was too much for her, a mere beginner, to handle. She couldn't help but marvel. Is this the power of an elite? Xiaohuang was not only holding his own against such a powerful foe, but he was also dominating. Could this be the level she might reach one day? Quack quack. Xiaohuang, you're amazing. Xiaolon couldn't help but cheer for Xiaohuang. Beside her, Xiaomu turned his head away in a huff. He was strong too and had avenged Xiaolon, yet she hadn't cheered for him, which left him a bit disgruntled. Receiving Xiaolan's praise, Xiaohuang became even more exhilarated, landing blow after blow on the Y-Lord. The satisfaction of being recognized by his owner filled him with joy. Xiaohuang continued his relentless assault, striking the Y-Lord without mercy. The Y-Lord could only defend itself passively, unable to fight back. Whether on the surface or in the water, Xiaohuang had the upper hand. The Y-Lord had initially thought that a small Charizard couldn't possibly be a match for their kind, but reality had dealt her a harsh blow. This mutated Charizard could not only fight in water, but was even fiercer than on land. She was on the verge of breaking down, thinking, is this really a Charizard? Why is it stronger in the water than me, a water-type Pokemon? Seeing no other option but to surrender or face certain death, the Y-Lord was filled with despair. At that moment, a young cry rang out. Whale! Stop! Stop! Don't fight anymore. It was the whale mare, witnessing its mother being pummeled, crying, and trying to intervene. Unfortunately, the massive waves stirred up by the battle between the two giants were far beyond what the young Ho whale could withstand. A colossal wave crashed into it, sending it helplessly tumbling across the surface of the sea. Upon seeing this, the Ho whale king immediately lost all will to fight. It cried out in anguish, Ho, I surrender. I give up. Ho, please spare us. We were wrong. After enduring 10 minutes of one-sided beating, the Ho whale king was covered in wounds, swollen and battered. Once a mighty ruler of the sea, it now floated pathetically on the surface like a defeated stray dog. Seeing the opponent concede, Xiaohuang stopped its attack. It glanced disdainfully at the Ho whale king, who had lost its fighting spirit and lost interest in continuing the battle. With a graceful flip, it leapt out of the water and landed steadily on the wooden boat. Wang Chong had been sitting on a small wooden stool, and although he couldn't see the battle under the sea with his eyes, he could clearly sense the entire process. Xiao Huang had overwhelmingly dominated the Hohu Whale King. Well done, Wang Chong praised. It seems your water combat skills are even stronger than those of the fire-type creatures. Receiving praise from its master, Xiao Huang beamed with joy. It wagged its tail proudly, evidently happier than when it was thrashing the Hohu Whale King. Wang Chong's compliment was the highest honor for it. At this moment, the Hohu Whale King swam humbly to the side of the boat and cautiously asked, "Who? So, do you have any orders for us?" It had to swallow its pride, as its previous arrogance had been thoroughly crushed by Xiao Huang. If it hadn't surrendered in time, it might have been beaten to death. The young Hohu whale obediently stayed by its mother's side, not daring to make a sound. It understood that everything had happened because of it. However, it hadn't expected these humans to be so powerful that even its sea-dominating mother had been beaten up. It couldn't help but wonder if only its father could match them. A daring thought crossed its mind. Should it seek revenge with its father? If the Hohu Whale King knew its son had such thoughts, it would have scolded the reckless child in front of Wang Chong and the others. She knew well that even though her husband was strong, that Charizard's power was even more terrifying. If a battle broke out, even a victory would be a costly one. It was better to admit defeat now. Wang Chong coldly said, "I have no orders, but you do know who caused all this, right?" The Hohu Whale King immediately understood Wang Chong's implication. It turned to its son, its eyes filled with reproach. If it weren't for this troublemaker, it wouldn't have been beaten. The young Hohu whale sensed the danger and cried out in fear. "Ho! Mom! Mother! I was wrong. Please no." A few minutes later, two equally battered Hohu whales appeared neatly in front of the wooden boat. Even passing sea creatures could sense the aura of humility emanating from them. Seeing this, Wang Chong asked, "All right, you've lived here for a long time. Do you know about the Sea? Who? Sea?" The Hohu Whale King was taken aback. Wasn't the Sea their home? It couldn't help but wonder what this human intended by suddenly asking about their home. "Of course, that's where we live." As Wang Chong finished speaking, a flash of surprise crossed the king roaring whale's eyes, quickly followed by excitement. "Oh, there really is one. That's fantastic. Lead the way." However, when the topic of the Sea came up, the king roaring whale's expression turned hesitant. "Well, the Sea is very dangerous, you land spirits." He trailed off, but seeing the determination in Wang Chong's eyes, he immediately changed his mind. "Roar, how could I hesitate? I'll lead the way right now." The king roaring whale, along with his troublesome son, led Wang Chong and his group towards their habitat. The water flowed around them, with schools of fish occasionally darting by. After about an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. In the distance, a massive whirlpool appeared before them, the surrounding seawater being mercilessly sucked in. The king roaring whale proudly announced, "Roar, we're here. This is the habitat of our roaring whale clan." The Sea. Wang Chong gazed at the scene, feeling the powerful pull that seemed to want to drag everything in and tear it apart. He thought to himself that it's no wonder only the roaring whale clan dared to live here. Weaker spirits probably couldn't even approach. While feeling secretly pleased, Wang Chong couldn't help but appreciate the jellyfish clan for inadvertently doing a good deed. Although he couldn't thank them in person, introducing the king roaring whale had indeed been a great help. Xiao Huang excitedly asked, "Roar? Master, are we going to train here?" Its eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Although Xiao Mu also wanted to try, he understood his own lack of strength and held back his curiosity. Xiao Lan, with a mix of fear and longing, silently resolved to become as strong as his master. Wang Chong decisively said, "Xiao Mu, Xiao Lan, stay on the wooden boat. Xiao Huang and I will go down into the sea to test it out." With that, he leaped down, entering the Sea's range. The massive whirlpool tried to pull Wang Chong underwater, but he resisted effortlessly, using less than a tenth of his strength. Xiao Huang followed closely behind, initially being dragged down but quickly stabilizing itself. At this moment, the king roaring whale stared in disbelief at Wang Chong and Xiao Huang swimming in the Sea. He couldn't comprehend how a human could so easily resist the pull of the Sea, even more calmly than the mutated fire-breathing dragon. The king roaring whale muttered to himself, "What is happening to the world?" His eyes were filled with confusion and shock, unable to understand what he was witnessing. At the edge of the sea vortex, the powerful pull felt like a gentle breeze to Wang Chong, offering no sense of challenge. Determined to face a true test, he ventured deeper into the vortex, moving forward step by step until he nearly reached the core, where he finally encountered some resistance. This place had the strength to tear apart a Tianwenga-level roaring whale king, yet Wang Chong moved effortlessly, as if swimming in calm waters. Hawkeye Whale watched in awe. Who was this human, able to penetrate the heart of the vortex with such ease? Even their own roaring whale king tribe dared not approach this place recklessly. His champion-level father was wary of its power. Yet this human not only approached but emerged unharmed, swimming leisurely in the midst of it all. In that moment, The Roaring Whale King and Hawkeye Whale were deeply shaken. How could a seemingly frail human navigate so freely in a place that even their tribe feared? They began to wonder if he was really human or perhaps a powerful spirit in disguise. Inspired by Wang Chong's ease, Hawkeye Whale grew curious, thinking it might also approach the vortex. As it swam to the edge, the immense pull instantly ensnared it, spinning it rapidly into the depths. Caught off guard, Hawkeye Whale was disoriented and nearly lost consciousness. The Roaring Whale King was stunned by this sight. What was his foolish son thinking? He had been warned since childhood to stay away from the vortex. Despite their strength, the Roaring Whale King tribe had low reproduction rates, and this silly son was crucial to their lineage. The Roaring Whale King had no choice but to intervene. Battling the vortex's terrifying pull, it surged forward and managed to catch Hawkeye Whale by the tail. By the time Hawkeye Whale was pulled out of danger, it had barely regained consciousness, only to be met with a scolding from the Roaring Whale King. "Hawkeye, are you trying to anger me to death?" The Roaring Whale King roared. "No, no," Hawkeye Whale replied, feeling wronged. "I saw them moving so easily and thought the vortex wasn't that bad." The Roaring Whale King paused. His son's reasoning wasn't entirely unfounded. Seeing Wang Chong's effortless movements, even he questioned the vortex's power. However, the reality was that even he dared not approach the vortex's depths without caution, as any misstep could result in being torn apart by its force. Now, the Roaring Whale King regarded Wang Chong with a newfound fear. This human was terrifying. Had humans outside grown this powerful? It seemed they were no longer beings to be trifled with. On the shore, Xiao Mu and Xiao Lan watched Wang Chong and Xiao Huang swim freely in the vortex with envy. If not for Wang Chong's strict warnings that their current abilities were insufficient to survive in the vortex, they would have eagerly jumped in to test their skills. Although swimming directly into the sea vortex is not an option, it's possible to swim around its perimeter. The weak pulling force around the vortex is insignificant for the mighty Roaring Whale King clan, but for Xiao Mu and his companions, it's an excellent training opportunity. Xiao Mu shouted with excitement, and after getting Wang Chong's permission, he immediately jumped into the water with Xiao Lan. As a grass-type spirit, Xiao Mu initially found the water environment a bit uncomfortable. After all, he was born in the jungle, and suddenly being in water was somewhat unsettling. However, remembering that his nemesis was the water-dwelling Gyarados, Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and forced himself to adapt to this unfamiliar setting. If I can't even adjust to the water, how can I seek revenge? Xiao Mu thought, taking a deep breath and diving underwater to practice holding his breath. He encouraged himself. Even Xiao Huang, who is weak against water, can fight in it. How can I, a grass type who counters water, lose to him? Xiao Lan, on the other hand, mimicked Wang Chong and the others as she swam. She was careful to avoid the area where the vortex was, knowing she wasn't strong enough to resist its pull. Despite this, Xiao Lan found herself struggling more than expected. Strange, I'm a water-type spirit. Why is swimming more difficult for me than for Xiao Mu? She wondered, puzzled by the disparity. After Wang Chong and his group had been swimming for a while, another, even larger Roaring Whale King appeared. This newcomer was a massive 25 meters long and exuded an aura of a champion. It was stunned by the scene before it, a human and a Charizard swimming in the vortex, with a forest lizard and a Froakie nearby. The scene left it momentarily bewildered, even questioning if it had wandered into the wrong area. As the sky gradually brightened, the seawater began to recede back into the ocean. The water that had risen to the sea grasslands originally came from the vortex and was now being drawn back. The Roaring Whale King clan took the opportunity to feast on the weak Magikarp caught in the vortex, and occasionally, some unlucky fish spirits would become their meal. The sudden increase in suction caught Wang Chong off guard, but he managed to resist. However, Xiao Mu and Xiao Lan on the outskirts were pulled towards the vortex before they could react. Xiao Mu barely managed to hold his ground, but Xiao Lan was completely overpowered. As Xiao Lan was about to be swept into the vortex, Xiao Mu grabbed her. In the next moment, both spirits were pulled into the tumultuous waters together. As they were about to reach the depths of the sea, Xiao Huang stretched out his strong arms and grabbed Xiao Mu and Xiao Lan, pulling them tightly into his embrace. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, he dove into the water, unleashing an astonishing burst of power that propelled them through the surface and straight into the sky. Wang Chong, however, remained at the center of the sea's periphery. He keenly observed that the seawater being drawn in seemed to be directed towards a specific location, a mysterious opening deep within the sea. This opening was the source of the terrifying suction, pulling all the surrounding water into it. "Need a hand, master?" Xiao Huang shouted from above. "With my current strength, I can easily pull you up too." "No need," Wang Chong called back to Xiao Huang, who was high in the sky. "I intend to go down into the sea, to take a look." Thanks to Xiao Lan's water attribute power, Wang Chong had gained the ability to move freely underwater and breathe easily, even deep below the surface. With that, Wang Chong stopped resisting the pull of the sea, and allowed himself to be drawn into its center. The massive water currents made his muscles tingle slightly, but the sensation quickly passed. He followed the flow into the sea, and eventually entered the mysterious opening. Surrounded by darkness, Wang Chong swam for an unknown length of time. At last, he noticed a faint glimmer of light ahead. As he followed the light and emerged from the water, the scene before him was astonishing: a cluster of islands surrounded by seawater, not just an ordinary ocean. As time passed, the submerged area of the islands continued to grow until it finally stopped rising. Wang Chong looked around, filled with curiosity. What is this place? I've never seen anything like it. He recalled the exploration history of the pastoral realm. Even those who had traversed nearly the entire realm had never mentioned such a place. Had it not been for the demonic invasion, humans might have settled in the pastoral realm long ago. Could this be an undiscovered area of the pastoral realm? Wang Chong swam ashore and carefully surveyed the surroundings. It was silent, with no signs of life. Looking up, he noticed that the ceiling was not the sky, but a massive luminous mineral illuminating the entire space. Could I have entered a gigantic cavern? Wang Chong pondered, finding the idea plausible. As he explored further, he used his fire attribute ability to dry his clothes, appreciating the practicality of this power. After a thorough investigation, Wang Chong confirmed that there were indeed no signs of life here. His original plan to seek out local spirits for information seemed impossible now. Just then, Wang Chong noticed something unusual. Having undergone spiritual energy refinement, he was highly sensitive to spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place was extraordinarily high. Every plant, stone, and clump of earth around him contained varying amounts of spiritual energy. This discovery filled Wang Chong with surprise and anticipation, wondering what other wonders this mysterious space might hold. Something's not right here. Wang Chong stood at the edge of the island, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings. Although he couldn't fly, his jumping ability was impressive. With a slight bend of his knees, he gathered strength and shot into the air like an arrow, soaring up to 100 meters. Suspended in the air, Wang Chong's eyes were sharp, like an eagle's, as he quickly scanned the island below. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. A structure resembling an altar stood prominently at the center of the island. Without hesitation, Wang Chong adjusted his posture and dove towards the altar. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the ground trembled. Wang Chong's landing created a massive crater on the deserted island. He walked out from the center of the pit nonchalantly, striding purposefully towards the island's center. After about 10 minutes, Wang Chong finally reached the altar. The altar appeared to be untouched by human hands, yet it exuded an aura of mystery. His gaze was drawn to an object at the altar's center, a light blue orb, no larger than the palm of his hand. Wang Chong crouched down, examining the orb closely. A sense of familiarity washed over him as a term flashed through his mind: indigo orb, also known as the blue jewel. This was no ordinary treasure. It was said to awaken Kyogre, the legendary sea spirit capable of summoning storms and flooding the world. A bold hypothesis formed in Wang Chong's mind. Could this be the resting place of Kyogre, the sea spirit? The terrifying suction force that even champion-level Pokemon dared not resist suddenly made sense. Wang Chong reached out, his fingertips lightly touching the blue jewel. At that moment, the altar emitted a soft sound and activated. Blue lines spread across the altar's surface like flowing water, eventually enveloping the entire structure. A dazzling light burst forth, followed by a deep roar from afar. Elsewhere on the island, a passage connected to the sea erupted. A blue creature burst out, shooting into the sky. Wang Chong focused and realized it was none other than the legendary Kyogre. However, this Kyogre was unexpectedly small, only 4 or 5 meters long, quite different from its legendary depiction. Roar! Who dares disturb my slumber? Kyogre roared, clearly displeased by the awakening. It knew the blue jewel was crucial to its existence. Once controlled by someone else, it would fall into their hands. Thus, Kyogre had no choice but to awaken and stop the intruder who dared to touch the jewel. At this moment, Kyogre's deep, ocean-like eyes finally noticed Wang Chong standing on the altar. A solitary figure stood there, with no one else around. Kyogre was puzzled. Why was a human present in this place? What further baffled Kyogre was the appearance of this human. His height far exceeded that of an ordinary person, likely over 2 meters. His muscles, as sharply defined as rocks, were beyond the limits of a typical human. Kyogre pondered. Had it slept so long that the world outside had undergone a drastic change? Meanwhile, Wang Chong was also observing Kyogre. He was secretly amazed. This size is too small, even smaller than a Wylord. However, the hint of disdain on his face was keenly caught by Kyogre. Kyogre was instantly filled with anger. It was a dignified deity, a creator of the oceans, born when Arceus formed the stars in ancient times, once one of the rulers of this world. How dare this ignorant human show disdain towards it? Human, are you looking down on me? Kyogre roared, its voice crashing like waves against the shore. Wang Chong quickly defended himself. No, how could I possibly disdain you? He marveled at Kyogre's sharpness, truly befitting a deity. Just a fleeting thought of contempt in his mind was detected by it. Kyogre persisted. But why do I feel that the moment I appeared, you were looking down on me? Wang Chong inwardly clicked his tongue in amazement. Kyogre's insight was indeed remarkable, fitting for a deity. He quickly changed the subject. I'm curious. Why are you sleeping in this place? Kyogre snorted, its tone full of resentment. If it weren't for the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, I wouldn't have to sleep here. It recalled its past glory, when it could freely swim in any waters. However, as spiritual energy in the world dwindled, it had to find a quiet place to sleep to reduce its energy consumption. Kyogre continued. At our level, we absorb the world's spiritual energy to maintain basic daily consumption. If we relied on eating to sustain ourselves, it would have led to an extinction crisis long ago. Its gaze became profound, as if traversing through time. Perhaps, only when Arceus awakens can all planets be filled with spiritual energy again. Then, the slumbering deities can also awaken once more. Wang Chong's doubts were finally resolved as he understood the reason for dreams' frequent slumber. Just then, Kyogre suddenly warned. Human, you must leave here immediately. I don't know how you got in, but you need to go now. Kyogre deliberately avoided mentioning the blue orb, fearing it might spark Wang Chong's interest. Wang Chong glanced around, feeling the rich spiritual energy, and curiously asked, with such abundant energy here, are there any treasures? Like a megastone or a wishing star? Kyogre was taken aback by these terms, which were completely unfamiliar. It began to wonder if the world had changed dramatically during its slumber. Seeing Kyogre's puzzled expression, Wang Chong realized that this ancient creature might not know about these items. He patiently explained, a megastone allows a Pokémon to undergo mega evolution, breaking species limits. A wishing star grants a Pokémon powerful abilities, enabling Dynamax. Kyogre listened thoughtfully. It considered the megastone similar to its blue orb, both granting immense power. The blue orb allowed Kyogre to achieve its primal reversion, possessing earth-shattering abilities. As for the wishing star and Dynamax, Kyogre was still in the dark. It recalled that before its slumber, Pokémon had shrunk due to a lack of spiritual energy, forcing even deities to change form or fall asleep. Though unaware of the wishing star, Kyogre suddenly remembered it did possess a megastone. The sea surged, and a towering wave approached the island. Moments later, a blue stone flew towards Kyogre, stopping steadily before it. Kyogre explained, this is a water-type megastone, also known as a mage stone. In its undefined state, any water-type Pokémon can use it to gain mega evolution abilities. Once used, the stone becomes exclusive to that Pokémon's form. It continued, in times of abundant energy, these stones might easily form. But in today's energy-scarce world, they can only be found in special places like my slumber cave. Another way to obtain a mage stone is by defeating a powerful Pokémon that has broken species limits, which might yield a corresponding mage stone. Wang Chong was captivated, recalling the Jengar with legendary strength he once defeated and the Jengar mage stone it dropped. The mysteries of this world seemed even more unfathomable than he had imagined. The massive body of Kyogre gently swayed in the water, its deep-set eyes fixed on Wang Chong as it slowly spoke. Human, is this what you mean by the megastone? As it spoke, it controlled a glistening stone to rise from the water, suspending it in front of Wang Chong. Wang Chong's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized the megastone that had yet to be assigned to a species. He nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's the megastone. However, he soon furrowed his brows and asked with some doubt, but only one? For a deity like Kyogre, that seems a bit stingy, doesn't it? Hearing this, Kyogre was instantly filled with anger, its body churning violently in the water, sending waves splashing around. Human, do you think such megastones are abundant here? Kyogre's voice was full of disdain. You have no idea how stringent the conditions are for a megastone to be born. First, it requires a place rich in spiritual energy. Secondly, powerful water-type spirits need to live nearby, influencing the environment for a megastone to form. Kyogre continued. Even in ancient times, when all spirits were in a state of gigantism, megastones were extremely rare. Nowadays, for one to be born in my habitat is quite fortunate. Wang Chong, understanding now, couldn't help but tease. It does seem like a lot, considering you're a deity after all. Hearing this, Kyogre suddenly sensed something was amiss. Its gaze fell on the blue orb beside Wang Chong, and it quickly realized what was happening, but chose to remain silent. Kyogre thought to itself, fortunate that this human doesn't know the blue orb can control it, or the consequences would be dire. Human, take the megastone and leave this place. I need to return to my slumber, Kyogre said, sending the megastone towards Wang Chong. To Kyogre, the stone held little value, as it already possessed a more powerful source of strength. Wang Chong took the megastone, but showed no intention of leaving immediately. He stretched a bit, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he said, thanks. But I have one more request. Kyogre, hearing this, became alert. Human, don't push your luck. Wang Chong, unfazed, directly expressed his idea. It's not too much. I just want to have a fight with you. Kyogre was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this request. Its massive body froze in the water, clearly shocked by such a bold proposition. Gyoka, the god of the ocean, stood majestically before Wang Chong. Its massive body, covered in blue scales, glimmered with a mysterious light under the sun. Wang Chong, seemingly an ordinary human, stood fearlessly in front of the deity, his eyes alight with a spark of challenge. Human, you do realize I am a god, don't you? Gyoka's voice boomed like thunder, vibrating through the surrounding air. Wang Chong shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, I know. But what does that have to do with me wanting to fight you? Gyoka was taken aback, a hint of confusion and disdain flashing in its enormous eyes. Was this human out of his mind? A mere mortal daring to challenge a god? Did he not understand the immense power a deity possesses? Are you truly certain you want to battle me? Gyoka's tone carried a warning, yet it did not refuse the absurd request. In fact, it felt a twinge of excitement deep down. It was rare for someone to make such a bold demand, and Gyoka was eager to accept. Absolutely certain. Wang Chong's response was firm, his fists unconsciously clenched. Very well, Gyoka replied with a hint of amusement in its voice. As a god, I can grant your request. But human, can you bear the consequences of challenging a deity? Of course I can, bring it on. Wang Chong was already impatiently adopting a fighting stance. So be it as you wish. With a roar, Gyoka unleashed a supersonic wave that swept through the surroundings. The trees on the island shook violently, and the sea quickly rose, soon submerging the entire island. The water stopped rising only when it reached Wang Chong's knees. As a deity capable of creating oceans, Gyoka's power was among the highest of the prime deities. Even without invoking its divine powers, its strength was enough to instill fear in any mortal. Now, with an ordinary human daring to challenge it, Gyoka decided to let Wang Chong taste the consequences of such audacity. Hydro pump. Gyoka opened its massive mouth, releasing a terrifying column of water. It slightly held back its power, intending to make Wang Chong back down. After all, in Gyoka's eyes, no matter how strong Wang Chong might be, as a mortal he stood no chance. As the water column surged towards him, Wang Chong clenched his left fist, gathering strength. At the critical moment, he punched forward. Boom. The water column collided with Wang Chong's fist, scattering instantly. The force was strong enough to cause internal injuries to an ordinary person or even sweep them away. However, for Wang Chong, it was a mere trifle. His fist remained steady as a rock, bursting the water column upon impact. Gyoka was stunned. This human seemed to possess some real strength. Unlike any human it had known, he was not only physically robust, but also possessed considerable power. It seemed it would have to increase its force. Ancient power. Gyoka growled, and a massive rock materialized above its head, hurtling down towards Wang Chong. Facing the colossal rock, 30 meters wide, Wang Chong remained unfazed. He clenched his fists tightly, and as the rock was about to hit, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The rock collided with Wang Chong's fist, shattering into countless pieces. The spectacle left Gyoka utterly shocked. It stared at Wang Chong in disbelief, a storm of thoughts swirling within. Was this truly a human? Such power was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Could he be a spirit disguised as a human? Gyoka was deeply puzzled. Human, your strength surprises me. Gyoka finally spoke, its voice filled with astonishment and a hint of respect. Let me show you a glimpse of my power. Don't die on me. Gyoka's massive body rose from the water, its blue fin-like limbs spreading wide, and its eyes glinting with a dangerous light. It charged directly at Wang Chong, channeling all its strength into an ultimate impact. The force of this blow was enough to shatter mountains and rivers, ripping through the water's surface and sending colossal waves crashing. Wang Chong felt the oppressive force bearing down on him, his blood boiling with excitement. He stood firm on the water's surface, muscles tensed, ready to face this earth-shattering strike. Just as Gyoka was about to collide, Wang Chong employed the Tai Chi technique of using minimal force to deflect a massive force, his hands moving fluidly like flowing clouds, precisely neutralizing Gyoka's impact. The ground shattered instantly under the terrifying force, and two white streaks appeared on the water's surface. Despite the immense power, Wang Chong withstood it steadily. Even more astonishing, before Gyoka could react, Wang Chong had already seized its body, swiftly pivoting and hurling the colossal creature into the distance. Gyoka was stunned. Its ultimate impact not only got neutralized, but was also rebounded against itself. The force propelled it like a cannonball shooting towards the horizon. Struggling to stabilize, Gyoka felt its insides churn. It stared at Wang Chong in disbelief, waves of shock surging through its heart. Was this really a human? Although Gyoka hadn't used its full strength, this attack was not something an ordinary champion-level Pokemon could withstand. What shocked it more was that this human possessed a peculiar ability, not only to deflect the impact, but also to redirect the force back. Gyoka finally realized why Wang Chong dared to challenge it. With such a strange ability and incredible physical prowess, an average champion-level Pokemon indeed couldn't compare. But Gyoka was a deity, not so easily challenged. Determined to show its true power and avoid being underestimated by this human, it decided to act. Aqua Ring. Instantly, a shimmering water veil enveloped Gyoka, beginning to heal the internal injuries from before. Then, it soared into the sky, hovering above Wang Chong, its mouth gathering blue light points. Ice Beam. Gyoka thought, knowing this was its domain. Standing on the water, Wang Chong had nowhere to escape from the ice beam. As long as water touched him, he would be frozen instantly, turned into an ice sculpture. A terrifying ice blue beam shot towards Wang Chong. Seeing this, Wang Chong immediately started running. Although the water significantly increased resistance, for him, it was only slightly more challenging to run. His speed remained undiminished, as if walking on flat ground over the water. The ice beam froze the section of the sea where Wang Chong once stood. Gyoka controlled the beam, continuously firing in the direction Wang Chong was heading. Ordinary Pokemon would have stopped attacking due to exhaustion, but Gyoka seemed relentless, endlessly emitting the ice beam. In no time, a vast expanse of the sea was covered in ice and snow. While running, Wang Chong accidentally misstepped, falling into the water. Gyoka seized the opportunity, aiming the ice beam at the spot where Wang Chong fell. The sea surface froze instantly, trapping Wang Chong beneath the ice. The ice formed by Kyogre's ice beam is several meters thick, making it nearly impossible for even champion-level Pokemon to break. In the underwater environment, the resistance of the water further hinders any force from being fully exerted. Kyogre hovered high above, looking down at the frozen ice with disdain, and said, "How can mere humans breathe underwater? What gives them the right to challenge a deity? The gap between humans and gods is an insurmountable chasm." Just as Kyogre was about to shatter the ice layer to release Wang Chong, a voice emerged from beneath the ice. There is indeed a gap between humans and gods. But if one doesn't dare to try, how can they know it's truly impossible to cross? It turned out that the area where Wang Chong was located was covered by the ice layer, and he himself had been affected by the ice beam, encased in solid ice. However, the ice had no effect on Wang Chong, only making him feel a slight chill. Suddenly, his muscles surged with blood, and his boiling blood began to melt the surrounding ice. Finally, an opponent I can go all out against, Wang Chong murmured to himself. Kyogre was taken aback and wondered, wasn't this human already frozen? How can he still move? The ice layer gradually melted, releasing a large amount of steam. In the next moment, the solid ice shattered, and Wang Chong's fist directly broke through the surrounding ice. He stood firmly on the water's surface, without any support beneath him, as if walking on solid ground. Thanks to the water attribute power I gained from the contract, Wang Chong thought. It's a pity Kyogre can fly, and I can't, which is a bit of a disadvantage. Wang Chong quickly took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. His explosive muscles were taut, as if they could easily snap steel. He carefully placed his clothes aside, leaving only his underwear, and faced Kyogre head-on. I didn't bring a spare set of clothes, and my space backpack is at the garrison. If these clothes get ruined, I'll have to return in just my underwear. Wang Chong chuckled to himself. I'll definitely be seen as a weirdo then. After securing his important items, Wang Chong flexed his wrists and muttered, "The real battle begins now." Before he finished speaking, Wang Chong leaped with such speed that Kyogre was caught off guard. By the time it reacted, Wang Chong had already grabbed it tightly. Without hesitation, Wang Chong punched Kyogre's body. Strong defense, Wang Chong noted, feeling the rebound force on his fist. Ow! Kyogre cried out in pain. How is this human's strength so fierce? Is this really damage a human can inflict? Substitute. Kyogre quickly used its substitute skill. Wang Chong swung again, but this time only hit the substitute, which vanished instantly. With his target gone, Wang Chong fell from midair, while Kyogre dove into the solid ice, disappearing into the ocean depths. The ocean is his true domain. Kyogre's power surged forth, shattering the ice in an instant. A towering tsunami, hundreds of meters high, rose like a giant lid from the island's perimeter, crashing down towards Wang Chong's location. This formidable force was capable of demolishing human skyscrapers and overwhelming even champion-level creatures. Wang Chong fixed his gaze on the ever-moving Kyogre beneath the waves, and the fire of life within him flared up suddenly. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a 3-meter-long, 10-centimeter-thick wooden staff, intertwining flames and grass-type energy. Despite its simplicity, this weapon fit perfectly in his grip. With a slight bend of his knees, Wang Chong unleashed an astonishing burst of power. The surrounding seawater was scattered by the shockwave as he shot like an arrow straight into the heart of the tsunami, chasing after Kyogre. Even though the water's resistance was immense, his swinging speed didn't falter. Instead, the resistance amplified his force. Caught off guard, Kyogre was struck right in a vulnerable spot by the staff, leaving a swollen red mark. However, this strike also shattered the staff, revealing that Wang Chong's current grass-type power wasn't enough to forge a sufficiently durable weapon. Discarding the broken staff, Wang Chong's entire body erupted with searing life flames, instantly vaporizing the surrounding seawater and creating a vacuum field. Kyogre was taken aback, not expecting this human to wield not only grass-type power, but also fire-type abilities. Had it slept so long that humans had regressed to ancestral forms? Before Kyogre could ponder further, Wang Chong launched a fierce attack. Cross burst, he shouted, channeling intense flames into his fists and hurling them in a cross pattern. The fire struck Kyogre directly, the heat causing an explosive reaction, vaporizing the surrounding water and leaving Kyogre with significant burns. Human, your strength is indeed impressive, Kyogre admitted through gritted teeth. But compared to that other guy, your flames still fall short. With that, it ignored its injuries and unleashed a combination of Endure and Water Pulse. Wang Chong, submerged in the ocean's depths, was hit by a powerful shockwave as the water vibrated violently, attempting to knock him unconscious. Sensing the danger, he quickly vaporized the nearby water, placing himself in a vacuum. However, as the creator of the seas, Kyogre effortlessly filled this void. In the blink of an eye, the entire cavern was submerged, transforming into an underwater realm. The small dry area Wang Chong managed to maintain now seemed insignificant. It was undeniable that Kyogre's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. In the water, Wang Chong appeared like an invincible war god. The aqua ring that Kyogre had previously released not only healed his burns, but also seemed to awaken his potential. Kyogre hovered above Wang Chong, its eyes gleaming with pride. Human, have you realized the gap between mortals and deities? Kyogre's voice resonated through the water. Your strength is indeed remarkable, but that's all. Wang Chong looked around, feeling the sea's pressure closing in, and a smile played on his lips. The gap is indeed significant, but that's what pushes you to unlock your potential, he thought, deciding it was time to unleash his full power. Suddenly, Kyogre's vision blurred. In an instant, Wang Chong appeared before it like a phantom. Iron Mountain Lean, Wang Chong shouted. Despite the water's resistance affecting his speed and strength, his explosive power was still astonishing. Underwater, a terrifying shockwave swept through the cave, with sonic booms echoing continuously. Caught off guard, Kyogre was struck at its vulnerable spot by the Iron Mountain Lean. Its massive body flew backward like a cannonball, only stopping when it slammed into the rock wall. The tremendous impact caused the entire cave to tremble violently, and the stone walls collapsed with a roar. Kyogre was momentarily dazed. How had this human suddenly become so powerful? Before it could recover, Wang Chong silently appeared behind it, grabbing its tail. With a devilish grin, Wang Chong swung Kyogre by the tail, hurling it against the rock wall. Kyogre's body scraped along the wall, sending debris flying. Although Kyogre's tough skin remained unbroken, the impact was relentless, and the pain surged through its body like a tidal wave. In just 3 minutes, Kyogre felt as if it had been struck hundreds of times. Each blow carried immense power, and any lesser deity would have been exhausted. However, Kyogre managed to endure thanks to its incredible defense. Kyogre was utterly bewildered. Was this human even real? Not even a spirit could be this formidable. If it weren't for the lack of divine aura around Wang Chong, Kyogre might have thought he was a god from another realm. Yet, it sensed other deities' blessings on Wang Chong, those from Regigigas and Mew, its colleagues. It was unexpected that this human had gained their favor. Human, that's enough. Kyogre finally couldn't bear it any longer and unleashed a wave of water to push Wang Chong away. Hearing Kyogre's voice, Wang Chong immediately ceased his attack. He hadn't lost his reason and knew when to stop. After this intense battle, Kyogre felt a chill in its heart. This human was incredibly strong, and in its normal form, Kyogre found itself powerless. Although Wang Chong couldn't inflict fatal damage, the humiliating defeat was a blow to its dignity as a primary deity. Fortunately, this duel took place in its resting place, away from the eyes of other deities. Otherwise, if they learned that the creator of the ocean, Kyogre, was overpowered by a human, it would be a disgrace. Kyogre found itself in a dilemma. It knew that by using its primal reversion form, it could easily defeat Wang Chong. However, this decision would inevitably be exposed to its colleagues, especially that one it despised. If they found out it had to use such immense power just to deal with a human, where would Kyogre's dignity stand? After much deliberation, Kyogre decided to end the battle. After all, the humans seemed to have had enough fun. More importantly, if the fight continued, its dwelling might be completely destroyed. Kyogre glanced at the large scratch on the wall made by Wang Chong's attack, secretly amazed. It suddenly realized it had become like a punching bag at someone else's mercy. Human, your strength is impressive. You are the first human in a long time that I have acknowledged. You are remarkable, Kyogre had to admit. Then, it began to absorb the excess seawater in the cave, quickly restoring it to its original state. Meanwhile, Wang Chong's clothing and information watch, under Kyogre's control, floated gently back to him. My strength is still lacking. Wang Chong sighed upon hearing Kyogre's evaluation. He knew that although his attacks could harm Kyogre, they were far from lethal. Especially in the ocean, Kyogre was nearly invincible. The surrounding water continually healed its wounds, and its formidable defense greatly diminished the effectiveness of Wang Chong's attacks. By this time, Kyogre's injuries had mostly healed. Hearing Wang Chong's self-assessment, Kyogre blinked its large eyes in confusion. Is this considered lacking? As a mighty deity, being pushed against the wall by Wang Chong was one thing, but to be rendered nearly powerless was another. Although the damage was minimal, where was its dignity? If it were a slightly weaker deity, it might have been easily defeated by Wang Chong. To save face, Kyogre decided not to say more. Human, your strength is sufficient. I have decided to grant you the ocean's blessing. Moments later, Wang Chong's mind was filled with the sound of a system notification. Ding! Congratulations on receiving Kyogre's blessing. Kyogre's blessing. Movement in water will not be hindered by it. With this blessing, Wang Chong would be able to fight in water as if on land, unaffected by any resistance. This was undoubtedly a powerful ability. Although it offered no advantages on land, in aquatic battles, his strength and speed would no longer be diminished. Not bad, Wang Chong thought to himself. I originally just wanted to explore the CI, but I ended up with such a reward. Not only did I receive Kyogre's blessing, but I also obtained a water-type megastone. Suddenly, Wang Chong realized something. Since his movements in water would no longer be hindered, the sea would lose its purpose for him. Worse, training under the waterfall would become meaningless. This wasn't a blessing, it was a curse. This blessing forced him to seek new training methods. Wang Chong couldn't help but give Kyogre a resentful look, and Kyogre seemed to notice his gaze. What is wrong with humans rejecting Kyogre's blessing? It's absurd. This is a gift from the creator of the ocean. Most people would be grateful for such an honor, not complain about it. Kyogre thought to itself that it must be a misunderstanding. Ignoring Wang Chong's strange look, it said, Human, I shall continue my slumber. You should leave. Before Wang Chong could react, the seawater, as if alive, enveloped him and pushed him towards the hole below. Although he was unaffected by ordinary seawater, the currents controlled by the ocean's creator could impact him. Besides the controlling water skills, some offensive water moves could also affect him. After sending Wang Chong away, Kyogre finally felt relieved. This human was too intimidating, almost making it lose face. It pondered whether the human world had changed drastically during its long slumber. But then again, what did that matter to Kyogre? Sleeping was the priority. Soon, the cave returned to its usual tranquility. Wang Chong was returned to the sea. The massive sea had temporarily vanished due to Kyogre's power and would reappear at night to expel the seawater from the cave, only to absorb it back by morning. In the dark depths, Wang Chong was surprised to find that after receiving Kyogre's blessing, he could see his surroundings as clearly as in daylight. This ability was indeed impressive. Unaffected by the water, Wang Chong moved through it like a nimble swordfish. He sped past, and the surrounding fish Pokemon couldn't react in time, only sensing a shadow whisking by. They looked around, but found nothing unusual. Above the sea, Xiao Huang had settled Xiao Mu and Xiao Lan on the wooden boat. They began to worry about their master's delayed return. Quack! Why hasn't the master come up yet? Could something have happened below? Xiao Lan asked anxiously. As contract spirits, they could sense that Wang Chong was not in danger. Their bond remained intact. I don't know. The forest spirit pondered for a moment before replying. But with the master's strength, there shouldn't be any major problems. How? Xiao Mu agreed. Yeah, the master is very strong. If even he faces difficulties, we would be powerless. We should just wait here patiently. Below the surface, the Whale Lord tribe silently watched the direction of the wooden boat. The leader of the Whale Lord tribe, a colossal creature over 20 meters long, had reached champion-level strength. After hearing its son's complaints, it considered seeking revenge. It assessed the situation. The three spirits on the boat above seemed insignificant, but the powerful Charizard was a concern. If a battle ensued, it might get injured. This was evident from its mate's reaction, as even with its elite-level strength and massive size, facing some champion-level spirits was not a guaranteed victory. The immense power of the mutated Charizard left the Wylord leader in a dilemma. The fierce life fire signaled a formidable opponent, yet the humiliation suffered by his wife and children was hard to swallow. As he hesitated whether to confront the Charizard, a figure suddenly shot out from the ocean's eye with astonishing speed. Wang Chong flashed past and swam toward the wooden boat, leaving the Wylord leader dumbfounded. This was the center of the ocean's eye, a place even he dared not challenge. Yet this human emerged unscathed, exuding an overwhelming presence from deep within his soul. That aura unmistakably belonged to the legendary ocean creator, Kyogre. The Wylord leader recalled the image of Kyogre he had seen in his youth, its powerful presence unforgettable to this day. Could this human have received Kyogre's blessing? Attacking such a person would be tantamount to betraying the ocean tribe's spirits. Meanwhile, His impulsive son Whalmare was clamoring for revenge. Enraged, the Wylord leader scolded him, "Revenge, my foot," and gave him a stern reprimand, ordering him to apologize. On the surface, Wang Chong's figure slowly emerged, standing steadily on the water. A voice cried out, "Look! The master is back." Wang Chong glanced at his soaked clothes, and the life fire ignited, drying them instantly. This wasn't the first time. "Let's go. I've understood the situation at the Ocean's Eye," Wang Chong said. "It's dawn. We should head back." He realized how long he'd been there. The distance had left his communication watch without signal, unable to contact the outside world, likely worrying his parents. Just then, the Wylord leader surfaced with his son Whalmare. Xiao Huang immediately became alert, but the Wylord leader quickly explained, "Don't worry, I'm not here for revenge. I've brought my son to apologize." Saying this, he gave Whalmare a firm smack. Whalmare felt utterly humiliated. Once his parents' pride and joy, he was now reduced to this. Reluctantly, he apologized in a low voice. "Whale, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been swayed by those tentacruel." The Wylord leader also apologized. "Whale, my son has caused you trouble. I'm sorry." Wang Chong and his companions hadn't expected such a turn of events. "It's all right, just a small issue. Just be careful next time," Wang Chong said, not one to hold grudges. To him, revenge was insignificant. At most, it provided Xiao Huang with some combat experience. Gazing at Xiao Huang's large form, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel gratified. The once frail little Charmander had finally grown capable of standing on its own. He was genuinely pleased with Xiao Huang's progress. With the guidance of the elves, Wang Chong and his group finally returned to the garden square. He took out his info watch and sent a message to his parents. To his surprise, they were completely unaware that he hadn't come home all night. Although the demonic threats had vanished, Wang Chong couldn't help but wonder, "Aren't you worried about your son's safety?" He sighed, feeling abandoned by familial love. Back at the garrison, Wang Chong took Minghuan with him, and, after a brief farewell to his parents, left the garden's secret realm. After some deliberation, he decided it was time to buy a big house, one large enough to accommodate a spirit the size of Xiao Huang. A regular house wouldn't suffice. Only a spirit lodge would have the space for larger spirits. So, Wang Chong planned to buy land and build his own house. He roughly estimated that a few acres would cost millions. For someone with a balance still in the millions, this expenditure wasn't too significant. Wang Chong searched for land resources through his info watch and quickly found a suitable plot, leaving his contact information. Then, he took a cramped driverless rideshare, spending an hour to reach the outskirts. It turned out that in the city, houses were pre-planned, and self-building required purchasing land in the wild. The plot Wang Chong was interested in was near J City, about 3 acres, or 2,000 square meters, priced at just 1 million. The price puzzled him, as land closer to the city should be more expensive. Upon arrival, Wang Chong understood why the land was so cheap. It was said that the area was frequently haunted by a ghastly, causing disturbances every night. Worse still, this ghastly was elusive and hard to track. Over time, no one wanted to endure such disruptions, and the land price naturally dropped. However, for Wang Chong, a single ghastly was not a concern. He smirked inwardly, thinking if it dared to cause trouble, it would regret it. The salesperson rushed over after receiving the call. However, when she stepped out of the driverless rideshare and saw Wang Chong's imposing figure, she was startled. She thought to herself, "Can someone really build muscles like that? Is he planning to beat me up and then cover it up?" Driven by fear, the salesperson instinctively wanted to get back into the rideshare and escape. Unfortunately, the door had already closed automatically, and the vehicle sped off, ignoring her desperate expression. At this point, Wang Chong noticed the panicked salesperson. He walked towards her, each step making her heart race faster. As his massive frame approached, she felt as if she were facing a terrifying monster, her heart pounding, and a wave of fear engulfing her. Wang Chong stood in the open space of the construction site on the outskirts, his gaze falling on the small, frail-looking salesperson in front of him. With a hint of doubt, he asked, "Are you the salesperson I spoke to on the phone?" Hearing Wang Chong's deep voice, the salesperson involuntarily trembled and stammered, "Yes, that's me." She struggled to control her emotions, fearing she might scream out of sheer terror. The silence around them was not unusual for a construction site in the suburbs, especially given the presence of ghastly, which deterred most people from approaching. Facing the towering and robust Wang Chong, the salesperson, standing at just 1.55 meters, appeared particularly small and vulnerable. She mustered up her courage, lifted her head in an attempt to meet Wang Chong's eyes, but could only see his broad chest. Forcing a professional smile, her voice still quivering, she said, "Mr. Wang, is there anything you need? If you could, please let me know." Wang Chong replied succinctly, "Yes." The salesperson closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tentatively asked, "May I know what you need? Do you have a contractor and a house designer?" Wang Chong asked as he retrieved 3 red and white Pokeballs from his waist. "I need to build a house for my Pokemon as well." Also, if I buy all 10 acres, can I get a discount? As he tossed the Pokeballs, 3 enormous Pokemon appeared around the salesperson. Xiao Huang was a Charizard over 3 meters tall, Xiao Mu a 2-meter tall Sceptile, while Xiao Lan was relatively ordinary. Not only were these Pokemon massive, but their muscular build was astonishing, particularly Xiao Huang's chest muscles, which were especially noticeable. The salesperson was so startled by the sudden scene that she could barely speak. Trembling, she said, "Sir, if possible, could you ask your Pokemon to step back a bit? I suffer from a condition where being surrounded causes shortness of breath and can lead to heart failure." Wang Chong paused for a moment, then gestured for his Pokemon to back off. Even so, the salesperson was still shaken. She forced herself to focus and asked, "Sir, are you planning to buy all 10 acres? Yes, that's right. Wang Chong confirmed with a nod. Is there any chance for a discount? The salesperson breathed a sigh of relief, her professional instincts kicking in as she quickly got back to business. Yes, there is. Because of the ghastly, the land around here is discounted. It's 35,000 per acre, or 100,000 for 3 acres. The price for the 10 acres was finally settled at 3 million. After extensive discussions between the salesperson and Wang Chong, both parties reached an agreement. Wang Chong pondered for a moment and found the price reasonable, so he nodded in agreement. Could you help me get in touch with a designer and a contractor? Wang Chong asked. The salesperson immediately agreed. Of course, we can arrange that for you. Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. I'll wait for your good news. Can we sign the contract now? Yes. The salesperson responded excitedly, her eyes gleaming with joy. A 3 million deal meant she would earn a commission of 30,000. At this moment, her perception of Wang Chong subtly changed, and she no longer found him intimidating. The contract was signed via their smartwatches. After the successful transfer of 3 million, the 10 acres officially belonged to Wang Chong. The salesperson then helped Wang Chong contact a designer, informing him that it would only cost a few thousand to 10,000 for the house design. However, the designer would need to conduct a site visit to start the design. The salesperson offered to handle this task, assuring that the design draft would be sent to Wang Chong for confirmation once completed. Wang Chong didn't have high demands. He simply wanted a comfortable residence for his elves and a workout room for himself. He thought about the gravity training machines recently available on the market. Although they were expensive, the home version costing 20 million and the commercial version as much as 50 million, their functionality and scale were impressive. Unfortunately, these prices far exceeded Wang Chong's budget. It seems I'll need to find some time to earn more money, Wang Chong mused, perhaps by taking on some assignments. As an elite-level trainer, he could at least take on tasks with a few $100s in rewards. Unfortunately, the current system only allowed him to accept tasks matching his level, and he would have to wait for the evaluation in a few months to take on master-level tasks. There's more than 2 months left, so there's enough time, Wang Chong reassured himself. After all, building a house takes several months. Subsequently, Wang Chong listed the leaf stone for sale through his smartwatch. This rare evolution stone was quickly snapped up. Soon, someone would come to collect the leaf stone, and Wang Chong would receive half the deposit. Once the entire transaction was completed, he would receive the full amount, minus a 1 commission fee from the platform. Although he felt the commission rate was a bit high for his 10 million transaction, Wang Chong still appreciated the security offered by the institution. After the salesperson left, Wang Chong also departed from the 10 acres he had just purchased. Although he hadn't seen the legendary Ghastly, the information he had gathered seemed credible. Leaving his new property, Wang Chong headed towards the J City League branch. He was calculating the renovation costs in his mind and decided to see what tasks were available. After all, he couldn't just ask his parents for money to build a house. Wang Chong took a driverless DD car and quickly arrived at the J City Alliance branch. Compared to the branch in H City, J City's was noticeably smaller, but it was fully equipped, especially the eye-catching task board. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Wang Chong felt eyes from all directions on him. He was used to this kind of attention and calmly walked towards the task information retrieval area. After connecting his information wristband to the system, the task board's information appeared on the screen, neatly arranged by different levels. As an elite-level trainer, Wang Chong could only take on tasks that matched his level. He quickly scanned through the task list, comparing the rewards in his mind. The lowest were a few hundred, while the highest barely reached tens of thousands. The disparity was clear compared to the rewards for master-level tasks, which often exceeded tens of thousands. While Wang Chong was pondering, a task suddenly caught his attention. The reward was a whopping 100,000, and the task involved joining a relic exploration team to carry out routine patrols. Although such relic exploration tasks were common, they usually only revealed some ancient history and rarely posed any danger. Wang Chong recalled the relic recently discovered by the Alliance in the off-forest. Although the site was in disarray, no dangerous situations had arisen. Relic exploration was crucial for the Alliance, but master-level trainers often couldn't accompany archaeologists for extended periods. Therefore, these tasks were typically open to elite-level trainers. Seeing that the number of participants was nearing its limit, Wang Chong didn't hesitate to click the accept button. The system indicated that he successfully became the last participant, and the Tindi relic journey was about to begin. As Wang Chong confirmed the task, a man beside him was also trying to accept the same task. When he realized the last spot had been taken, he erupted in anger, shouting, "Damn! Who snatched my spot?" Wang Chong turned to look at the man's information wristband and noticed their interfaces were nearly identical. The only difference was that his interface had a successfully registered notice, while the man's registration button had turned gray. It was clear that the man had wanted to sign up, but he was a step too late, and Wang Chong beat him to it. Wang Chong displayed the successful registration on his smartwatch and stated, "The guy you're talking about is me." The slightly disgruntled man was about to turn around to see who had taken his spot, but when he saw Wang Chong, he shivered. His face immediately showed a look of apprehension, and he forced a smile, saying, "Oh, it's you. No problem. It's fine if you got the spot. Since it's you, I'm relieved. I'll be on my way then." With that, the man quickly left with a slick demeanor, as if something terrifying was chasing him. Wang Chong watched him leave in confusion, thinking, "Does this guy have some issues? I thought he wanted to discuss something, but he just wanted to see who I was." After silently mocking him, Wang Chong followed the instructions to find the team that had posted the mission. The team consisted of 17 people, 7 archaeologists, 1 master trainer, and 9 elite trainers. Including Wang Chong, there were exactly 10 elite trainers. The Tindi archaeological mission was about to begin. Wang Chong approached the group and asked, "Excuse me, are you the initiators of the archaeological mission patrol?" The others turned to look at him, startled. "Whoa, where did this muscle-bound giant come from? Is it even possible for a human to develop muscles like that?" someone exclaimed. Wang Chong's towering physique and well-developed muscles gave a strong sense of security. A young woman even compared Wang Chong's arm to her waist. Realizing his arm was thicker, she thought, "One punch from him, and I'd probably be done for." An archaeologist who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s cleared his throat and asked, "Ahem, are you the last one?" Wang Chong once again showed the registration information on his smartwatch. After confirming he was the last registrant, the archaeologist nodded and said, "All right, since everyone is here, let's set off." His gaze lingered on Wang Chong's imposing build for a moment, thinking, he certainly gives off a strong sense of security, though he is a bit intimidating at first glance. The archaeologist briefly introduced the mission. Their team had discovered what appeared to be a site of ruins in a forest several kilometers outside J-City. The purpose of this Tindi exploration was to find the entrance to the ruins. Although we've only found preliminary traces of possible ruins, archaeology is all about verification, the archaeologist explained. Since the location is in a primeval forest and could be dangerous, we've hired 10 elite trainers and 1 master trainer to accompany us. Everyone nodded silently, without objection. After all, as the employers, the archaeological team had the right to decide the mission content. They all understood that while the mission was to explore ruins, it also felt like a paid vacation to some extent. However, there was a significant possibility of discovering actual ruins, so it wasn't entirely just a holiday. The bus slowly started up, carrying everyone towards the Yellowstone primeval forest, located dozens of kilometers away. Along the way, wild spirits occasionally appeared in view, their gentle nature enabling harmonious coexistence with humans. Some of these spirits even played with human children from a young age, naturally becoming bonded partners as they grew up. After a 2-hour journey, the group finally arrived at the entrance to the Yellowstone primeval forest. Although the area was rarely visited, the calls of bird spirits filled the air. The archaeologist was the first to step off the bus, calling out, "Grab the equipment, let's go." The others followed, stepping into this untouched land. The bus turned around and left, with an agreement to return in 10 days for pickup. In the forest, towering trees blocked out the sun, and spirits occasionally darted out from the underbrush. Fortunately, these spirits bore no ill will towards humans, adhering to the age-old caution of not provoking humans. After all, in this human-dominated world, attacking humans indiscriminately would only lead to severe consequences. Throughout the journey, everyone except Wang Chong chatted and laughed. Wang Chong's imposing physique was intimidating to many, except for the archaeologist, who remained unfazed. After all, under the constraints of their employment relationship, it was unlikely that Wang Chong would pose any threat to him. After nearly 3 hours of trekking, darkness began to fall. Considering the dangers of traveling at night and their proximity to the destination, the archaeologist suggested setting up camp for dinner, planning to continue the next day. As night descended, the archaeological team retrieved an electric light generator from their space backpacks. A Pikachu charged it, and suddenly, bright light dispelled the surrounding darkness. The team began distributing the prepared supplies. When it was Wang Chong's turn, the man in charge of distribution was somewhat apprehensive, but Wang Chong calmly accepted the food, feeling a bit resigned. Do people these days really have such weak nerves? Wang Chong muttered to himself. He looked down at the meal in his hands. Although it tasted good, the portion was quite small and not very filling. Nevertheless, he quietly finished his dinner, looking forward to the archaeological adventure awaiting him the next day. Let's release our creatures, suggested Wenya, the only female member of the archaeological team. In addition to being the team's archaeology expert, she also played the role of the cook. Despite being just 20, her culinary skills were exceptional. At her words, everyone began releasing their creatures. As elite trainers, each had contracted 6 creatures, creating a lively scene. Blastoise came a deep roar as the master trainer released his signature creature. This recently advanced master-level Blastoise immediately drew everyone's attention, sparking envy. The master trainer, noticing this, wore a proud smile, clearly satisfied with his accomplishment. He then proceeded to release his other creatures, 3 elite level and 2 regular level. Having a single master level creature was enough to secure his status as a master trainer. At this point, all eyes turned to Wang Chong. Wenya asked curiously, Wang Chong, where are your creatures? Why aren't you releasing them? I need to prepare food according to their species. Wang Chong replied calmly, just take care of theirs. I'll handle mine. What? Are you underestimating me? Wenya was taken aback. No, Wang Chong explained. It's just that my creatures have quite the appetite, except for Xiaolon. With that, he tossed a redandwhite pokeball, releasing Xiaolon. It's a Froakie, everyone exclaimed. Once it evolves to the second stage, it can reach elite level. You're really lucky. Froakies are not only rare, but also quite powerful in battle. Not bad, Wang Chong said modestly. By the way, what about the other creatures? Wang Chong then released Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu. The group's curiosity quickly turned to shock. Roar! Forest! Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu shouted excitedly upon appearing, scanning the crowd around them. Everyone was stunned, especially Wenya, who stood in front of Xiao Huang and immediately felt the immense pressure. At 1.7 meters tall, she appeared small next to Wang Chong's 2.3 meters, and even more so next to the 3.1 meter Xiao Huang. Even Xiao Mu stood at 2 meters, making Xiaolon the only one of a seemingly normal size. The other trainers involuntarily glanced at their own creatures, feeling a wave of inadequacy. Compared to Wang Chong's creatures, theirs seemed ordinary, and a silence fell over the entire team. The release of Wang Chong's Pokemon left everyone present in shock. The Charizard stood an impressive 3 meters tall, with a robust build and well-defined abdominal muscles, exuding a powerful aura. The Grovyle was equally remarkable, reaching a height of 2 meters, far exceeding the norm. Only the Froakie appeared relatively normal. People began to speculate whether this had surpassed the elite level, reaching the standard of a champion-level trainer. Some even wondered if Wang Chong had borrowed these Pokemon from a champion, given that the only known champion-level Charizard belonged to a certain champion. However, when they turned their attention to Wang Chong himself, everything seemed to make sense. His towering stature and strong physique mirrored that of his Pokemon. The crowd couldn't help but think, with a trainer this robust, it's no surprise his Pokemon are equally impressive. The self-proclaimed master-level trainer found himself perplexed. He had intended to seize this opportunity to show off, only to find Wang Chong's Pokemon stealing the spotlight. He puzzled over the Grovyle, wondering, how could this Grovyle grow to 2 meters tall? Aren't they usually just 90 centimeters? More worrisome to him was the Charizard, which appeared exceptionally fierce and temperamental, leaving him anxious about a potential sudden attack. The most baffling aspect was how these Pokemon grew so formidable. Had they used some special means? At that moment, Xiaolon keenly sensed the master-level trainer's unease. She noticed the trainer's gaze towards her, tinged with a hint of pity. Glancing around at Xiao Mu, Xiao Huang, and her own trainer, she compared her height to theirs and felt a wave of dejection. She realized that in this powerful team, she was indeed the weak link. Xiao Mu noticed Xiaolan's change in mood, crouched down, and gently patted her head. What's wrong, Xiaolon? Xiao Mu asked with concern. Froakie, Xiaolon murmured. I feel too weak, like I'm holding everyone back. Xiao Mu sighed softly and then encouraged her. Don't worry, Xiaolon. You might not be strong enough now, but just give it a month or two, and you'll become amazing. Hearing this, Xiaolon felt even more downhearted, confirming in her mind that she was indeed seen as a burden. But then she grasped a sliver of hope. Froakie? Really? Of course it's true. Xiao Mu confidently assured her. With consistent training, you'll definitely become strong. Just like Xiao Huang. Remember when Xiao Huang was a Charmeleon and couldn't handle the shiny Gyarados? But after evolving, it was a whole different story. Xiao Huang's abilities were truly impressive, a testament to relentless training and the secret to becoming stronger that Xiao Huang had shared with Xiao Mu. At this moment, Xiao Mu passed on this valuable experience to Xiaolon. Consistent training is the only path to true strength. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with determination. Qua, I will definitely work hard, she declared, glaring at the master trainer with a gaze full of challenge and resolve. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a Froakie. The tables will turn, and it won't take me 30 years. Give me just 1 or 2 months, and I'll surprise you. The master trainer was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the defiant Froakie. Despite her beginner-level strength, her indomitable spirit was undeniable. He glanced at his own Blastoise, feeling a sudden pang of worry. His proud, master-level Blastoise was now intimidated by Wang Chong's Charizard. The trainer patted Blastoise's shell, trying to encourage it. You are a water type, and you're at a master level, definitely stronger than that Charizard. However, Blastoise gave him a look that said, "Don't lie to me, master." Even though it had grown large, reaching 2 meters after advancing to master level, it still seemed small next to the Charizard. Even Wang Chong's first-stage evolution Grovyle seemed comparable. Blastoise couldn't help but doubt if it could even defeat that Grovyle. Wenya was speechless upon seeing Wang Chong's Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu. Once she regained her composure, she asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you're only an elite-level trainer?" "Yes." Seeing Wenya's skepticism, Wang Chong directly showed his personal information from his info watch. Wenya checked carefully and confirmed that Wang Chong was indeed an elite-level trainer. However, her doubts only deepened. How could an elite-level trainer own such powerful Pokemon? Were they just intimidating in appearance, but mediocre in actual strength? Suddenly, Wenya noticed Wang Chong's age. "You're only 18?" she exclaimed. "That's just the age to start bonding with Pokemon." Wang Chong rubbed his chin, puzzled. "Yeah, do I not look 18? The others took a closer look at Wang Chong, confirming he indeed appeared to be 18. Previously, they hadn't dared scrutinize him too much, fearing he'd take offense. Now, knowing the truth, they felt a mix of emotions. They recalled that at 18, they were only beginner-level trainers. Even reaching elite status took time and experience gained after entering the workforce. Yet, this young man had reached elite-level trainer status just a year after bonding with Pokemon. A question lingered in their minds. Wang Chong's Pokemon were exceptionally strong, far exceeding the expected standard for an elite-level trainer. Was it the constraints of the evaluation rules that kept him at elite level? Without these limitations, what level could he truly achieve? People were buzzing with speculation about Wang Chong's trainer level. Although they couldn't pinpoint his exact rank, one thing was certain: it was far beyond that of a mere elite-level trainer. Their attention was drawn to Wang Chong's Charizard, whose impressive size and physique spoke volumes. Some even attempted to compare it with a master-level Blastoise, but quickly realized the two were worlds apart, not even on the same level. When Wenya heard that Wang Chong was only 18, her mouth twitched in disbelief. She found it hard to fathom that this young man, capable of easily overpowering her, was actually 2 years younger. Wang Chong stood up and simply stated that he would handle the Pokemon food himself. With that, he turned and walked into the dark forest, followed closely by Xiaomu, Xiao Wang, and Xiaolan. Someone warned him about the dangers of the forest at night, but Wang Chong just waved a hand, indicating he would be careful, and disappeared from sight. The people left behind fell into silence, unwilling to discuss Wang Chong any further. His strength had left a significant impact on them, particularly on the master-level trainer, who now regretted taking on this task. Though no one openly showed it, he could sense that everyone was secretly comparing him to Wang Chong. After leaving the rest area, Wang Chong began searching for berries in the Huangshe primitive forest. The wild was never short of such ingredients, so even the poorest person wouldn't go hungry here, although they might have to camp out in the wilderness. As he focused on picking, he suddenly felt many eyes watching him, as if some creatures were observing from the shadows. However, Wang Chong paid no mind and continued his gathering. He instructed Xiao Huang and the other Pokemon to help pick berries, planning to make energy cubes later. Although he hadn't brought Mew on this mission, his space backpack contained an energy cube maker. Xiao Huang readily agreed, and then split up to gather berries with Xiaomu and Xiaolan. In the pitch-black night, only Xiaolan was slightly affected, while Wang Chong and the other 2 Pokemon moved without issue. Soon, they had collected hundreds of berries. Wang Chong immediately set to work processing them, and quickly produced a batch of energy cubes. Xiao Huang and Xiaomu beamed with joy at the sight of food. Despite their strength, their energy consumption was equally high, and hundreds of energy cubes were barely enough to satisfy them. After filling their stomachs, Wang Chong noticed that the number of Pokemon gathering around them seemed to be increasing, continuously watching them. This made him uneasy. Xiao Huang asked if they should teach these spying Pokemon a lesson, but Wang Chong shook his head to stop them, simply reminding them to be alert to the unusually quiet surroundings. Xiaolan glanced around and, seeing more and more red eyes appearing, grew a bit frightened, instinctively moving closer to Wang Chong, as if only then could it feel a bit of safety. At that moment, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the stillness of the night. Is it Wenya's? Could there be an issue with the archaeological team? That seems impossible, considering they have 9 elite trainers and 1 master trainer. Wang Chong was puzzled but immediately ordered, "Let's go back." When Wang Chong arrived at the archaeological site, the scene before him was shocking. The entire area was overrun by countless parasect, or more precisely, surrounded by them. These creatures, a combination of insects and mushrooms, are usually docile but were now furiously attacking the archaeological team. Wang Chong quickly assessed the situation. The Parasect generally had standard level strength, with some even reaching elite level. Their behavior was being influenced by the mushrooms on their backs, explaining their unusual aggression. However, the scale of the attack remained baffling. The archaeological team was fighting back with all their might. The master trainer shouted, "Blastoise, Hydro Pump." Blastoise's twin cannons unleashed powerful streams of water at the seemingly endless waves of Parasect. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, like an unending tide. More distressingly, the Parasect seemed to treat the Pokémon as tree roots, voraciously draining their nutrients. Several Pokémon lay lifeless on the ground, having been sucked dry. The trainers, suffering from the backlash of losing their Pokémon, had no time to grieve. Everyone was commanding their remaining Pokémon to counterattack. Lightning and flames filled the air, and the standard-level Parasect were no match for these attacks. But their numbers seemed inexhaustible, leading to questions about their origin. Wang Chong made a quick decision, directing his Pokémon to join the battle. Xiao Huang, use Flamethrower, be careful not to hit our team. Xiao Mu, use Leaf Blade, and be cautious too. He glanced at the still-developing Xiao Lan and decided to keep it back for now. Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu sprang into action. Under Xiao Huang's precise control, the searing flames avoided the team members and struck the Parasect directly. The entire area lit up, and the archaeological team, seeing reinforcements, felt a resurgence of morale. In an instant, the Parasects were like moths drawn to a flame, writhing in the blaze before being reduced to nauseating tendrils of charred remains. Around Wang Chong, Xiao Huang, Xiao Mu, and Xiao Lan, the Parasects, poised for a lethal strike, were effortlessly sliced through by Xiao Mu's razor-sharp leaf blade, as if cutting through tofu. The severed limbs twitched briefly before lying still in pools of blood. The thick scent of blood filled the air, acting like a potent stimulant, driving the surviving Parasects into a frenzy. Seeing this, Xiao Huang snorted out a dense white mist, clearly boiling with rage. With a low growl, a flame vortex formed instantly around everyone, shielding them securely. The Parasects charged into the flames one after another, only to emerge as charred corpses. This brutal battle raged on for over 10 minutes, eventually piling nearly 1,000 Parasect bodies on the ground. Finally, the remaining Parasects retreated like a receding tide, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. The elite trainers, who had lost their Pokémon, were in tears. Each loss meant a significant drop in their strength. They were filled with regret. Had they known the Yellowstone Primitive Forest was so dangerous, they would never have taken on this mission. They had thought it was a simple escort task, not a near-death experience. Were it not for Wang Chong, they might have been wiped out entirely. Xiao Huang snorted derisively, dispersing the flame vortex. However, many surrounding trees were already ablaze. If not handled quickly, it could lead to a catastrophic forest fire. Wang Chong immediately turned to the master trainer for help. "Uncle, could you have your Blastoise put out these burning trees?" The trainer hesitated but eventually ordered Blastoise to extinguish the flames. He couldn't help but grumble internally, wondering how he, a master trainer, had suddenly become a firefighting helper. Wang Chong approached the group, asking with concern, "Is everyone unharmed?" Wenya shook her head, replying, "No one is hurt, but a few Pokémon had their life energy drained by the Parasects and turned into corpses. We don't understand why this happened." Suddenly, the trainers who lost their Pokémon erupted. "I'm quitting. My Pokémon sacrificed themselves for a bit of money." "Exactly. I'm quitting too." They had come to earn money, not expecting their Pokémon to die. The loss hit them hard, and they could no longer continue with the mission. Wenya's words acted like a balm, slightly easing the pain of the trainers who had lost their Pokémon. She explained, "I understand how you all feel. Rest assured, if you decide to withdraw, you can receive compensation. Although the amount isn't much, just 1 million, it can at least help you get by. This compensation is provided by the League. However, be warned, anyone found to be making fraudulent claims will face legal consequences." Wang Chong surveyed the surroundings with a serious expression. Although the Parasect had temporarily retreated, they still lurked nearby, ready to attack again at any moment. He turned to Wenya and asked, "Will the archaeological dig continue? I fear that this encounter wasn't just a coincidence." Those Parasect seemed to be waiting for the right moment to strike. Wenya couldn't make the decision, as the true authority lay with the archaeologist. The scholar's eyes glimmered with a determination not to abandon the dig. For him, making a discovery during this excavation would secure his name in the annals of archaeology, a temptation too great to resist. The archaeologist cleared his throat and addressed the group. "If you're willing to continue, I can increase the payment. 50,000 a day, which means 500,000 for 10 days. This figure tempted everyone present, as even master-level trainers would need to complete several missions to earn that much. However, the archaeologist didn't stop there. He approached Wang Chong, his eyes alight with urgency. "Wang Chong, your skills far exceed the elite level, I can see that. I'm willing to offer you a special deal, 10 million. Ensure the success of this archaeological dig, and the money is yours." Wang Chong's Charizard had demonstrated power that surpassed even the Master Trainer's Blastoise. Its fire spin had effortlessly driven back the swarm of Parasect, while the Blastoise had struggled to hold them off. If not for Wang Chong's timely intervention, the entire team might have been wiped out. Seeing Wang Chong deep in thought, the archaeologist quickly increased the offer, 20 million. Just ensure the dig is completed successfully, and the money is yours. This offer was incredibly tempting for Wang Chong. He initially thought he would need to complete dozens, if not hundreds, of missions to earn enough for renovations and equipment. Yet here was an unexpected windfall. However, Wang Chong still had doubts. Did this archaeologist really have that much money? Could it be grant money? Would the increased offer truly be honored? Sensing Wang Chong's hesitation, the archaeologist pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Chong. He looked at it and saw the words, Chairman of Anong Enterprises, Tang Yaoshua. Wang Chong recalled that Anong Enterprises was the seller from whom he purchased those 10 acres of land. He was surprised to learn that the archaeologist in front of him was also the chairman of a company. Curious, he asked Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, is the 10-acre plot in the B102 area on the outskirts of J City yours? Tang Yaoshua shook his head slightly, his tone casual. We have so much land, I can't keep track of it all. Anong Enterprises has many branches across the alliance. However, if I remember correctly, the area around J City should be under Anong Enterprises' responsibility. His words left everyone present in silence. They realized that this man was not only an archaeologist, but also a real estate tycoon, seemingly living an adventurous life. Tang Yaoshua, noticing their reactions, thought for a moment and said, If this mission goes well, I'll cover your construction costs. Wang Chong's strength was clearly formidable, as he could easily defeat a master-level trainer. Tang Yaoshua believed that such a person was worth befriending, especially since a few million was a small amount for him. Hearing this, the crowd felt a strong urge to seek favor with Tang Yaoshua, impressed by his wealth and generosity. At that moment, the master-level trainer, and one, spoke up. Mr. Tang, may I ask you a question? Why did you choose to pursue archaeology? It's a tough job with little reward. Tang Yaoshua shook his head, his eyes reflecting memories. I've been passionate about archaeology since I was young and aspired to become an archaeologist. Although I founded Anong Enterprises over the years, my dream remained unfulfilled. I'm here to make that dream come true. His voice was filled with determination. If I can unearth significant artifacts and truly discover ruins, I can leave my mark in the field of archaeology and fulfill my lifelong dream. Only then did everyone realize that this wealthy man was here to chase his dreams. Tang Yaoshua turned to the elite trainers who had lost their Pokemon and reassured them. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're compensated when we return. These words provided great comfort to the trainers. Although they had lost their Pokemon, the worst among them had only lost 2 ordinary non-main Pokemon. Moreover, Tang Yaoshua's promise of compensation gave them hope and lifted their spirits. Tang Yaoshua patted Wang Chong on the shoulder and smiled. Wang Chong, I'm counting on you for the journey ahead. Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Sure, but I'm not sure what will happen next. Tang Yaoshua reassured him. Don't worry, as long as there is progress in archaeology, achieving some results will be enough, even if we finish early. Seeing Tang Yaoshua's dedication to archaeology, Wang Chong suddenly realized that he seemed to lack a clear dream. He began to ponder whether he should set a goal for himself, perhaps to become the strongest trainer in the alliance. Just then, Wang Chong warned everyone cautiously. Those Parasect haven't left, they're watching us from the shadows. If anyone is alone, they might launch a surprise attack. Everyone, stay alert. Having accepted this task, Wang Chong decided to give it his all and pay attention to every detail. After all, he is a responsible person, Wang Chong mused to himself, and it wasn't just because of Tang Yaoshua's promise. As night fell, the group decided to take turns keeping watch. In the darkness, the red eyes flickering in the surrounding forest were particularly eerie, as if countless eyes were secretly observing them. The next morning, everyone woke up feeling refreshed. Thanks to the rotating night watch schedule, no one was exhausted. Surprisingly, the Pilosi that had been lurking in the shadows didn't launch a second attack, seemingly intimidated by Wang Chong's strength. Even more astonishing was that at dawn, these Pilosi vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. While this seemed like good news, Wang Chong's instincts told him things weren't that simple. Several questions arose in his mind. Why did the Pilosi attack humans? Why were their eyes blood red instead of their usual white? Why did they suddenly disappear at daylight? Most unsettling was the fact that since encountering the Pilosi, they hadn't come across any other creatures. Could it be that the others had met a dire fate? This journey was fraught with mystery and danger, and the group had to remain vigilant at all times. As they approached the archaeological site, the group carefully examined the map and identified a potential location of the ruins. It was a vast clearing that stood in stark contrast to the dense Huangshe primordial forest surrounding it. The soil in the clearing was a noticeably different color, and a particular stone protruding from the ground was especially eye-catching. Tang Yaoshua donned his white archaeological gloves, and took out a series of specialized instruments to closely examine the stone. Meanwhile, the others kept watch to prevent any surprises. Wang Chong, Xiao Huang, Xiao Mu, and Xiao Lan engaged in physical training nearby. Though it seemed somewhat out of place, considering Wang Chong's capabilities, the others continued their patrol without daring to criticize. After a meticulous inspection, Tang Yaoshue's face lit up with a delighted smile. "It really is a relic," he exclaimed excitedly. "If we can successfully open it, my dream might come true." He explained that the unique patterns on the stone matched those he had seen in ancient texts describing relics from thousands of years ago. This stone was just a small part of the ruins, with the main structure buried underground, which explained the clearing and the different soil color. "Come out, Steelix," Tang Yaoshua called, releasing his elite Steelix. This creature had shown impressive strength in the battle against the Pylasi the previous night. Although it struggled against the swarm, its body was as hard as steel, making it impervious to their attacks. If not for the defensive actions, Steelix might have also fallen victim, like the unfortunate spirits before, drained of life energy by Parasect, reduced to mere husks. "Steelix, use dig and excavate the soil around this rock." Obeying the command, Steelix let out a roar and began to dig into the ground. Before long, thanks to its efforts, the surrounding landscape began to reveal itself. Excavating an area of about 10 square meters and 1 meter deep was sufficient to uncover the full extent of the rock. It was a structure resembling the top of a pyramid, its surface etched with peculiar patterns. "A pyramid?" Wang Chong blurted out instinctively. Do you know what this is?" Tang Yaoshua asked curiously, as he had never heard of the pyramid Wang Chong mentioned. "It seems familiar, like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't recall," Wang Chong replied. Tang Yaoshua felt a twinge of regret, surprised that Wang Chong had forgotten such crucial information. Nevertheless, he quickly took out a sonar detector to examine the pyramid's peak. As the sonar waves were emitted, the ground began to tremble. Simultaneously, the sonar detector displayed an imagia blueprint of the pyramid structure. From the image, it was evident that the pyramid covered an area of several tens of thousands of square meters. The sonar seemed to have awakened something dormant within the pyramid, as the ground's vibrations intensified, and everyone warily scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, mounds of earth appeared, and from them emerged the previously vanished Parasect. However, under the sunlight, these Parasect did not approach Wang Chong and the others. In fact, they dared not enter any sunlit areas at all. This unusual behavior caught everyone's attention. While Parasect typically preferred damp and dark environments, they were not usually afraid of sunlight. Could this anomaly be related to the pyramid beneath their feet? Seeing the sudden appearance of Parasect, fear spread across everyone's faces. The attack from the previous night still lingered in their minds, casting a shadow. Now, with the Parasect reappearing, it was hard to suppress their terror. The Parasect silently surrounded them, eager to attack, but wary of the sunlight above. When you quickly noticed this and shouted to everyone, "These Parasect are afraid of sunlight." With that, she swiftly released her Pokemon. "Torkoal, use Sunny Day." Responding to her call, Torkoal let out a cry, and the sunlight became brilliantly intense. The advancing Parasect retreated in haste. "It really works." Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. Since the parasites dared not approach the sunlight, the group decided they could attack without worry. They commanded their creatures to launch an assault on the parasites to avenge their fallen comrades. In an instant, water, fire, electricity, and other skills rained down like a storm, striking the parasite swarm. The air was filled with explosions and the parasites' cries, as many were wounded or killed, their bodies covering the ground. However, the joy of victory was short-lived. The corpses of the fallen parasites suddenly exploded, releasing purple and green powdery substances. A gentle breeze carried the strange dust towards the group like a fog. Unexpectedly, those who inhaled the powder collapsed, their faces contorted in pain. Some tried to call out a warning, but found themselves unable to move. The powder was not only toxic, but also had a paralyzing effect. Most creatures were also affected, unable to act. But Wang Chong, Xiao Mu, and Xiao Huang were exceptions. Xiao Lan, being weaker, was paralyzed and poisoned like the others. Xiao Mu resisted thanks to his grass attributes and strong physique, while Wang Chong and Xiao Huang seemed completely unaffected. Before Wang Chong could speak, Xiao Huang understood his thoughts. It immediately unleashed a fierce wind, blowing the drifting dust back towards the parasite swarm. Then, Xiao Huang spewed scorching flames, igniting the airborne dust and incinerating many parasites to ashes. The burned parasites did not release any more dust, revealing that incineration was the only way to completely solve the problem. Although Xiao Huang's actions temporarily ensured everyone's safety, those already poisoned were still in danger. Wang Chong frowned in thought and was about to use his communication watch to call for help, only to find the device had no signal. Signal blocked again? Wang Chong grumbled internally about the supposedly planet-wide communication device failing twice. resolving to file a complaint against the developer's false advertising upon returning. Turning to the poison group, Wang Chong asked, Tang Lao, how long can you hold on? Tang Yaoshua managed to squeeze out a few words. Backpack. Wang Chong immediately rummaged through Tang Yaoshua's backpack, delighted to find a large supply of antidotes. He quickly took out the medication, ready to administer it to detoxify the group. The group and the elves finally recovered from the dreadful toxic dust, their gratitude evident. They all turned their gaze to Wang Chong, silently thankful for his presence. If it weren't for Wang Chong's timely intervention last night, they might not have survived to see today. Once again, he had saved them from peril, undoubtedly becoming their savior. Tang Yaoshua felt fortunate to have enlisted Wang Chong. He knew that without Wang Chong, the archaeological team might have been wiped out last night, and they wouldn't have discovered the mysterious site now named the Pyramid. Curious, Wang Chong glanced at Tang Lao's backpack and asked, Tang Lao, why do you have so many antidotes in your backpack? There must be at least 100. Tang Lao explained. They're for any special situations that might arise during our archaeological journey. Besides antidotes, I also have healing potions and stamina recovery potions. With a space backpack, it's no trouble to carry some extra supplies just in case. And see, they came in handy, didn't they? Meanwhile, Xiao Huang soared through the air, releasing flames like scorching raindrops, causing the parasect to scatter in every direction. Many parasect were incinerated, and the rest seemed to realize the threat, beginning to fire seed machine guns at Xiao Huang high above. However, these grass-type attacks were significantly weakened upon hitting Xiao Huang. Given that the parasect were only at an ordinary level, they couldn't penetrate Xiao Huang's defenses and ended up being burned alive. After completing the task within minutes, Xiao Huang returned to Wang Chong, letting out a tired chirp. Wang Chong gently patted Xiao Huang's belly and said softly, Thank you for your hard work. With the immediate threat neutralized, Wang Chong pointed at the signal loss communication wristwatch and asked Tang Yaoshua, The parasect have been dealt with. Should we continue exploring? Tang Yaoshua pondered for a moment and replied, Let's head back. We've confirmed the existence of the site. I'll organize the data when we return and prepare thoroughly before we come back to explore. Our preparations this time were clearly insufficient. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their admiration for Wang Chong growing. Xiao Huang's display of power was astounding, single-handedly subduing all the parasect. They speculated that a new champion-level trainer might soon emerge in the alliance. However, just as they let their guard down, the ground began to tremble. Wang Chong's keen senses immediately detected something moving rapidly underground, approaching their location. A sense of foreboding rose among them, as a new threat seemed to be looming. Quick, get out of here. Wang Chong's warning had barely left his lips when everyone scattered like startled birds. The next moment, the ground exploded with a deafening roar, and a colossal creature emerged from the dust. It was a gigantic spirit, over 30 meters long, and its appearance made everyone gasp in shock. Is that a Steelix? Someone whispered in confusion. No, it can't be. Another person immediately countered. A Steelix should have a metallic sheen, but this one is made entirely of strange stones. On closer inspection, they realized the giant serpent was 3 times the size of a regular Steelix and was surrounded by an ominous black aura. Its deep-set eyes glowed with an eerie light, as if they could peer into the deepest fears of the human heart. Roar! The bizarre Steelix, realizing its prey was escaping, let out an enraged roar. The sound waves shook everyone to their core, making them instinctively step back in fear. Suddenly, the Steelix's face contorted into a terrifying, ghastly visage. This scary face move shattered the mental defenses of most people, except Wang Chong, Xiao Mu, and Xiao Huang, who remained calm amid the chaos. However, instead of being intimidated, Xiao Huang felt a surge of battle spirit. Flamethrower. At Wang Chong's command, Xiao Huang unleashed a searing pillar of fire, striking the strange Steelix's face. Roar! The Steelix recoiled in pain but quickly healed its wounds with the black aura. It hissed angrily, its eyes gleaming with menace. Master, let me handle this one. Xiao Huang eagerly volunteered. Wang Chong nodded in agreement. All right then, go for it. Use flame charge. Engulfed in flames, Xiao Huang charged forward like a blazing chariot, smashing into the strange Steelix with immense force. The impact sent it flying several meters back, creating a safe distance to protect the bystanders. This incredible scene snapped everyone out of their panic. Wang Chong surveyed the surroundings and decisively ordered, You all leave now, I'll handle this. He turned to Xiao Mu, escort them to safety. In this critical moment, Wang Chong demonstrated extraordinary leadership and courage, ready to face the formidable enemy alone. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Tang Yaoshua gave Wang Chong a grateful look, solemnly promising, All right, if we make it back safely this time, I will definitely thank you properly. With that, they quickly packed up their equipment and prepared to retreat. Meanwhile, Wang Chong began to command Xiao Huang to engage in battle. Xiao Huang swiftly dashed forward, delivering a fiery impact against the bizarre, giant steel serpent. The searing heat caused the massive creature immense pain, its metallic body emitting a piercing screech under the high temperature. Taking advantage of the serpent's momentary disorientation, Wang Chong decisively ordered, "Flame punch." Xiao Huang understood instantly, closing in and landing a flaming punch directly on the serpent's head. With a loud bang, the bizarre steel serpent let out a howl of agony, its enormous body swaying in midair. Seeing the effectiveness of the fire attacks, Wang Chong immediately adjusted his tactics. Inferno, Megaton Punch. Xiao Huang responded to the command, enveloped in the scorching flames of life. It charged like a fiery meteor straight at the steel serpent. The bizarre steel serpent, overwhelmed with pain, saw Xiao Huang leap into the air, launching a devastating megaton punch from above onto its head. With a thunderous crash, a crack appeared on the previously indestructible steel skull. Though the serpent was dazed by the blow, its astonishing defense kept it standing firm. Wang Chong observed the situation and issued another command. "Xiao Huang, use Iron Tail. Aim for its head." Xiao Huang's tail instantly glowed with a dazzling white light, slicing down like a sharp sword towards the serpent's head. However, at the critical moment, the bizarre steel serpent activated its iron defense skill, maximizing its defensive capabilities. The clash of metal echoed through the air, and not only did the strike fail to topple the serpent, but it also caused Xiao Huang some discomfort. The steel serpent, now enraged, began to thrash its enormous body wildly, employing its frenzied whip skill. The 30-meter-long body lashed out like a furious whip, aiming to strike Xiao Huang. Sensing danger, Xiao Huang quickly spread its wings and soared into the sky to evade. The serpent's attack missed, fueling its fury. Suddenly, it noticed Wang Chong not far away, the sight of the tiny human igniting its murderous intent. Courting death! The serpent seemed to roar, its tail glowing white once more as it swept towards Wang Chong. The blow was powerful, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. If an ordinary person were struck, they would likely be reduced to a mist of blood. However, when the attack reached Wang Chong, the expected gruesome scene did not occur. Instead, Wang Chong extended one hand, firmly catching the steel serpent's tail. Despite being dragged several meters across the ground, his stance remained unshaken. This astonishing feat left the bizarre steel serpent momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how its attack had been so effortlessly neutralized by a mere human. The mighty Steelix couldn't comprehend how a mere human could block its iron tail attack with one hand. Such an impact should have reduced any ordinary person to a bloody mist. Could this human be a Pokemon in disguise? Wang Chong glanced down at his shoes, noticing the heat rising from the soles due to the intense friction. They were nearly worn through. Good thing these are quality shoes, he thought to himself. Otherwise, I'd be barefoot by now. Time for you to leave, Wang Chong declared, landing a direct punch on the mysterious Steelix's body. Before it could react, he swung the massive creature like a whip, sending it flying. Boom. The thunderous crash finally made the Steelix realize this wasn't a dream. A human had just punched through its body and tossed it aside with bare hands. This was far beyond normal human capabilities. Wang Chong turned and called out to Pikachu. "Hit it with Fire Blast." Pikachu immediately complied, gathering intense flames in its mouth before releasing a massive fire kanji that struck the Steelix directly. The flames exploded on impact, compounding with the previous burns from Hellfire and causing the dark aura around Steelix to dissipate. Realizing it was outmatched, the corrupted Steelix attempted to escape using Dig, burrowing into the ground to return to the pyramid. "Pikachu, use Earthquake now," Wang Chong commanded. Pikachu roared and stomped the ground, triggering violent tremors across several kilometers. The Steelix, still underground, took heavy damage. In the distance, the archaeology team, who had escaped with the help of Grovyle, felt the tremors. They were astounded by the intensity of the battle, hearing the sounds of combat even from far away. Suddenly, dust erupted from the ground, engulfing the fleeing group. They immediately felt the effects of poison and paralysis. Parasect had been hiding underground. The weaker ones died instantly from the earthquake, their mushrooms bursting and releasing toxins. Grovyle scratched its head in confusion before using Leaf Storm to disperse the toxic dust. At that moment, Tang Yaoshui used all her strength to shout, "The backpack!" At that moment, the bizarre giant steel snake that had burrowed underground to escape was left dizzy by Xiao Huang's earthquake attack. The massive serpent's body was severely damaged under the pressure of the earth, its scales cracked, and its internal structures were harmed. However, its deep underground position made it difficult for Xiao Huang to deal with this cunning opponent. Xiao Huang dove from high above, its sharp gaze locked onto the massive pit in the ground. Deep within its throat, searing flames began to form, the orangered energy flickering in its mouth. A scorching column of fire shot out, hurtling toward the depths of the pit. The flames, like molten lava, poured into the winding underground passage, striking the bizarre giant steel snake that had yet to recover from the earthquake. The intense heat instantly melted the black energy on the snake's body, and the air filled with the acrid smell of burning. Ow! A piercing scream echoed from below, deafeningly loud. Suddenly, the ground shook violently and then exploded open. The bizarre giant steel snake emerged in a sorry state, a far cry from its previous menacing appearance. Its body was tattered, scales fallen off, and flesh charred. Even more terrifying, crimson molten liquid dripped from its body, the remnants of the strange stones melted by the flames. These droplets hit the ground with a hiss, corroding even the hard rock into pits. In its grievously injured state, the bizarre giant steel snake had no intention of fleeing. Its eyes turned blood red, as if soaked in blood, emanating a chilling malevolence. Suddenly, it let out an earth-shattering roar, and black gas erupted from its body like a volcanic explosion. Simultaneously, its form began to ooze a deep purple liquid, which reacted violently with the molten solution. A torrent of black gas spewed from the bizarre giant steel snake, forming a deadly toxic fog. Any trees that came into contact with this gas immediately withered and decayed, turning into piles of black dust. The corrosive nature of this eerie black gas far exceeded normal limits. Xiao Huang, be careful. Don't let that black gas touch you. Wang Chong shouted a warning. Xiao Huang nodded solemnly, sensing an unprecedented threat. The danger posed by this black gas far exceeded that of the dust from the previous encounter with the parasect mushroom explosion. At least that dust had little effect on Xiao Huang, but this gas stirred a sense of unease. Use gale force. Wang Chong decisively commanded. Xiao Huang's wings beat fiercely, generating a violent gust. The powerful wind dispersed the oncoming black gas, but the blown-away toxic mist drifted toward the forest, instantly corroding a large swath of vegetation. In terms of environmental destruction, this bizarre, giant steel snake was unparalleled. Inferno, Fire Blast. Wang Chong commanded again. The infernal flames enveloped Xiao Huang, forming a searing barrier. Any approaching black gas was evaporated by the intense heat. Then, Xiao Huang unleashed a tremendous fire blast, striking the bizarre, giant steel snake's half-melted body. With a thunderous boom, the bizarre, giant steel snake's body was blown in half by the powerful attack. However, what happened next left Wang Chong and Xiao Huang stunned. The bizarre giant steel snake, despite being blown in half, did not die. Moreover, the severed body parts could still move independently. This strange scene left Wang Chong and Xiao Huang momentarily perplexed. What kind of creature is this? Wang Chong murmured, furrowing his brow in deep thought. The bizarre steel serpent was blown into two pieces, with the head and tail seemingly possessing separate consciousnesses but sharing a single goal to destroy all life in front of it. Wang Chong realized that the monster had to be completely annihilated, or the consequences would be unimaginable. As he bit his thumb, pondering a strategy, the sky suddenly cleared, and sunlight directly hit the serpent's body. Instantly, the eerie steel serpent began to emit white smoke, letting out a painful screech. Its body started to blister as if being corroded by the sunlight. Wang Chong quickly understood the monster's weakness. It wasn't fire, but the sunlight itself. Xiao Huang, aim for the clouds and use flamethrower. Wang Chong commanded decisively. Although Xiao Huang was puzzled, it executed the order without hesitation. It gathered scorching flames in its mouth and, after building up power, unleashed a towering pillar of fire, dispersing the clouds that blanketed the sky. Once again, a spectacular fiery sky appeared, and sunlight poured down, bathing the steel serpent. The monster thrashed violently, attempting to burrow underground to escape. Wang Chong acted swiftly. Xiao Huang, throw it up. Don't let it get away. Xiao Huang charged forward, effortlessly tossing the two halves of the serpent into the air. The dark energy couldn't corrode Xiao Huang, as its flames shielded it. With no clouds to block the sun, combined with Xiao Huang's sunny day skill, the sunlight became as intense as a midsummer noon. Xiao Huang shone brilliantly in the golden sunlight, as if cloaked in a radiant garment. Finish it off. Compressed flamethrower. Wang Chong gave the final command. Xiao Huang began to perform a new move it had secretly been practicing. This advanced skill, learned online, was difficult to control and could easily harm itself. Xiao Huang had started self-teaching fire and fighting type skills back when it was a Charmander, all for this moment. Flames began to gather in Xiao Huang's throat, raising the surrounding temperature by dozens of degrees. The air became unbearably hot. This Charizard, feeling the surge of power within, was determined to try the dangerous compressed flame skill. The bizarre Steelix, thrown into the air, crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, Xiao Huang unleashed the long-held compressed flame. A fiery beam, like a red laser, roared out, striking Steelix's body directly. A tremendous explosion ensued. The moment the flames hit the target, it triggered a massive explosion, comparable to the destruction caused by Wang Chong when he battled the five pillars. The deafening blast swept through the area, shattering everything in its path. At the epicenter of the explosion, a large swath of land was turned inside out, forming a crater over 10 meters deep. This pit was the size of a small fish pond, merely the aftermath of the compressed flame's path, not even its full power. As for the unfortunate Steelix, it was completely melted in the intense heat, leaving no trace behind. Several kilometers away, members of an archaeological team were startled by the explosion. What level of battle could cause such a terrifying explosion? One team member asked, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. Everyone shook their heads, knowing they were not qualified to participate in such high-level battles. They couldn't help but reassess Wang Chong's strength, thinking, this is definitely at the level of an elite trainer. And Wang Chong is only 18 and already has such a powerful Pokemon. It's truly enviable. Let's keep moving and request alliance support once we find a place with signal, one team member suggested. Everyone was eager to leave the dangerous area, fearing the emergence of another group of Parasect. Although Wang Chong's Grovyle was protecting them, its strength was clearly no match for the Charizard. Xiao Mu, who was escorting everyone to safety, felt inexplicably annoyed. It seemed to sense it was being compared to others and felt somewhat uneasy. Back at the battle scene, white smoke continuously emitted from Xiao Huang's mouth, indicating that using this theoretical skill had taken a toll on it. At least for the short term, it couldn't use flamethrower again. Well done. Wang Chong came to Xiao Huang's side, gently patting its belly with a smile. Xiao Huang wanted to respond, but couldn't due to the pain in its mouth. Wang Chong thought to himself, this move is powerful, but it leaves you speechless for a while. It shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. His gaze swept over the leveled ground, finally revealing the outline of the ruins. It was indeed a pyramid-shaped structure, though its exterior was covered with a white substance, resembling some kind of paint. The tower was engraved with peculiar patterns, inviting further exploration. Let's go, Xiao Huang. It's time to leave, Wang Chong said, patting the neck of his Charizard with a hint of satisfaction in his voice. They had just dealt with the mysterious Steelix and explored the exterior of the ruins. This journey was not only fulfilling, but also promised additional rewards. Xiao Huang, though unable to speak, understood his master's intent. It nodded slightly and spread its wide wings. With a swift leap, Wang Chong landed steadily on Xiao Huang's back. Now, Xiao Huang's strength was more than enough to easily carry Wang Chong through the sky. They soared into the air and soon spotted Xiao Mu leading a group of people away. Wang Chong signaled Xiao Huang to descend, and the Charizard obliged, beginning its dive. On the ground, members of the archaeological team suddenly noticed the disturbance in the sky. In the next moment, a massive Charizard descended from above, landing heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust, causing the ground to crack under its weight. The sudden scene startled the group, some nearly reaching for their Pokeballs, until they recognized Wang Chong on the Charizard's back. Wang Chong, is the battle over? Tang Yaoshua asked, a mix of anticipation and concern in his voice. Yes, it's over, Wang Chong replied succinctly. The Steelix has been dealt with. Unfortunately, due to the power of the compressed flames, it was almost completely vaporized, leaving only some remnants on the ground, likely dried up by the sun by now. Tang Yaoshua expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for your hard work. He intended to pat Wang Chong on the shoulder, but, realizing the height difference, resorted to patting his thigh instead. With Wang Chong's addition, the archaeological team felt significantly more at ease. Even the master-level trainer could only follow behind, repeatedly praising Wang Chong's performance. Under Wang Chong's escort, the group successfully exited the Huangshe primitive forest. Along the way, Tang Yaoshua contacted the company to arrange for a pickup. As they emerged from the forest, 2 luxurious passenger helicopters were already waiting. Wang Chong glanced up, thinking that such custom helicopters would cost billions, though still not quite matching the one he had encountered before. Throughout the journey, Wenya, like a curious child, incessantly asked Wang Chong about the details of the battle, especially regarding Xiao Huang's impressive strength. It wasn't until they disembarked and bid farewell to the others that Wang Chong finally had some peace. Wang Chong, this is your reward for this trip, Tang Yaoshua said, lightly tapping his information wristband against Wang Chong's, completing the exchange of contact information. Immediately after, Wang Chong received a transfer notification. Ding! 50 million. That was Wang Chong's compensation for this venture. Tang Yaoshua chuckled and shook his head at Wang Chong's words. Mr. Wang, that's not much at all. Without you, our archaeological team wouldn't have survived. 50 million is just a number, he said sincerely. And as for your land, I'll have someone handle it completely. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Wang Chong was slightly taken aback by Tang Yaoshua's enthusiasm. He could feel the sincerity and realized that his own skills had reached the level of a top-tier trainer. Tang Yaoshua clearly saw this too, and for him, befriending a promising young trainer was a golden opportunity. After a brief consideration, Wang Chong accepted Tang Yaoshua's goodwill. This trip had exceeded his expectations, not only securing 50 million, but also resolving his housing issue. After Wang Chong left, Wenya, who was organizing data, suddenly remembered something and showed a hint of frustration. Oh no, I forgot to ask Wang Chong for his contact information, she lamented, patting her forehead. Oh well, back to work. She soon immersed herself back into her busy tasks. Back home in J City, Wang Chong took a short break before heading to the secret garden. He was eager to see the dreamland that his parents were taking care of. This trip made Wang Chong realize that Xiao Lan's abilities were lacking, so he decided to stay at the fort and focus on training Xiao Lan. Under Wang Chong's guidance, Xiao Lan began rigorous special training. Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu joined in, leading Xiao Lan in her exercises. Every day, Xiao Lan ended up at the Pokemon hospital due to muscle strains, which made the nurses familiar with Wang Chong and even wonder if he was mistreating his Pokemon. However, Xiao Lan's trust in and enthusiasm for Wang Chong dispelled any doubts the nurses had. After several days of intense training, Xiao Lan was thrilled to notice her muscles starting to take shape. Although there was still a significant gap compared to Xiao Huang and Xiao Mu, she was determined to surpass them, starting with Xiao Mu. At this point, Xiao Mu was unaware that he had become Xiao Lan's target. He continued to train diligently, fully committed to enhancing his own abilities. With a determined gaze, Xiao Mu silently made a vow to himself. His first small goal was to reach Xiao Huang's level of strength, or even surpass him, becoming the strongest spirit under Wang Chong's command. At that moment, Xiao Huang was engaged in extreme training, lifting fragments of meteorites weighing tens of tons while performing frog jumps. His muscles were taut, and sweat poured down like rain. He was unaware that he had become Xiao Mu's target to chase. Xiao Huang's mind was fixated on one thought: to push his potential to the limit. The last battle had made him acutely aware of his shortcomings. Recalling the fight against that bizarre steel snake, Xiao Huang couldn't help but frown. He had used all his strength, even employing the theoretically compressed flame technique, which caused smoke to emerge from his mouth, to barely defeat his opponent. However, he had witnessed Wang Chong effortlessly pierce through the steel snake's body. Xiao Huang had only managed to create a crack on the snake's head with a punch weighing millions of tons. This vast disparity in strength further solidified Xiao Huang's determination to surpass Wang Chong. He was no longer the weak Charmander he once was. His growing strength filled him with hope. This thought gave Xiao Huang endless motivation, and he trained even harder. The three spirits, each with their own thoughts, were undergoing intense training at the lakeside field. Trainers and wild spirits nearby dared not approach their training area. The Charizard lifting a giant rock several meters high was particularly intimidating, and no one wanted to provoke this Charizard master, fearing they might be crushed by rocks. Meanwhile, after completing his daily training routine, Wang Chong went online to look for a gravity training machine. He quickly discovered that a home-use model cost a whopping 20 million, while a commercial one was priced at 50 million. To make matters worse, the home-use version was only the size of a bathroom, and the commercial one merely the size of a room. Considering the ever-growing size of Xiao Lan, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Mu, standard specifications were clearly insufficient. Wang Chong realized he needed to custom-build a larger gravity training machine, but the cost of a custom version was astronomical, and without a small goal, he couldn't even start. He initially thought that the half a small goal he had earned was enough, but it wasn't sufficient to buy a custom gravity training machine. However, Wang Chong wasn't in a hurry. Since the new house wasn't finished yet, he still had time to take on tasks and earn money. Glancing at the data on his smartwatch, Wang Chong sighed helplessly and then turned off the display. In the following days, Wang Chong began assisting his parents with their routine patrol duties. Since he had been staying in the secret garden recently, his parents arranged for him to patrol, hoping he would gain some experience. Their wish was for Wang Chong to join the league in the future and become a guardian. This position could be passed down through generations and be inherited by Wang Chong in his later years. As a guardian, Wang Chong would be responsible for maintaining the normal order of the secret realm while also enjoying its many benefits. With this expectation in mind, Wang Chong embarked on his patrol duties, preparing for the responsibilities of the future. Wang Ba and Wang Ma were able to provide Wang Chong with 10 million to acquire an initial spirit for a contract because the Guardian could reap substantial benefits from the harvests of the secret realm. Since Wang Chong joined the patrol team, the atmosphere within the secret realm has notably shifted. Even if disputes arise, the mere sight of the patrol approaching quickly resolves tensions, making everyone seem as close as brothers. Wang Chong decided to enhance Xiao Lan's abilities before taking on assignments, aiming to reach at least the ordinary level. 3 weeks passed quietly, and the secret realm remained peaceful. Wild spirits and trainers alike behaved unusually well, and this unexpected calmness reminded Wang Ba and Wang Ma of the last chaos caused by the alien demons, prompting them to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Wang Chong's reputation spread throughout the secret realm. Rumors circulated about a demon in the patrol team that disciplined unruly children, which undoubtedly improved the management of the realm. One day, Wang Chong received a call informing him that the construction team organized by Tang Yaoshua was about to start building his house on the 10-acre land. He had reviewed the design plans, which blended natural and sci-fi styles. As the homeowner, Wang Chong decided to personally inspect the commencement of the project. After leaving the pastoral secret realm, Wang Chong took a self-driving DD to the B102 area on the outskirts of J City. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Tang Yaoshua present. "Mr. Tang, what brings you here?" Wang Chong asked. Tang Yaoshua smiled and explained, "Your house is about to start construction, and I happen to be free, so I thought I'd stop by." As the chairman of Anong Land Enterprises, Tang Yaoshua mainly focused on decision-making, leaving the execution to his subordinates. "Let me introduce you, Wang Chong," Tang Yaoshua said, pointing to the middle-aged man beside him. "This is Zhang Wang, the site manager for this project and the son of an old friend of mine." Zhang Wang extended his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Wang. Rest assured, I'll take care of everything smoothly." He sized up Wang Chong's tall and sturdy build, admiringly adding, "With your physique, you'd make an excellent mover." Wang Chong nodded in agreement to Uncle Zhang's request, acknowledging that his strong physique was indeed suitable for the job of a mover. Zhang Wang smiled with satisfaction and gestured towards the busy construction crew, saying, "Look, these are top-notch builders. With them around, you can rest easy." Following Zhang Wang's gesture, Wang Chong saw Howley and Guiley working as construction workers, while the massive Onyx was tasked with moving heavy materials. Other Pokemon like Mach-Hop, Timburr, and Conkeldurr were also bustling around the site, making the whole operation appear orderly. Wang Chong couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the professional construction team. In this world, construction projects are often completed through the collaboration of humans and Pokemon, aided by advanced machinery. "How long will it take to complete at this pace?" Wang Chong asked curiously. Zhang Wang grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Don't worry, it'll be done in about 2 months. I guarantee it'll be done beautifully." Seeing the professional team's efficiency, Wang Chong felt reassured. As he observed for a while, he had to admit that the synergy between Pokemon and humans was incredibly fast, clearly the result of long-term cooperation. At this moment, Wang Chong noticed that Tang Yaoshua had not left yet, so he approached and asked, "Mr. Tang, you're not just here to check on the construction progress, right?" Tang Yaoshua laughed heartily. "That's right, you guessed it. I have a favor to ask, and if you agree, I can offer you 1 billion. "What kind of favor?" Wang Chong's interest was piqued, and a thought suddenly struck him. "Mr. Tang, is it about that ruin?" "Exactly, it's about the ruin." Tang Yaoshua then explained the situation of the ruin in detail to Wang Chong. Although the ruin had been explored for a few weeks, safety issues remained a concern. Every night, Parasect would appear and attack people. Even though Tang Yaoshua had hired several master-level trainers specializing in fire types to handle the situation, it was not the most pressing issue. "It seems there's a formidable Pokemon guarding the inside of the ruin," Tang Yaoshua said, as he opened his information watch and sent a picture to Wang Chong's device. Wang Chong examined the photo taken inside the dimly lit ruin. Although only a vague outline was visible, he quickly recognized the figure. "Isn't that a Cofagrigus?" "That's right," Tang Yaoshua confirmed with a nod. "While we can't determine its exact strength, it's certainly no less than master level. Even the Pokemon of master trainers couldn't break through its defense, let alone enter the ruin." Tang Yaoshua's tone became serious. "But one thing is certain, this ruin dates back 5,000 years, a time belonging to the Age of Myths." Tang Yaoshua's request left Wang Chong in brief contemplation. The archaeologist not only sought his assistance in overcoming the mysterious spirit, but also emphasized the importance of ensuring the smooth progress of their archaeological operations. Tang Yaoshua explained that he initially intended to hire a Heavenly King-level trainer, but they were all occupied with guarding secret realms, not to mention the champion-level trainers who held significant positions. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Chong agreed to the request. He was intrigued by the mysteries within the ruins, especially the eerie Death God's coffin. Despite its seemingly weak nature, it had managed to force master-level trainers to retreat, piquing Wang Chong's curiosity. 3 days later, Wang Chong received a notification from Tang Yaoshua. He geared up and boarded a helicopter arranged by Tang Yaoshua, once again heading to the site of the ruins. Upon arrival, Wang Chong noticed that the landscape had changed significantly. To protect the Huangshe primeval forest, the archaeological team had dug a tunnel 5 kilometers away from the ruins and constructed a vertical shaft elevator reaching a depth of 1,000 meters, directly leading to the entrance of the ruins. As the elevator descended slowly, Tang Yaoshua briefed Wang Chong on the situation within the ruins. Through sonar detection, they discovered a massive structure resembling an underground city, inhabited by many rare and even unknown spirits. Among the most notable were the Jengars and Parasects with crimson eyes, whose presence posed considerable challenges to the exploration team. A few minutes later, the elevator arrived at the underground transit station. To Wang Chong's surprise, it was not shrouded in darkness but brightly lit and equipped with modern research facilities. Armed patrols maintained order around the area. Tang Yaoshua explained that this archaeological operation involved not only his participation, but also personnel from the Alliance. Having discovered the ruins, Tang Yaoxue had already gained some fame in the archaeological community. Wang Chong looked around, absorbing the mysterious atmosphere of this underground world. He knew that an adventure full of unknowns was about to begin, and he would play a crucial role in it. But that wasn't enough. Wang Chong's ambitions extended far beyond that. He gazed resolutely into the depths of the ruins, his eyes gleaming with ambition. The ruins held infinite possibilities, and he was determined to fully explore them, leaving a significant mark in the field of archaeology. Tang Yaoxue led the group through a spacious transit station, which served as the living base for the archaeologists. He pointed to a towering steel door in the distance and explained, "That is the entrance to the ruins. This door is no ordinary one. It's forged from special steel. Even a celestial-level creature would struggle to move it." He paused and added, "As far as we know, the creatures within the ruins generally don't come out, but we remain vigilant." Just then, more members of the archaeological team began to arrive, including Wenya, who was responsible for data processing, and team members dispatched by the Alliance. They were all fully equipped, surprisingly wearing thick cotton coats despite the summer heat. Wang Chong asked in confusion, "Aren't you hot?" "It's the middle of summer." Tang Yaoxue shook his head with a smile, without offering much explanation, and led the group to the steel door. He took out a card and swiped it lightly, causing the door to slowly open, releasing a burst of cold air. The group of over 10 people filed into the tunnel leading to the ruins. Unlike the brightly lit transit station, only torches on either side illuminated their path. Though the tunnel was 5 meters high and 10 meters wide, it was not cramped enough to feel oppressive. "Just ahead, we encountered that mysterious creature," Tang Yaoxue pointed out. Wang Chong nodded, and then took out a pokeball, releasing Xiao Huang. In an instant, the 5 master-level trainers were stunned. They had assumed Wang Chong was an ordinary team member, not anticipating he was a powerful trainer. Xiao Huang's appearance brought an invisible sense of pressure. Though the 5 trainers had encountered celestial-level creatures before, they had never felt such a powerful presence. They exchanged glances, each with only one thought. Could this be a champion-level Charizard? In their shock, they began to reevaluate Wang Chong. To possess a champion-level creature at such a young age was unheard of. Even the youngest champion, Zhang Du, didn't reach this level until he was over 30. Wang Chong's gaze swept over the young trainer before him, and he was secretly surprised. Could it be that this trainer had already broken the record for the youngest champion-level trainer in the league? The thought flashed through his mind. The 4 members of the archaeological team noticed Wang Chong's expression and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had witnessed Xiao Huang's strength firsthand. It was he who defeated that bizarre Steelix. Compared to that, the threat posed by the creatures at the entrance of the ruins seemed much smaller. If they had to face that Steelix, they might have perished in the ruins. With Wang Chong there, they felt more confident in successfully completing their archaeological work. "Everyone, release your main Pokemon and stay alert," Wang Chong ordered, recalling Tang's warning. The entrance to the ruins might harbor the mysterious Kofagrigus, whose strength was estimated to surpass even the Pokemon of the master trainers present. However, Wang Chong speculated that these Pokemon shouldn't be too terrifyingly powerful. Otherwise, they would never have been able to leave the ruins and would have been trapped there forever. The group advanced cautiously, and after about 5 minutes, they finally reached the entrance to the ruins. Before them stood a massive stone door, covered with a layer of dry soil. "This is the entrance to the ruins," one of the archaeologists explained. "Once we open the door, the Pokemon inside will rush out. Based on our preliminary assessment, most of the Pokemon in the ruins are ghost type. Only ghost types can survive in such an environment for a long time, while ordinary Pokemon would have died from lack of water and food." He continued, "The best way to deal with ghost-type Pokemon is to use dark types, though ghost types can be effective too. However, there aren't many trainers with ghost-type Pokemon, as few people want to live alongside such terrifying creatures. The main Pokemon of us 5 master trainers are all dark types, which is why we've been able to escape safely in previous encounters. There's one more crucial point," he added. "Once the door to the ruins is opened, it will automatically close. We must leave someone at the entrance to guard it. Otherwise, if the door closes, those inside will be trapped." Wang Chong nodded and pointed to a master trainer with a Tyranitar. "Lurini, you stay here and guard the door." Lurini was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. His Tyranitar was the strongest among the 5 master trainers, and logically, he should be accompanying Wang Chong into the ruins. Despite his doubts, he chose to comply with the powerful Wang Chong. In this world, strength always earns recognition and obedience from others. Wang Chong seemed to perceive Lurini's confusion and explained, "Your Tyranitar is powerful, large, and strong." His words were unfinished, but they hinted at the reason for choosing Lurini to stay behind. Even when the door is about to close, it can be quickly opened. Additionally, if an unexpected situation arises, you can hold on until help arrives. Wang Chong's explanation was clear and powerful, and Lurini nodded slowly, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipating. The main Pokemon of the other 4 team members had unique features. Zoroark's elusive figure, Moon Umbreon's elegant silhouette, Sharpedo's fierce aura, and the particularly striking Drapion. Interestingly, this Drapion was once just a Skorupi, with poison and bug types, but after evolving, it transformed into a poison and dark type, significantly enhancing its overall strength. After arranging the perimeter guards, Wang Chong turned to Xiao Huang beside him with a resolute look. Xiao Huang, push the door open. Roar. Yes, master, Xiao Huang responded, his massive body beginning to exert force. The towering 3-meter 12 figure stood before the 5-meter turtle giant door, pressing his strong, steady palms against it. As his muscles bulged, the door emitted a deep rumble, slowly opening. Everyone watched in surprise. They had attempted to open this door several times before, each time requiring the combined effort of multiple Pokémon. Even the powerful Tyranitar needed to expend a lot of energy, along with the assistance of other Pokémon, to push it open. Yet now, the massive door seemed as easy for Xiao Huang to open as a regular person opening their front door, requiring almost no effort. As soon as a crack appeared, a cold wind rushed out from inside. Everyone, except Wang Chong, shivered involuntarily, as if this chill had seeped into their bones. This wind is quite refreshing. No wonder you're all dressed so warmly, Wang Chong remarked, scanning the group with a hint of confusion in his voice. Despite it still being midsummer outside, all 9 of them were already wearing thick coats. We don't have your strong physique, so of course we need to wear more to avoid catching a cold, Tang Yaoshua said, pulling his coat tighter. As the oldest member of the team, his body was naturally weaker than the others. Soon, the door was completely open. From inside the entrance to the ruins, it was pitch black, but Wang Chong could clearly see a corridor stretching ahead. The walls on either side were meticulously polished dry stone, cool to the touch and expertly crafted. Let's go, Tang Yaoshua said, adjusting the infrared goggles on his head and handing a similar pair to Wang Chong from his backpack. I don't need these. I can still see in this environment, Wang Chong declined. Tang Yaoshua paused, surprise flashing in his eyes. It was pitch black inside, so how could Wang Chong see? They all relied on the infrared mode of the goggles to discern the path ahead. The reason they didn't use flashlights was due to several painful lessons learned. The Pokémon in the ruins were extremely averse to light. As soon as a light source appeared, they would immediately be subjected to fierce attacks. Therefore, after much discussion, they decided to use infrared goggles when entering the ruins and to minimize any noise. The Pokémon in the ruins were not only unusually sensitive to light, but also highly reactive to sound. These were valuable insights gained from several explorations of the ruins. You really are something, Tang Yaoshua remarked with a hint of amazement, unsure how to evaluate Wang Chong's abilities. Perhaps Wang Chong did possess some special ability. It's said that after becoming a trainer, some people can inherit the powers of Pokémon, and perhaps Wang Chong had such a gift. After listening to Tang Yaoshua, Wang Chong gave a simple nod and resolutely ventured deeper into the ruins. The others followed closely behind. Xiao Huang led the way, providing some reassurance to the team at the rear. The passage stretched on for what seemed like an eternity, and the group proceeded cautiously for a full 10 minutes. Thanks to their light steps and the illumination guiding them, the lurking spirits within the ruins did not emerge to attack. Eventually, they arrived at an imposing door. Wang Chong reached out to touch the door and gave it a gentle push, immediately sensing hidden mechanisms within. With his strength, forcing it open was not a challenge. However, such a forceful approach would undoubtedly create a loud noise, alerting the spirits in the ruins and revealing their intrusion. Upon hearing Wang Chong's analysis, the group began to search the area, hoping to find the mechanism to open the door. The walls on either side of the door were adorned with murals from thousands of years ago. These murals appeared abstract, depicted in stick figure form, interspersed with unique spirit designs. These murals were undoubtedly long-lost pieces of history, now finally seeing the light of day again. Using infrared goggles, one team member was the first to clearly view the murals. Excitedly, he described them to the others. A group of stick figure humans kneeling before a pyramid, with the sun suspended above its peak. This straightforward scene sparked speculation among the group. Could this ruin have been a site for rituals thousands of years ago? Although this hypothesis seemed plausible, the current information was insufficient to draw a definitive conclusion. Everyone realized that they needed to delve deeper into the ruins to uncover more mysteries. However, venturing deeper meant facing unknown dangers. The passage alone was fraught with hidden mechanisms, and the contrast between the initial spirit attacks and the 10 minutes of tranquility heightened their vigilance. The only explanation was that some kind of mechanism must exist within the passage. Given the vast scale of the ruin, sonar data indicated an area of 10 square kilometers, comparable to a small city. The number of hidden mechanisms was likely immense. Tang Yaoshua suggested they carefully search for nearby mechanisms. The group began meticulously examining the walls in hopes of finding the key to opening the door. Yet, after more than 10 minutes, they were still empty-handed, with no sign of the door-opening mechanism. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Wang Chong glanced around. a spark of inspiration flickering in his eyes. He turned to Tang Yaoxue, a slight smile on his lips. I have an idea to open the door. Tang Yaoxue raised an eyebrow. Oh? What's your plan? Just lift the door, Wang Chong suggested, gesturing to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang. Roar. Xiao Huang responded swiftly, its claws striking the massive door like lightning. The door didn't budge, but Xiao Huang remained undeterred. Its muscles tensed, radiating immense power. The sound of creaking and grinding filled the corridor as the mechanism struggled against the force. Everyone watched in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Who could have imagined that this seemingly impossible task was gradually being accomplished through Xiao Huang's formidable strength? Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the corridor, followed by a shroud of black mist obscuring their view. Through infrared goggles, they clearly saw a shadow with crimson eyes. It was a mysterious spirit resembling a coffin, with 4 dark gaseous arms waving in the air. Wang Chong recognized the creature. The Reaper's coffin. He thought to himself that there might be a mummy hidden inside that coffin. Sensing the intruders, the Reaper's coffin unleashed eerie green flames, launching them towards the group. Sharpedo, use hydro pump, a master trainer calmly instructed. Sharpedo released a powerful stream of water, extinguishing the ghostly flames. Zoroark, dark pulse. Another trainer followed suit. Zoroark's attack struck the Reaper's coffin directly, inflicting significant damage. Taking advantage of the Reaper's coffin's stagger, a third trainer immediately commanded, Umbreon, use pursuit. The Moonlight Umbreon dashed forward like lightning, delivering a heavy blow to the Reaper's coffin. The battle quickly intensified, and the Reaper's coffin found itself overwhelmed by the relentless assaults. In an instant, the Death God's coffin was pushed back several steps. The eerie coffin emitted a piercing screaming intimidation tactic. Previously, it had caught everyone off guard with this move, but this time, they were prepared. With Wang Chong present, there was no need to worry. Kingdra, use Hell Stab. Upon command, Kingdra unleashed a series of sharp spikes aimed directly at the Death God's coffin, interrupting its intimidation skill. For a short time, it couldn't use any sound-based abilities. Now's our chance. Zoroark, strike the weak spot. Zoroark seized the opportunity and attacked the vulnerable point of the coffin, which was unable to resist. Cracks appeared on its surface immediately after the hit, and after a series of assaults, the coffin finally shattered. Everyone watched in astonishment as a spirit wrapped in a burial shroud slowly emerged from the broken coffin. What is this? A spirit within a spirit? Another unknown species. The group was puzzled, but Wang Chong recognized it immediately. Judging by its shape, it was a Raichu, wrapped entirely in a burial shroud, indicating it had been there for thousands of years. This Raichu had become a mummy, and its abilities had mutated as a result. Though the Death God's coffin was destroyed, it hadn't been completely vanquished and seemed capable of repair. The mummy Raichu, upon emerging, unleashed a powerful thunderbolt. This mummy Raichu had reached a master level of strength. In the narrow passageway, the thunderbolt was unavoidable, and the other spirits had to endure it. The electric current left them all paralyzed. Sharpedo, use Aqua Jet. Following the command, Sharpedo harnessed the power of water and launched a fierce attack on the mummy Raichu. The attack drenched the Raichu and was quickly followed by an ice beam. Water-type spirits with ice beam often used this strategy to drink the opponent first, then freeze them solid. The mummy Raichu couldn't withstand this combo and was immediately frozen into a massive block of ice. The immediate threat was neutralized for now. However, the mummy Raichu's thunderbolt had been formidable, and 4 master-level spirits were injured to varying degrees. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang finally managed to lift the heavy door. Crack! Suddenly, a strange noise came from above. Looking up, they noticed a brick that was distinctly different from the others. People rarely look up, so they hadn't realized the switch was located overhead. It seemed the mechanism for the Death God's coffin must have descended from the overhead passage as well. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.